Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fanfiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was overpowered arcane prodigy? Harry X Maravels, Part 2. Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also. Adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. You know, I always dreamt of being a millionaire. Well, dreamt was exactly the right thing I did. I never tried to become a millionaire either, just sat on my ass and imagined what I would do with $1 million. And my dreams weren't that big. $1 million was the most amount of money I could imagine myself with, even in those dreams. Reality, however, is often disappointing. And I had about $500 to my name when I died. At most. Which is still a lot, considering I was in India, where 500 meant a livable monthly salary to have. Now, though, I can call myself a millionaire without any issues. I actually am a multi-millionaire, even if it is just my ancestors' money. It's mine now, fuck them. The Slytherin vault may have been emptied of all the cash given to the goblins as late fees, along with most of the goblin silver tools, weapons, and armors. It had to happen, because the vault was way past claiming period, and I'm just glad they allowed me to keep my stuff. Thankfully, I didn't lose much, just 100,000 galleons in total, and all of the goblin silver in the vault, which also wasn't that much. I had to negotiate for all the other items by giving them permission to copy the books there. Not like they would do them any good, since they're all in parcel script. So, I didn't lose anything significant. If the goblins were unable to break the enchantments on the vault to enter it, then they definitely can't break the enchantments to decode the language. However, the Avs vault was literally filled with money. 980,000 galleons. That was how much cash the Avs family vault had, which amounts to about £3.8 million in all, which was more than enough for me. I didn't need to hoard cash in billions to love a happy life. I was happy with my 13,000 too. These 967,000 galleons extra were just a bonus. Along with the cash, the Avs vault had various knightly weapons, 2 full armors that were made of steel, a lot of jewelry, few artifacts, and different trunks belonging to my different ancestors. One of those trunks was literally an expansed library, which belonged to one Henry Avs, Harrison Avs's grandfather. Most of the books there were already present in the Room of Knowledge, but some were the journals and grimoires of my ancestors, which the room did not have. They must not have brought them to school. As for the Slytherin vault, it had given me a few amazing finds. The library for one, which was way more expansive than the one in the chamber. Fortunately, it also had a lot of the sorcery primers and guides that the chamber did not have, and which were mentioned in his sorcery journal. Then there was the literal stockpile of creature body parts, many of whom were still intact. They were hidden under cloths, in a hidden compartment behind the library, which is why I did not find them at first. Think of a magical creature, and Salazar had already had at least something of that animal. Tears of a phoenix, venom of a Nundu, horns of unicorns, and even the cloaks of both Lethifolds and Dementors. These were the only ones intact, however. Most of the other ingredients had been rotten even through the stasis and preservation charms. There were also multiple entirely intact carcasses, including a Rheum, a pair of unicorns, a baby dragon, which I am really upset about, and a goddamn Cerebrus. He had bodies of them all. Completely alright, and I wonder if there used to be more. His other descendants from the Slytherin family line must have used up something, right? The compartment wasn't hidden that much. There was just a small additional mechanism that opened a hidden door. But, at least my ritual necessities won't be lacking. Funnily enough, Salazar did have a few golden Graphorn horns. But they didn't stay intact in these centuries that the vault was abandoned. There was also a wardrobe section there, from the years 700 BC to the early 1500s AD, which also included actual fighting armors. Both magical and mundane, and many different kinds of robes. Anyway, after spending a day just going through everything in my vaults, both Avs and Slytherin, and finding many interesting things, I came back home. To the orphanage. I was going to spend another year here, having told Sister Agnes that I was working a job at the hospital, which wasn't exactly a lie. Soon, however, I'll have to make something up to own the Malvern Terrace house in my own name, and not in Harrison Evans's. Harrison Evans did make an appearance once in a while, in his Islington house, driving a Royal Enfield, but it wasn't too often. It was just enough to not make the neighbors too suspicious. I kept my bike at Malvern Terrace itself, since Mason Avs is too poor for the bike. Soon, I'll get to drive the bike as Mason too. When Monday comes, I show up outside the office of Master Euphemia Potter, the head healer of St. Mungo's, to begin my healing apprenticeship. Good, you're on time, Master Potter says, opening her door at exactly 7 a.m. Wonder how long she's been actually here. Nodding, I smile, a bit excited to begin, and say, I'm eager to start working and learning, ma'am. Just one. Will I be assigned a different healer every day, for shadowing, or will Healer Smethwick be responsible for my learning? I ask. I'm asking this because the questions I ask the healers will depend on that. An unknown healer won't bother answering me with the same enthusiasm that a regular teacher would. Master Potter says, a different department, every day, and then you'll cycle through them all. You'll be allowed to clarify your doubts with them, or you can note them down to ask me later. We had reached the Di Llewellyn ward by then, by way of stairs, and she walks in without a knock. There were 6 patients, and 5 healers in the room, one of the healers wearing a badge called Department Head Di Llewellyn Ward. That was obviously Healer Smethwick, whom Master Potter approaches, with me following behind. She says, Hippocrates, this is our new trainee healer. Mason Avs. He might be young, but he's smart enough to be here. Apprentice Avs. This is Healer Smethwick. He'll be irresponsible for your education for the day. I'll leave you in his hands. Remember, sharp at 1 p.m., I want you in my office. Well, so begins my medical education. Time skip. August 1936. A year has gone by, and my journey in learning healing has gone on splendidly. It isn't easy, healing. The first month, as Master Potter had told me, was spent just shadowing different healers, watching what they do, and how they do it. Other than that, Master Potter gave me short, hour-long lectures about different parts of the books that she assigned me. It was easy, at first, since I had read the books ahead. But casting the spells she taught me, even on dead animals, was really hard. The first spells she taught me were diagnosis charms. And there were a lot of them. First came the categorization charms, one for visible ailments, one for invisible ailments, both of which would just tell me what type of ailment it is, and which ward the patient should belong to. Curse damage, charm injuries, hex exposure, failed transfiguration, dark arts, mundane wounds, and genuine illnesses were just few of the types that wizards can befall. Then, after the type of ailment is determined, you need to learn different diagnosis charms that help you determine the specifics of the wound, injury, ailment, illness, etc. These are the spells that help you determine if the cut visible on the arm is from a cursed dagger, curse, muggle knife, or a spontaneous event. Hell, it also helps you determine what the material of the weapon was, and how long ago the injury took place. These kinds of spell took me 3 months to master. Witch's kick according to Master Potter. Finally, the last part that I have learned this year is healing minor wounds. I was just on physical wounds right now, with the actual spell damage and all being for later. There's still at least a year of my education remaining, even with my perfect recall. But I am also enjoying myself. Healing is fun, and there is a different kind of joy in making sure someone else is healthy. It's frustrating too, because not all patients listen to healers, let alone the junior trainee, but I like the environment in St. Mungo's. And yes, I am still a trainee. I won't be a true healer until Master Potter proclaims me so. But, that was, as I said, at least a year away right now. Currently, I was walking through London, with Darla by my side, tears falling down her face. She had just had another fight with her parents, and she sent me a Patronus, asking for a friend to talk to. I immediately apparated to her house, and took her to the city, to help her calm her mind. It just makes me so frustrated, you know. All these years, I've done as they asked of me. I went to the bloody finishing school in my summers, studying how to curtsy, and knit, and fake laugh. And they still can't accept who I am. Sometimes I wonder, if there's something wrong with me. Darla rants, having spoken for 5 continuous minutes. As she finally stops her rant, I say, parents are complicated. This is ironic, I understand, coming from the orphan. Darla snorts, wiping her tears. So I say, but I've seen something in my life, while observing the public, and now, observing my patients. Some parents are completely understanding of their children. A very small percentage of the population is like this. They are ready to accept their child as they are, no matter what they do, or whom they love. Darla sniffles, so I hand her my handkerchief, and carry on saying, some parents meanwhile, they do love their children, but only an image of them. That love is conditional, for them. The child should act a certain way, dress only what they want the child to, obey every order without question. It's not right, but the majority of the people are like this. Stopping Darla from walking forward, I pull her towards the ice cream parlor that was next to us, and say, they might not accept who you love, Darla, nor the way you dress. But that doesn't mean that there's a fault in you. Sniffling her nose, Darla whispers, it sure does feel like it sometime. Ordering ice cream for both of us, I softly scold her, don't do that. Don't blame yourself for your parents' faults. They're the ones that still think you a demon-dealing witch. They're the ones who think that you deserve to go to hell, because you love Anna. They're the ones trying to force you to marry that Bobby. If anyone here has faults, it is them. Darla snorts, and stays silent, as she starts stabbing her ice cream with the spoon. I allow her the silence, and eat my own ice cream. Darla had told her parents about her relationship with Anna, which had gone about as well as everyone had expected it to go. The religious pair of parents had not accepted her confession at all. Not like same-sex relationships are common in this era. They're there, and some people do support them. But almost everyone would rather their own child not be gay. They'd support their neighbor's child coming out of the closet any time. But their own child should remain straight, according to them. Hypocrites. After a lot of accusations of witchcraft messing with her mind, to demons making her gay, her parents had shut her in her room. That was 2 days ago. Today, however, her father brought a marriage proposal for her, from a fellow police officer of his. Other than the small problem that the police officer is male, he is also in his late 30s. While Darla has just turned 17 a few days ago. That was the cause of a bigger fight, after which Darla had to run away to clear her head, and called me. I hold her hand, noticing that she had begun crying again. Once again, I'm thankful for the notice me not charm on us, when my plain vanilla scoop explodes, sending the ice cream flying to my face. Sorry, Darla mumbles, holding her free hand to her mouth to hide her amusement. I just smile at her, and cast a few cleaning spells on my face, to get rid of the ice cream. I say, well, at least you're smiling now. And don't worry about it. I told you then, and I'm telling you again. If you want, my house has a room reserved for you, for however long you want. This gives me an opportunity to claim the house as Mason's. Well, it's time for Harrison Evans to go overseas and disappear. Darla opens her mouth, still smiling a tearful smile, to say something, but we both suddenly widen our eyes, feeling dread right in our bones. I snap my head around, to find whatever I'm feeling, but nothing clicks. I can feel where it's coming from, but it wasn't even remotely close to me. For some reason though, Darla and I are the only ones to feel it. And none of the muggles here react to it. Please tell me you can feel whatever the fuck that is. Darla asks, whispering in fear. I shake my head, force my mind to try and defeat the fear. Take out my wand, and say, yes. Wand's out, Darla, and stay close to me. Getting up, I start walking towards the door, a £5 note on the table. Whatever this was, it's evil. Not like Dementors, but for sure, way worse. Dementors bring our bad memories to the front, and they make us feel sad, hopeless, and cold, the severity depending on the closeness. But this was sending chills down my spine continuously. This was as if Dementors were a child, compared to whatever this is. It also felt disgusting, just knowing something this evil exists. Once outside, I look around, and spin my foot to apparate towards the evil, knowing the direction it's coming from. Unfortunately, I just spin around my foot, the apparition failing. Damn, not a ward, but something else is stopping apparition. Beside me, Darla herself had tried to get out of here, and even her apparition fails, making her more afraid, visibly. Holding Darla's hand, I keep it on my shoulder, reassurance for both of us, and say, I guess we're walking towards the danger then. When both of us automatically start our walk. Both of us, at least subconsciously, know that we need to get rid of the danger before anything happens. This evil is in the Muggle world, and only wizards can feel it. I'm afraid, but I don't think running away is an option. As we start walking in the direction of the feeling, I realize that I might have to use sorcery today, and say, whatever you see me do today, promise me that you won't tell anyone. Darla immediately whispers, I swear Mason, if you bring me home alive. After we've dealt with whatever this is, then I'll keep all your secrets forever, without question. Closing my eyes, I expand my mind, telepathy branching out from mind to mind. I jump from one mind to another, searching for whatever is causing us to be this afraid, without stopping. I'll either find the being that's causing this, and it is a being, or I'll be able to see it from someone's mind. Meanwhile, my hands are busy with a method of their own. Scrying, I can sort of feel what direction the fear is coming from. Well, more like, my entire being is yelling at me, not to go in a particular direction. But, this could be a trick, conjured by the weak to just inspire fear. As I start walking towards the evil, Darla following behind me with her left hand on my shoulder, right hand holding her wand. I keep my eyes closed to cast the scrying spell. Prorumpo malignus, I whisper, after a few seconds of intricate wand motions, and stab my wand into the solid ground. The wand sinks into the ground, both because of its intrinsic magical properties, and because of the spell I just cast. And then, I see it. In my inner eye, I see the entire neighborhood, about 300 meters wide in all directions from me. And floating above all of it, was a cloud of purple gas. It wasn't visible in the real world, however, with the help of the evil-seeking spell, I could see it quite clearly. There was just no place where it was almost pitch black, and it was moving. I see just a small image of a silver amulet in that black spot, before the spell fails and I'm pushed out. Even my telepathy attempts shatter, returning my mind completely to me. I know where it's coming from. I say, standing up with a scowl, and turn towards Darla while rubbing my head. Contrary to my belief, Darla nods resolutely, her fear still showing. And says, well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. I ask, looking at Darla as if she's crazy. Darla, you're not coming. It's going to be dangerous. Darla glares at me, and whispers furiously. Excuse me if I'm not willing to listen to another man about what I should, and shouldn't do. I do that at home enough. Darla, I say, but before I can argue, there's a bump in the field. As if the evil buzzer had been turned to 2, from 1. I say, okay, we both felt that, and you want to go towards that. Are you crazy? And what? You're not Merlin, Mason. I might not be as good a witch as you are, but I know how to defend myself. I'm going, and you're not stopping me. Darla starts walking towards the direction of the being. Sighing, I pull her back towards me, and say, fine. But you'll leave and get an aura as soon as it feels like it's going to get too dangerous. Darla nods and asks, so, what's the plan? I pause, to think. I can't tell the ministry anything. Not without sounding crazy. Wizards think that Dementors, Lethifolds, and Obscuri are the most dangerous dark magical creatures, and anything more dangerous is not something they'll accept. And the evil bump to level 3, whatever it is getting stronger by the minute. The more time I waste, the stronger the evil enemy becomes. I say, this was the second jump in its strength. Whatever it is needs to be dealt with, and none of us are qualified to do that. What we need to do is find a way to stop it from getting even stronger, or separate it from the muggles. Right, and we don't know what's making it stronger. So separation it is. Now, how in the world will we do that? Darla asks, as she joins me in thinking up plans. I smile, and say, don't worry about that. Just give me cover fire if the enemy is beyond my strength. Highly unlikely, but not impossible. I am not yet the strongest wizard. Hell, I'm barely a competent wizard, when it comes to combat magics, and all that. I've learned came from books. No teacher, means I definitely have some drawbacks when fighting whatever this will be. Shaking me head when Darla tries to ask a question, I say, no time for an explanation right now. Don't be too shocked by whatever I do today, and you'll be fine. As Darla nods, hesitant to accept it all blindly, I raise my left hand up, and spin my right hand in counterclockwise direction. What are? Darla begins to ask, looking at me as if I'm crazy, but stops, seeing a golden portal forming in the air in front of us. We were currently in an alleyway, looking out towards the road, and now I can feel it clearly. The evil, it was close, very close. Now I just have to find the silver locket. Finally, he was free. After so many years, countless millennia, of having to stay away from Earth, he had gotten free. All because a simple mortal couldn't keep his hands to himself in a museum. Many times, in the past, this being had come to Earth, fought its defenders, and inevitably been defeated. But he knew that the only reason he was defeated at all was because the defenders managed to see him coming, and they did see through every plan he laid, no matter how precisely he had done it. So, he had not planned anything at all for his return. He had just asked his followers to plan something that does not have a fixed time for the inevitable result. While leaving even him in the dark, they had planned to leave an artifact of his in the world, where anyone can accidentally touch it and summon the being. It had taken a long time to feed souls to the artifact, to power the summoning ritual, while also being discreet, and so, he had to wait more. Alas, his followers had died, at least those that had managed this feat, but not before hiding the artifact away. And now, a mortal had found it in the British Museum, touched it bare-handed for the first time since it was charged, activated the summoning ritual, and summoned the being into this realm. Then, he had possessed the man, taking more souls to make himself stronger, and hidden himself inside a very strong barrier. All before anyone even knew about his arrival. Behind the being, one could see numerous humans, old, young, male, female, and even children, laying down unmoving. They had died spontaneously, with no reason that anyone could see. The being had simply eaten their souls, to make his avatar here more powerful enough to bring his entire body here, he hoped. Soon, he knew, the defenders would learn of his arrival, but it will be too late. The being will have gotten too strong to defeat by the time the barrier gets removed, mortal souls being just that powerful. As he walks away from his latest victim, the old man falling down on the ground in the mid-DLE of the road as if his strings were cut off, he suddenly pauses. The reason, he found himself displaced, the area looking very similar to the place he was in a moment ago, but not it. Sorcerers, he snarls, looking around to find the pests and kill them. It didn't take me long to find the reason of our fear. Not like the man was subtle at all. There he was, walking along the road, ignoring the man dying right beside him, and the dozen or so other people lying dead in the back. He was wearing a locket, made of silver, that I had seen as the source of all of this fear that I'm feeling, which means a dark artifact. Great, the man might actually be innocent of this all, and a victim to boot. This is going to be an issue, trying to save him. If it's tough, though, I'm just going to kill him. Can't risk the entire city of London for one soul. The muggles might have just seen the people dying, but Darla and I, being wizards, could see what was happening, and it honestly scares both of us. When the being touched the old man with his left palm, the man simply dropped down. When he did, however, a small marble of silver light came out of his mouth, and entered the body of the being. Note to self, stay away from the man. Darla and I observe him silently for a few seconds, trying to find an opportunity to take him away, both of us reluctant to rush. Alas, We don't get much time to think. Since I see him eyeing another human as a victim of his soul-sucking. Fuck. Mason. No. Darla whispers, seeing me about to rush in. Leaving Darla in the alley, I run towards the being from his back and drop down. My hand slamming down on the ground. Immediately, the mirror dimension forms around the two of us. The mirror dimension wasn't a single dimension, but a cluster of many. It was the collection of all the dimensions that form the borders between the different energy dimensions, which is what also makes it that much more dangerous. It is almost impossible to escape from, unless you can create dimensional portals. Since you never know where you'll appear. The many mirror dimensions is what allows sorcerers to trap enemies here, indefinitely, without worrying about them ever meeting each other. There are just so many of the mirror dimensions, that finding the same dimension again is next to impossible unless you have a sling ring. So, unless you have sling ring, that can create portals between the mirror dimension and the real world, you'll be stuck here. I still, however, cannot risk that the being in front of me has a sling ring, or can create interdimensional portals, so I'll have to stay here for a while. Before the mirror gateway disappears completely, Darla jumps in, having apparated to shorten the distance. Are you crazy? Do you want to die? Both of us exclaim to each other. Whispering to not gain the brings attention, as I cast the disillusionment charm on both of us before the being can see us. I had just jumped into the situation, and she had done the same, despite my wishes otherwise. No time to argue now. At least I know why we're friends, we're both idiots. Shaking my head, I say, stay in the back, and stay invisible. I'll go and talk to him. Not negotiable. I add the last part when I see her try to argue. She nods, not saying anything. She's probably running on instinct right now, too afraid to think things through. Well, as long as she stays in one place, she won't be detected, I hope. Gods, I should have just sent her home, but I didn't think she would agree. She might hate him, but she is the daughter of a police officer. Sorcerers. The being snarls, turning around to search for me. I walk away from Darla, keeping my telepathy connected to her mind to know where she is, and become visible at a spot to the right of the being. The being immediately snaps his head towards me, startling me with the bright yellow eyes. I patiently look at it, my mind running fast, thinking up plans. I thought my barrier would have prevented you from coming here. But obviously not, the being says, looking at me like I'm literally an insect. I just stare at him, not saying anything. His barrier was strong, no doubt. But it also had one fault. It didn't prevent teleportation of any kind, when I was already inside the barrier. I couldn't create portals to go outside the barrier, but I could do it from one spot inside the barrier to another. It is also why Darla managed to apparate towards me, which honestly I didn't foresee. We just couldn't approach him in this manner. No words. The being asks, and starts walking towards me. It then chuckles, and says, no matter. You will die anyway. Well, that's not on my agenda right now. Snapping my hand forward, I fire a stunner, just as a test. The man doesn't dodge, and allows the spell to hit him on the chest. Tickles. The man says, taunting me. Well, I expected that. Low-level spells probably won't have any effect on him, as seen right now. So, I won't use low-level spells. As the man keeps walking towards me, I stamp my feet on the ground, sending a ripple through the ground of the mirror dimension. The earthly ripple slams into the man, sending him flying backwards. I chuckle, and start spinning my wand in intricate motions. Charms are useless right now, but it seems physical impact does have an effect on the man. And mirror dimension manipulation is particularly good at causing physical attacks. My spell takes effect almost immediately, and the ground underneath me starts rising above the surface, forming into shapes. The first shape to rise is the form of a nundu, made entirely of concrete. Transfigured out of the ground. Similarly, other animals form near me, most of them big enough to seriously harm the man, and others small enough to go relatively unnoticed. I've noticed, after having mastered the mirror dimension spell, that transfiguration spells are more stable here. It's like, the dimension itself is more allowing of changes in reality. Seeing the man running towards me, now furious, I point my wand at him, and say, attack. Roar. With a loud roar, the concrete Nundu starts running towards the man, and reaches him in barely 4 seconds. Nundu are magical leopards, and their speed's greater than most brooms. This Nundu, however, was just a transfigured model, and hence, not that fast. A real Nundu would have trampled on the man before he had even seen it. The Nundu slams its head into the man's chest, sending him crashing into the ground. As he starts bouncing on the ground, by the force of the Nundu's hit, my hope raises a little. Despite the fear that's still running rampant, the Nundu sees its victim stopping from the hit, and runs again, approaching the man with high speeds, this time, the other bigger animals right beside it. As one, the Nundu, a bull, and 2 gorillas, all jump at the man, aiming to trample him to death. This time, however, the man was ready, and the animals slam into a magical shield, gross purple in color. I try to pull my animals away, but no matter how much I try to order telepathically, the animals don't listen. They remain stuck to the shield. Slowly, the 4 animals rise up from the shields, and turn towards me. Their eyes now glowing yellow. Well, fuck. I cross my arms in front of me, summoning the shield artifact from my ring, just in time to save myself from being killed by the Nundu's thorny head. This time, the Nundu was just as fast as a real Nundu, and the full brunt of it slams into my shield. Coincidentally, the Nundu's rampaging run killed all the smaller animals in their spots before they can even do anything. The enchantments on the shield prevents my arms from being too damaged by the hit, but it doesn't dull the pain completely, and nor does it save me from being thrown into the air. I still feel my bones vibrate with the force as I fly upwards, involuntarily, and then start my drop downwards. Pointing my shield downwards, I brace myself for the approaching ground, and cast a spell at the last moment. Arresto momentum. I slow down, enough that I can drop down safely, without dying immediately. Banishing the shield, I frown, knowing that the hit could have killed me if I didn't have my shield. Well, boom boom whoosh. Now I have 2 shields. The man appears in front of me with a purple flash of light, and looks surprised. He asks, "You're still alive? Well, deal with him." I see my animals jump from similar purple flashes towards me. The Nundu is the first to approach, owing to its speed, and it hits my left mandala shield. This time, he force is negated by the shield completely, stopping the Nundu in its spot. I hit the edge of my right shield on its neck, the spell on the shield shattering the Nundu back into stone. The bull approaches next, and I spin my hand on the shield, spinning the Sanskrit symbols around. As the bull hits my shield, this time, it gets transfigured into water, that I send towards the gorillas. The water pulls the gorillas under the ground, where they merge with the ground again. All of this happens within 10 seconds, which does make me feel better about myself. I'm not completely useless, after all. The man takes that time to appear to my right, and before I can do anything, holds me by the neck. The Dao Mandala shields disappear from my hands, as I feel the man start putting pressure on my delicate neck. Pain. That much was obvious, but the amount of fear that I feel has multiplied 100 times when the man touched me, making me freeze in my place. I don't even make a single noise when the man starts choking me, increasing the force on my neck. I hear him say, "You fought bravely, sorcerer. Alas, your enemy was I, an elder god of the highest caliber. Even the sorcerer supreme trembles in front of me. And you think you can defeat me? You think you can defeat the first demon?" I can still see him, hear him, however my body refuses to respond to my commands. My mind, mostly because it is too afraid, has no control over my body, so powerful was the spell on me. Now, I just had my mind with me, which I used to do something that will probably be the stupidest idea I ever have. I enter the mind of the self-proclaimed elder god, so I can hopefully save my mind, even if my body dies. I look into his eyes, and use legilimency to enter his mind, however, he slams me down on the ground, breaking my concentration and bringing me back to my body. He has a knowing glint in his eyes, as he says, "You're one of Oshter's, aren't you? Your magic, it is not that of the sorcerers, but yes, you're one of Oshter's spawn. My, what secrets she has hidden here." Now back in control of my own body, I choke out, "Who are you?" The man chuckles, his eyes glowing even more, as I see the illusion of a giant snake standing right behind the man. He says, "I am the first demon, the second oldest of the old ones. My name is Set. Surrender your soul to me, and I shall show you mercy." Fuck, he's actually an elder god. And this is his weakened power. What the fuck is his true power like? I focus as much as I can, knowing that I'll only get one chance at this, and raise my right hand. My hand, which was pale white now because of a lack of blood flow to it, glows a pale white light, as runes flash on my skin for a second. Set looks at the hand, curious, and gets a punch to his face in return. The point-blank punch hits him on the nose, sending his head snapping back. The force of the punch forces Set to take a few steps back, and drop me at the same time. I had used the runes to temporarily increase my strength fivefold, but there was a small side effect. My hand drops down beside me, now useless, as I start coughing to regain my breath, with tears in my eyes. I put my left hand in my pouch, that's always at my hip, and take out a healing elixir, which speeds up the regeneration of a wizard by twice. It only works for 5 minutes, however, which is how long I have before. The potion knocks me out of commission to let my magic heal the rest naturally. Seeing Set still standing, I summon a Dao Mandala shield in my left hand, and place it between us, as I struggle to stand back up. Set looks at me, glaring hard at me, which sends another shiver down my spine. He then does something that scares me even more. He raises his hand, and creates an exact replica of the Dao Mandala shield in his own hand. Only purple in color. I know it is one he replicated off of me, because I can see the Sanskrit additions that I myself used, to allow me to stop the Nundu's hit, as well as to transmutate the bull. He raises his hand to hit me, and I block his Dao Mandala edge with my own shield. It holds, however I am still weakened, despite my healing, and I drop down to my knees. Set standing in a relaxed position in front of me. Putting pressure on my shield, he says, "You should just surrender your soul, mortal. Join me, and you will be truly immortal, become my vessel in this world. And you won't have to be afraid of anyone anymore, not even death." Tempting offer. I grit out, cursing my idiotic plans, and then smile. I say, "But I'm afraid I'm going to have to refuse." Set opens his mouth to ask why. When I stand up, the Dao Mandala in my hand disappearing in a shower of golden sparks. It causes Set's own shield to drop down, barely missing my hand, as he loses his balance. Ducking around his arm, I summon my physical shield artifact, and slam it into Set's face, breaking his nose once again. As he stumbles back, I stomp my feet on the ground again, the rip. Taking me away from Set this time with the shifting ground. His nose healing, Set says, "So be it." And he jumps into the sky. The jump takes him flying into the air, hundreds of feet up, as he then flies towards me. Well, crap, my one hand is useless, and the other has the shield in it. Set, meanwhile, has both his hands, and magical spells covering both his hands. He then points the hands towards me, still in mid-air, sending a purple wave of evil magic at me. I turn around, using the shield to divert the spell away from me, and throw the same shield towards an approaching Set. The shield, which had begun rusting because of the evil spell, hits Set in the face, temporarily blinding him. Taking the opportunity, I point my left hand at the dangerous being in front of me, and cast the most dangerous spell that I can successfully cast, with the low amount of magic that I currently have. Sectum Sempra. I yell loudly, sending the dark cutting curse at Set's stomach. At the same time, a beam of yellow light slams into his back, which I recognize as the flesh-rotting curse. Set starts screaming, the two spells attacking him from both sides. I guess even dark curses work. I snap my eyes to the back of Set, to see something which makes me curse my stupid brain once again. Apparating towards her, thankful that it works within the mirror dimension, I furiously ask, what the hell happened to stay hidden? Darla starts casting a spell at my arm, which slowly brings sensation back to it, and says, "Well, someone wasn't doing so well out here. Are you an idiot? This wizard is dangerous, probably more than Grindelwald. And you're here fighting it, and losing badly. Have you seen yourself? You're bleeding from everywhere." I allow her to cast the spell, wondering how she knows the counter to a paralysis curse. And ask, is Anna teaching you curses? I obviously didn't know I'm bleeding, and I'm definitely not cursed. Which means he caught me with something, and I just didn't notice. Darla avoids my eyes, and stares at the screaming Set. Frowning, she says, Anna and I practice everything we can get our hands on, dark or light. We need something to defend us, when shit INEV. Itably hits the fan regarding our sexuality. I shake my head, wondering how I could have missed that. The screams stop sounding at that time, telling us that Set was healing now. I stay vigilant, and ask her, can you use Fiendfire? Darla takes a second, and nods. She says, that necklace, right. It's the source of it all. Nodding, I say, I have something that can take it off, or at least damage it. I want you to burn him as soon as I stab him. Understand. Darla nods, this time a bit hesitantly. So I say, Darla, I need you to promise me. Doesn't matter if I'm safe or not, we need to kill this being before he can get out of here. Everyone will die if we fail here because you didn't want to harm me. Okay, you prat. I'll try. Promise me you'll try to get away. Darla says, holding my right hand with her left. Well, at least I got the feeling back to it. And I'm going to have to come back from this, or Darla will be stuck here until some other sorcerer finds her, which is highly unlikely. Pressing her hand in support, I walk a few steps forward, wanting Set to keep his attention at me. Now completely healed, he looks at me, and then Darla. I feel her shiver at his look, even when the telepathic connection is dulled after everything I've been through right now. Then, he looks at me, and says, last chance, Spawn, join me. I'm guessing you can't eat my soul, for some reason. Or you would have already killed me twice. Is this Oshtor limiting your appetite? I ask, getting ready with 2 Dao Mandala spinning around my both fists. Summoning 2 magic circles of his own, Set says, doesn't matter, pest. I just have to kill you the old way. By my own hands. And then, he fires a thick beam of purple light at me, from his hands. I create a portal in front of me, making it appear at his back. The beam hits him in the back, pushing him towards me. I run forward, and slam my shields in Set's neck, the edges trying to cut into it. It fails, as I expected, and Set headbutts me in the face. As I bleed from my head, falling down on the ground, Set picks me up. He says, I gave you 3 chances to surrender your soul, but it seems you don't want power, or your life. Now, you will die. This time too, I feel myself being paralyzed, my body not responding to me. However, this time, I was ready for it. With a small push, my astral form gets out of my body, and then slams right back into it, creating a small shock of universal magic within my heart. This shock is enough to break my paralysis, allowing me to move again. Before Set can react to the innovative use of astral projection, I conjure a dagger from my pouch, and slam it into the locket in Set's neck. The dagger, made of goblin silver, and dipped in basilisk venom, stabs right through the protection spells it was covered by, and goes through it, into the flesh of the mortal vessel. Set drops me, more out of surprise than anything else, and stares at his broken locket, as the basilisk venom has already melted most of it. The basilisk venom is now also coursing through his blood, which makes him drop down to a knee. The spot I stabbed into is black, with the venom slowly rotting his body from the inside. I stumble back up, and start running backwards, knowing that basilisk venom is not enough to defeat an elder god. It just weakened him, but it won't take long for him to recover. As Set starts to stand up, however, a gigantic bird made of flames smacks into his back, sending him crashing into the ground, and covering him from head to toe in flames. RGHHHHHH. The possessed human screams, his voice echoing, as the fiendfire burns him, and the demon within him. Darla helps me stand up, and says, you're explaining everything to me, as soon as you're recovered. I smile, not having enough willpower to argue. I just stumble through the hand motions, and create a portal to go outside the mirror dimension, leaving the uncontrollable flames behind. The body of the human burns, completely turning to ash, and takes the locket with it. As soon as we walk out of the portal, outside the house of Master Potter, I drop down, unconscious, the strain of everything finally taking its toll. Seeing her friend become unconscious, Darla panics, finding herself in an unknown location, and as soon as a house elf appears, she attacks it with a stunning charm, instinct taking over. A stunning spell to her back drops her down, right beside her friend, Mason. From behind her, Fleeman Potter removes a piece of cloth from his body, turning himself visible again, and frowns, seeing two unknown people. Both injured beyond belief, having appeared out of a glowing hole in space. He turns towards his house elf, Trappy, and orders, take them to the guest rooms, and keep an eye on them. Tell me when the girl wakes. I'll have Mia heal the boy. The house elf mutely follows his orders, snapping his fingers to disappear. Meanwhile, in the mirror dimension, as soon as Mason and Darla leave, numerous other portals appear one after the other, bringing people of various ethnic backgrounds into the mirror dimension. They all immediately take charge, and cast spells to suffocate the flames out. Showing that not even Ash had remained now. Their leader, a woman with no hair on her head, looks around, and says, it seems someone already defeated Set, although not completely. Her faithful companion, Hamir the Hermit, a sorcerer descended from a long line of monks, sniffs his nose a few times, and says, wizards. Curious, I didn't know wizards could even enter the mirror dimension, let alone fight a demon lord head-on. The bald lady smiles, and says, this particular wizard is also a sorcerer, Master Hamir, he has learned the mystic arts on his own. Curiously enough, I have taught a few of the child's ancestors. She then turns to the three masters of the sanctums, and orders, spread around, we need to send this fragment of Set back to his realm before he finds his way out of here. As the sorcerers start following her orders, Hamir asks, are we going to approach him? The wizard, sorcery is not something a child should learn alone, no matter the affinity, Master. Don't worry, Master Hamir. I have faith in the wizard, that he won't do anything dangerous. He doesn't even use dimensional magic, and Headmaster Dippet himself has reassured me of his talents. The Sorcerer Supreme says, turning to walk towards a portal. Hamir stays behind, to see these things through. He knew that his master had already seen the future, various times. So, if she's confident that Set will be found, then he will. He then snorts, and mumbles, wizards, always arrogant. Don't use dimensional magic, and think they can fight demon lords. Shaking his head, he joins the search for Set, knowing that his master has the wizard situation handled. Oshtor is a part of the Vishanti, and in my universe, she created the wizards, while Gia created the magical creatures. It isn't canon, just something I cooked up for this FIC, and it might or might not have any relevance in the future. The reason why Set couldn't just eat Mason's soul, is because Oshtor has a sort of claim on it, like she does every witch and wizard. Hamir the Hermit is not Hamir from the Doctor Strange movie, look him up. According to canon, they're the same, but I'm keeping them different. This Hamir is an ancestor of Wong. If there's any doubts, or questions, feel free to ask. Healer. Waking up is an experience, more so than being knocked unconscious because you fucking overestimated yourself. Ith a mother of all headaches I've ever suffered, including the time that I vomited because of another mutant. I open my eyes to find myself in a place I've never seen before. The first thing that catches my eye is the glass of water, kept on a table beside the bed I woke up on. My mind goes over everything it last remembers, as I take the glass with a trembling right hand, and drink some water. I immediately scowl. When I remember what happened. So, I and Darla killed a god demon. Well, an avatar of his, which was probably not even a fraction of its true power, but still. A worthy accomplishment, if I do say so myself. And then, I brought us to the outskirts of Master Potter's house, where I've only been once before, and promptly became unconscious. I really hope that Master R. Potter was the one to find us and not someone malicious. You sure took your time waking up, Master Potter says, walking in the room, and confirming my suspicions that I was in her house itself, and not kidnapped by someone else. Not like they'll keep me on a soft bed. I open my mouth to speak, and promptly cough. Drinking some more water, I speak up in a rough, unused voice, and ask, how long? And where's Darla? Master Potter approaches my bed, and starts casting diagnosis charms on me, some of which I don't recognize even after all these months of learning under her. She keeps casting spells at me, and says, "Your friend went back to her home, and then Hogwarts when the day came, but she has been returning every few days to check up on your healing, even sneaking out somehow. As for how long, today marks the 27th day of your unconsciousness. I was afraid you won't ever wake up, but here you are, awake, and healthy." She then hands me a potion to drink, which I recognize as a nutrition mix. It tastes about as bad as you'd expect, gross, but well, it provides a patient with enough nutritional value to keep him without food for a day per dose. Shivering at the taste, I make a face, and ask, "Did she tell you anything?" I had promised her answers, and I will tell her about sorcery at least. Might even teach her if she asks, but it's highly unlikely that she will. Learning so, RCERY comes with the issues of knowing about more dangers than you'd want to stay comfortable. Master Potter shakes her head, and says, She told me you fought someone, and that you killed that someone. Other than that, nothing. Now, you better tell me why you broke the healer's oath, which, even if you haven't taken it yet, tells me that you wouldn't be suitable as a healer, before I decide to report you to the Aurors. And remove you from the program. Sighing, I drop back down on the bed, marveling at the comfortable feeling, and say, "It's a long tale, and all. Understand if you drop me from the apprenticeship even after the tale, master. Very well, I'll give you a few minutes to get ready, since you're completely healed. After that, Trappy will show you to the living room, where I and my husband will be waiting for you," Master Potter says, and stands up to leave. I look at her retreating back with sad eyes, my previous pride gone. I did kill a man, and let a lot of other people be killed. And I'm hoping to be a healer. But I couldn't even do anything about it. This was literally a demon god I was fighting, and none other than Set, the first demon. He committed the literal first crime on Earth. And I had to kill the man, or I would have died, I know that. Plus, there's no guarantee that the man's soul was even intact in there. He caught my legilimency telepathy attack, so I couldn't check the mind. And I don't have anything that can detect souls. Slowly getting up, I pick my enchanted glasses off the table, and wear the clothes kept neatly folded on the table. I was wearing some pajamas before, and these clothes were a shirt and trousers of my size. My other belongings were similarly kept there, including my ruined clothes from the battle, cleaned of my blood, but still torn in places. Sighing, I pick up my wand, feeling comforted in its magic, and place it in my wrist holster, and then wear my ring back on my finger. This ring saved me a few times today, and I'm thankful I created it. Wait, not today. 27 fucking days ago. What the hell did they tell everyone? Well, I should find everything once we have a talk. As soon as I open the door to my current room, a crack sounds in front of me, showing a house elf. Unlike what I'd expected of a good family like the Potters, the house elf wore the typical house elf clothes. A pillowcase, a pair of shoes, and a cloth belt around the hip to keep the pillowcase from flopping around. Although, the clothes did look of a better quality than the house elves Hogwarts, so I'll give them that. The elf, Trappy, says in a squeaky voice, "Come. Young sir, Trappy be taking you to the sitting room." Smiling at Trappy, I say, "Lead on, Trappy." Trappy smiles happily, and turns around to lead me. Walking behind Trappy, I observe the walls, and see the portraits and paintings observing me. I have been to this house, exactly once, when I had to drop something for Master Potter. I apparated here, having given the location by her previously, and came just as far as the front door, where Master Potter met me. So, I haven't been inside, ever. Soon, I find myself sitting in front of Master Potter, and a man in his 60s. Who could only be her husband? Fleemont Potter, a potioneer of the highest caliber. He's probably just a few steps shy of becoming a potion-oriented alchemist, if he intends to do so, that is. After introductions, and a few minutes of silence, to drink tea, I sigh, keeping the cup and saucer down. Looking at Master Potter, I say, let me start by saying that if there was a way to save that man, while not endangering anyone else, I would have done it. There wasn't any other way, I swear. Master Potter stares at me for a few seconds, and then nods at me to continue. So, I begin recounting everything. From me going to cheer Darla up, to both of us feeling dread. For 15 minutes, I tell her about my battle, how I had advantage a few times, but my enemy was copying my magic spells, or outright taking over them. All the while, her husband stays silent, observing my face. And then, I tell her about the last moments of the battle. I say, I knew that this demon was too dangerous as to be let out of the prison I'd brought us in. But, I also couldn't risk him already knowing how to get out of it. Since the enemy was definitely stronger than me, and getting stronger by the minute, I had resigned myself to kill both of us in a suicide attack. I was going to kill the demon, and stay there itself to make sure it doesn't escape. Thankfully, Darla came in, rescued me from a certain death, and then gave me another idea. I always carry a goblin's silver dagger with me, never know when I might need it, and I stabbed the locket with it, which weakened the connection between the demon and its vessel. I then burned the body with the cursed flames, to prevent him from healing it again. And then, before the flames could spread too much, I brought us here, knowing you'll be the only one to heal us without asking too many questions, or handing us to the ministry immediately. For a few minutes, there's only silence, other than the sound of Fleement Potter's finger tapping on the armrest. He suddenly asks, "Why are you so sure it was a demon? And not just another wizard with a god complex?" I turn to him, with a grim look, and say, "Darla and I felt his magic, it was evil. Pure evil. I've seen dementors up close, felt them while in the ministry, and they don't even hold a candle to it. Also, the man introduced himself as Set, the first demon." Fleement turns to his wife, my master, and says, "Only the part about fiendfire was false, everything else he spoke here is true." Sorry for the subterfuge, young Mason. I cast an enchantment on the room to detect lies, since I couldn't take a risk with my wife. I shake my head, not minding it. I'd have done the same if someone claimed to kill a person, and was going to give excuses soon. Master Potter sighs, and says, "What is the world coming to? Grindelwald seeking death or imprisonment of all muggles. Demons roaming the earth again. The corruptive magic that was in your body does confirm your claims of it being a demon. We had to purge your body with the cleansing elixir, and replace your entire right ear. And if it was a demon, then the man beneath the surface was already dead, so don't fret about it too much." "Are you sure?" I ask, wondering if the Potters have some old knowledge about demons. I know wizards once knew about them, since many books mentioned them. But wizards believed them to be gone from Earth, either dead, or banished. I had knowledge about them, obviously, thanks to the room, and the last wizards heard from demons was in the 14th century. But the Ministry, and the Wizards' Council before it, tried really hard to squash the knowledge of demons from any library they could get their hands on. Master Potter nods, and says, "Absolutely. Don't worry too much, I won't report you, nor will I suggest doing the same. The idiots in the DMLE will arrest you for practicing dark magic, since they probably have no idea what sorcery is, just like we didn't." Fleement leans forward, and says, "Speaking of, I might have read a few mentions of it in the past, but I don't rightly remember. I know Merlin called himself a sorcerer once upon a time, other than that, nothing. Can you explain us what sorcery is, exactly?" Smiling, "I do just that, crisis averted, I'm not a murderer, and Master Potter doesn't hate me. I don't however think that she'll allow me to take the healer's oath as is. Even I won't do it. I'm a healer, yes. But I will also not hesitate to kill someone if necessary. The usual oath doesn't allow for any harm to anyone, and killing does count in that. I'll have to look up alternative oaths, or create one. My next trip to the Room of Knowledge will probably include that. I'd been using it in between to look up any additional healing spells, or other knowledge. Healing is an art that has been used for thousands of years, even before wands came to be. There are rituals, runes, wards, all relating to healing, but I stuck to my own level. I didn't feel it right learning to use runes to repair bones. Before I could accomplish it with a wand, which I can't do yet. Now, I should visit Darla in school, see how her last year is going, and ironically enough, scold her for skipping school to visit me. As if I didn't do it enough times. As I go home that night, after having Darla visit me herself in the evening, once again by sneaking out of school, I begin my contemplation. I'm weak, not in terms of magic, but in everything else. I don't have combat training, I don't have physical training, and I can barely defend myself in a physical fight. If it wasn't for my shield, I would have died by the noondew that I myself created. If I hope to survive in this world, which seems highly unlikely after my fight with Set, I need to become a fighter. Along with that, I should begin practicing all my spells again, try and make my casting speed faster. I cannot become physically strong enough to battle demons, not unless I get my hands on the super soldier serum in a few years. Or the heart-shaped herb of Wakanda, both of which can only make me so strong. I need to become stronger, and I think I know what to do. But, to do that, I need to become a master healer myself, master alchemy. And become a master in rituals. My runic knowledge will just help out in the long run, so I'm already half prepared. I cannot become strong right now, not for a decade in the least. Which is how long it'll take to become smart enough to figure out my method. But, I'll figure something out as a temporary measure until then, at least for the duration of the war. Because if I'm not better at both magic and fighting, I will most assuredly die. Time to visit my vaults again. There has to be something there, or I'll try mind hopping again. Finding a boxer, or a martial artist, probably won't be difficult. A few days later, once I get a day off from my apprenticeship, I visit Gringotts. It was really fortunate that my master was the head healer, because no one questioned my absence too much. After just the initial explanation of, I had an accident, and was in the Muggle hospital for recovery. Once in Gringotts, I go to the miscellaneous services goblin, again, to find a construction crew, someone discreet and agreeable to memory wipes after the job is done. You see, I had found the papers related to my family's lands, the place where my grandfather and his family used to stay before their unfortunate deaths. The papers included a deed of ownership, a magical, foldable map for the house plans, and a book that held most of the house's secrets, which was now useless. The house burned down 40 years ago. I had visited the place before, as soon as I'd found the papers. But it wasn't livable then. The lands had been burned by fiendfire, which meant the ground as more similar to magma than normal Earth. At least, it was the story at the top 1 meter, while the lower ground was relatively safe. But it wasn't fertile, nor livable, even after I had painstakingly vanished the damaged Earth. Hell, the underground water had all evaporated, leaving dry cracks in their place. I had checked, having gone underground in my astral form. So, this last year, I was busy using rituals, spells, and a lot of alchemical potions, to bring the land back up to shape. Removing the melted earth was pretty easy, if a long tedious process. It took me a few hours, and being magically exhausted, to clear just 1 square meter of the land, at first, so, I crafted a ritual to do it for me. That ritual took place over a period of 1 moon cycle, during which the melted land slowly disappeared, bit by bit. I was then left with a square area of 100 acres, which was deeper than the surrounding ground by 1.5 meters. After that, I used another ritual, this one already existing, to fill the hole with land again, recreating it almost similar to how it used to be, sans the manor, and the small forest surrounding it. The forest, from what I read in the books, was very small. But it was home to a few small magical animals. Niflers, snidgets, gnomes, and more than a few small non-magical animals. I'm guessing that other than the snidgets, which were birds, everything else died in the fire. Anyway, these 2 rituals took me just 2 months, including the time that it took for me to ward the entire 100 acres using Salazar Slytherin's own enchantments. No Muggle can even see this land, not from any direction. And after more wards, I made it so that not even a ghost will be able to enter uninvited. After that, I created potions in bulk, using my time-slower spells to speed things up, and used them to bring fertility back to the lands. Then, I went through another ritual, that prayed to Lady Gia for rains. Don't know if she heard, or if the ritual was automatic. The rains that fell after the ritual didn't stop falling for 7 full days. A few more additional spells had to be cast, and then the trees planted, after which my land was finally beginning to heal. And then, I'd left the land alone for 9 months, owing to the fact that I wasn't in a hurry. I still used it, if I need to experiment above ground, and to learn destructive spells, but only for that. And now, I was going to finally build my house again. And I'm going to hire the goblins to manage all of it. Let me get this straight, you want us to have your manor rebuilt, and agree to a memory wipe after our work is done. Does it look like we're idiots? Gryffindor snarls, staring down at me, as soon as I'd laid out my request. I smile, and say, I am ready to compensate handsomely for the troubles. And I'm not going to erase the minds of goblins, you will erase the minds of anyone you hire to do the job. I was going to have a contract ready anyway, just in case they have something to combat mind magics. And I'm going to learn the Fidelius charm anyway, since there's no way I'm allowing everyone to know where I stay. The Fidelius will take care of anyone that already knows about the lands, including the goblins. Gryffindor smirks, and I get sent to another office to hash out the details. Once I leave Gringotts, I find myself relieved of 75,000 galleons, which is the fees for the construction crew. Along with owing Gringotts 25,000 galleons once the job was done. I did write down a condition in the contract, that they will never give out my house's secrets to anyone, or try to find out more secrets. Because let's face it, I'm going to make some changes after the house is built. Now, I'll have a home for the public, in Islington, and another for my own private use, which will be the most secure place on earth. Once I'm done, in Scottish Highlands. Time skip. February 1938. A year and a half later, I finally hear the words I was dying to hear. Congratulations Healer Avs, on being the youngest certified healer in United Kingdom. I had spent 2.5 years under her, Euphemia Potter, or as she'd forced me to call her, Aunt Mia, and now, I was a certified healer, at the age of just 18. I have tears of joy in my eyes. When I hug her, throwing decorum out the window, since I had actually gotten that close to her. After the incident with Set, I had begun physical training, and magical combat training. The first, I did with the help of 2 things. Memories of a man named Vernon Bell, who was a karate, jujutsu and judo black belt in Essex, and the books on physical combat that I found in the Room of Knowledge. As well as the Avs and Slytherin Vault. As for my magical training, I practiced 20 hours daily, with the help of the time slower to do it in a single hour, going through different combinations of spells, one after the other, until I became almost completely exhausted. I did the same for sorcery spells, learning a few more spells in between, and generally just getting better at magic. Aunt Mia pulls me away, looks at me sternly for a few seconds, and says, "Mind your manners, young man. And don't enjoy too much, you aren't a true healer yet." I nod, still smiling, and wipe my eyes. Master Potter, after a few more visits from the Set incident, had now become Aunt Mia, while Fleemont had become Monty. I would go there at least weekly, at first to discuss a potion I was working on with Monty. And then just for dinner. I didn't just show up, though. I asked for the first few times, and then Aunt Mia invited me a few more times. Then, it became an open invitation. After I called them to my house for a few dinners. We were good friends, Monty and I. And Aunt Mia and I were master and apprentice, which is already a close bond. Now, even if I am a full-fledged healer, I won't stop coming over, because they give me a sense of normalcy in life. I don't see of them as parents, but like distant aunt and uncle, someone I can go to for advice, and someone who makes one hell of a chicken stew. Nodding, I say, the oath, I know. The healer's oath. The Hippocratic oath. It was an oath that was mandatory, for anyone that hopes to become a professional healer. There were variations, at least in the magical world, but the most common one was very similar to the Muggle oath. Do no harm, try and heal everyone equally, never take a life, etc. The oath wasn't binding, at least. Nothing could prevent the healer from breaking the oath. But there were spells to detect the breaking of the oath. Even if they can't prevent anyone from breaking the oath, they can detect if someone who has broken the oath walks inside any hospital. They'll be forbidden from practicing their healing then. I wasn't going to take this oath. Discounting the fact that I have already taken a life. I was prepared to do so again, if need be. I won't kill indiscriminately, but I will kill if someone tries to harm me, my loved ones, or innocents. I also won't hesitate killing during the war, so there's that. Nodding at Aunt Mia, the rest of the masters nowhere to be seen now, and say, I have decided on the oath, master. I will take the Guardian's Oath. The Guardian's Oath. It was discontinued back in the 12th century, when healers first became truly neutral. Before then, healers did not hesitate to fight in wars, to kill. But, when the wizards went through a long period of peace, the oath was changed. The new healer's oath forbid the healers from harming, killing, anyone, even their enemies. The old healer's oath was then renamed Guardian's Oath, and discarded into history. This oath is more of a protector's oath than a healer's. I'll still be a healer, but I will be allowed to break the oath in times of war, or in dire situations. I still cannot kill indiscriminately. And I won't be allowed to kill just for revenge, but I will be allowed to kill in the defense of others, decide to prioritize healing one person over the other, and use any method I deem necessary to heal the patient. Only the head healer will be knowledgeable about it, however, the rest will just be made known that I took the healer's oath. Master Potter smiles, accepting my answer, and says, kneel. I do so without question, keeping my head bowed low. Master Potter brings out her wand, and taps it on my shoulders, one at a time, and I feel her cast a spell at me. This will make me more likely to speak the truth for the next 5 minutes. Do you swear? Master Potter begins, making me smile again. I'm finally becoming a healer. After a small celebration at Aunt Mia's house, just us 3, I go home. I apparate to the Avs Manor, Scottish Highlands. I'd been living here for about 8 months now, which was how long it had been since it was rebuilt. After the crew of squibs that the goblins hired for me, along with a few wizards for spell casting, had built the house, I had cast more wards on the house, making it unplottable, invisible to muggles, and created a very strong barrier around the house itself, making it so that it won't be damaged by spells from the outside. After all that, I cast the Fidelius charm on the house, since the lands were too large for me to hide completely with the charm, and made myself the secret keeper. I never knew why the future Potters didn't do this, since there was nothing that said you can't be the secret keeper of your own house. The charm depends a lot on the loyalty of the secret keeper to the people that live inside the secret location. And I being loyal to myself is a loophole that not many people take advantage of. But this loophole comes with a price. The charm becomes temporary. You need to recast the charm every 10 years, if I hope to remain the secret keeper indefinitely. But, at least this way, my house will remain hidden from everyone, sorcerer, wizard, and ghosts, for a minimum of 10 years. Gods and demons are debatable, since they're probably above mortal spells. Same for the Sorcerer Supreme, because let's be honest, the Time Stone will show her my house anyway, doesn't matter what I do to hide it. As annoying as it might be, it is the truth. The Avs Manor was big, too big for just me. It had a whopping 6 bedrooms, with only the master bedroom having an ensuite bathroom. It had 2 floors, the ground floor having a large entrance hall, the kitchen, dining room, washroom, a staircase to the first floor, and a hidden staircase that leads to the basement. The first floor had the 6 bedrooms, a library, 2 other bathrooms, and a large balcony. The library was filled with copies of the books from my vaults. And it also has the vanishing trunk that led to the Room of Knowledge. The basement, meanwhile, had the ritual chamber, an artifact lab, a potions lab, a spell practice room, and an alchemy room. There was also a small prison, which was just something that I didn't remove from the original house. Outside the house, there was another ritual site, along with a lake that I dug and filled for myself. Then there was a small forest, and a garden. There weren't any magical animals here, other than the 2 pairs of Niflers I'd bought, but they were yet to populate. I was also bringing any magical plant I found in the Muggle world here, because that's what will make this region more magical. As I apparate, I appear on a driveway, with the house a little ways away. It was a security measure, which brought any apparitions, or even portals, to the driveway, to give me time to defend myself, in case it is an enemy. Entering my house, I sit down on the sofa in the living room, and sigh. I was finally a healer, and have taken an oath. An oath to protect people, an oath to help anyone that needs it, but depending on the situation, I'm just allowed to break the oaths without consequences. A crack sounds beside me, making me turn my head. I see a house elf, my elf, Blinky, who looks at the smile on my face, and asks, "Young sir has succeeded." "Indeed I did, dear Blinky. I have become a healer," I say, patting Blinky on the head. I'd gotten Blinky right about the time that I had gotten my house back up, 8 months ago. She was abused by her last family, who died off somehow with me not having a hand in it. And the ministry took her to be relocated. I applied for a house elf, and got Blinky. It took a while, to stop her from calling me a master, and even more time to stop her from crying every time she did something wrong. Even now, she would think of me as someone superior to her. Cheerful, she hugs my leg, and says, "Young sir is the bestest healer. Blinky knows yous won't let anyone dies." Chuckling, I gently pull Blinky away, and say, "Come on now, my friends will be coming over today. Let's go make something nice for them." "Young sir can't be cooking today," Blinky yells, scandalized, and then says, "Today being a special day for Mason Avs sir, you sit, and Blinky cooks." Yeah, she still does this sometimes. I brought her here so I can learn about house elves, so I can somehow find a way to free them. And I have been taking steps to cure her of the slave-servant mentality. But some things are just hard to get rid of. I shake my head, and say, "You know the deal, Blinky. You take care of the house. I take care of the grounds, and we both cook dinner. Today might be a special occasion, but our rule still stands." Blinky stammers out, but, no buts. "Unless you want me to cook for both of us," I say, and start walking towards the kitchen. Blinky jumps and follows after me, all the while trying to discourage me from working in my own house. I might be lazy, but there's no way I'm allowing someone I'm trying to rescue from slavery to do all the work. I'll just be the part of the problem then. Now, I won't be allowed to work at St. Mungo's yet, since I wasn't 21 years old yet. But I now have a lot of time to do something else. Become a doctor in the Muggle world. But first, I'll have to take care of the certificates. Sigh, more studies. I need to set some things up before I can do that. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta. Errands to run. February 1938. For the first time in a very long time, I had a lot of free time, and nothing much to do. I literally have months before any medical college starts the admission process. Acquiring the Muggle certificates that were needed to prove my secondary education was easy. I just had to give a few exams. After learning and remembering the high school level knowledge, I did this last summer itself, when I had a small holiday from my apprenticeship. And now, I was free from the apprenticeship, 2 months earlier than I'd expected, with more than enough free time on my hands. Which means, I finally have enough time for my errands, which I'd been putting off, or planning, since I was 11. Finishing with the last runic symbols, I stand up, and look at my latest project. On the floor of the ritual chamber, in the Avs manner, were 4 concentric circles, having radii of 2 meters, 2.1 meters, 2.6 meters, and 2.7 meters each, all drawn using crushed charcoal. The pair of closer circles had runes in between them, using white chalk, while the second and third circles have a continuous zigzag line drawn between them, also with plain white chalk. In the middle of the smallest circle, was a 6-pointed Star of David, with the points touching the circle's inner border. Each corner had a few ingredients in them, that I needed for this particular ritual. Bicorn horn, a 100 gm of mercury, a single ruby from the back of a fire crab, blood of a demiguise, a rock that has touched dragon. Flames, and the tears of a mermaid, collected underwater. Surprisingly, none of this stuff was exceedingly rare, and I found them all in the Diagon Alley itself. While the circles were drawn by charcoal, the Star of David was drawn by burning fire whiskey after using a brush to draw it on the ground, in the exact shape. And right in the middle of the star, exactly where the center of all 4 circles should be, was a single copper plate, with water filling it. The water had to be from underground, that hadn't seen the light of day for at least 24 hours, and it had to be distilled no longer than 12 hours ago. Checking the runes, the ingredients, and the placement of them all once again, I sigh in relief. This was the first time I'm preparing this ritual, and I was a little bit nervous. The quality of the materials was top-notch, and I hadn't messed with any of the steps. At least, not yet. Walking out of the biggest circles, careful not to smudge anything, I take a deep breath, and say, Mother Magic, hear my plea. I tap the rune for activation on the outermost runic circle, and when it glows a dull orange, I walk into the empty space between the second and third circles, and stop. I say, show me what I want to see. Another smaller step forward, to the edge of the inner 2 circles. Grant my wish, and let me prove my measure. Taking another step forward, I enter the Star of David, and place a silver blade on my palm. Finally, I tap my leg on another rune, one in the circle right behind me, and say, show me those that are my ancestors' greatest treasures. Slowly, I pierce the tip of my dagger in the palm of my hand, and allow the blood to flow out of it. Holding the hand above the water-filled copper plate, I clench my fist, and as the first drops of blood start falling into the plate, I say, Thesaurem Quarrier Quad Perierit. Immediately, the blood in the plate starts bubbling, as the entire plate heats up. The temperature keeps rising, heating the blooded water with it, and within 10 seconds, the entire liquid contents of the plate evaporates into the air. The steam from the evaporated water and blood floats all around the room, moving in seemingly random directions, expanding and becoming thicker, making the air in the room entirely foggy, the fog being red in color. It happens for a few more seconds, before the fog stops moving, and transforms. As if I'm seeing in a pensieve, the fog transforms into a different place. Somewhere that I recognize. The Slytherin Vault. Every direction that I turn my head towards, I see only the Slytherin Vault. But, funnily enough, the entire vault was empty. It was as if the illusion couldn't see what was inside my vault. It's probably the limit of this scrying ritual, or the protections laid into the vault. Other than that, it felt as if I was actually inside my vault, and not seeing an illusion. It stays like this for a few more seconds, after which I see a different image. This time, it is the Av's family vault. Just like before, I see the entire vault, and once again, I don't see anything from within the vault. Even this looked completely empty to me. Next, I see a vault door that I don't recognize, which is really weird. The other 2 vaults I could see from the inside, but this one is only visible from the outside. Before it can disappear, I look all over the door, and manage to find a very small marking that identifies the vault for me. The mark of Peverell, the symbol for Deathly Hallows. This is the Peverell Vault. Suddenly, the vision changes, and I see no more Gringotts vaults. Which makes sense, since the ritual will show only those things that I have an actual claim to. And while I am descended from a lot more magical families, it does not mean I have a claim to all of those vaults. The next site that the illusion changes into is not one I recognize. I was near a cliff, seemingly empty of anything prominent, but I could feel that something was hidden here, call it a hunch. The grass was green in color, and in front of me, I could see the ocean. There were no trees, as far as I could see, and the land was only covered in grass, or smaller plants. I quickly memorize everything around me, so that I can find the place again, before the place disappears from my sight. And then, the illusion changes again, showing me my own Av's manor. I chuckle, waiting for the sight to change, and keep feeding blood to the ritual, with my fist still clenched. Soon, the illusion changes once more, and this time, I smile wide. This is what I was looking for. I was in a forest, in southern Europe, from the looks of it. There were trees everywhere, but I could see a few animals moving around, and one of them immediately catches my eye. A unicorn. And not just one, an entire herd of them, all of them laying down peacefully. There are very few places that unicorns live freely, the Forbidden Forest in Scotland one of them. The others were Ireland, Portugal, Greece, and Albania. Some other countries did have them, but they weren't as large in numbers as the countries I mentioned. And I now knew that the illusion was showing me Albania, which is what I was hoping for. Once again, I memorize everything about this place, even looking at the stars above so that I can find the exact location of this place, down to the coordinates. A few seconds later, the illusion changes once again, to show me my house in Islington, and then it turns back into red fog. And then, the ritual ends, with the fog disappearing into thin air. With that, the ritual circle I so painfully drew on the ground also disappears, the enchantments on the ritual chamber itself doing it, and I drop down, somehow feeling tired. The ritual chamber was necessary for just this reason. No contamination for future rituals, and no evidence to prove I did any ritual. Real handy, I know. Getting up, I summon a glass of water from the kitchen, and drink up. The ritual was tiring, but at least now I have the location, or locations. I wonder what the cliff contains. But that's not important right now. 10 minutes later, after an application of my arithmancy and astronomy knowledge, I have the coordinates of the Albanian forest in hand. I knew what the stars looked like from there, and I had the position of the sun relative to that location. This was enough for me to find the location easily enough, with the error down to just a single kilometer. But I also had an arithmancy formula that took into consideration the animals I saw there, the types of trees, and the exact time I carried the ritual out. This decreased the error, so that I now had a patch of land, 100 square meters in area, that I had to now look through. That night, after a healthy dinner, I create a portal to the location, since apparition won't work that far, and walk through. Coming out into a forest. The unicorns were nowhere in sight, with their magically attuned senses probably having warned them of my arrival, but I don't mind. I wasn't here for them. I could see that I was in the exact spot that I was trying to find. I couldn't sense anything magical about this place, nor did I get any sense of wrongness. But I didn't mind, because I was ready for it. Pointing my palm upwards, I say, Accio, while focusing on the target. Unfortunately, nothing happens for a minute or so. But I had already expected it. If it was easy, anyone could have done it. Smiling wide, I look down and push the rocks away with my legs, to clear the spot up a little. I then widen my arms, and slap both the palms on the ground, while closing my eyes. A wave of magic travels through my arms, and into the ground, making the surroundings light up in a soft white light. This light then travels in a wave, with me at the epicenter, and after a mile or so, it comes back towards me. My very own magical echolocation, that can show me physical objects in my own mind's eye. Most of the stuff here was mundane, exceedingly so. Just plants, trees, insects, and animals. There were a few magical animals that I could see, but nothing about them was a single magical artifact, buried in the ground. Bingo, I whisper, looking excited. It's no wonder that no one found it yet, it was hidden just that well. Thankfully, I don't have to go that far to dig it out. Walking a few steps to the left, I find a tree that looked as normal as they come. The trunk of the tree was about 4 feet wide, which showed its age. And just by looking at it, no one could even guess that it was hollow. Pointing my wand at the tree trunk, right near the bottom, I transfigure the ground into water. Which is really tougher than it seems. Immediately, the ground becomes black, having turned to water in the dark, and I hear the sound of something dropping on the ground, underneath the water. Smiling, I dip my hand inside, and feel for the bed of the newly formed body of water. A lumos orb forms above my wet hand, to allow me to look into the water clearly, and then, I see it. The lost diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. With a gentle movement, I pull it out, by hand, and place it on the ground beside me, and just stare at it. For so long, I'd wanted to come here, to seek it out, but I couldn't. I didn't know enough magic to do it then. I could have done it after learning sorcery, but I didn't want anyone to know that the diadem was taken. More accurately, I didn't want Tom Riddle to know that the diadem was taken. Which is why I had waited until I learned alchemy. Or, at least enough alchemy to transmutate a replica that won't turn back into its original form. But now, I can do it. I can replace the diadem with an exact replica, without fear of someone coming to look for it. I don't know what it does, I don't know why the Sorting Hat wanted me to find it, but I do know it belonged to Rowena, my ancestor. And then Helena, the sister of my other ancestor. So, technically, it's mine. And there's no way I'm letting anyone else claim it. Placing it to the side, I tap my left palm on the ground beside the small body of water, and hold it there for a second. When I lift my palm, there's a single runic symbol, the anasus, that denotes stability. This way, my transfiguration spell won't time out, or be uncast before I allow it to. And then, I start taking out ingredients from my moleskin pouch, including a vial of phoenix tears, and a bar of molten goblin silver. Let's get to transmutating a replica. I whisper to myself, excited to finally accomplish one of my old goals. Find and claim the lost diadem, check. I'll check its capabilities later, for now, focus on replacing it. When I return home that night, I bring with me the lost diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, an artifact thought lost to the world more than 900 years ago, having replaced it with an almost flawless replica. The only flaw it had was that the replica was completely mundane, and was just a headpiece. But it was just as worn out by time, thanks to a handy time spell of mine, and for all intents and purposes, was 1,000 years old. If anyone finds it, Tom, or the unspeakables, they'll just assume that the diadem has lost all magic, as artifacts are wont to do. I keep the original in the Chamber of Secrets, in Salazar's own rooms. Because I did visit them at least once a week, I wasn't going to study it immediately, I had to run a few tests first. But before that, I had another errand to run. And this one was not even a little bit as happy as the first errand. 2 days later, I take the form of a random muggle I saw one day. Thankful for my metamorph magic once again, and apparate outside a small village in northern England. The name of the village was Little Hangleton, and this is where my bastard of a father lives. Mind resolute, I walk towards the trees, that I know hides the path to the Gaunt Shack. I had visited this place yesterday, just to scout it out. Marvolo Gaunt had died more than a decade ago, and Merope Gaunt had died right around that time, while giving birth to Tom Riddle Jr., leaving Morfinn Gaunt, my father, as the sole heir to the Gaunt Shack. But he hadn't kept the shack completely intact. It was almost broken down, and there was grime and dirt all around the shack's building. He was now lonely, and mentally unstable, and I was afraid for nothing. I didn't care though. He raped my mother, and I won't forgive that. Approaching the shack, I knock on the door, and wait. Go away, a voice from the inside yells, while at the same time, the snake stuck to the door comes to life, and tries to bite my face. Swatting it aside with my wand, I wave it at the door to unlock it. I said go away, fucking pig, can't even talk to snakes and thinks he deserves to come to the land of the mighty Gounts. A man that could only be Morfinn Gaunt says, coming from an inside room. He was as ugly as I'd expected, with a long beard not even maintained. The brown mane of hair that stood up in places was not pretty. His face was covered in warts, which could make someone believe he was a hag. But the wand in his hand was enough to prove otherwise. His eyes were also brown, and he had a distinct misalignment visible. He points his wand at me, and snarls, "Go away, insect. You're not worthy of coming here." If the short conversation wasn't enough to prove my doubts about his character, his memories of raping multiple muggle women definitely is. So, my mum wasn't his only victim, Fucking asshole. This just makes me hate him even more. Glaring at him, I say, I would have spoken about how much I hate you, but what's the point? You won't remember anything anyway. Before he can do anything more than drop his wand in shock, the fact that I'm speaking Parseltongue shocking him, I point my wand at his face, and hiss out, Crucio RGHAGKHKHGGH. My father yells, screams, dropping down to the ground, and twitching on the ground. The shock of causing so much pain by the twist of my wand is almost enough to make me stop casting the curse, but I don't. This man raped my mother, and many more women. He then erased their memories of the encounter, but nothing can erase the trauma they went through. I look on impassively, and stop casting. Giving him a few seconds to breathe, I once more point my wand at him, and cast, Crucio. Not relishing in his screams, but I do feel a little satisfaction at the pain I can feel him going through. For 5 times, I hit him with 3 seconds worth of the Cruciatus curse, every hit giving him a break of 10 to 20 seconds. And then, I stop. Still with a glaring look, I ignore the tears falling down my face, and place my hand on his head. A small journey through his mind, and I completely erase the memories of the last 15 minutes, just in case. When I come out of his mind, I sit down on the ground, my victim unconscious. He has tears running down his face. His cheeks were red from all the screaming, and I bet that he will have a sore throat for months and months, along with twitchy muscles. And just like the women he violated, he won't know exactly what went on here. He'll know someone hurt him, he'll know someone used the Cruciatus curse, but he won't know who did it, or why. Morphin was sleeping in an awkward position, the struggling from the curse having messed with his body a lot. I scowl at his still twitching fingers, and then stop, my eye noticing the ring on his hand. The ring of Cadmus Peverell, which held an artifact of death itself. A deathly hallow, the resurrection stone. It wasn't my goal to take it, heck, I hadn't even thought of it. But, I can't just keep it here in the unworthy hands of my father. Or for Tom Riddle to hopefully find. No, but first, I put my hand in my moleskin pouch, and summon the dagger to my hand. I just stare at it for a second, contemplating if I really should do this. This was a cursed dagger. One that I found in Salazar Slytherin's vault. Made of iron, the dagger was already rusted beyond repair, but the curse on it still held. One single cut, and the victim dies a slow, painful death. For 30 years, he will be hurting everywhere. No healer will find the cause, and no curse breaker will know what curse caused this. This dagger of certain death was undetectable by any and all methods. Just the way Slytherins expect their enemies to die, and I am a Slytherin. Taking the dagger, I lay a small cut at the back of Morfin's knee. And then, I move on to the ring. Behind a small church in the city of London, there is a cemetery. The cemetery has no one in it, since even guards refuse to come inside during the night. Sitting down in front of a grave, I look at the headstone. Marigold Av's sister, mother, and a caregiver. The headstone said, keeping my wand down on the ground, I finally allow the feelings to get out, with the sniffles quickly evolving to a silent wail. I had done it. I'd avenged my mom, all without breaking my guardian's oath. There's a reason it is called the guardian's oath, because that's what kind of healer I am. If I think a person is a danger to society, I could take steps to prevent them from harming anyone, even killing them, or refusing healing if necessary. Cursing probably isn't a method, but I don't really care. If it pings on the oath breaking, then it does. I'll be an enchanter, as it is a backup plan that I've been working on. Hey, Mum, sorry for the show, I say, wiping my eyes after a few minutes of crying my eyes dry. Looking at the headstone, I say, I know, you probably don't agree with what I did. Or if you do, you probably don't agree with my methods. I don't really care. He hurt you, he ruined your life, caused your death. I wanted to hurt him. And I did. Sniffling a bit, I control my trembling mouth, wipe my eyes again, and say, if you hate me. I understand. I'd hate me too. But, I hope you understand why I did it. I hope you're proud of the person I've become. Despite this one crime. I won't ask for forgiveness. I don't think I deserve that. I did what I think he deserved for hurting you. I won't ask for praise either, because I didn't like doing it. I just did it. I say, and pause for a while, wondering what else I should say. I'm not a Christian, and I'm not even a Hindu anymore. My rebirth gave me a second chance, and I'm not going to waste it on religion, when I have knowledge to run after. What else? What else? I say, I'm sorry for not coming here before. I didn't think I deserved to. I did take the place of her son, or merged with him. I felt like she won't appreciate me coming here. But now, I wanted to confess my crime to her in person. Hoping that her soul gets the peace she deserves. I probably don't deserve to come here now either. But I had to say this in person. Thank you for giving life to me. Thank you for not giving up, Then when life threw everything it had at you. I know. Nothing can return your life to you. At least, I don't know of any method to do it yet, but I hope that knowing the fate of your tormentor gives you a little bit of satisfaction. I stay silent for a minute, just enjoying the silence, and feeling a little bit lighter. I'd stopped crying sometime in the middle of my rant, and I was just moving my finger through the dirt. Standing up, I say, this is goodbye, for now. I'll leave you to your rest, leave you to enjoy heaven. Maybe I'll return someday, when my mind isn't as chaotic as it is now. Goodbye, Mum. Moving forward, I lay a small kiss on the headstone, careful not to step on the actual grave, and turn around. And then, I freeze, finding someone staring at me, whom I didn't even hear coming. It was an old man. That looked to be about in his last years, and just the robes on him were enough to tell me that he's a wizard. There was nothing coming from him. Smell, magic, thoughts, sound. Everything other than my sight told me that the man didn't exist, that he wasn't standing right in front of me, close enough to hear my private words, looking at me with sympathy. Mason Aves, we meet at last. The old man says, in a raspy voice. Nicholas Flamel, I presume. I ask, getting my wand back in my hand, just in case. The old man smiles, and claps his hand softly. He says, bravo, you recognized me even without having seen me before. I knew you'd come someday, your wife's hints were clear enough. I just didn't think it'll be here, I say, frowning at him, and waving my hand around to show the graveyard. Nicholas Flamel, an immortal alchemist, bows to me a little, and says, if you're worried about your private words, then I didn't hear anything. I recognize a morning soul when I see one. He then straightens up, as much as his age would allow him, and says, now, as much as I'd like to continue, let's take our conversation elsewhere, shall we? They're about to find you. And it'll be really bad if they do, even if you manage to somehow escape from them. And with a snap of his fingers, we're somewhere else. The change was so sudden, that I lose my balance, and lean backwards, involuntarily. I widen my eyes, and am about to cast a spell to save my fall, when I find myself sitting in a soft chair, just as suddenly. I look around, eyes moving around from one point to the other. Trying to find where I am, and to find a way out of here. You'll be free to go in a day, when your trail gets cold. But, until then, my house is open for your stay. The old man says, seated in a similar chair in front of me. I'm strong, and ever since I've been practicing my spells and physical combat, on empty suits of armor of all things, I've gotten stronger. Even still, I know for a fact, that I am no match for this old alchemist here. Relax, why don't you? You must have some questions, no? The old man asks, seeing me just stare at him. I relax a little, still keeping my guard up. I might not be able to defeat him, but I will find a way to get out if he tries to trap me. I mean, Nicholas Flamel has no reason to do so, but I'm not going to chance it. I reholster my wand, and say, yes. I have a question. What the bloody hell is going on here? The old man smiles, and says, in short, I saved your life, that's what. If you want the long answer, that's a very long story. Have some tea. My wife makes an amazing croissant. So, basically the Guardian's oath is an open oath. He is a healer, he will heal, but he can refuse to heal someone. Depending on what type of person the patient is. It'll only count as not breaking the oath, however, when the patient is an absolute evil piece of shit, or if the patient is on the opposite side of a war. This also gives the healer permission to harm someone, the severity once again, depending on the type of person they are. And the sides in a war. It also depends on the healer's own views, so not all people can take the oath. If the healer is a piece of shit himself, then the oath won't even show itself, he won't be a true healer, and other healers will know it. Hope this explains it all, but if you have any questions, feel free to ask. The ritual he went through didn't show the locket and the ring. Locket, because it doesn't belong to them anymore, Mirope sold it off, and the ring, because the Gounts don't actually consider it a treasure. They like it, but they don't treasure it. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta. The Department of Mysteries. 2 chapters today, this is the first one. I'd just like to say that for 2 weeks, I won't be uploading as fast as before. 'Tis the time of Ganesh Chaturthi, and I will barely get any time to write or post. Thank you for understanding, and for your support. Read on. I saw myself doing a lot of things in my life. Become physically stronger, superhuman even, find a way to extend my life beyond the normal wizarding age, master any and all magic that I find. That also does not depend on me opening my soul up to anyone else, free the house elves from their cursed lives, and then find a nice warm place, preferably a beach, to retire in, without the stress of staying sociable. sitting in front of Nicholas Flamel and Perenelle Flamel inside their house, sipping tea, which is brilliant, by the way, while internally debating taking over the entire Wizarding Britain. Was definitely not something I saw coming. I did see myself talking to these two sometime, ever since old lady Flamel over here approached me in France, but the rest. Nope. The Department of Mysteries, huh. I say, after what Nicholas just told me, the Dom of the British Ministry of Magic is looking for me, and they were just about to catch up, which, I think wouldn't have been good for my health. Before Nicholas effing Flamel kidnapped me, which is why I was debating taking over them, jury's still out. Nodding, the old man says, yes. They've been trying to track you down for a long time. Well, not you specifically. Since they don't even know who you are, but yes, they have been trying to find you, just as we were. Frowning, I look at him and ask, what did I even do to gain their attention, or yours? And do I need to worry about them showing up at my home? Nicholas chuckles, a bit sardonically, and says, oh, dear boy. You haven't done anything wrong, per se. You Jew, saint found knowledge about the wrong subject, that they'd rather keep restricted. Time. Well, shit, that makes lots of sense. For 90 years, they've been the only ones to experiment with time, when it comes to Wizarding Britain. They recruited everyone that even showed a modicum of interest in time, and probably killed off those that refused, and they basically monopolized the time research industry. Perenelle then adds, as for why they don't, and can't approach you in the orphanage, they don't actually know who you are, or where you stay, or what you do. They just know that someone is researching time within Hogwarts grounds, and that someone used a powerful enough time-related spell outside any protection spells. Outside your protection charms, they can track your magic traces for 24 hours, but not a second more. So, I'd thank us for the shelter I'm giving you. Huh, so my artifact aging spell caught their attention. And I used it twice in 2 days, once for the diadem, and once for Cadmus Peverell's ring. Damn, I should have waited, but the greed for an old artifact, one related to death, was too mouth-watering to just delay. Is that how you found me? I used the time-related spell, and that allowed you to track me. I ask, keeping the cup down, and relaxing. I know, that at least for now, these two aren't my enemies. Well, they're the Flamels, they probably aren't my enemies for later either. But can't take a risk. Oh, yes, anyone can track time spells, if they're knowledgeable enough. Perenelle says, casually taking a sip of her tea. Frowning, I say, please explain how that's possible. From my understanding, unless you specifically try to change the past, which is almost impossible, you won't ring any alarm bells anywhere. Nodding, Flamel leans forward, excited to teach something, and says, I haven't done much research in time, barely 2 decades worth, only he can say 20 years is not much, I'm barely in my 3rd year myself. But from what I learned, I know a few things. Using spells, rituals, or any magic related to time always sends out waves in magic itself, although they may not always do anything. Doesn't matter if you're trying to change the timeline or not, your efforts always catch someone's attention. As he explains that, he moves his hand through the air, and draws a straight line in front of him, magically, that glows with the Oron. GE light that I automatically connect with sorcery. To show a time spell usage, he taps the glowy line once, which makes it send out a single vibration along a small part of its length, and not anywhere else. So, the ripple is sent through space, through magic, but not through time. It doesn't change anything in the future or the past, like actually going to the past, but it does allow wizards like you to track me down. I ask, frowning at the diagram, sounds really unfair. How are wizards supposed to learn proper rules of time travel if they're not allowed to research time without someone banging on their door? While I'm glad that my spell usage won't allow anyone in the past or future to track me down, just because I'm using time magic, it still worries me. What if someone can track my time slower band, even when it's not in use? It's worrying, since I do use my time slower quite frequently. Nicholas says, you're half correct. It is sent through the energy that we call magic, N. D. Only those adept at both time and magic can track the spell user down, like I did. Well, or if they have some sort of device meant to track time spell usage, which is how the Department of Mysteries does it. He then draws another diagram, this time the line being a very thick one, and starts tapping it, which makes it make small oscillations in place, and says, when the spells are minor, like the time reversal charm, which is only limited to 7 hours a day, the ripple is so minute, and so common, that they don't even notice it. At least one time turner is active at any given time, and there are other entities that deal with time too, as you might know. Their ripples are also relatively common, and hence, insignificant in the long run. But, when something big happens, a big spell, like say, a time travel spell, one that deals with days, months, or years, then, boom. This time, he taps the thick line a few times, and I see it vibrate, continuously, although the movement is too minute to notice without getting closer. And then, just as he whispers, boom, he taps the line a little forcefully, which causes the line to vibrate just once, but with almost 10 times the amplitude, before it returns to its previous oscillating state. This is not a representation of time, nor is it a true representation of how time travel and its effects works, I know that. This is just to show that time spells have an effect on magic, in the exact moment you use it. In this case, magic was represented by the line. Wrong analogy, but it works here. Whatever spell you used, or whatever ritual, it dealt with centuries. Almost 1,000 years of time, that much I know. What it did, none of us have any idea, save you. But, it sent a ripple so strong, that it woke me up from my sleep, and probably sent, as you put it, alarm bells ringing in the Department of Mysteries. And then, you went and did it again, barely a day after the first spell. And who do I find at the end of the trace, but you? The one my wife spoke about so fondly, Mason Avs, the genius who sat his newts early. You're lucky I'm better than the Department of Mysteries, or you would have been caught by them, and disappeared off to who knows where. Flamel says, and with a wave of his hand, banishes the illusion. For a minute, I just stare at empty space, in the place that the illusion just stood. And then, the realization sets in. They've already done this, haven't they? They've made people disappear for researching a subject they didn't want the public to. Is this why no one knows about the Bode brothers? I whisper, horrified at this implication, if it's actually true. I like to joke about it, but the fact that this is real, and happening all around. And it almost happened to me too, and God knows what knowledge they could have managed to extract from me, if they had succeeded. I knew about the Bode brothers, the inventors of time turners, because I read it in the Room of Knowledge. But, I'd found that no one else knew who Lucas and Lucian Bode were, even when they were recruited by the Dom. If no one knows who the inventors of time turners are, despite many people regularly using them, then W. Hat happened to the ones they killed off. Confirming my fears, Nicholas nods slowly, his eyes becoming sad. He says, and they're hidden damn well. I only caught on to them in the 18th century, when T. Hay tried to recruit a family friend of ours in France. She didn't appreciate them restricting her research on other realms, and she fought them off. She survived, barely, thanks to her mystic arts training. But the group that attacked her didn't. And then she disappeared off the face of Earth, packing up everything she might need. We know where she is, and how she is, but she refuses to show hers. Elf to the public for fear of the department. Taking over from the morose Nicholas, his wife says, for 600 years, from the moment the department actually came into being, they have been restricting the knowledge that the public has access to. ASSSSI Nation, kidnapping, forceful recruitment, they do it all, just so they can be the leading researchers in any subject. There's someone that thinks ONL. Why they should have right to all knowledge, and no one else. To that end, they even allied themselves with the Ministry of Magic, and the Muggle royalty, promising them both that they're loyal to them. They're only loyal to themselves. And they have already proven it. Repeatedly. I shake my head, and stand up. Pacing around the room, I wonder what I'm getting myself into. They're like Wizarding Hydra, except they're a bit more dangerous, and not Nazis. They're actually among us, I wouldn't even know if someone's an unspeakable. This is worse than finding out that many of my very own school Tays were sympathetic to Grindelwald's cause. Damn, I'm getting paranoid again. Focus. I keep pacing as Perenelle says, healers, aurors, teachers, ritual experts, potions masters, astronomers, diviners, sorcerers, curse breakers, warders. The unspeakables have all of them in their numbers. You think of a subject, and they have at least one expert in the dom at any given time. All of them have taken iron-clad oaths, or were forced into them, that doesn't even allow anyone to interrogate them successfully. The only way they tell you something is if the higher-ups see a purpose in it. Dozens of promising wizards and witches have disappeared in this century itself, either by assassination or by being recruited. Each one of them was a pioneer in their field of research. Shaking my head, I turned towards Nicholas, who's probably the one who knows the most about them, and asked, "Who are they?" "I mean, they must have some leader or something. You can't keep an organization going by just brainwashed slaves and researchers. You actually need someone to drive them towards the goal, whatever it is. Someone who actually has some stake in it." Nicholas and Perenelle both shake their heads, sighing in regret. Nicholas says, "No one knows that, not even I. I infiltrated them, stayed with them for 30 years, as one of their own, and I never saw a whiff of the so-called head unspeakable, only the heads of different research teams. You have to understand, Mason, that we're old. The philosopher's stone merely froze the ages of our bodies, it did not make us younger. We aren't as strong, physically speaking, as we used to be. I couldn't investigate them intensively, not unless I wanted to show my hand. Because whoever it is, this head unspeakable is a dangerous being." I sigh, feeling upset about expecting too much of them. Head unspeakable, huh, at least I have an alias of this leader. Perenelle's voice brings me back from my dreams of revenge, as she says, "This head unspeakable is not a human, at least that much we know. We know of every witch, wizard, muggle, goblin, dwarf, and even sorcerer, who has ever even thought of becoming immortal. Being immortals ourselves, we tend to keep an eye on such beings. And we know where everyone who succeeded are, and what they're doing right as of this moment." I nod at her in acceptance, wondering how a muggle became immortal, and pick my tea again. Warming it back up using a warming charm, I sip it, and say, "I need to find a way to hide my ripples from this department." "I'm thinking the Fidelius charm works, yes." Nicholas nods, widening his eyes. He whispers, "Of course. The Fidelius. That's why I couldn't find you yesterday. Good thing the charm makes people not realize it is cast, unless told by the secret knowers themselves. They just forget about the location and anything related to it. They won't even know of the general location, unless they know that the Fidelius is cast." Nodding, I bring out my pocket watch, and say, "You said they can find me for 24 hours unless I'm hidden, right? Well, thank you for your hospitality, but I need to go home now. I have stuff I need to look up." Nicholas frowns, and asks, "Are you certain you will be all right? You can stay here for the day, if you like." Shaking my head, I say, "Thanks, but I'm good. I need to be in a place that I trust, and as much as I appreciate your help, I don't know you well enough to trust you too." Nicholas nods, and stands up, struggling to do so thanks to his age. He stumbles towards me, and pats my shoulder once. He says, "That's understandable. You're a good child, Mason Avs. I would like to teach you someday, but I realize the day is not today." I smile in appreciation, and say, "Thank you for the offer, Mr. Flammel. I am already in the middle of learning alchemy, however, and have already managed to transmutate silver. But I hope I can come to you with any doubts I have." Nicholas Flammel, Master Alchemist, smiles wide, and claps his hands. Glancing at his wife, he says, "A genius, My wife was right, it seems. The door to my house is open, if you want to clear any doubts, or talk. Nellie, if you will." I look at Perenelle, or Aunt Nellie, curiously, as she walks forward, and smiles at me. She says, "The Flammel Chateau is located on the Isle de Flamme off the coastline of Concarneau." Suddenly, as if my mind hadn't known something was wrong, I suddenly realized that there was an island off the coast of France, that no one knows about. And I was now standing atop it. I shake my head, marveled simply at the power needed to hide an entire island with the Fidelius charm, let alone casting a second Fidelius within the first one, on the place of residence itself. And then, I start waving my hand to summon a portal to the Forbidden Forest. this time surprising them, since they hadn't seen a sling ring on my hand, and walk through it. Good thing my ring doesn't have any apparent enchantments. Immediately after walking into the forest, I apparate to the Chamber of Secrets, before anyone can try and trace me to Hogwarts. Time to waste 23 more hours in the school, and I know just what I'm going to do. Walking towards the statue of Salazar Slytherin, I hiss out, "Speak to me, Slytherin. Greatest of the Hogwarts Four." As the mouth opens, wide enough for me to walk through comfortably, by just needing to bend down a little, I smile. Seeing the expected sight, Sly, my giant horned serpent cobra hybrid snake. These last 2 years, Sly had gotten bigger, now about 5 meters long, and as thick as my thigh. Good thing was, he can still fly around, so my shoulders didn't face any unnecessary pain. The bad thing was, he's been asleep for a year and a half, going through some physical changes. He was evolving. When Sly went to sleep, taking the place of the basilisk as his own, he had turned completely into his horned serpent form, with a single white blue horn showing on his head. It glowed with a dim white light whenever he flew, or was about to become invisible. Now, that single horn was joined by 2 smaller horns, one at each side, while his tail tip had grown 3 more horns, all 6 of them made from the same material, moonstone. He was also becoming heavier, despite his size not having increased in these years, which is probably a good thing. But he was also yet to wake. But these changes are important to his body, to his magic, I know. Which is why I ignore him and go towards the back. Selecting a tunnel out of the dozens of holes spread around the nest, I jump down it, summoning my broom as I go, and fly towards the end of the tunnel. Once I'm about a mile underneath the chamber itself, the tunnel ends, making me stop my flight downwards. Dropping down, I put the broom back inside, and smile, happy to be back here. "Open up, motherfucker," I shout, feeling gleeful at the password, and walk in. I close my eyes, to embrace the feeling of being back here after so long. I literally haven't been here for a year, and the last time I came here, was because I needed to get something from this room. The forge, my forge. There, in the corner, was my shelf, where I had kept my precious forged tools and weapons. The butter knife made out of goblin silver, the steel plate armor, the knives, spoons, a giant cutlery set big enough for Hulk, and lots of stuff. Most of this was useless, with me just using them as practice. Alas, I wasn't here for them, at least, for now. I was here for the vanishing trunk I've kept in this room. I'll be back, soon, my dears. I just need to sharpen my mind first, after which, I'll have use of you, I say, gently caressing the furnace and the goblin's silver hammer. Shaking my head, I move towards another corner, and open the inconspicuous-looking trunk. As I jump down the opening of the trunk, I see the now changed view of a single door in a very short room. I open the door, and come out into another corridor, which has 2 doors. One leads to my house, the Avs Manor, and the other leads to the Room of Knowledge. I choose the second door, and enter the Room of Knowledge, the bigger one. It was empty, as no one else knows of this room. Other than Helena, that is. Speaking of, I haven't talked with her in a while either. I've been in my own world for these 2 years, haven't I? I've met her just 3 times in these entire 2.5 years that I've been out of Hogwarts. I'll meet her later, this is important. Department of Mysteries, I say, and sit down to brace myself for the change. And the Room of Knowledge doesn't disappoint much. It changes to become a small room, with a chair, a footstool, and a shelf, which has barely 50 books on it. Not too extensive, but this has to be enough. They want to try and restrict my knowledge. Hell, no, I won't just take over the department, I will find this head unspeakable, wherever they're hiding, and kill them. I'll destroy the entire department, or I'll make it anew, into something that it's actually supposed to be. A place for research, a place of mysteries. Time to get to work. Surprisingly, the Room of Knowledge has a lot of information about the Department of Mysteries. Not all of it important for my crusade. Hell, of the 47 books here, 14 just spoke about the department in a paragraph or 2, mentioning it in its rumored job. Becoming an unspeakable was actually a good prospectus, since they gave a lot of benefits. Other than the fact that some of my co-workers would have been brainwashed, mind-controlled people, who just wanted to study. It was founded in 1372, by a group of 3 people. In Germany of all places. All 3 of them studied at one of the 3 major schools in Europe, the Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, and Hogwarts, and no one knows how they even got together. In the beginning, their goals were to understand magic, why we have it when the Muggles don't, and why sorcerers and wizards are so different when it comes to using magic. But then, something happened in the 1390s, and they suddenly went off-grid for a short time. No one knew what happened to the group, other than they became even more secretive. They began recruiting people, geniuses in their fields, and then they disappeared, never to be seen by the public again. That was all the room of knowledge had on the original Unspeakables, the Hemelig Forsker. Some people did find some oddities, however. When many geniuses disappeared, and even their relatives forgot about them. Then, the Ministry of Magic was established, in the year 1707, and it established a new department barely 5 years later. The Department of Mysteries. Publicly, the department was responsible for the study of the enigmatic phenomena in the world of magic. Love, death, time, thought, and more were studied publicly, with many department heads of the ministry knowing about them, and some even contributing to it. But behind their secrecy wards, even beyond what protects the first subjects, were subjects that no one knows of. Not even the Minister of Magic. Which means, not even I knew about it. Most of the stuff the room had on them was guesswork, along with a few journals that a grand total of 3 Unspeakables brought to Hogwarts. Which also didn't tell me anything important about the head Unspeakable. There were some articles that gained my attention, like the witch who actually managed to change time by going into the past. Eloise Mintumble went back from the year 1899 to the year 1402, and then returned after a few days of stay there. Whatever method she used had her stuck there, but it did not stop her aging. She would have aged, and died in that era itself, if the other Unspeakables hadn't found a way to bring her back. The article in the journal mentioned that her method was not approved for use, since it was already known that she might change time if she went to the past. Alas, she didn't listen, or someone prompted her to do it anyway, and she traveled back in time. When she returned, however, she wasn't the same. She had aged 500 years, despite staying there just 5 days, and died soon after. Along with that, a few people, descendants of the people she interacted with, either disintegrated or changed into someone else, right in front of observers' eyes. Those that changed kept their minds, but their habits, their psyche, was still changed. Anyway, this was a bust. I didn't find anything on these guys, other than the publicly known stuff. One minister did try to get them to shut down, but despite being the minister, he had no power on them. Which just makes me realize that taking over the ministry is not enough to deal with these guys. I'll have to deal with them carefully, since straight out attacking them is currently off the table. But, for now, I'll to keep my time shenanigans under control, or do them in Hogwarts. Even with the Fidelius charm, I don't want to risk being found out at my home. Or, I'll have to bait them somehow, once I'm ready to face them. Right now, I'm not, so I'll just stay hidden. Soon, my revenge will come, not just for me, but for all that have been wronged by the department. Dom is dangerous as fuck. They recruit geniuses to their cause, whatever it is, and force those that refuse, or kill them. The Flamels know about them, but not much. Despite literally staying there, Nicholas Flamel did not find out inconclusive about the head Unspeakable, other than the fact that it's not a human, which is still a guess deduction from the facts they know. They want to restrict the amount of knowledge that the general public has access to. Which sort of explains why wizards now are not as powerful as the wizards of old, and why Mason seems too powerful for the current generation. He has old knowledge in his hands. They're like S.H.I.E.L.D., except more evil, and with unknown goals. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta. Diadem. Welp. Second chapter of the day. As I said, it's Ganesh Chaturthi tomorrow, and I was really busy from right after uploading the previous chapter, till now. So, sorry for the wait. Happy Ganesh Chaturthi, people. Read on. The Dom chapter was behind me, for now, since I couldn't even do anything about them yet. I did have to make a few changes to my life, to prevent them from tracking me down, unless I want them to. And currently, I don't want them to find me. I now limit my experiments with time to the time slower, or in the Chamber of Secrets itself, since it did manage to keep me hidden for so long. They'll still know of the experiments, but they won't be able to do anything about it, since they're not idiots. Attacking Hogwarts, or even trying to accuse Hogwarts teachers, because honestly, what student has that kind of magical knowledge? Of experimenting with time, is nothing but career suicide. Hogwarts is a fortress, both in its making and in its protections. Attacking it is tantamount to suicide, when you also consider the fact that almost every teacher here is more than competent in using their wands. I also wasn't going to do any major time-related experiments for a few months to at most 2 years. I'll still read the books from the time room, but I won't practice anything yet. And there are many books left still, even with my reading speed, the time slower, and my astral form. After 23 hours of isolation, with Blinky bringing me food, I had left the chamber for my home in Islington. I had moved there publicly last year, once I turned 18. Hiring a man to act as Harrison Evans's lawyer, I had him approach the orphanage, and give me the deeds to the property in Islington. Given me by a relative of mine, that had stayed hidden. In hindsight, I could have just rented the house from Harrison Evans, but well, what's happened has happened. Harrison Evans had then disappeared, off to Asia, but I know that he will be needed again. For anyone concerned, wizard or muggle, Mason Avs now lived at Malbourne Terrace, Islington, in a good house, with a small piece of land to it. And I did live there once in a while, but my primary home was still the Avs Manor. And now, I had another residence to add to it. The castle, an actual castle, that I didn't even need. The piece of land that I'd seen in my scrying ritual turned out to be 2 acres of land, in Northern Ireland. I'd gone there yesterday, and with the advice of Blinky, bled on an inconspicuous-looking stone, which turned out to be a blood-bound key of sorts. 5 minutes of continuous bleeding later, when I was just about to doubt her claims, I saw a ripple go through space, and I was exposed to it. The castle. Entering it was a chore, thanks to the many dark creatures that had made it their home. Dust bunnies, lethifolds, boggarts, and various snakes. But I did enter it after taking care of them all. Controlling the snakes was just a matter of ordering them, and I did, after which I came to learn that the castle was the Slytherin castle, locked down after the death of the last Slytherin. It had a few interesting things, mostly suits of armor, and a few staffs of my ancestors. The suits of armor were amazing, with animation enchantments already done on them for defending the castle, but the staffs. None of them worked for me. Meh, if I need a staff someday, I'll make one for myself. Until then, my trusty acacia wand is good enough. There were a few portraits of my ancestors, but none of them were moving, let alone talking. And there I had hoped to find a moving, talking portrait of Salazar Slytherin. A few days after discovering the castle, I walked through a portal, and out into my house, the Avs Manor. I had just spent a day with the Potters, going over a few case files with Aunt Mia. I wasn't allowed to heal professionally, not before I turned 21. But, helping Aunt Mia with consultations was a loophole that I wasn't not going to take advantage of. And now, I was finally going to do it. I was going to wear the diadem. These last few days I'd scanned the diadem using every diagnosis charm I knew. Heck, I even used a few suitable for living beings, those that we use in healing. As far as I know, the diadem wasn't dangerous, nothing about it was dangerous. It was just a piece of headgear that Rowena Ravenclaw used to wear. But there was something about it that just screamed, I am hiding something. But for all I know, it wasn't anything malicious. Of that, I was very sure. I even checked it for hidden soul pieces, just because. Sighing in amazement, I lift the diadem from the bust it was resting on, and look at it. It was made of silver, the normal one, and was carved intricately. The body of the diadem was shaped like an eagle, with its wings shrinking as they went backwards. The belly was fixed with a blue sapphire, and above it was the silver head of the eagle. Its eyes were also fixed with 2 smaller sapphires, while a few other blue gemstones were fixed all around. All in all, it looked beautiful, suitable for a princess, if not a queen. I'd moved it from the school to the manor, because I didn't want Helena to know I had it. That would have messed up the friendship we have, not to mention the additional change in the timeline it would bring. And yes, I did worry about the timeline sometimes. I was still debating over my eventual part in this universe, my part in the Harry Potter part of this universe, to be exact. But that's for later. For now, I'm going to wear the diadem. Taking a deep breath, I resolutely put it over my head, and wear it without hesitation. For a second, nothing happens, and I sigh in disappointment. But then, just as I go to remove the diadem, I feel my astral form being pulled somewhere without my permission, and I black out. Fuck. Well, this is interesting. I mumble, looking around as soon as my consciousness returns to me. The place I was in was pitch black, with a soft shine coming from my own spirit. Other than me, there was nothing here, not even a single item that can tell me where I was. There was just me, and the void. But, for some reason, I wasn't afraid of what was happening. I wasn't afraid of the void, as if my mind was being influenced. Fuck. Someone behind me chuckles, making me turn around with a snap, and says, "You recollected yourself earlier than most would, my child." I approve. I float a few steps back, still not feeling even a little bit wary of the woman in front of me. She was tall, almost 5 feet 10, and had a build that said she's a fighter. She was wearing wizarding robes, of blue and bronze, and had the same diadem I was just admiring above her head. If that wasn't enough for me to identify her already, her face definitely was. A sharp face, similar to Helena's, with a head full of wavy black hair. "Rowena Ravenclaw," I say, and then I frown. For the first time feeling something wrong. Gesturing with my fingers, I summon 2 sorcery shields in my palms, jump back even more, and ask, "Who are you?" The lady just looks like Rowena Ravenclaw. But everything in me screamed that it wasn't her. It was someone else, pretending to be her. It was something else. Rowena freezes in her place, and then smiles to reassure me. She says, "Ah, you've met Helena, then." Her description of me would have been enough to make me wary of meeting me. "Do calm down, will you? I have not brought you here to harm you." During our short conversation, she has yet to move from her place. Content with me keeping her distance. She is either too confident of her powers, or she's considering me harmless. Both of which means she knows something I don't. I still keep staring at her. With a runic spell ready in my hands, ready to send me back to my physical body, back in the physical realm. "Lady, I'm not an idiot. You might wear her face, but you aren't Rowena Ravenclaw. Of that I am sure." I say. I don't know how. Maybe it's because I've met Helena, whose stories have colored my opinion of Rowena. Maybe it's my experiments with time, runes, and my limited knowledge of soul. I know for a fact that she's not Rowena. Rowena raises her hands, which makes me tense, and then says, "Okay, you're right. I am not her. But I am her." "It's complicated." I scowl, not liking the answer. Nothing good ever comes after someone said, "It's complicated." Changing the spell on my left hand to be in spirit exorcism spell, I say, "Uncomplicate it." The lady sighs, after a few seconds of staring at me, and says, "Very well. I am a spirit that roams around, taking hosts of sufficient eligibility to carry out my purposes. Your ancestor, Rowena Ravenclaw, was a descendant of mine. From my previous host of a few thousand years before. She was dying once, 200 years before she even met with those other wizards, and she unknowingly summoned me to help her heal. I possessed her, healed her body, and then stayed with her, both of us becoming what my daughter knew as Rowena. I am not the original Rowena Ravenclaw, but I am her, just as much as you are you. I am the Rowena Ravenclaw that became renowned as a fierce witch, and I am the Rowena that gave birth to 2 wonderful daughters in Morgan and Helena. 200 years. Just how old was Rowena, to meet and give birth to 2 girls? After she was at least 200. Let's say I believe you. What was the point in staying behind in the diadem then? You wanted another vessel to live in. I ask, because this sounds suspiciously like a Horcrux. Without actually being one. I know. I tested it for any presence of soul magic, there was none. This is also why I somewhat doubt her claim of being a spirit. The lady chuckles, and says, "You are either very smart, or very lucky, to guess so much about me, hey. This makes me tense, as I prepare to fight my way out of here. But," she says, "to answer your question, no. I had not prepared the diadem to select a future vessel for myself, we created it so we can help my future descendants, like you." "Excuse me," I say, to the open amusement of the woman. Wait, now that I'm focusing on it, I can tell that I could tell what she's feeling. It was as if our emotions were open to each other, just emotions. "Ah, the astral plane, figures." She smiles at me, and then turns her back to me. As if remembering something, she looks at the empty void, but then she does something that shocks me once again. There, in front of me, was a window to the past, an illusion of past events. Of Rowena. I loved her. You know, Rowena, we were one, and I loved being with her the most, out of all my hosts. Rowena says, her voice somber, as she remembered the past. Well, she is a spirit. I mean, her previous statement did say it quite clear, but this confirms it. And, if Helena is her daughter, from after the possession, it explains why she's so different than other ghosts. Even she was happy living with me. Forever, just collecting knowledge as we go. I made her immortal, unaging, stronger, and she taught me the meaning of being immortal. She showed me the enjoyment in little things in life. While at the same time, we were hoarding knowledge like crazy. But then, she met the other mortals, Godric, Salazar, and Helga. They convinced her to join them, in their silly crusade of creating a place of learning. I dismiss the shields in my hands, but keep my runic banishing spell ready, just in case. In the window, I see her, Rowena, traveling around Scotland, Greece, Albania, Japan, Egypt, and a lot of other places, impressing everyone with her magic, keeping their attention on her, as she stole knowledge left and right. Good thing to know she was always a knowledge thief. Then, I see her meet with 3 other people, almost as impressive as her, who can only be the other founders. They were older than her, well, by looks. Where she looked to be in her early 20s. The other 3 looked to be in their late 30s to their 40s. Well, I guess the lady isn't lying about that part at least. She had possessed, or merged with Rowena, way before meeting the founders. Illusions can be false, I know, but it is very easy to find out which illusions are false, and which are memories of the past. And this is a memory, for sure. Rowena, and I agree that she is Rowena, then says. My other half began getting distracted then, distracted from me, our life, our oneness. She still focused on hoarding her knowledge, and everyone else's too, but she wanted to become immortal again. We had 2 daughters now, and she didn't want to see her daughters die before her. Alas, Morgan ran away when she became old enough, and although we knew where she was, we wed her the privacy she desperately needed. Now, Rowena gets sad, and I see a few tears drop from her eyes. And I understand, seeing the daughter you love leave you, seeing her believe that she's better off without you, that's got to hurt. She says, but, when Helena turned 17, Rowena found a way to become mortal again. She found a way to banish me. Forcefully, I tried to tell her that it will harm her. She'll be bedridden for months, if not years, if she did that, and she might also die. But she didn't listen. She locked me inside our mind, so that I don't interfere, and then, she did it. She sent me away, far, far away from here, and I wasn't there to heal her when she died. And now, she openly cries. Awkwardly, I pat her back, tears in my own eyes from feeling the emotional stress she is currently feeling. Damn, the astral plane is really weirding me out. I can literally feel her love for Rowena, for her daughters Morgan and Helena. I can also feel the hurt she felt when she was banished from Rowena's body. And I can pseudo-feel the consequences that Rowena herself faced after such banishment. They stayed together, in one body, for way more than 200 years, which was the majority of Rowena's life. She literally banished half of herself away, because she wanted to be mortal again. I can't help but curse Rowena, how dare she? Not only did she do something as stupid as this, but from what I could see in the window to the past, Rowena's research in regaining her mortality was what drove her daughters away from her. Her one-track mind is what made her daughters feel as if they weren't important to her. when she was actually trying to do the opposite. And what happened? Both of them ran away as soon as they could. Sighing, I allow Rowena to have her fill of crying. Until I know the spirit's name. She's Rowena. She's been Rowena for 200 years, I think she deserves to be called that. Once she gets her emotions under control, Rowena wipes her eyes, and says, after that, I return to my original body. All the while Rowena remained unknowing of my shard waiting in the diadem that we created together, waiting for our descendants to claim it. Rowena made the dyad, so she can amplify her mind even without my presence in her, and I in turn made it, so I can help my descendants reach their full potential. Alas, Helena stole it away, and hid it, so I couldn't help any of my descendants anyway. I suddenly interrupt her, and say, wait. Original body, shard, this confuses me. Magical spirits don't have originals and shards, I know they don't. Even ghosts don't. The only ones that do are the ones that made a Horcrux, and I know for a fact that this is not a Horcrux. Plus, there's her way of talking. She's speaking as if she's the original, with the memories of the original. Yet here she just said, she's a shard that was left behind. Ah, your confusion is understandable. I am the shard that was left behind, as you put it. But, I am also the bigger piece that was banished. We are not completely separated, save for our distance. As long as the diadem exists, I exist both here and there. Rowena says, as if hearing my thoughts. I frown, real. Icing that of course she can hear my thoughts. She's a spiritual entity, and probably the one that made Rowena Ravenclaw into the fearsome telepath that Helena spoke of. Damn, my telepathy is useless, isn't it? I ask, and where is there? Where is your original body? And is there a purpose to the diadem other than wanting to meet with me? Rowena smiles, and says, my body is currently away, but don't worry. My next host is also on this planet, so I will return here soon. As for the purpose, didn't I say? I wanted to make sure my descendants reach their fullest potential, without turning into my hosts. Or depending on other beings for power. I widen my eyes, and ask, you actually don't want to turn me into a host, do you? You're afraid. But of what? Betrayal. Rowena says, in just one word, still smiling. And I understand. I feel a pang in my heart for her, for everything she's been through. She doesn't want another one of her descendants to betray her, but she wants me to become stronger on my own. She wants to help me reach my potential, but she doesn't want to just spoon-feed it to me. Is there another spirit incoming that I'll have to fight in a heroic battle to the death or something? Rowena chuckles, making me belatedly remember that she can hear my thoughts despite my numerous mental barriers, and says, nothing of the sort, no. There are entities however, that don't think twice about using you to have an advantage over me. And my responsibilities are too severe to abandon them for a single soul, no matter how precious it is to me. I apologize, my child, but I want you to be stronger. So you don't become a weakness to me. Well, rude. She just assumed that any spirit would try to kidnap me and succeed. Who even is she? At that thought, I see her smile, and she widens her arms around herself. Then, I see something that makes me almost piss my pants. Surrounding her body was an aura of flames, yellow fire burning with a very high intensity. As I arm my eyes to protect them from the light, I hear, I am your ancestor, my child, Rowena Ravenclaw. I am her ancestor, Morrigan of the Flames, but more than that. I am the fire. I am life incarnate. Now and forever, I am the phoenix. And then, I'm blasted out of there, my astral form thrown back through the barriers that separate the realms, and into my body, the diadem still on my head. I was still in the sitting position when I wake up, and as I start taking the diadem off, I hear in my mind, worry not, my child, I will still teach you. Whenever you are free to learn, wear the diadem and enter my realm. I will make you into the strongest wizard on the entire planet. No conditions, just because I want to. Love, your ancestor, Rowena, the Phoenix. As soon as the sound leaves my head, I throw the diadem off. And stagger towards the tap to wash my face. Is sir okay? Hughes just freezes for a second and then sweats. Blinky says, appearing near me. Rinsing my mouth, I register what she just said, and take out my pocket watch. Sure enough, I was gone for barely a second, from the moment I'd blacked out, to the moment I came back to my body. Fuck, what kind of shit did I get myself into? The Phoenix. Rowena Bloody Ravenclaw was a descendant of the Bloody Phoenix, and a host of her too. At least this definitely explains the weirdness with Helena's ghost. Nodding at Blinky, I take the water she offers me to drink. And say, yes, Blinky. I just had an amazing encounter. Will sirs be telling me? Blinky asks, her eyes widening in hope. Chuckling sardonically, wondering what my life is turning into, I do just that. And tell her about my encounter with Phoenix. Who knows, maybe her elfness will have some comment on it. Hey, my life really has gotten weirder and weirder this year. Found out the Dom is after me for experimenting with time magic. Met Nicholas and Perenelle Flammel, found an entire castle belonging to me, found 2 of Tom Riddle's original Horcruxes, and exchanged them with flawless fakes. And now, met with the literal Phoenix Force. Sigh. And there I was, worrying about WW2, Nazis and wizard Nazis. In the month of July, Doria graduates out of Hogwarts, joining Darla, Anna, and me in the life of actual adults. Darla and Anna had graduated last year, with both of them getting good grades overall. They lived in Muggle London, sharing a room as roommates, while working. Or training to get work, in Darla's case. Darla was currently in the Auror training program, training her ass off so she can come out on top. And I was supporting her, by dueling her at least once a week. And training her in other areas she might need as an Auror. The duels not only helped her understand how to fight with magic, but it also helped me learn how to fight a witch. It was interesting. Where I focus on quick attacks by charms, along with subtle telekinesis, Darla uses charms as well as transfigurations while dueling. She wasn't that magically strong, but she had speed on her side. But, unless she gains the attention of a senior Auror, she won't go anywhere other than a cubicle and a desk. She's a Muggleborn, with a small disadvantage of having just me as a supporter amongst the purebloods. But, I wasn't openly a pureblood, or of a pureblood house yet. I was a half-blood bastard, who had the luck of having the support of Horace Slughorn and Euphemia Potter. Back to Darla, she had left her family, permanently, after they tried to arrange her marriage once more. She gave them one warning: accept her love for Anna, or she'll run away. Her father tried to slap her, and she left, never looking back. For a while, she stayed with me, in Islington, but when Anna's business began booming, she moved in with her. Along with training, Darla would help Anna. Anastasia Greengrass, or Anna, had opened up a shop in Diagon Alley. She had become a professional enchanter, working with ready-made objects only. She had left her house, her family, behind, taking only her clothes with her. Her family didn't agree to her relationship with Darla, but surprisingly, they did not disinherit her. They just did not talk to her anymore. Well, she was the second daughter of 5 kids. So the parents probably don't worry too much about her. Plus, she was showing to be an amazing independent woman, living her life and enjoying what she's doing. Any man and woman would have been proud of having her as a daughter. Now, let's see what Doria does with her life. Thankfully, she has gotten over her crush on me, or so she says. But, I wish her well in life. Sigh, my friends are all growing up, becoming their own people. I'm happy for them, and I'll help them whenever they need help. Even Tom, who's now trying to become a professional Quidditch player. And now, I'll have to move on with my own life. Taking it 1 year at a time. War. October 1940. A front kick hits my gut, forcing me to take a few steps back with a wince. My opponent then takes a few steps forward, and kicks his left leg high up at my head. I duck, dodging the kick, and throw my left fist at his stomach myself. My opponent blocks it with his forearm, only to catch my arm, and throw me on my back in a judo throw, which causes me to momentarily lose my breath. I raise my arms instinctively, protecting my head from a few repeated punches, and focus, as my light returns. Turning my head to the left, I allow a punch to slide from my right, and hit the canvas. As it does that, I use my arms to lock his arm, headbutt him, and use my legs to kick him to his left, on his back, with his arm in a lock between my legs. My opponent struggles for a while, trying to get loose by himself. So, I tighten my lock, making him freeze in his place, after which he taps my leg repeatedly with his free hand, surrendering the fight. I immediately loosen the lock, allowing his arm free, and get up, arms raised, to the cheers of everyone gathered here, to witness the fight. Mason Avs, everybody, a man yells into the mic, walking into the fighting ring. As he holds my wrist to raise my hand into the air, I yell in excitement, "Yeah!" All the while, ignoring the blood flowing down my head, and the other injuries I suffered during the day's fights, including a cracked rib, broken fingers, and a swollen eye. I'd fought 4 people today, and won all of them, which was a real good progress from winning none of them at the beginning. I had begun fighting in a fighting ring soon after having begun my mind training with the Phoenix. This was so I can get an experience in fighting hand to hand, as we LL is dirty fighting that's so blatant here, while also keeping my mind sharp with the help of the Phoenix. I came here once every weekend, to fight for my life, and for supplies. I had lost many fights, most of them in the beginning of my career, but now, I would win most of my fights. The losses were because the people fighting were truly desperate for winning, and some because Street Fighters are actually pretty talented in fighting. The Second World War had begun last year, properly, and we were feeling it, in the Muggle world. The Wizarding world was safe, relatively speaking, at least from the food shortages going around the United Kingdom. But, the Muggle world, not so much. This was why the fighting rings had gotten so popular. You get grain, fruits, vegetables in place of prize money. Where they get the stuff from is a question best left unanswered for many of the fighters, since I know they stole it, and everyone already suspects it. Taking the bag of rice, which I had won. By winning the final round of the elimination fights, I shake the hand of my opponent, then the organizing goon, and walk out, bandages now covering my wounds from the first aid treatment they give us. It's not good. Outside the club was a pair of bouncers, waiting to slowly let people out, so as to prevent suspicion. Nodding at the 2 larger men, I walk towards my Harley Davidson, enchanted to run without petrol. Now, and kick-start it, the small bag of rice kept in my bag. As I start my drive, I think over my life since meeting with Phoenix. It has been 2 years, and I had since begun RNING medicine at the Imperial College of London. It was a good waste of time, for me, since I was already a doctor, although not in the Muggle world. Which is the reason for my fighting club visits. But, I did have some things to learn here, that I hadn't gotten a deep understanding in. Mainly Muggle anatomy, scientific medicines, and the human brain. There was more, of which only some I had learned until now. And I will learn them when I'm taught. I also had the copies of every book in the ICL's MBBS section, so I can learn at my own pace. Other than fighting in clubs to improve my instinct, and learn proper and dirty fighting. I would visit the Phoenix, or her shard, once every week, to learn telepathy and telekinesis. The lower frequency of my learning from her was mostly because I didn't have much time over all my other priorities. Plus, she always embarrasses me with her superior power. You know, I'd thought I was a good telepath, one of the best even, thanks to the mind arts book that I had gotten from Helena. And my visits to the Room of Knowledge. But no, Rowena disabused me of that notion pretty easily. She could enter my mind easier than I could enter the mind of a defenseless Muggle, that's how good she is. And I couldn't even find her mind, let alone enter it. But, it was also a matter of being, and practice. She's literally the Phoenix Force personified, who just preferred to go by Rowena. For old time's sake. And she literally had billions of years of practice using the psionic arts, as they're collectively called. Me, I'm a human of 21 years, with barely any experience with competent minds. The later of which is why I was mostly useless in the psionic arts. Out of fear that someone will detect me, I never tried to enter the minds of those actually trained in the mind arts. So, my mind had just gotten used to hearing the thoughts of untrained minds, and lesser trained ones. Same with gaining access to their memories. I think, if I'd have gone by the same pace, I wouldn't have lasted a minute against an actual trained mind like Emma Frost, or Dumbledore, or even Voldemort. But now, after 100 or so training sessions with Rowena, I could say that I'm competent. Where at first, I couldn't even detect Rowena when she entered my mind, I could now do that, and distract her while trying to push her out. I'm getting there, if slowly. As for telekinesis, it was also slow going. Since I'm not an actual telekinesis user, I just use my magic to mimic telekinesis, but my magic does work like true telekinesis in some ways. I can move anything with my mind, as long as it's physical. And I can somewhat break things down to their components. Of course, there are limits. I can't block spells using telekinesis, not even a simple tickling charm. Nor can I lift more than 10 times my body weight with it. Rowena did assure me that the limit would increase as I practice. I also can't break down things into dust, like the Phoenix can do, since I'm not a Phoenix host. Neither can I disintegrate anything with a touch, or burn them. Bummer. But I didn't have a limit on how many objects I can manipulate at a time, or the size of object, which was good. I could literally pick sand with my telekinesis now and use it like Gara. But I won't, because I'm not a thief. Anyway, other than practicing all my talents, using the time slower to give myself enough time to sleep and practice. I was also studying medicine, to become a GP, and making time for my friends. Speaking of my friends, Darla passed her Auror exams, and was selected to be an apprentice to Persephone Crickerly, the daughter of ex-minister Venusia Crickerly herself. She's a good, strict Auror, from what I found in her mind, and was a good guide to Darla. It was barely a few months' worth of apprenticeship, since her training was already over. This was to just slowly expose Darla to the world of magical crime, which is not that exciting, from what I've heard. After the apprenticeship was over, Darla joined a team of 6 Aurors, with her speciality being crime scene investigation. She was mostly stuck on guard duty though, or table duty, depending on where her team was based. Since crimes aren't that frequent in the wizarding world, ignoring the war currently happening, that is, Anna was still handling her shop, while Doria, it's a bit complicated. She had decided to just stay home, handling her father's businesses along with Cassiopeia, since their brother Pollux was, frankly speaking, a moron. What else would you call someone who arranges his daughter's marriage with his own cousin's son? Anyway, ignoring the Black family complications, we were all still good friends. We would meet at last twice a month, depending on all of our free time. We went for lunches, dinners, and even a few pubs just for the heck of it. Stopping my bike once I reached my destination, I walked towards the front door, and knocked gently, since it was already 3 a.m. But I know Sister Anya was awake from the thoughts I could hear from her mind. The door opens, and I'm met with the frowning visage of my old caretaker, my pseudo-grandma, Sister Agnes. I grin at her, the bag held in front of my chest, while resting my shoulder on the wall. You should really stop doing this, Mason. You'll actually hurt yourself one of these days, Sister Agnes says, admonishing me, while at the same time opening the door wider to let me in. Walking in, I allow Sister Agnes to lead me towards the nurse's office, and say, "We both know we need this, sister. Stockwell's money is practically useless in these trying times, yeah, and the food I bring does help in filling some stomachs better." Sighing, Sister Agnes says, "Keep the bag over there, and sit down. I'll see over your wounds now. Lord knows the medics in that place aren't competent." Smiling, I do as she asks, already knowing the routine. When Great Britain declared war on the Axis powers in September last year, the Muggles had begun facing many problems, which just increased as time went on. Food shortages was one of them, and the Bilts was another. Where the wizarding world had plenty of food, thanks to the few families like Weasleys and the Pruitts that owned farms, the wizarding world had no shortage of poultry, animals, and grain. But the Muggles had no such choice. Those that had farms were forced to either donate their produce, or sell them to the government at a lower price. This, along with the food Britain imported, red-looted, from their colonies, like India, was then rationed for the public, which quickly caused a food shortage after another. I would anonymously donate food to the orphanage every month, knowing that they need it right now, after buying it in bulk in the wizarding world. Runes kept everything fresh anyway, so it wasn't like I was wasting anything. Even with that, however, I would bring anything I win in my fights here, along with any extra food I'd have stocked, since I didn't actually need it. I had plenty of food for myself and Blinky, of all kind. But the orphanage needs it. Wipe that smile off your face, before I wipe it for you. Sister Agnes says, dabbing the cotton wipe a little harder on my head wound. Wincing, I say, sorry, and stay silent as she ranted about my irresponsible behavior. Your mother would kill me if she saw you like this. Honestly, what are you thinking? Is this how you'll become a doctor, By hitting people, Sister Agnes says, without any heat to her words. I chuckle, and say, beating people up does work in finding which places are the most delicate. And it's not like I'm an actual doctor yet, you know. No, but you're my child, and I can't see you being beaten up, again and again. Sister Agnes says, putting another piece of cotton on my wound. Should I drop the bags off at the door and disappear the next time, then? I ask, grinning at her. I receive a smack on my head, right next to the wound in return, as she says, shut it, you. You'll come here every time you return from your fights, doesn't matter if you win or lose. I'd rather patch your wounds, than find out you've. And then she stops speaking, focusing on the wound so as to not tear up. As she prepares to bandage it up, I hold her hand, looking at her with a soft glare, and say, I do this not because I like being hurt, sister. I know how much th orphanage needs food, how much the children need food. Please, let me do this, for my own satisfaction if nothing else. Sister Agnes stares at me for a few seconds, and then nods. She says, don't forget, yo. You'll return here after every fight you have, always return. I smile, understanding the hidden meaning, and say, I'll always return here, sister. Don't worry. Now, are we done? It's way past your bedtime, innit? Sister Agnes glares at me, and smacks me on my head, making me yelp from the still tender wound, and says, just take your bag, and get out. Have some sleep yourself, Mason. Don't lose sleep over us. Soon. I leave the orphanage after saying goodbye to her. Both of us know that I'll return there the next weekend too, if I win all my fights that is. As I reach my Islington house, I park my bike in the garage, hang the helmet on the mirror, and walk inside the house. Thankfully, none of the bombs from the frequent Blitz attacks had harmed my house, or the orphanage, but I had taken care of it anyway. There were wards around my orphanage, and my house, that made it so the bombs didn't directly hit the buildings. Any bomb thrown at the two buildings will glide through the air, and drop at least 400 meters away. I can't do anything else without breaking the statute, and then even this protection spells will be removed. I don't have anything important, or secret in this house. Since the protection spells weren't that extensive here, there were the standard wards, that a Muggle area house were allowed to have, and a few more personal wards to prevent unwanted guests without warning. Or to prevent from being spied on. But, it still wasn't completely secure, so I don't sleep there, unless I really need to. After checking over the protection spells, I apparate to the Avs Manor, in Scotland, and smile. Happy to be back home. It was almost 4 a.m. now, so when I appear into the welcoming hall, I find the house to be completely silent. Blinky is probably already asleep, tired from her study session, while Sly was in a room underground, enchanted for him specifically. Blinky had progressed really well in her mental training that I was giving her. She no longer called me master, not even by mistake, and she was slowly improving in her speaking skills. I'd begun actually teaching her 2 years ago, starting with speaking English properly. Along with English, I was also teaching her magic. The wizarding kind, while she taught me the elf spells. They're not that different, unfortunately, so they didn't allow me to apparate inside Hogwarts, or something like that. But, she did teach me to apparate silently, and to disappear into a wisp, so that I don't warn anyone I'm coming. Other than that, she taught me how to clean rooms quickly using magic, and some other household spells for cooking, gardening, and even handling creatures. She's a gold mine of simple spells, and I was teaching her other, harder ones too. Hopefully, she'll become completely independent soon, although I won't be able to deal with whatever the bond between her and me is, yet. After a light dinner, I go towards the potions lab, and pick out a few potion vials. Skella Grow, Nerve Repair, and a healing potion are the ones I take. And drink one after another, just half vial each. Along with that, I point my wand at the left hand, which had a few broken fingers, and say, brachium amendo. Which brings the finger bones back into the right position, allowing the skeleton grow ease in healing it properly. Doing the same with my ribs, wincing as the bone pieces snap back together, I cast as well reducing charm on the side of my eye, and an episky to stop the blood flow completely. And then, leaving the bandages in their place, to remove in the morning, I go to sleep. Just before I sleep, however, I turn the dial on my time slower to 2, making me experience time twice as fast as the rest of the universe. This is why I could stay awake for so long without any problem. I was literally living 30 to 35 hours per day. Well, at least I look older now, thanks to it. I might have been born 21 years ago, but I was closer to 22 than 21, thanks to all the extra hours. And then, I go to sleep, the meds doing their work. 2 years later, Mr. Mason Avs, you were warned that you will be required to join for service, starting the 28th of May 1942. You were therefore required to present yourself at the recruiting office no later than 9 a.m. on the above date. Please bring this paper with you, along with your ration card. A railway warrant is enclosed herewith. Sergeant Frank Ashby, recruiting officer. I raise an eyebrow, waiting for the head of DMLE to say something. Mr. Shafiq, the head, was reading the conscription letter again and again, with a scowl on his face, already knowing why I'm here. I cannot legally fight in a Muggle war, since I classify as a wizard. If I need to help out, I needed to join the efforts on the wizarding side of things, with former head Aurors commander, and the other allied Aurors. But this conscription letter changes things. I was being recognized as a citizen in the Muggle world, as I did study there for the past 4 years, and I was also born there. This complicates things, Mr. Shafiq mumbles. He then rubs his head, offering me the letter back, and says, I'll have to discuss this with my superiors, Mr. Avs. This is a very delicate matter. We can't just have you refuse the order, or you'll be labeled a criminal, and we can't send in the Obliviators, because you're currently a member of the Muggle school. Merlin knows why. Nodding, I say, that is why I had Darla bring this topic to you before leaving for the recruitment center. I knew not to take the order lightly. Sighing, Shafiq stands up, and says, wait here, or Moody will keep you company. I need to take this to my superiors. Mind if I take the letter? I shake my head, still stuck on, or Moody. As Shafiq leaves his office, another Auror enters, looking at me with a small amount of suspicion. So this is Alistair Moody. Doesn't look paranoid enough to be him, but it could be that he's just paranoid in the future. Plus, he doesn't have a single wound on his face, nor is he missing an eye. If I hadn't used telepathy to read his memories, I wouldn't have believed him to be Alistair Moody, but his father or something. You're Mason Avs, ain't ya? Alistair Moody. I remember seeing you in Hogwarts. And White talks about you, says you helped her train. Moody says, snapping me out of my thoughts. Nodding, I shake his offered hand, and say, yeah, I taught her some spells, potions, and a bit of Muggle fighting. Thought it'd be useful, but she was already a pretty amazing witch on her own. I just helped her realize her potential. Moody smiles at me, and says, she's good, all right. Despite being less experienced than me by a good 5 years, she's almost as good an Auror as me. Good thing Crickerly picked her, or she'd have been stuck behind a desk all day. I chuckle a bit uncomfortably, knowing that it's true. Darla, being a Muggleborn, didn't have much of a scope in the Auror business. It was only because she had a good mentor that she's a proper Auror now, someone that people respect. It's more because of who her mentor is, than who she is though, which she's slowly changing on her own. I say, I'm sorry to say that I don't remember seeing you around Hogwarts. Or I don't recognize you. Moody snorts, and says, I didn't meet you personally, just saw you around. Was a Slytherin, couldn't show softness to a first year, let alone someone everyone thought to be a Muggleborn. Avs, clear as water and no one made a connection, ha. I smile along with him, both of us getting silent. After half an hour or so, Moody calls for an elf, who brings us both some snacks and tea. It takes 2 hours for Mr. Shafiq to return to his office, and he looks as tired as we look entertained. He finds us on his visiting chairs, playing a game of chess, which Moody was going to lose. "Or Moody, you're on duty," Shafiq snaps, as soon as he enters his office. Moody snaps to attention, which messes the chess board. I see him smirk a little, and realize that he messed it up on purpose. "That cunt." Moody salutes Shafiq, and then leaves the office. Shafiq says, "All right, here's how it goes. You'll show up at the recruitment office, and sign up for service, wherever you like. But there are conditions." Quote, "What are they?" I ask, not agreeing outright. Shafiq lays down a contract on the table, and says, "You won't use magic in front of any Muggle, which is a given. You won't reveal our world to anyone in the Muggle army, not even if they say they know about the wizarding world. For all intents and purposes, you'll fight as a Muggle, live as a Muggle, and if need be, die as a Muggle. Lastly, if you encounter any of Grindelwald's wizards while in the military, you will inform us immediately." I frown, since this sounds very limiting. I say, I won't mention the wizarding world at all, even if anyone directly asks me about it, nor will I deliberately break the statute of secrecy in any way. But, if need be, I will use magic to defend myself. Shafiq scowls, probably tired from the very long meeting he just had, and says, "We can't send obliviators into hostile territory when you expose yourself, Mr. Avs. Either brush up on the obliviate charm, or don't use magic at all. One wizard, genius or not, is not important enough for us to risk the statute." A few more minutes are wasted in hashing out the details of my drafting, after which I'm finally allowed to leave. Now with the permission of the wizarding world to take part in the Muggle armies. In the end, they knew they couldn't stop me from going. First of all, I didn't work at the ministry, I was a civilian, who had rights. Secondly, I didn't meet with Shafiq to ask for permission, I went there to tell them that I'm going. And now, I actually am, with their own blessings. The next day, I am up with Darla to tell her the news over proper drinks. She can tell the others later, which saves me the troubles. Meanwhile, I prepare some stuff that I was going to take with me, hidden away in my mokeskin pouch. Chief among them were a pair of goblin silver daggers, dipped in basilisk venom, that I enchanted to return to their scabbards 5 seconds after they're thrown, if I don't summon them. I was quite good at throwing daggers, and my magic helped in speeding them up anyway. If I find need for something else, I'll just take the Portal Express and come here myself. I still have 2 days before I need to show myself in the recruitment office in London, after which, my training will begin. Hopefully, I won't die in my first battle itself. That would be embarrassing, since it's actually possible. Well, no choice but to keep my telekinesis active at all times, so I can save myself. Good thing Rowena's training methods work on magical telekinesis too. Damn, I really miss my mobile phone right now. I'd have blasted some really good songs for this occasion. As I go to sleep, I internally sing to myself, "War. HNGH. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. I don't know much about doctors or medicine. The only things I know is that analgesic is for headache, antacid for stomach, and morphine makes me high. But I really wanted Mason to be a drive, so forgive me for any mistakes I make. I might make a few mistakes in the war timeline, ignore them. I'll also make more than a few mistakes in the actual strategy behind wars, so ignore them too. Despite what movies say, being a good chess player does not mean you get good at planning strategies. By good, I mean I'm average at chess. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta. Boot camp. The next day, after having my evening tea, I stand on the edge of the cliff that holds the Slytherin castle, waiting for the sun to set. I had 4 days remaining before I'm to show up in London for my recruitment. Until then, I was going to just relax, because I know that once my training begins, I won't get to rest more than a few hours. Well, I have my time slower, so I can get a few more hours of sleep if I want, but I'm not going to do that. Too much. I wanted a proper military experience, with minimal magic use, even to rest my body a bit longer. As the sun starts setting, I see something rise out of the waters of the Irish Sea, something big. It rises completely above the water, showing me the full size of it, and making me blink at the pleasant surprise. It was a snake, about 3 meters long, and half a foot thick, with 3 horns atop its head. Followed by the single bigger flying snake, 7 smaller snakes, barely a foot long, fly out of the water, and follow after the bigger snake in coming towards me. "Hello, Sly. Welcome back," I greet, as the horned serpent lands on the ground behind me, the smaller snakes right behind him. Sly, my horned serpent friend. True to his word, Sly hadn't become my pet. He had stayed in the Slytherin castle for a few months after his evolution, and then left for the oceans. He returned to the castle once every few months, because he can't always stay underwater, and I'm just glad to catch him this time. Wizard, Sly greets, a happy undertone to his voice, and then turns towards the smaller snakes that were looking at me with curiosity. I'd met these snakes before, just once, when Sly brought them to me for a meeting. Well, he stayed around Slytherin Castle for a few days, knowing I have charms put up to inform me of his arrival. Sly had found a mate, obviously not for life, in a sea serpent. And these were his babies, all 7 of them. Half sea serpent, and half horned serpent. I wonder what this new breed of snakes will do. It's fortunate that you came here today. I want to tell you that I'm leaving for a while, a few years. I won't be able to come here for as long as I do now. I say, petting a baby snake that came to rest on my head. They're almost a year old now. But thanks to their 2 times magical parentage, of different breeds, they age a lot slower than normal. Sly hasn't fully grown up yet either, so they have a long way to go. Sly blinks his eyes at me, and asks, "What is it? Do you need my help?" Chuckling, I raise my hand to hold Sly's head. Scratching his cheek gently, I say, "This is a human matter, Sly. You'll have to stay invisible for years if you come with me. Just stay with your family, and enjoy your life." Sly nods, enjoying my scratching, and says, "As you wish, wizard." "Did you bring the basilisk meat with you? I wanted my snakes to try it." I eye him warily, and ask, "Do you plan on getting addicted to it again?" The last time he'd eaten the basilisk flesh, he had gotten fat. Obese, more like. I don't want to risk him getting addicted to it again. Sly innocently blinks at me, and says, "Never. I just want my children to try the majestic meat of the so-called king of snakes." Sure enough, hearing us talk about the basilisk meat, other baby snakes immediately become silent, and join Sly in staring at me with anticipation. Fuck, can't deny these cuties. Shaking my head, I raise my left hand into the air, to the curiosity of the snakes present, and conjure some of the basilisk meat from its hidden place. I say conjure, but I just switched out the empty air here with the piece of preserved meat in a personal dimension. I'd already cut the basilisk up, separating everything like I was supposed to. This then went into a personal dimension connected to my own magic, which allowed me to store and take out anything within it, without anyone knowing of it. Waving my hand, I used telekinesis to split the slab of meat in 9 pieces, 2 equally bigger than the rest, and float 8 of them in front of the 8 snakes. "Well, what are you waiting for, children? Eat up," Sly yells, to the excitement of the kitty snakes, and swallows the entire piece in one bite. Glad I didn't bring more out. Taking the remaining piece of basilisk meat, I throw it into the air, towards the ocean, and see a snake bigger than even Sly catch it in its mouth. The sea serpent, Sly's current mate. "Enjoy your stay here, Sly. I'll leave you to it. And don't break anything," I say, and create a portal back to the Avs Manor. "Goodbye, wizard. Mason, don't die," Sly says, waving his tail at my retreating form. I'd already said my goodbyes to everyone, even Doria, the Potters, and the Flamels. But now, time to go to war. 4 days later, I sit in the recruitment office in London, in my shorts, waiting for my turn to be examined and then interviewed. I'd taken an early bus here, and reached at just 8:15 a.m. Thankfully, the recruitment examination had already begun, so I wasn't too early. About 30 of us potential recruits were sitting on long benches, all of us wearing just shorts, with many of us holding newspapers that were provided to cure the boredom, and to take our minds off of our fear of bombs, that was still there a year after the attacks stopped. The Blitz. It was a dangerous period in the lives of Londoners, more so the ones living in the city. For a period of 8 months, the Nazis kept on dropping bombs on us, sometimes in the night, and sometimes in broad daylight. No one knew if we'd be alive the next day, when we slept. Thankfully, neither my Islington house, or the orphanage, were harmed beyond a few wall cracks, by the bombs. I'd cast a permanent Presidio ward around my Islington home, as soon as the blitz began, which caused much of the debris to just slide right off. Unfortunately, the aftershocks still caused some damage to the walls, which I had to repair. I did help out in finding the survivors, and in bandaging them up, and I have to say, it was depressing. If it wasn't for the knowledge that the war will be over in a few years, I would have lost my will to live. Many did, but the people were healing from it, mostly because there hasn't been a bombing for many months. Soon, I get called in for medical examination, and 10 minutes of probing and prodding later, along with taking samples of my blood, the doctor sends me off to the recruitment officer with a preliminary result in hand. Mason Aves. Mason Aves. Mason Aves. Found it. You're a student, Explains why you didn't apply before now. You have. Your letter. The officer says, going through my file, which they already have on me. I hand him my conscription letter, and say, yes sir, I just got my letter now, or I would have signed up in 39 itself. He ignores the letter, and asks, you're a medic, or going to school to be. Imperial College is a good school, innit? Why not wait to finish school before joining? Nodding, I say, it is, sir. And I did start my school to be a doctor, but I don't think I'll be suitable to be a medic in this war. And waiting isn't an option, because the war has already been fought for 3 years. The drafting just gives me an excuse to get off my ass and do something. Why not a doctor? You could make some good there as a doctor. The officer asks, ignoring the other statements. I say, I have studied medicine for just 4 years, with my 2 final years remaining. I don't have any experience, CE we don't get to start actually training until our final year. I don't want to risk me messing things up when someone more competent could save a life if they were in my place. The officer keeps staring at me, as I lie to his face. I wasn't going to be a wartime medic, not at all. I wanted to be in the thick of it, go to battles. And it's not a sense of adventure talking, but it is a sense for justice. Not exactly a healer thing to say, but the Nazis have pissed me off, a lot. Plus, I won't get to meet Steve effing Rogers while sitting in a tent. You're lucky we need infantry more than we need medics right now. The situation could change anytime though, so, I'll still mark you down as a prospective combat medic. They'll train you to be good enough. Don't worry, the officer says, and stamps approved on my form. Handing it to me, he says, take this, and show it to the officer on counter number 3. He'll give you your ticket to the camp. Good luck, soldier. Standing up, I sloppily salute him, making him chuckle, and walk out the door. Guess I'll be a medic in war, but being a combat medic is leagues better than staying in the tent. From the London office, I go back home, with the train leaving for camp in 2 days. After which, I leave for the training camp. Alongside me, were 20 other recruits, in a train to Durham at King's Cross Station. From Durham, we were taken to the Bransepeth camp for our training. They were all muggles, which I expected, since even I had to go through a lot of troubles to be able to take part in this war. The most wizards that I'll meet in this war, if I do, are either going to be Muggleborn, or Grindelwald's soldiers, and they are not mutually exclusive. At Durham Station, a corporal was already there waiting for us, shouting to gain our attention. He then took us outside to a bus, taking which, we went on a 6 to 7 kilometers drive to the camp. The camp was already pretty busy when we got there, with a lot of people marching from one place to another, wearing some pretty hideous army uniform. Great, I'll have to wear that. The Bransepeth camp had wooden buildings, as well as cloth tents all around it, for rooms, kitchens, bathrooms, etc. There were various training grounds, including a few further into the woods for grenade training. All in all, it was what you'd expect to see in any military training camp. We were given a single tent for 10 people each, with a cot, bed, covers, a single small table for our belongings, and a few mirrors already available. The bathroom was a big one, common for all of us. We were also given a knife, spoon, and fork, for lunches and dinners, that we had to take care of by ourselves. Since I've been preparing my own food, and washing utensils for years now, alongside Blinky, it wasn't a chore to me. The first day was a bit awkward, since people were still in the getting to know each other stage. In my tent, were boys from all around the UK, with a boy, Harry from Ireland, being the youngest. He was just 18, having turned 18 barely a month ago. Then there were Jack, Niall, James, Charles, Lewis, Liam, Kurt, and Tom, many of whom were about my age. They also had waited until getting a letter to begin their service. Which is understandable. Our food was bland, as we expected. There were boiled potatoes, which were seasoned with the tiniest amount of spices and salt, along with a scoop of wet rice. And a single slice of bread. Honestly, what did I expect? We were shown the ropes for the first few days, given a schedule for our training and chores. And we were expected to do chores, including cooking food for everyone in the camp. There was a schedule, for which tent cooks food for the day, and our time came on every Sunday. There were 70 recruits in the camp, divided in groups of 10 for better management. But the camp was never completely calm. There was always someone training, either for digging trenches, climbing ropes, trees, mountains, or just to travel during the night. Then there was the day training, like crawling through the mud, marching around everywhere with 10 or so kgs of weight constantly on your body, rifle training, digging, basic weapons maintenance. And a soft medic training for a few of us, who were marked as prospective medics. Sometimes, we would go into the woods to practice throwing grenades, some of which would be live to keep us on guard at all times. It was always one thing or the other, we literally weren't allowed to stop for a single minute. Every day, from 6 a.m. to lights out at 10 p.m., for hours and hours, we would keep training one thing or another. Using falling into the mud as an excuse to get split seconds of rest, and to cool our bodies a bit. It was awful, if sobering. The only other rest we got was for supper time, and when we were in lectures. And there were lectures, for military tactics, taking orders, some basic codes, and my medic training. All in all, the training experience was showing itself to be wonderful, if tiresome. Excluding the worst food I've ever eaten, I was actually enjoying my life here. And I was going to stay here for 6 months, until I was given my orders of service. September 1942. The next few months of my training go in a fixed routine, the only changes to it being the daily schedule changes. We would wake up at 6 a.m., have breakfast, shower and get ready before 6:30 in the uniform they provided us with. Wearing our rifles on our backs in attention position, all before our drill sergeant enters our room to pick us up. Then, we would start our day with a slow-paced jog around the camp, while the sergeant told us things to repeat, which sometimes would even be poems. Then came rifle training, where we were taught how to shoot our rifles, pistols, and an SMG, and how to clean and maintain the weapons. After lunch, our time was divided into either combat training, which I excelled at thanks to my experience in fighting rings, and obstacle run. Out of the 12 hours that we trained, we barely sat down for a few minutes, let alone rest, not counting the time we took for eating, obviously. But I was going through it, because I need to. Don't want to get caught off guard because I expected war to be too easy. And while this training is hard, it is something everyone needs. Prepare for the worst, as they say. We were also given inoculations against some common diseases found in wartime. It was needed, because why let cholera kill your soldier, when he can die off bullets while killing enemies instead? From marching everywhere, to throwing grenades further and further away, on time, to hitting targets while laying prone, sitting, standing and running, to killing enemies with your knife, fists, and any weapon they can think of. Everything was done so that we can turn into better soldiers, into better killers. Hopefully, they won't need to explain to anyone that we should only kill enemies, and this time, it's Nazis, fascists and the Japanese. During my 4th month at Bransepeth, as I was having dinner, I momentarily still as I get a ping from one of my alarm charms, one I'd been expecting for this entire year and a half, and continue eating as if nothing's wrong. Someone was in the Chamber of Secrets, someone that wasn't me. And there can be only one culprit who can do it, and will do it after school's curfew has already begun. I look at the clock hanging on the wall, and see that it's just 9:30 p.m. I wait for a few hours, keeping an eye on the clock in between. Once everyone in my room is asleep, I walk towards the loo, and apparate to my Fidelius protected Av's manor. Once inside the wards, I remove my pocket watch from my personal dimension, and take a moment to smile, still amazed by the enchantment that I managed to do. My pocket watch, my time watch, this was an artifact of magic, as well as a relic of sorcery. It shows time, as watches do, but it also has more features. Clicking the button atop it, I check the time, and see that there's a minute to 1 a.m. 4 hours then. Holding the pocket watch in front of me, I click a very small spot on the surface with the nail of my left thumb, which contains an invisible activation rune, hidden from sight. The activation rune creates a complex runic circle above the pocket watch, that is golden in color. There are 16 runes in a circle, and these runes are the ones that decide the function of the watch. Spinning the circle by touching it with my right hand, the watch still held in the left palm, I set the timer as 4 hours, set my destination as default, and activate it. As soon as I activate the artifact, the runic circle moves away from my hand, and goes towards the wall nearest to me. It sticks to the wall, and starts spinning. Within 2 seconds, the section of the wall inside the circle disappears, and transforms into a portal. The portal shows no destination on the other side, however, and is just plain black in color. Without waiting, I jump through the portal, and come out inside my forge. In the Chamber of Secrets. Almost as soon as I step through the portal, it disappears into thin air, its job done. Clicking the button on the watch, I open it up, and see the time is 9 p.m. I still have half an hour, good. The pocket watch was my very own time turner, that I made for myself after finding the sands of time in the Slytherin vault. I could go back anywhere from 1 hour, to 12 hours. Using the time watch, by creating a portal to take me anywhere I want. It can probably go further away, but I haven't tried it yet, because the Dom is sure to find me then. Is time watch works almost the same as any other time turner, except for the method, and it also only deals with a maximum of 12 hours. This way, I can stay better hidden from the Dom. I wasn't ready to face them yet. I can set the destination as any place that I know for a fact is empty, and by default, it'll drop me here in my forge, which no one else knows about thanks to the Fidelius charm I added recently. I don't use the watch that often, since I don't usually have a reason to go back in time, even for a few hours. I used it after creating it, to see if it actually works, stayed hidden, until I saw myself go back in time. And then came out after getting the confirmation that it is the same as the normal time turners. It also creates a closed loop, meaning I don't change anything, while in the past. Everything that's going to happen, has already happened. Keeping the watch back in my personal dimension, I take out a few things to get ready for this meeting. Let's find out what my dear cousin will do, shall we? Tom Riddle was curious. He had been, for almost as long as he remembered. He found out very early that he had gifts, he could do things that other people can only dream about. Talking to snakes, making animals do anything for him, controlling the minds of children, all of it was just the tip of it, he knew. And he was proven right, when a man called Dumbledore came to him, proclaiming him a wizard. At least he now knew what his powers were. But, just like that, he wasn't special anymore. There were literally millions of people that could do the same as him, if they tried it, with the wave of their wands. But, Tom Riddle also found that not many people tried to be as strong as him. They weren't as driven. Wizards were content to live in their mediocrity, and they thrived in it. There were very few wizards, who actually tried to be the best. Tom Riddle was one of them, and he wanted to be the best in everything. So, after learning that he was a descendant of Salazar Slytherin himself, through the House of Gaunt, he began to learn everything he could about them. He learned that there is a single Gaunt male remaining, whom he was planning on meeting later. He wanted to ask why he didn't try finding Tom before. Then there was this Chamber of Secrets, a mythical secret room, hidden away inside the school by Salazar Slytherin himself. After 2 years of searching through every corner of the school, he had finally found the entrance at the end of last year, hidden inside a girl's bathroom of all things. He had waited to gather a few things he might need, like the school broom he had. permanently borrowed last year, and he spent those months learning a few spells he might need in this journey. And now, he finally had the time to check it out. If the myths were true, and there is a monster hidden in there, then he wanted to take over it. He wanted to carry on his ancestors' dreams of purifying his school, and what better way to do that than by using Salazar's own pet monster? Whatever it might be. And so, after dinner, once everyone had gone on to sleep, he had used his prefect privileges to get away from the students. No one questioned him anymore, anyway. Not after the second year, when he broke the fifth-year prefect, Abraxas Malfoy's arm for daring to touch him. Going through the long slide that made up the chamber's entrance was annoying. Since he wasn't a child to enjoy something as filthy as this. The rest of the journey, towards the chamber itself, was filled with some shocks and surprises, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. Salazar Slytherin inventing magical light bulbs, and hanging them off the ceiling of a cave is nothing he didn't expect his ancestor to do. It was his ancestor, he has to have been as impressive as himself. And then, he entered the chamber itself, which was impressive. A big statue head right in the front depicted an image of Salazar Slytherin, and the path surrounded by water did look ominous enough for Tom to nod in agreement. It suited his ancestor very well, and it will suit Tom himself perfectly. And now, to find the monster. For 2 hours, I watch over Tom Riddle, as he went around the chamber, trying to find the secrets hidden here. He was using some detection spells, most likely spells that he got from his minions, to find out if anything was hidden. Until finally, he finds the place, and guesses the correct password a few more tries later. As the mouth of Salazar Slytherin's statue opens, Tom patiently waits for the monster to show itself, and when it doesn't, he walks inside the tunnel. How easy it would be to kill him right now, without anyone knowing. People would just wonder where he went, and then go on with their lives. Alas, I'm a healer, and Tom Riddle, the one in front of me, is innocent of any heinous crimes. He's a piece of shit, yes, that much I got from his thoughts and memories, but he isn't a criminal yet. He was hoping to be, after gaining control over Slytherin's monster. But he isn't yet, and it's not like there's a monster here anymore. Tom then walks out of the cave, more confused than angry, muttering to himself about the monster that has Saint likely gone outside to eat or something. I take that time to walk out of the mirror dimension, while his back was turned, and wait for him to finish his rambling. I say, it's not here, you know. The monster. It immediately causes a reaction in Tom, as he stills in place, and then snaps around with his wand raised at my head level. So, he's aiming for a kill. Who are you? How did you find this place? Tom asks, his wand now glowing green at the tip, as I just look on, amused at his reaction, and at his light show. He was using a method of intimidation, using a colored Lumos charm to imitate the color of the killing curse. Works on fearful idiots, who don't know that curses can't be held at the tip of the wand. I say, Harrison Evans, pleased to meet you, Mr. Tom takes a pause, his wand still raised, and he says, Riddle, Tom Riddle, how did you find this place? And what do you mean it's not here? I smile at him, keeping my hands folded in front of my chest. Pointing with my head at the statue, I say, I found the chamber when I studied here, Mr. Riddle, just as you did. I don't think I have to explain how that's possible, do I? Riddle shakes his head, scowling at me, and says, and the monster? What happened to it? Shrugging, I answer, I killed it of course. It was too dangerous to be kept alive in a school full of children. It didn't listen to me, a descendant of the great Salazar Slytherin himself. When I ordered it to stand down, alas, its hunger was too great, and it tried to eat me. As you know, it didn't go well for the monster. Riddle widens his eyes, his hand slowly dropping. He mumbles to himself for a while, and then drops down on the ground. All this work, for nothing. The monster is dead. Tom asks, more to himself than to me. He then looks at me, kinda sad, and asks, are we related then? I shrug, and ask, I don't even know who you are, Mr. Riddle. I'm guessing you're a half-blood, just like me, probably a product of an illicit affair. We could be cousins, we could be brothers, we could be uncle and nephew, depends on who your parents are. My mother's name is Mirope, I know she died giving birth to me, and that's it. I don't know who my father is. Tom says, now selling the sad child act hard. I look on at his show, internally amused at him thinking he can manipulate me into giving personal information, and say, we're cousins then. Your mother is most likely Merope Gaunt, the sister of my father, Morfin Gaunt. What? It's not like Mason Avs is known to be a child of the Gaunts, or Morfin Gaunt. And ever since they got monetary contents of the Slytherin vault in their hands, even the goblins are good to me. And I confirmed it using telepathy. Why didn't you try to find me? I had to live in an orphanage. Tom yells, still seated. I snort, and say, tough luck, so did I. My mother died giving birth to me too, kid. Shit happens, grow up. And it's not like I knew you existed. I didn't even know the name of my FA. There until I went to Gringotts to look it up. And before you mention them, blood tests only show your direct ancestors, not your cousins, brothers, or sisters, or even theirs. He then points his hands towards the outer tunnels, and asks. Salazar didn't put up those light bulbs, or the cushioning charms, did he? You did. I nod, wondering why this bothers him, and use telepathy to enter his mind. Tom stays silent for a few seconds, and I have to hold back a frown at his thoughts. He has a pretty good handle on occlumency, better than most adult wizards at least, but he's nothing in front of Dumbledore, let alone the Flamels. And now, after my training with Rowena, the actual Phoenix Force personified, I can hear Dumbledore's loud thoughts, even if I need to try really hard to stay hidden. He's just that good. The Flamels meanwhile are pretty much impossible to get a read on, for me. Even with the Phoenix's training, the Flamels are too good at mind arts for me to hear a single stray thought. Tom's a kid, relative to all that. He then sighs, once again showing his sad act, and says, we're so alike, you and I. Both of us lost our parents early in life, both of us raised in Muggle orphanages. Both of us found the Chamber of Secrets by ourselves. And then he stops talking, his shoulder shaking as if he's crying. He then suddenly snaps his wand towards me, and yells, Crucio. I sidestep the spell, letting it splash harmlessly on the wall, and ask, what? Don't like the fact that you're not a special kid anymore. Tom yells, Confracta Asa, the bone-breaking curse, which I block using its counter-curse. The bone-mending charm. The two spells meet in the middle, and fizzle out. Doing this, casting counters to the attacks to defend against them, is advised against, since you actually need to have a good aim for that, and an instant reaction speed. You need to hit your spell at the attacking spell, and you only have a split second to recognize the curse, aim, and fire the counter curse. Tom then fires another Cruciatus curse, which I step away from. He fires curses at me, some of which I dodge away from, some I block with specific counters, and some I block using a shield or the other. I don't attack him, however, since I want to see what else he can do. He summons a group of conjured spikes, made out of a dark smoke, and sends it flying at me. I conjure a block of concrete, and spin it around me to block all of them. The concrete melts into a dark sludge, proving my guess that it was dark magic. And here I thought he could be redeemed. You took away my monster from me. You claim to be similar to me, mocking me. And you claim to be related to me. Me, I am Lord Voldemort, you filthy peasant. Die. Tom yells, all the while sending more and more dangerous spells at me. He's a good wizard, great even, for his age. The problem is, I'm just better. I've learned more spells in 1 year than he's known until now. I know counter curses to each of his curses, from both my studies and my healer training. And I've trained with Darla when she was training to be an Auror. I know combat a lot better than he does, and it shows. Going on attack, I twitch my wand once, sending his wand flying out of his hands and towards me. As he gapes at his wand flying out of his hand, I snap the fingers of my left hand, conjure ropes around his arms and legs, tying each together. And then one around his body, tying his arms to his body, and then force his body into a kneeling position. Along with that, I conjure a tape around his mouth, shutting his obviously racist tirade up before it even begins. You're good for your age, Mr. Riddle. You're just too young, I say, sitting down in front of me, as he glares at me hatefully. Your plan was good, well thought out, if a little stupid. Disarm me with the sad little child routine, hit the cruciatus while I'm off guard to make me unstable and hopefully take E down. Then what? Use legilimency to find all my secrets. Or would you have used veritaserum? Quote, he says nothing, just keeps staring at me. I sigh, and say, I have no quarrels with you yet, Mr. Riddle. You're my relative, as much as you hate to accept it, it won't change. If you'd have stayed neutral to me, I would have allowed you to practice your spells here, in the chamber, away from anyone's suspicious eyes. But now, you tried to capture and interrogate me. Even if you failed, I don't appreciate you trying. Taking a pause, I glare at Tom, and say, you're still young, Mr. Riddle. Change your path now, while you still have the chance. The mark of being a dark wizard doesn't go away. Once you start on the path, you almost always stay there. You stay like this, and you'll end up facing me, once again, and we both know how that will end up. Going. I then point my wand at his head, smiling at seeing him actually afraid of me, and say, I won't take your memories away, not all of them at least, you'll try this again and again anyway. So, all, just bar you from ever opening the Chamber of Secrets. You won't remember anything about me, not even my name, or my face, and I hope you don't try to look for me. It will not go well for you. Improve, Mr. Riddle, for your own sake, improve while you still can. And then, I cast Stupefy on his head, stunning Tom Riddle into unconsciousness. Placing my hand on his forehead, I enter his mind, and turn my face into a blur. While still there, I erase the memory of me telling him my name, and our relation to each other. Still touching him, now on his wrists, I close my eyes, focusing on the wards inside the chamber. And bar Tom Marvolo Riddle from ever opening any of the multiple entrances. As that happens, a band of yellow magic exits out of my hand, and binds Tom on his wrist. I also take the time to change the password of the entrances, from open to Rick Astley, he'll never give me up, or let me down. Picking Tom up, my job done, I turn both of us invisible, and go to the stairs, coming out into the dungeons. I'll leave him in the Slytherin common room, which is easy since I already have the password from Tom Riddle's memories. I wanted to meet with him, but I didn't know what I'll do about him yet. He's evil, that much I understand from his memories of what he's done. He mentally tortured 2 boys when he was just 8, so much so, that they refused to mention it to anyone, even now. He got bullied here, when he was sorted into Slytherin, but that doesn't explain him testing out spells on unsuspecting students, most of them of a Muggle background. But, he hasn't killed anyone. Yet, until he actually commits a bad enough crime, I wasn't going to kill him. Not even my guardian's oath was going to forgive the murder of a child, and that is what he is. A child. I was going to leave him alone, to live his life. Hopefully, he decides to go straight, or we'll end up meeting anyway. And it won't go well for him the next time either. Dropping him on a sofa in the Slytherin common room, I walk outside and go back to the chamber the way I came, to the forge, but not before repairing the damage done to the chamber walls. Then, I change back into my own face, wear the clothes that I was wearing when I came here, and create a portal to the bathroom of the camp, and wait in the mirror dimension. I'll go back to bed as soon as my past self leaves for my home. Didn't expect to say, this meeting happened while I'm at the training camp, but I'm glad to get this over with. Now, I won't have to worry about him coming into the chamber, because I'm going to change all the passwords anyway. I know from experience that the protection spells Salazar put in the chamber are almost impossible to get around. It'll take a group of highest caliber ward breakers a few months of studying it, as well as a day or 2 of trying to get through, giving me enough time to take care of any attackers. Soon, I lay down on the bed, the time slower activated to give me double amount of sleep. I can get back to my training now. At least I'll get 10 hours of sleep today, all thanks to Tom Marvolo Riddle. Hopefully, my threat doesn't make him worse than he actually was supposed to be. I really hope I haven't made things worse. Sigh, training to stop one egomaniac, and another shows his face. I'll never get my rest, will I? Well, I'm a Ravenclaw. I'll figure something out. FYI, just in case I decide to drop the story, I'll post a summary chapter for all that I had planned for the story. This will be after the CH97 that I have on Patreon. I'll upload the Patreon chapters as soon as I figure something out. Thank you for sticking with me, even when I'm a dumb writer sometimes. Ta-ta. Service begins. 2 chapters today, this is the first one. The 28th of November 1942. You got your orders? Jack Wells asks, entering our common tent with a letter in hand. Amongst the 10 people in my tent, and my training group, Jack Wells was the one closest to me in terms of ability and friendship. We weren't friends, not exactly. But we were as close as we can be, while training together. He had a military father, who fought in the Great War, and so, he had most of the stuff already filled within his head by him. This training did take a toll on all of us, however, and we were eager to leave. I look up from packing my bags, raise my deployment order in answer, and say, the African campaign. Yours. Jack clicks his tongue in disappointment, sits down on his bed which was next to mine, and says, France, with the Royal Navy. Pity, you would have been a decent addition behind me for when I finally killed Hitler. I chuckle, and go back to my bags. I had spent 6 months here, in Camp Bransepeth, training for more than half the day, every day. Despite not having gone to actual war, the FACTS of this training showed on all of our bodies. All of us had lost whatever fat we had, and a little bit of weight, most of it thanks to the amazing quality of food here, note the sarcasm. I had grown a little bit taller. Probably because my back was so straight now, and a little bit wider around the chest area. The most visible of the changes was that we were all fighters now. We're nowhere near the best, but we're definitely not the worst. The rest, only our experience will change us. And just yesterday, we had all begun to get our deployment orders. I was being sent to North Africa, along with hundreds of other soldiers and supplies, to provide support to the Allied First Army. A lot of us had hoped that our groups, after having trained together for so long, would be allowed to deploy together, but well, this is war. Rarely anything happens that you've already expected. I chuckle at his enthusiasm, and say, well, I'll be sure to welcome you with the head of the desert fox. Pausing, I ask, you informed your mum yet? Quote, Jack laughs a little nervously, and says, I'm going to meet her later today. Dad's bringing her and little Donnie to meet me. She must have gotten so big now. I shake my head, and dryly say, you've been away from the girl for 6 months. She won't have changed that much. Donnie was his younger sister, 12 years old. I've seen a few pictures, which he enthusiastically showed everyone too. And she's cute, for a kid. Better looking than Jack anyway. Soon, Jack leaves me alone, to go celebrate with the others. They were celebrating their imminent deaths, but well, I'm not their minder. They can do whatever the hell they want. Me, I'm going to do some homework. The North African campaign has been going on since the beginning of the war, with Italy, Germany, Britain, and France taking turns in ruling different parts. Currently, the most important part of the African front, strategically speaking, was the entire northern coast. Along with that, however, whoever holds the village of Tunis was the one in control of the Mediterranean Sea. Plus, capturing Tunis would give us, the Allied forces, a way to enter Italy from the south. Hopefully, at the same time, another army would march from the east, trying to pin the Axis in the middle, and then capture them. Currently, the Allied First Army was struggling to march towards Tunis, thanks to lower supplies and the unforgiving climate. It was a literal desert, and it took a lot out of anyone not used to it. Still, the army was moving steadily, attacking and winning against the Axis soldiers, but they were going to need soldiers soon. And a lot of supplies. Kerosene, ammunition, food, water, were going scarce, and we were going to be the relief, thousands of us. Welp, I signed up for war. Now I'm going to war. Hundreds of soldiers were gathered at the port, with many people gathered to either say goodbye, or to show their support. I was waiting a few steps away from Jack, as he said goodbye to his family. His father looking on proudly. We were going to be shipped on the same day, although on different ships. But, I was just here because no one on my ship was anyone I knew. They were all strangers, and Jack, as new as he is kinda a friend. I'd already met with Sister Agnes, to tell her the news of my departure. I didn't want her to wonder what happened to me if I disappeared without any notice. Suddenly, I get pulled by my collar, and before I can do anything to defend myself, I feel a soft pair of lips on my mouth, giving me an amazing kiss. As suddenly as they came, the lips disappear, and I see a girl, about 25 years old, giggle with her friends and waving me goodbye. Well, perks of being a soldier. Although, I'd have preferred a high first. Don't tell me, that was your first kiss, wasn't it? Jack asks, the asshole that he is. Scowling, I say, no, your mum takes that spot. Hey now, don't bring my mum into this. Jack says, getting in my face, pretending to be too angry. I snort, breaking the silence, and pat his shoulder, as he starts laughing. He says, come on, you can find her after the war if you want to. I shake my head, and start walking towards my own ship, as he goes towards his. Time to go to war. Although, I didn't expect Egypt to be the place I begin my military career. Well, I'll go with the flow, for now. I can just mind control my superiors to transferring me somewhere else anyway, if I feel like it. North Africa. It took us 10 entire days to go from the United Kingdom to the Egyptian coast. The place where we landed was under Allied command, so we didn't have much troubles in landing and getting to the mainland safely. After that, we had to march, along with the new Panzer Division and the Artillery Division, towards the village of Tunis, to give support to the soldiers hopefully already there. 2,000 soldiers, 100 tanks, and 200 trucks full of supplies, were all marching towards the east, knowing that the Allied First Army was waiting for us, holding their ground. Or capturing Tunis. I am somewhat in the middle, wearing the standard private uniform, holding a rifle in my hands, a handgun on my hip, a pair of knives on my leg and hip, and a few grenades on my body, marching without any problem, towards Tunis. Alas, we didn't encounter the results we expected. Our commander, a Colonel Gray, raises his arm to order us to stop. Right as we were about to cross a small hill, he then takes a team, and walks forward to talk to the Allied First Army that I could feel in the distance, and we all could hear the gunfire already happening. They were exchanging fire with someone I couldn't see, which is probably the Germans, or the fascists of Italy. The fuck is that about? Shouldn't they have captured Tunis by now? Someone from my right asks, not to me, but in general, frowning, as I could clearly listen to the thoughts of Call Gray, as well as the general, Kenneth Anderson, whom he was talking with. I say, the soldiers are probably too green, just like us. Defeating an experienced army will be tough, even if they didn't have better airfield advantage. Plus, there's the Luftwaffe currently flying overhead, and we were soon going to become a welcome target, if the higher-ups don't speed things up with the talks. This is going to be a long campaign, isn't it? Sure enough, Colonel Gray approaches us and says, attention, soldiers. The Germans have gotten support in the form of 20,000 soldiers and the Luftwaffe. Our job is to help Gen. Anderson, Indiana, holding the line. Don't let the Germans through this line, or the campaign will be lost. The war right behind it. Thankfully, while I could feel how hopeless it is from his own mind, I also knew that there were efforts at capturing Egypt from the southeast. Hopefully, they'll give us some advantage later. As we march forward to join the Allied First Army, and start digging more trenches and walls, I join a group of British and French soldiers in their trench, to sit and wait. Enjoying the peace that this small lull in war is giving us. God knows it won't be this peaceful for long. But, the war isn't always just exchanging bombs and gunfire. There's a hell of a lot of waiting too, and I'll have to experience that a lot. All the while, remaining a muggle. Why did I think this was a good idea again? March 1943, near Tunis, Egypt. Fall back, RCO yells, as we keep exchanging fire while walking backwards. I fire my Tommy gun, getting a few soldiers, while some others duck away in time. I was getting the hang of using a machine gun now, over the Enfield rifle that we were first issued with. But, things weren't going well for us. We had Morocco and Algerian coasts under our control, giving us full control over the Suez Canal. But, we were too spread out. The line too thin. Our numbers also weren't that many. Including the reinforcements provided by the Canadians and Americans, we had just about 150,000 soldiers at the beginning of this campaign. WOC was now down to 120,000, 3 months later. The Axis, meanwhile, had almost 300,000 men, as well as airports nearer to the line. Our airports were, all the way in Algeria, which made bringing supplies in that much harder. Suddenly, machine gun fire rains down on our spot, making us all duck down behind a mound of sand. A pained choke makes me turn to my right, to see that the French gunner beside me had gotten hit in the chest by a single bullet. "Man down," I yell, and put the gun on my back to start his treatment. In these 3 months, I had become an official combat medic, since healing was my specialty. I did use guns too, obviously, since this is a war, but I never turned down healing my allies, and even a couple enemies that needed to be interrogated before they die. Thankfully, I have a wonderful gift of telekinesis that makes it so I don't get unknowingly shot at. This is something I developed while in the war itself, since I couldn't do it before without practical experience. Around me was a telekinetic field, almost always active. The bullets that approach this field are curved around me, making it so that I don't get hit when I don't want to. But no bullet hitting me is also suspicious. So I had to take a few hits and grazes in harmless places, and only those places which I can heal without any magic. The bullet holes on the man's chest and back. CK told me that the bullet had gone clean through, meaning I just need to stop the blood flow, and patch the wound, all before the Nazis catch up with us. "Cover me," I yell over the sound of gunfire, to the men around us. The other 7 men, some French and some American, nod, and keep firing, giving me enough place to do what I need to. Washing the wounds with whiskey, I quickly dab at it with a dry cloth. Ignoring the whimpers of the man I'm healing, I take out a bottle of sulfa powder from my bag, and spray a healthy amount on both sides. Now, to stop the blood flow, since I don't have anything on me to do it, I tear 2 pieces of cloth, and roll them into a ball. Pressing them to his chest wound, I wound it up around his chest using a bandage, and do the same to his back wound. First aid is done, now to take him away. I pick the man up, and am about to lift him on my shoulders to carry, when the gunfire on us suddenly stops, the Nazis aiming it somewhere else. I look up, to see the other men looking just as confused as me. Someone's drawing fire away from us. One of them whispers, pointing at our 5 o'clock. I lift the injured, now unconscious man, on my shoulders, and say, "We'll thank them later. For now, let's follow our orders, and retreat. We'll cover you," another man says, as we start running towards our own army, which has gone a bit further away from us for now. The 7 soldiers that were with me stay around me, to cover me from the back, and I hear a few gunshots going from our group. My fellow soldiers were helping whoever is drawing fire there, good. Hopefully, they stay alive long enough for us to thank them. But now, retreat. That night, as we stay around a camp, once again in the safety of Algeria, I see the Frenchmen that were with me talking and laughing with a group of men wearing Canadian uniform. Normally, just this won't get my attention, but I clearly heard a lot of thank yous from the Frenchmen. "Hey, medic," the guy yells, as he sees me walk towards them. "The name's Avs, Gunner," I say, nodding my head at him, and approach the group with a glass of diluted whiskey in my hand. "Can't drink too much, we can be attacked any moment." The gunner points his hand at the Canadians, and says, "I'm Dubois. These lads were the ones drawing fire away from us. You should have seen them, medic. These 2 gentlemen here ran at them with guns and knives. And they came out alive, with barely a single wound. This ain't our first war battle, bub," a rough voice says, making me look at the person, and I freeze. "The fuck are you looking at?" The man snarls, standing up, obviously drunk from the alcohol he's been drinking, with the cigar definitely not helping things. "Holy fuck, it's him." The taller man beside him says, "Jimmy," in a warning tone. He then pulls him back, and whispers something to him, making the shorter man widen his eyes. The tall man walks towards me, stumbling a little, and offers me his hand. I see his nails growing a lot more than is sanitary, or healthy, but ignoring it, I smile widely and accept his offered hand. "Holy fuck," I can't believe I'm meeting them, this is huge. Wincing, as he presses my hand a little too much, I say. Private Mason Avs, medic. Pleased to meet you. The man smirks, and says, SGT Victor Creed. That angry little kid there's my brother, Corporal James, Logan, Howlett. Well, I thought I might see them sometime. But I didn't think it'd be this soon. Wolverine, and Sabretooth. And to think, they saved my team's life. I owe you guys one, Sergeant Creed. Want some whiskey? I say, and point at the barrel of whiskey to the back. Victor graciously accepts, and walks back with me, James following right behind, allowing me to sift through their minds a little. By gods, they've been through a lot. So many wars, so many bullets, and even bomb explosions. Thankfully, they heal from it all, but the pain's still there. James is wary of me, feeling something is different about me, but he doesn't know what. Victor, meanwhile, already knows that I'm a mutant, because he can somehow smell mutations. Damn, I didn't even know that was possible. I'll have to do something about it later. Because I know he's an amazing tracker, and now he has my scent. I don't like this much. So, you're like us. Victor says, once we're sufficiently far enough away from other people. Frowning, pretending to be surprised, I ask. You can tell. How? Victor smirks, and says, your smell. Our kind has a different scent, it's really distinctive for me. Jimmy there hasn't got a good nose, or he would have been able to tell too. You could also feel it, right? That's why you froze back there. I nod, and say, I have a feel for it. But I didn't know it for sure until I looked at your brother and you. So, what can you do? James, who had been silent until now, says, we heal. Very fast. To show off, Victor raises his hand, starts growing a nail fast, and cuts it into his own hand. The hand bleeds for a few seconds, and then stops. The hand healing up. What about you, medic? What can you do? James asks, as he shows off his claws too. Damn, those claws are cool as fuck. Well, obviously I'm not going to say I'm a telepath. Because that's a recipe for disaster. I look around, just for show, already knowing that no one's looking at us, and bring my whiskey glass holding hand up. The glass rises from the hand, and moves around my hand a bit, and then, I hold it back in my hand again. I say, I can move stuff with my mind. It's a lot easier to stay alive when very few bullets hit you. I can keep my vitals safe, even if some bullets sometimes get through. James chuckles, now losing his suspicions, and says, that explains why all 7 members of your squad were alive back there. Well, we're not exactly a squad. We were just fortunate enough to be grouped together during a run back to GAFSA. Victor offers me his hand once again, and says, you and I, Avs, we're gonna be the best of friends. You're in my squad now. Don't worry, I'll deal with it. How the fuck would you make that possible? I exclaim, already knowing the answer. Victor chuckles, and says, you go and get ready to move. We'll clear it up with the brass, and get our next mission. Remember, only 3 of us have powers in our squad, so keep it hidden as much as you can. Don't want no normals attacking us along with the enemies. I nod, mutely watching the 2 go. James Howlett, and Victor Creed. 2 of the most dangerous ferals on Earth. One, a 5'9" tall bearded man, and another 6'3". Both almost 70 years old at this moment in time. I'll have to see about getting some of their blood, for research. I'm a doctor, so that should be easy. Hey, I'm a pursuer of knowledge, and getting to study their abilities firsthand. Without actually experimenting on their person is not something I'm going to give up. I could think of a few rituals I can modify to be able to use their blood, and gain their healing ability. Oh, boy, now I'm excited. 3 days later, 10 of us were laying down on top of the hill, looking at a group of walking Italian soldiers, 10 trucks full of supplies, and 2 panzers. They were taking supplies to Tunis, where the Desert Fox was still holed up. Including me, James, and Victor, there were 4 other gunners, 1 sniper called Justin, the tactical expert called Larry, and 1 demolitions expert called Matthew. I, along with being the medic, was also their language and infiltration expert after they found out I could understand and speak Italian, German, Dutch, and even Russian. Didn't Matter that I couldn't act like a spy, not to these guys. Justin, James, Victor, and all 4 gunners were all Canadian, Larry was French, and Matthew was American, with me being the only British. Larry, who was looking at the convoy through the binoculars, says, 209 men, excluding the men hidden in the trucks and the panzers, machine guns and rifles. This is going to be tough, boys. We know, James says, for once not smoking a cigar. Holding a machine gun on his back, he asks, what's the plan, Larry? Larry sighs, and says, James and Victor, draw their fire from 2 o'clock, we know you'll survive. The gunners will attack from 10, providing Matthew enough distraction to take care of the panzers. Justin, take care of the drivers before giving cover fire. Mason's with me, Victor suddenly says, making Larry frown. At Larry's questioning look, he says, I know what I'm doing, don't worry. Larry nods, and says, we got 10 minutes to go to our locations. Watches synced. We hold our watches in the middle, and see that they're already synced to the second. You know your tasks, and your positions. Don't mess up, this is important. Mason's intel says that this convoy can give the Italians a new strength. And neither the brass, nor we want that. Larry says, making us all nod. James, Victor and I move towards our designated location, knowing our jobs. The convoy was still a long way away, so we were on our position before the convoy even gets there, even when on foot. Listen, kid, Victor says, once the convoy starts getting closer. I look at him, so he continues, Jimmy and I will go in first. Take in most of their fire, and disorient them. Hang back for a while, and only jump in once the panzers start firing at us. Use your gifts freely, if you want to. They're all going to die anyway. And Matthew already knows we're gifted. I nod, knowing they know better than me. Hey, this is literally their 3rd war. Soon, it's time, as the convoy is right in front of us, and the 2 brothers jump in. Guns blazing. The Italians immediately take action, and start firing their weapons at James and Victor, ignoring everything else. Within 5 seconds, they have already taken care of more than 20 soldiers by themselves, giving the others time to do their tasks. A loud gunshot sounds from somewhere to the right of me, and the truck stops, one of the wheels having burst. Another gunshot takes care of the truck driver, and Justin keeps on with his task of being a sniper. Meanwhile, to the back of the convoy, our gunners were beginning with their own attack, trapping the Italians between us. James gets shot in the head, suddenly, and drops down on the ground. Already knowing about his healing, doesn't stop me from being horrified at him being shot seemingly dead. And it is just as horrific to watch him rise up from the ground as if nothing happened. He's a monster. One of the Italians yells, in Italian, and starts running away, but a shot from the panzer, meant for James and Victor, blows him up. Okay, time to go. I jump in, my gun raised, and run towards the middle of the crowd, immediately gaining their attention. One of the Italians fires at me, fear apparent in his eyes. And I lean away, letting the bullet pass by harmlessly. Harmlessly for me, that is. Thanks to my telekinesis, the bullet that was fired at me is turned away from its path and hits another Italian near me. I widen my eyes, and duck, letting the body of a man pass over my head. It hits the one that fired at me, and takes him further away from me. Using the opportunity of he distraction Victor inadvertently provided me with, I aim my gun and start firing at the distracted Italian soldiers. I shoot 5 soldiers, most on their heads, with some getting shots at their heart, before they regain their senses. And start shooting at me again. Each and every one of the bullets fired at me gets diverted to someone else's head, and some that try to get closer are taken care of by either the diverted bullets, or by Justin, the sniper. Soon, 2 big explosions gain our attention, as the panzers are blown up by our demolitions expert, Matthew. I dodge away from a knife-wielding Italian, who's yelling slurs at my while slashing his knife. Somehow, he's gotten too close to me, that I can't use my gun on him, and neither can Justin kill him, for fear of harming me. I take out my own knife, and parry his attack, taking a cut on my wrist for my efforts. Get down, I hear, and immediately duck, recognizing James's voice. Suddenly, a bloody door of a truck passes over my head, taking the Italian man with it. The edge of the door, while not sharp, is reinforced, and it hits the Italian on the head, causing a pretty grave injury. Welp, he's dead. Sighing, I stand up, to find that our job was done. The panzers were destroyed, the Italians killed, and the trucks now driverless. All of this, with only one man injured, none dead. Now, the next part. As everyone walks towards a truck designated to them, I pick up the knife that cut me, and pocket it. Not risking my blood on anything, and wiping it won't be enough. I'll destroy the knife later. But now, time to take these trucks back to base. My first mission as a member of a focused squad is complete. All thanks to meeting Victor Creed and James Howlett. Wonder what my life will bring next. Seem to have no affinity to history. This is ironic, considering I always put my MCs in the past lol, not on FFN though. I'm still deciding how I'll make him meet with Steve Rogers and the other main characters. When I do, you'll know. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta. Missions. I sit still, listening to the radio playing through the headphones. I was currently hacked into the German frequency, listening to the incoming orders and outgoing reports from and to Berlin respectively. Writing something down, I hand the paper to Victor, and say, Rommel's leaving for Germany. He's sick, or so he says. Victor chuckles, as he reads through the transcript, and says, good job, kid. You up for a tough mission? I smirk at him, and ask, what's the job? I nod at the Italian soldier walking towards me with a smile on my face, and say, good evening. Internally scowling, I move on with my leisurely walk towards the central encampment, with a soft, I belong here, field spread around me using my telepathy. For 3 days, I've been in Tunis, finally getting to brush up my infiltration and information gathering skills. Infiltrating the camp was easy, I just couldn't do anything while in there yet. Anything I do, has a chance of bringing negative attention to me. I'd found a lone Italian soldier on the outskirts of the Marth line 3 days ago. It didn't take me long to copy all his memories, and then his face. Before I killed him and took his place in the Italian army currently defending Tunis. For these last 3 days, I've had to pretend to be a fascist piece of shit, who fully supports Mussolini's claim over the entirety of southern Europe and the continent of Africa. This infiltration was necessary, because we were planning on starting a new offensive against Tunis soon, since the Southern Allied Army was doing good in pushing the Axis towards Tunis, more and more. Before that happens though, I needed to bring details about their sentry positions, duty change schedules, and their numbers. Which is why, I was currently a fascist Italian in central Tunis. I really hate this job. Walking towards the building which I know to carry a lot of written secrets, I smile at the guard, and say, you'll let me inside. The man salutes me, and says, of course, sir. Right this way. As he opens the door for me, I walk inside, the guard already forgetting these last 2 minutes. This was the intelligence center of the camp. I'd listened to orders coming and going from here for a few days, before the actual infiltration began. But I was actually here, because there are some orders, some information, that just isn't said on even radio. 5 hours later, I mumble to myself, oh, fuck. I need to leave, now. Who's there? Someone yells, making me wince at my damn stupidity. I quickly copy the papers with the Gemino charm, pocket the copies, and walk towards the exit. The man passes me, and I wince again, realizing that it's a higher up. He doesn't see me, thankfully, because of my telepathy, the disillusionment charm I cast on myself. I debate killing the major, but since I don't want to cause a panic yet, I don't. Since the man finds nothing missing, he leaves the room, but before leaving, he orders the guard. Lock down the place. Something's amiss. And it's time for me to fuck off. There's a huge shipment coming in, 7 ships, from the Italian Navy, filled with men and munitions. I say, walking inside Victor's room, and sitting down. How many? James asks, puffing the cigar in his hands. I hand him the papers, and say, 50000 minimum, possibly 70,000. We need to inform HQ. We can't do anything from here. Victor sighs, turns to James, and asks, you'll give this to Johnny? Johnny is a Canadian general in our camp, and he's a veteran of the Great War. He knew James and Victor from then. And he respects them a lot, which means he'll trust this information. My mission wasn't exactly on the papers. James nods, and taking the papers, walks outside. Victor turns back to me, and says, "Congratulations, Sergeant Mason Avs. You've just been promoted. I don't think you have the power to do that, you're just a sergeant yourself." I dryly point out, as I lean back in my chair. "Ah, that felt good." Victor chuckles, and hands me a cigar. He says, "I might not have the rank, kid. But I definitely have the power to make it happen. And celebrate, you deserve it." Well, I have never smoked a cigar before. So let's try that at least, the impending battle notwithstanding. May 1943, Tuni, Africa. I stop my knife before it can stab into the chest of the person in front of me, hearing a horn, and breathe hard. Finally, Tunis was ours. Allied forces had won the North African campaign, at least for now, most of it thanks to the information I had brought from the Italian camp. "Just surrender, man," I say in German, seeing the German soldier still standing to fight, despite the surrender horn having been blown already. The man spits out blood, and says, "Never. Not to American scum like you." Sighing, I punch him in the head, and cast a stunning spell right as my fist hit his head, knocking him unconscious. I'm British, I take it as an insult to be called an American. Putting my knife back inside its holder, I look around. This most recent attack on Tunis had taken us months of planning, and waiting, and a few days worth of fighting. And thanks to a very detailed planning, we hadn't lost much lives. As compared to the Germans and Italians. Now, we'll be free to start the Italian campaign from this direction, starting with the Sicilian campaign next. The Allied Navy had played their part in preventing Tunis from getting reinforcements from Italy, and we, the ground force, had the responsibility of carrying out an attack against Tunis itself. For 2 months, I've been a part of Victor's team, or as he is now, Captain Creed's team. Our mission, as off the books as it was, allowed the higher-ups to promote both of us. Victor, because he planned it, and I, because I was the one to carry it out. I became a sergeant, Victor became a captain, and a few more of our attacks later James also joined me in becoming a sergeant. Along with Victor's original team, we were a direct assault team. With most of our targets being supply runs, and a few hidden bases, which Victor smelled out for us. I've learned a lot from the two brothers, and even from the rest of my team. Victor is an amazing fighter, although he depends on his superior strength too much. But James, he's a fighter, and he's physically weaker than Victor, but he could still defeat Victor every once in a while. He taught me to take down stronger enemies, to use their own strengths against them. And although I'm nowhere near close to take down someone like James, let alone Victor, I have learned a lot. I learned how to snipe from Justin. But I didn't see myself as a sniper. At least, I got to improve my aim in this war, which will definitely help me out in the wizarding world, or if I meet a wizard. Matthew also showed me how to set most of the explosives we had access to, and where to plant them to cause the most damage. In return, I taught them all how to carry out first aid on yourself, and on others. Victor refused to learn, which I understood, but thankfully James learned enough for the two of them. Along with that, I got a lot of experience in killing people, healing people, following orders. Seeing Victor make his superiors follow his orders, and I also learned how to smoke cigars without coughing, reliving my asthma. All in all, these last 3 months were really busy for us all. And I enjoyed most of these days. Around me, I could see the rest of my team, also cleaning up, and taking care of the prisoners. They number a lot, since they didn't have anyone to command over them right now, and had to surrender for fear of death. Our two armies had cornered them in Tunis itself, after a long, drawn-out campaign. And finally, they had surrendered. But something was wrong. I could feel something is wrong. But I don't know what. You feel it too, don't you? It ain't over yet, kid. Victor says, coming to stand beside me. I frown, by now used to his gift of always feeling the atmosphere, and say, yeah. Stay alert. I'll try and find out what the issue is. If it was just me feeling things, I would have dismissed it as paranoia. But Victor too, that's suspicious. Plus, I remember the last time this happened was when I met Set. So, yeah, not taking a risk. Suddenly, as I am about to let out my astral form to find out where this feeling is coming from, I notice something that makes me scowl. Disappointed in myself. We were alone, Victor and I. Everyone else, even James, had gone on somewhere, and I could see a few going inside the buildings to celebrate, or to take care of the prisoners. And somehow, even Victor was yet to notice it. A muggle-repelling ward, everyone's gone. I mumble, finally bringing Victor's attention to it. Curious. A man says, becoming suddenly visible, the German accent really pronounced. The muggle-repelling ward does not work on freaks of nature like you. And you, are you also a freak like this wild one? Really curious. Victor immediately summons his nails and bends down in his unique stance, snarling at the man. I raise my hand in front of Victor to stop him from blindly attacking this man, this wizard. I don't think his healing will heal even Victor back to life after a bloody killing curse. Shit, a wizard, here, a white German wizard in fucking Africa. Didn't expect Grindelwald's goons to show up in Africa. Keeping an eye on your investments, I asked, thankful that the feral mutant by my side had stopped his attack for now to wait and watch. Victor mumbles, grinned what? And what the fuck's a muggle? I whisper, shish. Later. This guy's dangerous, understand that for now. Oh, a British wizard. I did not know that the British had gotten so filthy that they send wizards into muggle wars. How disappointing. This just makes our cause that much more important. Why should wizards die in filthy muggle wars? The man says, really laying it thick. Victor smirks at me, and asks, wizard, we're going to have a long talk later, Avs. I nod mutely, as the man says, don't worry, muggle. You're going to know all about it in a while, when we hire your services. Of course, you don't have the option to refuse, since you're going to die later anyway. The fuck's his problem? Victor asks, turning his head towards me, while I silently keep watching the man for any sudden moves. Yes, Mr. Britton. Explain. End to these muggle freaks about everything as I look on like an idiot. The German interrupts, and almost nonchalantly says, Avada Kedavra. The green spell of death flies towards me, from the tip of his wand. And knowing that this idiotic mutant will not dodge, I push him away from me with my telekinesis, and transfigure a wall in front of me to block the spell. The wall blows up from the spell, sending debris all around, giving me enough cover to take out my wand, and cast a bombarda through the dust. A gong sounds, as the spell hits a shield, and the man says, cease this at once, Mr. Britton. You won't win this fight. I would hate to kill a wizard over some muggle freaks. So he's here for the mutants. And where is James? Is he already captured? And how did he even know of them? I could take it directly out of his mind. But that takes the fun away from things. Let's find out the fun way, shall we? I know that James will be all right, injured, if alive. Ventus. I mumble, blowing the dust away from between us, showing us to each other once more. Victor stands at the side, his nails enlarged, and his muscles a little bulked up. I ask the man, what does Grindelwald want with these muggles? The man chuckles, pointing his hand at Victor, and says, why wouldn't anyone want them? They're exquisite, if filthy, little muggles. They can heal faster than anyone we have ever seen. Grindelwald, like anyone, would like such healing in his arsenal. Damn, sometimes I hate it when my guesses are proved correct. You're awfully forthcoming with explanation. Victor remarks from the side. The man scowls at Victor, and says, you're both going to be defeated here anyway, freak. What's the point of holding answers back from a wizard, if I'm doing this for his sake itself? I scoff, and ask, is that what Grindelwald's telling you? That he's doing this for the wizarding world's sake? Do not speak of him as if you know him, Britisher. Besides, we already have one of them, this second one's just the bonus. The man yells, pointing his wand back up at me. I raise my wand in answer and say, come on, what are you waiting for? A tired British wizard, against a fresh dark wizard. Isn't this a big advantage to you? Or is it not enough? Should I tie my hands behind my back? I suddenly summon a shield, to block the expulso he sent at me. I deflect the spell back at him, following it up with a reducto on the ground near him, while starting to walk towards the man. He blocks the first spell, but the second one lands before he can do anything, sending dust flying. He casts the Ventus charm to get rid of the dust, and steps to the side to let a stupefy pass by harmlessly. He casts a dark cutting curse, Lacero, at me, which I dispel with its counter curse cast right at it. He casts the bone breaking curse, which I dispel with a bone mending charm. Frowning out of frustration after many such dispelled curses, he sends a stream of conjured fire in the shape of a bird. It's not fiendfire, but it is a dark curse made of flames for which I don't have a counter. Except for water and oxygen depletion, that is. I wave my wand over my head, and cast Aguamenti, conjuring lots of water in a circle around me. Before the flames can reach me, I reshape that water into a blob, and send it to cover the entire bird, using both methods at once to suffocate the flames. As my wand is focused on getting rid of the fire, the dark wizard uses that opportunity to try and take me down with a well-aimed stupefy. I was anything but distracted, however, and I slapped the spell away with a wandless shield charm in my left hand. That's impossible. Casting 2 spells at once is impossible, not when your wand is already busy casting a spell. The man rambles, as he keeps firing spells at me, all of which I defend against, my wand now free after getting rid of the cursed flames. Catching the latest depulso at the tip of my wand, and pulling my hand backwards, I cast a Ing charm along with sending the depulso back, making it as fast as possible on purpose, and send it straight through his shield charm, and into his shoulder. The depulso takes care of the shield, the piercing charm goes through his shoulder quite easily. As he gasps out of pain, bleeding from his shoulder, I say, good thing I didn't believe the warning then, isn't it? The man drops down on the ground with a thud, with Victor having gotten a drop on him while he was distracted by me. Okay, now that's a dick move. We both know I had him, I say, scowling at Victor, who had his leg on the man's back, pressing into the wound. Victor turns towards me, and snarls, complain later. We need to find James first. The man laughs, despite the pain, and says, I won't tell you anything, freak. Your brother is already bound for Austria. Gellart should have begun his ritual by now. Frowning, I bend down, and before Victor can kill him, enter his mind. I come out of his mind just as Victor snaps his neck, saving me from phantom pains, but then, I feel real pain as Victor has me up in the air with one hand, his nails digging in my neck. One wrong move and I rip your throat out. Victor whispers, now definitely out of his mind. I choke, and pat his arms, silently pleading with him to leave me. He does so, with quite a force, and drops me on the ground. Coughing, I throw Victor away from me with a depulso, and say, I'm on your side, you fucking moron. Victor stands up from the fall, starts pacing, and asks, explain, what was he talking about? What are wizards? Drinking some water, I look at him incredulously. Did he just ask what wizards are? Right, stupid question. Victor mumbles, well, at least he's self-aware about it. As I drink more water, he asks, what can you tell me about him? His allies. I frown, staring at the dead body, and say, they're wizard Nazis, and Grindelwald is their leader, they're Hitler. Muggles are normal people, those without any powers. Wizards are like mutants, except all of us have the same power, magic. Obviously there are differences. You're a mutant too, I can definitely smell that. He isn't, and you're faster and stronger than him. Victor says, more to himself than to me. I point out, and more knowledgeable, and better looking. Don't forget that second one. I start getting up, and before Victor starts attacking me again, I say, I know where James is. They have a building hidden over there, a kilometer out in that direction. He was bluffing about James having been taken out of country. Try and use your sense of smell, instead of your sense of anger. Victor takes a few breaths, first to calm himself, and then to track down his brother. He then smiles, showing his teeth, and says, come on, we got wizards to kill. That we do, but first, I pick a rock, turn it into a portkey, and place it on the man's chest. Writing a letter for Darla, and one for the Aurors, I attach it to the man's body, and send them both to my Islington house. Then, I send a Patronus to Darla, informing her of the pickup available for her. Now, Let's go rescue James. We start running towards the house that James was taken to but stopped just 100 yards away. Seeing it blow up in an amazing display of fire. From the flames, James walks out, his clothes burned off in the fire, his burns already healing up. He looks more annoyed than angry though, as he approaches us. His junk waving wildly in the air. What took you two so long? James asks, joining us in looking at the burning building. I say, Victor had to go through a tantrum. You know how it is. James snorts, and says, damn right I do. Did you get attacked too? Victor scowls and says, yes. The man was fast, not as fast as us, but the kid wanted to take him on alone. James slowly turns his head towards me, and asks, you took this long for one man, bub. Disappointing as fuck. I just sigh, conjure some clothes for him, and shake my head. I say, let's just get out of here. I think I need a drink, or two. James just stares at the clothes warily, until Victor hands it to him, and says, he's a wizard like them. Only he's on the good side. There's wizards now, so that's what the sticks were, wands. I thought they were mocking my bones. James says, grumbling as he wears the pant. As the two brothers start walking towards the village of Tunis once again, I sigh, almost hating having to do this, but this is necessary. Putting my hand on my head to focus, I go inside both their minds at once, and change a few things about this memory. They'll remember James being kidnapped, us being attacked, but they won't remember it being wizards. They'll think it was a Nazi group of scientists, and some other Nazi mutants, part of Hydra, wanting to experiment on us. This is for the best, since I don't want anyone to know about the wizarding world. And Victor, as good as a friend and teacher he is right now, is impulsive. He could mention it by accident, 50 years from now, and it's over for everyone. I follow after them, after casting an augmenti to get rid of the fire, and confirming that everyone inside is dead. I don't want any wizards going after the brothers. They're my friends, James and Victor, and yes, as eccentric as Victor is, even he's my friend. But this also brings forth a conundrum. Grindelwald knows about mutants. I have no idea how this will progress. Has he captured any more mutants? Does he plan to? And what for? Is this related to this super secret ritual of his? That's something to look out for. He could be stealing mutations for all I know. Sigh. Now I'm going to have to watch my back for wizards too, in the Muggle War. Why can't things ever be simple? I sigh, enjoying the relaxation I'm getting after a long time. We were waiting for the higher-ups to decide what to do about Sicily and the Italy. We knew they both were going to be invaded. They needed to be invaded, but not even the leaders had decided how to go about it. And for once, I was alone here, with no cigar smoke to accompany me, and no stench of too much alcohol either. James and Victor had both disappeared off somewhere, alone, but no one cares to ask because everyone knows they're dangerous. As I take a swig of my whiskey, which is the only thing alcoholic that I drink a lot of, I see the tent flap open, and see a Frenchman peeking through. He was a private, from the looks of it, and he looks at me, and asks, "You Sergeant Mason Aves?" I look him up and down, and ask, "Yup, who's asking?" The Frenchman walks inside, offers a letter which already fills me with dread, and says, "Call. Gray asked me to give this to you. You're being reassigned." He says to get the details from him itself at sharp 6 p.m. today evening. Just to be sure, I enter his mind, and find that he wasn't lying. And this wasn't a trap for me or something. Colonel Gray was reassigning me, but the Frenchman didn't know where. Taking the letter, I nod at the Frenchman, and say, "Thank you, soldier." As the Frenchman walks out of my tent, which I was currently sharing with James and Victor, I opened the letter and read it. Mr. Mason Aves. Blah blah blah. Being reassigned. Blah blah. Oh, I'm being sent on a mission. Seems my reputation did improve thanks to Victor and James. Show up at the command center at 6 p.m. sharp. Blah blah, don't be late. Well, I'll be sad to leave these two idiots, but I know we'll meet again. At least, I'll be sure to find them later in life. But now, time to go meet my superiors to find out what my mission is. With all respect, Colonel, sirs, fuck no. I say, after hearing the beginning of the mission details. The colonel frowns, while I hear 3 separate snorts, and he says, "This isn't up for debate, soldier. You're being ordered to do this, not asked." I slide the letter back towards him, and say, "I'm not a bloody paratrooper, sir. This mission is not something I am confident I can complete. Are you good at infiltration?" The colonel asks, to which I nod. He then asks, "Are you sure you can come back successfully, once you finish your mission?" I nod again, scowling at the realization that there's no getting out of this. He slides the information pamphlet back towards me, and says, "So you accept?" I nod, hesitantly, and say, "I still don't think I'm the right man for this." Damn, that's evil. Failing such an important mission is sure to brand anyone as incompetent. It'll have me demoted and moved back into the regular infantry, most likely at the vanguard. This is a good temptation. Fucking bastards. Colonel Gray then says, "That's done then. You will go in tonight, alone, as we carry out our nightly raids, and infiltrate Troina in Sicily. You will rendezvous with Captain Jean-Pierre Monet of the French Air Force at this designated location, and help him get out of Sicily alive. He has information that we need, really need, to win this war. This is not dangerous at all." Note the sarcasm. Parachute into hostile territory, while they're firing their anti-aircraft weapons upwards, and then look for a French Air Force captain in a big-ass town, and then safely get him and the information package out of Sicily. Jen. Anderson then adds, "Do this, Sergeant, and I'll make sure you get at least one award from the king himself." Meh, not that interested in that. I nod, and say, "I'll do my best, sir." "How can I find Captain Monet?" The two higher-ups exchange a look, and Colonel Gray says, "Captain Monet is currently hidden away in Troina, we don't know where. He has a former prisoner of war with him, a Major Dubois. He had gone to extract Major Dubois, succeeded in getting out of prison, but he hasn't been able to get out of Troina, let alone Sicily. We trust in your abilities to bring them both out successfully." Well, you could have bloody mentioned that before. You know what, fuck that. I enter their minds, and get every detail of the mission from the source itself. Even the things that they didn't plan on telling me, like the fact that Major Dubois is related to some French politician. Which is definitely the only reason this rescue mission is being issued, twice. Can I do it? Hell yeah, it'll be easy as hell. But I'm a literal medic. Not a spy, medic. I came here to kill people, and to heal people, not to rescue people by wandering amongst fascists and Nazis. I salute the two bastards in front of me, take the mission package, and leave out the door to the command center, and back to my own tent. I have 3 hours to prepare before the air raids start. My second infiltration mission, and I'm just a sergeant. Sigh. Victor and James are really lucky to be given the more unsubtle missions. Now, I'll probably never get a chance to join their team for missions again. Well, at least I have a lot of their blood, bone, marrow, and flesh preserved, and already sent to the Avs Manor, knocking them out with telepathy, and using magical spells to get whatever I need. 2 nutrition potions, and they didn't even feel a thing, since they were already healed up. I do feel a little bad about it, but then again, I didn't kill them. I'll probably do something nice for them later in life too. If we meet, that is. But now, time to rescue a bloody French major. I wonder why the British are handling this mission. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta. Well fuck. Warning. This chapter is not something many people will like. Keep hateful comments to the minimum. Darla White was an Auror in the British Ministry of Magic, and a Muggleborn to boot. She had been through a lot of shite in her life, from childhood in fact. Confusion over why her parents wanted her to dress a certain way, and worries over why she didn't like it much. The oddities that kept happening around her, like exploding light bulbs, plates, and glasses just added on to it. When she realized out she was a witch, and made good friends at the wizarding school, she thought her troubles were over. But then, she went through puberty, realized she liked girls. And she began going through even more shit. Having a wonderful woman named Anna as her girlfriend was worth all those troubles though, in her opinion. Then she fought a literal demon god, helped her best friend defeat said demon god, and saw said friend almost die because of some sort of corruptive magic the demon god left behind. Thankfully, the head healer of St. Mungo's, the idiotic friend's master, managed to cleanse that magic, with the help of her potioneer husband, but still, Darla was afraid. Afraid that the next time something happens, she'll be once again just a helpless spectator. She didn't want to be a watcher, she wanted to be a doer. And so, she decided to become an Auror, and she got into the program, all on her own. She then begged Mason to teach her wizarding dueling, trained physical endurance with him, and even agreed, when he asked if she wanted to learn Muggle fighting. All because she didn't want to be helpless to save her friends. She even said she'll think about it. When Mason asked if she wanted to learn the mystic arts of sorcery, even if she had no plans yet to learn said arts. The fact that it will make her almost 5 times stronger, did tempt her. But she was not rushing into things. Then, when Mason was called to the Muggle War, she had drinks with him, knowing with full confidence that he will come back, although not completely fine. She knew that he was stronger than most Aurors in the Ministry, and hence, she was not worried. She trusted him to return safely, alive. And she kept on with her training, trying to get stronger and stronger. Hoping that she doesn't become a helpless spectator in front of the next demon god, or something, because there's no guarantee that nothing like that will ever happen again. All of that, however, did not prepare her for the sudden appearance of Mason's Eagle Patronus, that spoke in his voice, "Go to my home in Islington. There's a delivery for the Ministry." And when she went there, after being led in by the sweet elf, not house elf, Mason does not like that term, Blinky, she definitely did not expect to be shown a dead body, with its head turned completely around, and a hole through the shoulder. She did not scream, already used to seeing such stuff, but she did groan, knowing that Mason gave her too much damn paperwork for no reason. Seeing the dead man's wand, still in his hand, and the easily recognizable locket, belonging to the cult of Grindelwald, hanging off his twisted neck, Darla groaned some more, and then tapped her Auror badge with her wand, and said, "Madam Crickerly, I want to report a dead body, wizard, Grindelwald's man, from the looks of it. Location Malvern Terrace, Islington, house number 1, belonging to Mason Avs." Seeing a letter addressed to her placed in the man's front pocket, she lifts it up, and reads it, waiting for her team to get here. He was okay, not harmed, but this was Grindelwald's soldier who had attacked him, and a pair of Muggles. Keeping the letter tucked inside her pocket, she returned to waiting. Within 10 minutes, she found herself welcoming a group of Aurors, her team, and then, with her team leader's approval, she finally began with an investigation. 15 minutes later, she had to force not to groan anymore, as she hands the letter attached to the body to Madame Persephone Crickerly. It was addressed to the Ministry, and right now, she was the highest authority figure here. As Madame Crickerly reads the letter, Darla says, "The body belongs to a wizard, level 4. Death by broken neck, 47 minutes ago. Someone R. Ely Strong grabbed his head with both hands, and turned it completely 180. No identification marks, other than the locket that carries the mark of Grindelwald. The levels were something that the Aurors, healers, and only unspeakables used, but it is not a perfect scale. Any wizard or witch can come under 6 categories. Level 0, for anyone under 11, level 1 for those who have yet to finish their school. Level 2 for the average wizard or witch, that don't focus much on combat. Level 3 for the average Auror or combat specialists, level 4 for top Aurors and stronger wizards and witches, and level 5 for those right at the top. Like the headmaster, or the Transfiguration Professor Dumbledore, or even Grindelwald. There was another level, level 6, but it was only reserved for truly godlike wizards, like Merlin. Madame Crickerly hands the letter to her, and says, "No need. Your friend overseas encountered this man, a Victor Wagner, and was forced to defend himself and 2 other Muggles. He killed the man, himself, and sent the body here for processing." Turning to Jimmy Moon, she adds, "Take the wand to Mr. Ollivander, ask him if he can identify its maker." Darla frowns, understanding the implications. She knew that Mason wanted her to call in her team for the investigation, thanks to his letter to her, but this just puts him under an investigation. She asks, "Is Mason in trouble, ma'am?" Madame Crickerly snorts, and says, "Mason Avs killed a wizard during war, and the 2 in self-defense. If it's proved that Mr. Wagner here was actually a dark wizard working under Grindelwald, then Mason Avs has committed no crime. Besides, your friend already has a license to kill any dark wizards he comes across during the Muggle War, or White. We just didn't tell him about it. Darla breathes out, relieved that she did not just help Mason get himself into legal trouble, or arrested for murder. Thankfully, she did not share the fact that the killer was a Muggle, or things would have gotten very awkward for the Muggle. A Muggle killing a wizard is a crime punishable by Dementor's kiss, no matter the situation. Ignoring the frankly disgusting laws in the wizarding world, she prepares the body for transportation. The initial examination done, finally realizing that Blinky the elf had disappeared almost as soon as she had seen the body, and never returned. As she prepares to leave, Madame Crickerly says, "Your friend said that he will send any dark wizards he finds, dead or alive, during the war to this house, and he might not always inform you of it." Darla did know that, Javi. Ing already informed of the same by Mason himself. "I would like to keep an oar posted here at all times, or White, you're responsible for working out a schedule that won't harm the work of our team. Move out." And then, the oars leave the house, Darla staying behind to work on the schedule. She already knew the ins and outs of the house. Anyway, and had permission to stay here whenever she wants. She'll just have to inform Anna that she'll have to stay here a while, and that she can't join Darla here. Flying on a plane has always been a dream of mine, as poor as that makes me seem. I never got the opportunity, since I didn't have enough money to even afford a domestic flight ticket, back in my old life. And now, here I am, finally taking my first flight, and that too internationally. But, this isn't what I meant when I wanted to fly on a plane. Don't worry, we'll push you on time. You just count 30 seconds, and then pull this. A paratrooper yells over the sound of speeding air, as we hang at the open cargo door of the cargo plane, hidden amongst the bomber planes of the Royal Air Force. I was holding on to the man for dear life, my fear of heights resurfacing. The only thing stopping me from passing out was the fact that I could fly on my own by now, even if it isn't as easy as I'd hoped. If the parachute fails, I could just fly down on my own. Thankfully, I was going to land in the Mediterranean Sea itself. Which means the impact on land won't kill me, but the surface tension of the water might. I yell back at him, "Why the fuck can't one of you twats do this mission?" The paratrooper laughs loudly, and yells, "I don't even know what the mission is, mate." That's the beauty of it. Now, good luck. And before I can even thank him for the well wishes, the man removes himself from my hold. And pushes me down, making me immediately scream out into the air, as I start falling down. 5 seconds in, I manage to bring my focus back into the mission, and I spread my arms and legs around me. As I was taught in the crash course I just got, on my way over. All around me, different missiles, and high-caliber bullets keep getting exchanged between the Luftwaffe and the RAF. While the ground forces try and take our planes out with their anti-aircraft weapons. I feel some of the bullets come near me, but my telekinesis takes care of diverting them away from me, even without my prompting. Meanwhile, I focus my magic through my arms, legs, and my torso, focusing on the intent of magically engraving runes on my bones itself. When the runes temporarily engraved by my magic interconnect with each other, I feel myself slow down, right as the 30th second ends, and I pull on the string, activating the dark parachute, that hopefully stays hidden in the darkness of the night. Unfortunately, my hopes crash immediately, when a few rounds of bullets tear through my parachute, with only my telekinesis saving me from the same fate. I immediately lose the parachute bag, and start falling down. Thankfully, my self-flight was active, and I slow myself down before falling completely underwater, enough that I don't harm myself at least. This method of flight was crude, and definitely not the best method out there, but it is the one I have. I could control my magic completely, when it is inside my body. I had said that before a lot of times. Even when wandless magic was a pipe dream for me, I could move and shape my magic around my body, around my blood. I had first thought that this will make flight easy peasy lemon squeezy for me. It was only when I began actually researching self-flight that I learned that no wizard had managed the feat without depending on some other method. Some used enchanted clothes, some developed a harness or something that enabled flight. And some even created a replica Mjolnir to pull them into the air. Yeah, That last one didn't work out so well for their shoulders. Some people even managed to sacrifice a magical bird or something to gain the gift of flight. And it worked. Somewhat. The speed, time, and the altitude of their flight depended on the magical value of the bird. So, yeah, it was not easy peasy lemon squeezy. But, what I realized after a lot more research, is that magical brooms fly by dispensing tiny amounts of magic into the air, continuously, and from every inch of it. The shape of the broom gives it maneuverability, and the bristles give it better aerodynamics. So, theoretically, if a wizard can dispense magic from everywhere on his body, continuously, then he can fly. Which is what I did. I use runes to channel my magic everywhere at once, which I am unable to do as of this moment without their aid. This allows me to work as my own flying broom, and it works completely by my own will, with my arms and legs providing the direction, the runes giving me the maneuverability and control over the speed. The way this works is my magic carve the runes on my bones itself, completely painlessly and temporarily. And then the runes and my magic work together to allow me to control every aspect of my flight. It was all according to my own will, and there's no chance of failure, as long as I have control on my own mind. But, I couldn't go faster than 30 km/h yet, and not for more than 20 minutes. Not yet at least. I haven't worked on it for a long time, since I also had many other projects to work on. And I was called to war. Definitely at the top of my list when I get back, though. As I splash into the water, with only minor damage to myself, I cast a bubblehead charm, and swim downwards, and to the east. Deactivating my flight enchantment for now. Once suitably away from the base, I approach the beach, using my telepathy to ensure that no one sees me come out of water. I stay silent, knowing that I can't purposefully bring attention to myself, and turn invisible as soon as I'm completely dry. Then, I transform my clothes into those of an Italian private, and start my trek to the Troina village. 2 days later, thanks to a healthy dose of my telepathy, staying invisible, and taking the Portal Express back to Av's Manor to eat some actual food, and rest, I reach the village of Troina, and into an empty house. Italy was currently divided, and so was Sicily. Some people wanted Mussolini to rule Italy, supporting his fascism completely, while some wanted him and his fascism gone. Buried underground till kingdom come. Many such people, who had spoken out against Mussolini and fascist Italy, had lost their lives, leaving their homes either empty or occupied by the Italian armies. I had found one such empty house right in the center of Troina, and claimed it for myself. According to an encoded message sent to HQ by Captain Jean-Pierre Monet, he visits the local church every Sunday. With an old Italian woman, who always wears a pink headscarf. Stupid, if I do say so myself, since someone could notice the pattern. But, I don't need the clues anyway. Sitting down in the empty apartment, I close my eyes, and breathe out, as I expand my mind. Slowly, my telepathy goes from passive to active, and I begin traveling mind to mind, checking names, and moving forward. Finally, 20 minutes later, I find Major Dubois, who was hiding in the attic of the woman's house, and then, I find Captain Jean-Pierre Monet himself, along with the woman. My curiosity taking over, I enter each of their minds one by one, to see why the Allies want them extracted so urgently. Well, I'll be damned. This Monet is a good soldier, that's for sure. He has access to some documents that describe the plans of fascist Italy, and the troop placements too. And he wasn't even ordered to bring those documents. His only job was to rescue Dubois. Speaking of, Dubois is useless, that much was certain. But I didn't think he'd sell us out like this. He had promised to sabotage the Allied Navy, from the inside, which would have helped the fascists and the Germans stay in Sicily. And he was actually planning on doing it. Not that he'd succeed, but still. The only reason Monet even managed to rescue Dubois was that the Germans let him. Well, fuck that. I won't let the Germans mess with our navy like this. Even if I do believe that there's no reason Dubois would have succeeded in sabotaging the navy. Getting their location, and knowing that Monet and the old lady were currently out of the house, to buy some groceries. I apparate inside, and wait for them to come. My senses return slowly, as if something is inhibiting them. My mind felt as if I had drunk a lot of alcohol again. As if I was back with James and Victor, losing a drinking competition to the two. Thanks to this, my hold on my magic was slippery. I could feel a hard cot underneath me, which wasn't unusual, since most of the days we slept on the ground itself. But this wasn't ground, it was colder than that, metallic. I look around, not recognizing the room, and try and get up from the cot. Unfortunately, my hand snapped to a stop before it can move more than an inch, and dropped down helplessly on the metallic cot I was laying on top of. I look at my hands, finding them to be bound to the cot by manacles, quite heavy ones in fact. Raising my head a bit, I look down, to find that even my legs were bound in a similar fashion, and there was a thick leather belt, metal claspings, around my thighs, my biceps, and my chest, which had me completely bound to the cot itself. Dropping my head down, I focus on clearing my mind, trying to use my feeble hold on my magic to speed things up, hoping to remember my last memories. My occlumency was intact, but I was just finding it hard to recall things, mostly my most recent memories. Finally, 10 or so minutes of meditation later, my mind clears enough for me to remember what happened. Alas, my magic still stays away from my control. I was on a mission to rescue 2 French military men from the Troina base in Sicily. Captain Monet had already rescued Major Dubois from his prison, and they were hiding in the house of an old woman named Romola Biscardi, an Italian rebel. I managed to bring the 2 Frenchmen easily enough to a Luftwaffe plane I had stolen away for our escape, and waited until the raids began to start our escape to Africa. Monet was going to fly the plane, while the Allies rained cover fire on the Italians, giving us enough time to go home. Unfortunately, the Germans had somehow foreseen our escape plan, which wasn't in any way related to Dubois' treachery, and we were attacked while Monet was getting the plane ready for flight. Dubois, the hopeful traitor, was shot dead by multiple bullets, and I got thrown into a boulder, head first, by a grenade blast before we could even start mounting a defense. Thankfully, before I lost consciousness, I saw Monet taking off, using the jet's weapons to attack the Germans back. Hopefully he successfully escaped, but I was captured it seems. I once again look around, to at least get a clue of where I am. But nothing catches my eye. My connection to my personal dimension was intact, but my wand was missing, and so was my moleskin pouch. My clothes were still the same, but I could feel that all my weapons, knives, ammo were all taken away from me. I was completely helpless, with the drugs in my blood messing with both my magic and my telepathy. I could barely keep a hold on my own mind. Fuck trying to do that on other minds. I should have foreseen something like this happening, and prepared something for cleansing my blood. I know a few methods to do it with runes, but I didn't have a food enough control to do that yet. I try a few more times, to get the manacles off by force, and even try the Alohomora spell, but that just causes them to make a lot of sound. I was not afraid, not that much anyway. If my jailers wanted me dead, I would be dead. They're probably Italians, who want me to give up my Italian contacts for this mission, or Germans, who want me to give some secrets for them. Whoever it is, I am pretty sure I can escape after I get my mind and magic back. Sergeant Mason Lucas Aves, I hear in a German accent from somewhere over my head, which I can't see. From someone probably reading my file or something, since I don't carry any identification on me. I'll worry about how they got the file later, but at least now I know that I'm in the hands of the Germans. 6 confirmed missions with Special Ops Squad 7, over 500 confirmed kills. A combat medic with a kill streak is very hard to find, Sergeant Aves. And oh, what is this? You're a wizard. Marvelous. Fuck. It did not sound like it surprised the man. I wait for the man to come forward, waiting patiently as he took one step at a time. He keeps the file on a stool beside my head, and I see the stamp of the MI6 on it. Which means the Germans have spies there. This is bad. And finally, the man himself comes in my sight, and I try to attack him on instinct, before the chains around my hands stop my hands a single foot above the bed. The man chuckles, and says, "That won't work, Sergeant Aves, the chain can stop even those Canadian freaks that you call friends from escaping. Please, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Johann Hermann Schmidt, leader of Hydra, the Weapons and Deep Science Division under the Schutzstaffel. Pleased to make your Acquaintance. Fuck. Hydra. Hydra. I'm fucking captured by fucking Hydra. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. I need to get out of here as soon as possible. Schmidt knows I'm a wizard. I cannot be sure what else he knows. You're a Nazi. I snarl at him, not hiding my anger at being captured by Hydra, the reason of which he might misinterpret. Johann Schmidt chuckles, seeing me helplessly try and hit him, and says, please. I am much more than that, Sergeant Avs. Much, much more. You might be wondering how I know you're a wizard. I lay back down, realizing that I can't do anything yet. Even if I get out of the manacles, which is currently not that easy thanks to the drugs in my body, I'll have to defeat Red fucking Skull, which will be almost impossible for now. He's too strong, and too fast. Glaring at him, I hiss out, I don't need to wonder. You have spies in MI6. Schmidt claps a few times, the rubber gloves of his hitting together, and he says, bravo. You're correct, of course. But that's not all. Let me tell you a tale, Sergeant Avs. A wonderful tale of enlightenment, and of ascension. I was approached by a man, 4 years ago, claiming to be a wizard who had similar aims to the Führer, and to me. Global domination. The wizard, Gellert Grindelwald, gave me a lot of information about the occult, about the gods of old. In return, he asked me to kill a few people, to get him a few things, or for some meaningless information. This sounds very unlike Grindelwald. He will die before allying himself with a muggle, even someone like Johann Schmidt. I stay silent, knowing that I don't want to give anything away even by hint. Schmidt goes towards the back, where he had a few flasks and bottles kept in a shelf, and fiddling with one, he says, that was how our partnership has been, for 4 years. He asks me to do some stuff, gives me information about the occult in return, leading up to his last tip 4 months ago, thanks to which I came across something that has proven to be most effective. But no matter what I offered to give him, Gellert refused to give me one thing that I sorely needed. The blood of a wizard. He then turns towards me, and I see an empty syringe in his hand. It is then that I notice T. Had my arm already has a lot of black spots, from previous injections. They were stealing my blood. They were stealing my blood. I freeze, my rage clouding my mind even more than before. So much so, that I don't even react when Schmidt pierces the needle and takes a full syringe of blood from me. They took my blood, my blood, my blood. Oh, I don't give a fuck about the timeline. I'm going to make sure that he dies as soon as I'm free from this drug-induced high. As Schmidt keeps the syringe away, and prepares another one for blood extraction, he says, until you just landed in our hands. Thanks to Grindelwald's own tip about your mission. We just refused when he asked for you to be turned over to him. Wizard prisoners should stay in wizard hands, he said, but well, I had something that I had wanted for a long time, and I wasn't going to let it go. My doctors worked on healing your body, taking 6 vials of blood every day, giving us a prime experiment material. All for more than a month. That you've been unconscious for. We did not do anything to you, however, so, you're welcome. Schmidt says, as he extracts the 3rd vial of my blood from me. As he puts a piece of cotton over the hole in my hand, I glare at him, and calmly ask, why are you doing this? Why are you taking my blood? What do you hope to achieve? Schmidt chuckles, and says, a revolution, Sergeant Avs. The magic in your blood, just like the magic in the gods of old, has power in it. And I am going to tap into that power, turning myself into the most powerful being on the planet. I snort, disdainful, and say, you'll fail. Magic doesn't work like that. You won't just become a wizard because you put gallons of my blood in your body. Schmidt says, au contraire, Sergeant Avs, I'm not even aiming for that. He then presses a button that makes the metal cot I'm laying on to rise up, until I'm almost vertical. A press of another button moves the cot towards a glass window in front of me. And he joins me in looking through it, into a small room, or lab. I see a scientist, Dr. Arnim Zola in fact, working on a chemical formula written on the blackboard, while some sort of chemical was heating up in a beaker. I have some basic understanding of chemistry, but even my currently shoddy perfect recall does not Allow me to understand any of the writings on the board, auth. Are than the chemical notations for most of the elements. That is Dr. Zola, my second in command. He is working on recreating a serum that will make each of my soldiers worth 20 of the normal soldiers. Your blood is one of the ingredients in his experiments that he hopes will cause it to succeed. Dr. Zola thinks that wizarding blood might have the necessary power to forcefully bond the serum to a subject without any side effects whatsoever. Alas, we're still in the theoretical stage, so that's too far away. But this. He then presses another button that moves my cot towards the left, near another giant glass window. This time, I look over a hall, easily as big as the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Written on a big green board was a runic array that I could tell at just a glance was meant to summon someone, or something. Near the wall, on a shelf, were a few containers full of ink, kept under a guard of 6 people. But the floor of the hall is what immediately grabs my attention next. There were a dozen soldiers, carefully working on writing on the floor with a thick brush, and a small bucket quarter full of ink in each person's hands. They were copying the runic array down on the ground, scaled as per measurements already written on the board. Those buckets aren't filled with normal ink, as I assume you've deduced. Most of the blood we took from you was mixed in the ink. I will be sure to note down your contribution to this cause once we succeed, Schmidt says, confirming my suspicions as my stomach sinks. Grindelwald, how low have you fallen? You taught muggles the value of wizarding blood. Why though? It does not, literally does not, make sense. No matter what angle I look through. Why would Grindelwald, a man who hopes that wizards rule over the muggles, teach the muggles the power behind wizarding blood? Why would he teach them something so dangerous? Unless he plans to use this to his advantage somehow. Fuck, he's planning on using this to incite chaos and war, isn't he? Muggles killed a wizard in a dark ritual to summon a demonic entity. Grindelwald saves the day. This is sure to gain him millions more followers. Suddenly, one of the soldiers writing on the ground spills some of the ink on the floor, probably ruining everything. Immediately, a soldier shoots him in the head with a blue energy bullet, which completely disintegrates his body, and people walk inside to clean the entire hall with some heavy-duty bleach. And then, they empty the room, as if it was a daily routine for them. Sighing, Schmidt says, as you can see, it is going slow. Competent soldiers are sometimes very hard to find, you know. A single mistake means I have to start all over again. Probably a day or two later, knowing the stench of bleach. He then turns me around to face him. And as I furiously stare at him, he says, "Any more questions, Sergeant Avs?" I chuckle, all my mirth thrown out the window as soon as he told me about my blood, and say, "You're making a huge mistake, Johann Schmidt. Nothing good ever comes to those who play with things they don't understand. You think you know magic. You don't, I do. All magic has a price. And when I get out of here, and I will make you pay that price. That's a promise." Schmidt smiles, and it is only now that I notice his face mask slip a little. He says, "When will you come after me, Sergeant Avs? When you are unconscious, or after you die. Make no mistake, Sergeant, the only reason I am telling all this to you is that your death is guaranteed. If not now, then whenever the runes are successfully written. I have waited a long time for this. And I will die before I fail." He then gets close to my face and whispers, "Hail Hydra." And then, he once again injects me with another needle, this time, a sedative. An explanation. Mason was in a coma for more than a month. I wrote it, but just in case it's not clear. Hydra did not experiment on him, like they did to Bucky, but they took a lot of his blood. You saw what for. I'd just like to say that I can't write dark moments very well. It makes me sick, depressed, and I stop writing. I know, I've tried. So, I might not portray the events as depressingly as they actually are. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta. Escape. Floating in spirit form, right above my body is something I should have gotten used to by now. But this time, there's a short deviation in the norm. Thanks to my capture at Hydra hands. And there was no one else to blame but me. It was my arrogance, my stupidity, that ensured my capture at the hands of the Germans, who then gave me to Hydra. Instead of sending me to one of the concentration camps. If I had just seen the attack on us coming, read minds to ensure they're not just pretending to let Dubois go, then I would have not been captured in the first place. But well, no need crying over spilt milk now. At least, I'm not completely helpless. After the talk with Johann Schmidt, when he injected me with a sedative and I was blacking out, I did something, as a last-ditch effort. I focused every bit of my control on my magic, as shoddy as it was, on expelling my astral form from my body. Thankfully, I succeeded, and now, I was looking at Johann Schmidt, the Red Skull, standing in front of my body, as some scientists take my blood vials away, wondering in what ways should I kill him. Was it wise, bringing him into consciousness? We don't know much about his kind. He could develop a resistance to the sedatives now that he knows of our methods. Dr. Arnim Zola, the scientist who was working on using my blood to recreate the super soldier serum, which I'd previously heard no news of, says, as he enters the room I'm kept in. If he's already desperate to recreate it, it must mean Dr. Erskine succeeded in the United States. Which means I missed the birth of Captain America, the dance monkey. Damn, I should probably utilize my time travel later to witness the amazing event. But not now. Fanboying later, survive now. Schmidt barely glances at Zola, and says, I have come too far to worry about him developing a resistance, Doctor. Just like our work with the Tesseract, the wizard's blood is sure to grant us many gifts. Even Grindelwald must know this, why else would he stop pestering us? Dr. Zola, who looks almost as if he's afraid of his own shadow, glances at my body, and says, even still, we should increase his dosage periodically, and keep him under. Now that he's healed, the power within his blood may turn to the only thing wrong it can find, the sedative, and try to get rid of it. SCHMIDT turns around to walk out of the room, and says, do as you deem necessary, Doctor. Besides, the wizards are almost useless without their pesky wands. Even if Sergeant Avs wakes up, he will still have to get out of this base. Get through me, without having access to his magic at all. I'll prepare the next dose right away then. Hail Hydra, Dr. Zola says, and follows Schmidt out the door, leaving my ghostly self to float right there back again. Okay, first things first, I wave my hand in front of me, and cast the time and date spell. I frown, when nothing happens, and try again, this time really focusing on casting the spell. As if I'm doing it for the first time. I keep increasing the effort, and finally succeed on the fourth try. July 7, 1943. Which means I've been unconscious, and captured for a month and a half. I didn't fail to notice that it took a lot more effort to cast the simple time and date charm than it usually takes me, which means the drugs in my body also mess with my astral form somehow. I did not expect this, I really did not. Frustrated with the situation I stupidly brought myself in, I take a moment to really think, but not before spending a half a mo on really cursing myself out. This could all have been avoided if I just didn't accept this mission. I could have faked an injury, I could have changed their mind forcefully, I could have brought in some help in the form of either James or Victor. There were literally dozens of ways I could have used to prevented myself from going to this mission, but no, I wanted to be a moral piece of shit, and keep their minds intact. Now, I'm in a drug-induced coma, my mind isn't working like it used to, and my control over my own magic is shot to hell. I completely blame myself for that, even if I also blame Schmidt, Zola, and Grindelwald too. Fucking traitor to wizard kind. And now, onwards to actually thinking. I still have my astral form, but it'll only work this well as long as I'm here, in the astral plane. The moment I go inside my own body, it's back to lights out for me. I won't be able to return here unless Zola wakes me back up, and that's highly unlikely, judging by the way he's so afraid of me. What are my choices? What can I do now? To get loose. First thing first is to get rid of the drugs in my blood, and get the control over my magic and mind back. These drugs are also suppressing my psionic abilities. So I can't even hear anyone's thoughts, despite being in the hub of all thoughts, the astral plane, which makes them priority number one. The rest can wait until I'm healthy enough. And thankfully, I'm in the one place that can help me regain my psionics and my magic, even through the sedatives in my blood. The astral plane. The magic of the astral plane, by itself, is really gear. D towards the magic of the mind and spirits, which means the longer I stay here, basking in the magic of the plane, the more I should be able to heal my spirit, and then through it, my mind, and then my own magic. So, let's start, shall we? I have a revenge to plan. The 22nd of September 1943, exactly 77 days later, I finally succeed, although not in the way I'd preferred. 77 days of constant meditation, with very infrequent breaks in between, is all it took for me to use the magic of the astral plane to jumpstart my magic. The frequent, repeated injections to my body didn't help matter, neither did them frequently taking my blood, while only keeping me on a saline solution. It made things worse, actually, by turning the clock backwards on the work I was actually doing, which is why it took me so long. Almost too long, since my body literally looked emaciated by now. But at least I have my magic back. It isn't perfect, since even now it took my astral form almost twice the amount of effort to cast spells. And since I wasn't in my body, I couldn't do anything too serious. I wouldn't be able to cast anything offensive at least, even if I bring my astral form out into the physical world. But I should be able to cast healing spells on my own body, using the connection my spirit has with it as a channel. And that's good enough for me. Dr. Zola would come in my room every day, without stopping, to extract 4 to 8 vials of my blood on each trip. And without forgetting, he would inject me with sedatives once more, trying real hard in keeping me unconscious. The sedatives doses had kept on increasing every week, which meant my body didn't stand a chance in waking up on its own. I haven't just been sitting around meditating, because of that. I had other tasks to complete too, like finding out where my stuff is being kept. I found my wand in Schmidt's office, right on his table, where he would try and cast spells with it at least once every few hours. I wished, really wished, my mind as strong enough to possess him at that point, because I would have loved to teach him what happens to those who touch my wand without permission. Alas, his body was too strong, and so was his spirit, while my own spirit was too weak. If I'd have tried, I would have failed spectacularly, and he would have known that I was spying on all of them while being unconscious on top of that. As for my moleskin pouch, they had kept it in a drawer full of useless stuff in Zola's lab, not knowing what they had hidden away. The moleskin pouch had an amazing talent of hiding itself away when someone else looks at it. And it did so this time by transforming into a plain cloth pouch. Simply amazing. I didn't even know it could do that. My weapons, meanwhile, were kept in a room 3 floors down, with some of the other weapons Hydra had access to. I was definitely stealing them later. Then, I also had to make sure that the summoning ritual doesn't get to completion, and that Zola doesn't succeed in making my blood compatible with his serum. The first was the easiest. I just flew through a random Hydra person that had a brush in his hand. That sudden flying through his body made him nauseous for a moment, which caused the stroke to miss every time. Then, the guards killed the man, ordered a clean-up, and took a break for 24 hours. And then, I chose another random person, at another random time, to mess things up some more. And I didn't always use the same method either. I could also push my hand out of the astral plane momentarily, to physically push someone's hand or something, that could cause them to mess up. And no one even suspected anything, since they immediately killed the person that messed up, before they can even give an explanation. Is it right? No, nothing gives me a right to decide who lives and who doesn't. Which is what I was doing. But on the other hand, I know that if the ritual succeeds, it'll bring destruction onto the wizarding world. Either it summons the being it is supposed to, and they kill everyone on the planet, or Hydra leaks the wizarding world's secret out, which causes a war that Grindelwald is looking forward to. Plus, they're literally extreme Nazis. So, yeah, my morals are currently not in any equation I'm using. I just hope this doesn't have an effect on my guardian's oath. As for Zola's experiments, I couldn't do anything without them knowing about my spying. So I was allowing him his freedom for now. Not for long, though. Currently, I was staring at my body, waiting for the doctor to dose me up again, after taking 6 vials of my blood. There was a constant IV drip attached to my hand, for these 77 days, which provided me some of the needed nutrients, but not everything. I was definitely 10 kgs down, with only my magic ensuring I didn't lose any more weight. As soon as Zola and his assistants leave, I begin with my work. Floating down, I land on the ground, still in the astral plane, and spread my legs in a stance. Taking a deep breath, I go through smooth, delicate motions from Tai Chi, using my spirit's motions to channel the spell. At the end of a few minutes worth of such motions, I cross my hands in front of me, ducking my head down, and spread them apart with a snap, at 10 and 2 o'clock respectively. Almost immediately, 2 Dao Mandala spells form into existence on the palms of my 2 hands, soft brown in color. Sa Dao Mandalas are what I will use to cleanse my body of any toxins it has, including the drugs in my system. It was a healing spell that I'd worked out for myself, since there wasn't anything in the books I'd read about removing toxins from one's own body while in the astral plane. Really inconvenient. Sorcerers should have really seen this coming. Taking a step forward, I approach my physical body, and place my left hand's mandala on my body's stomach, my hand not touching it. The right mandala, meanwhile, I place on the metallic cot I was laying on. Without saying anything, I spin the mandala on my stomach counterclockwise. Seeing the Sanskrit symbols spin with my hand. Slowly, a transparent energy starts leaving my body, at the point of contact between my Dao Mandala and my body, and then the same stuff exits out of the second Dao Mandala in my right hand, and flies through the cot, and into the ground. This entire process happens only in the astral plane, with the only change and the physical plane happening to my body. The toxins, after going through the metallic cot, will seek out the earth, and disperse there harmlessly. The transparent energy that was leaving my body, going towards the ground is the matter-to-energy converted form of the sedatives itself. Unfortunately, this process is too slow, which means it'll take me literally hours to completely cleanse my body. But I needed to do this, or I will die, and Hydra will succeed in their summoning ritual. 3 hours of constant siphoning of the sedatives, and all the other drugs inside my body later, I finally feel it. My magic was returning to its former state, slowly, but it was returning. Another half an hour later my psionic powers return completely, allowing me to listen to the thoughts of everyone inside the base. This also has a side effect of making me a little bit stronger while inside the astral plane, allowing me to speed things up a bit with the siphoning. And then, in the middle of the 4th hour, it finally happens, and I feel it. The freshness. My body has been completely cleansed of all my sedatives. But my body is still too weak, and I can't take revenge this way. Alas, I'll have to quit while I'm ahead, and return for revenge another day. With a dive, I push my astral form back into my body, and force myself awake, with a gasp. Almost immediately, I hear alarms blaring, as many HYDRA soldiers start running towards my room. With a small snap of my fingers, the manacles binding me to the bed snap off, and I stumble off the bed. As soon as I take a step forward, I drop back down on the ground. My body not yet strong enough to support its own weight. With another purposeful snap of my fingers to direct my magic, and to give it purpose, I conjure a vial of pepper-up potion from my personal dimension, thankful that I can access it once again, and drink up, immediately feeling its effects in energizing me up. Now, when I stand up, I am not the weak person they turned me into. I'm once again the powerful wizard that they tried binding to their will, even if I'm not as strong right now. And I'm not going to let them weaken me anymore, or let them capture me again. Not gonna happen. Seeing Zola look at me with a lot of fear in his eyes, I apparate inside his lab, right in his face, and immediately cast a colloportus and an impervious at the door and the windows. No. 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 You were supposed to be in a coma. The sedatives were working, I know they were. Zola yells, taking a few steps back at my sudden approach, sending a lot of files and papers scattering about. Ignoring his blabbering, I hold him by the neck, and look straight into his eyes. Legelmans, I whisper, while summoning my moleskin pouch back towards me from the drawer it was kept in. By now, the soldiers were outside Zola's office, trying to get into the lab. So, I speed things up, and immediately copy all of his memories into my own mind. I'll go through them later, when I have the time. Along with that, I erase all of his memories of ever experimenting on my blood, or even seeing it. He'll know me, and he'll know what I did, but he won't know what I did it to. Ignoring the banging of guns, and battering rams on the glass, window, and even the bullets trying to take the window down, I drop the now unconscious Dr. Zola on the ground, purposefully kicking him in the balls once. And then, I sit on Dr. Zola's chair, and wait. Playing with a small sparrow made of flames flying above my right hand. 10 minutes is all I have, before I run out of juice, so I'm going to make the most of it. All the while, alarms blare all around the base, and soldiers keep trying to get into the lab to no avail. Their bullets hit the impervious glass harmlessly, dropping down on the ground, and a few that try with the Tesseract energy weapons mysteriously fire at their own comrades, causing everyone to stop using them immediately, and sticking to physical bullets. But then, I see him coming, more like hear him coming. With the way he's yelling at the soldiers. Johann Schmidt, the Red Skull. As soon as he comes into my former prison, to look into Zola's lab through the window, I smile at him, already feeling satisfaction at the rage he's giving off. I cough right after that, feeling some of the weakness returning, and wave my hand at him. He pulls his hands back, and punches with full force, the glass actually wobbling a bit. As he frowns at the glass, I look him in the eye, cast the Legilimens spell, and as the memories start getting copied, I say, I told you I would get out. I told you I would make you pay the price. I might not be able to possess him right now, or control his mind, but nothing is stopping me from copying his memories. Nothing at all. Schmidt pulls out a gun from his hip. This one an energy weapon charged with the energy of the Tesseract itself, and says, "You're still trapped here, Sergeant Avs. And I am standing between you and your escape." I smile, as he points the gun at the glass, and say, "Au contraire, Johann Schmidt, you're exactly where I wanted you to be." And then, I apparate to Johann Schmidt's office, right before he shoots the Tesseract charged gun at the glass window separating me and him, and right after dropping the flaming sparrow on the pieces of paper, and the chemicals spread around Zola's chemistry table. As Schmidt fires his gun at the window, the highly dense energy bullet forces its way through the barrier protecting the glass window from the normal bullets, and then through the window itself. Just before the energy bullet breaks the window, however, Schmidt sees Sergeant Avs disappear from the chair, in the same manner that Grindelwald would disappear from right in front of his eyes, and then, there's fire everywhere. The energy bullet crashes into a beaker full of an alcoholic solution at the back of the lab, breaking the beaker, and sending the alcohol flying all around the lab. Coincidentally, some of it lands on the prone Dr. Zola, as well as the flames having set to a stack of paper on the lab table. The flames exhaled with the chemicals, causing everything to start burning, even Dr. Zola, much to Schmidt's anger. He throws one of his soldiers through the now open window, and yells, "What are you waiting for, you fools? Get Dr. Zola out of there." And then, he runs back towards his office, knowing that his office has something that the wizard definitely wants. When he gets there, however, he finds not his office, but only ash, with everything in his office already burned down. He stares at the burnt pile of ash that once used to be his office, and cannot help but punch the stone wall, creating a crack in it. Clenching his bleeding fist, he looks up into the air, and yells, "I'll find you, Mason Avs. No matter what." After burning Johann Schmidt's lab, reclaiming my wand, my blood, and weapons, as well as clearing the weapons room of its contents, I take a few stops in some other labs, setting fire wherever I go, and apparate to the place that holds the one treasure that trumps them all. The Tesseract. My weakened form sorely needs some energy, a lot of it, and the Tesseract is currently the only thing that can grant me it quickly enough. If I manage to absorb some safely, that is. The Tesseract was held in a siphoning tool, its energy being drained continuously into batteries. There were a few stacks of a dozen or so batteries each, some big enough to power a building, or even the advanced panzers, and some smaller, suitable for the guns. Ignoring the batteries, I approach the Tesseract itself, and move my hand forward to pick it up. But right before I can touch it, I get an intense feeling of wrongness from it, as my hand refuses to go forward. No matter how much I try to push through, my hand stays in its spot, refusing to budge forward. It doesn't stop when I try to retreat, however, and I understand. Sighing, I drop my hand, and say, yeah, I get it. I'm not the person meant to carry your energy. Picky, aren't you? A little disappointed, but not disheartened, I take all the stacks of Tesseract batteries, put them in my moleskin pouch, and then apparate out of the base I was in. Right outside its lands, in fact. And then, I immediately drop down, resting my back on a tree, the cold ice underneath me not even bothering me anymore. I had run out of energy. And I was just running on sheer willpower. Now, I had to get out of here, but I don't think I had enough energy to apparate outside Austria, let alone to England. Knowing I'm going to regret this later, I down another pepper-up potion, and start spinning my hand, to create a portal to the Chamber of Secrets, as I feel some of my energy return, but not for long. A second dose of pep. Per-up potion is only valid for a minute or two, max, after which I'll be out of commission for a day or two, completely helpless. If I don't get any medical attention, I'll die. I know that, but I can't let Hydra experiment on my blood. Not more than they already have. I could still hear the thoughts of the soldiers panicking over the multiple fires I'd started in the base, as well as the missing barrels of my blooded ink. Red Skull was smarter than I'd given him credit for. Since he suspected that I was close, he had already ordered a sweep over 50 miles, wanting to recapture me. Well, I'm not waiting for that. As soon as the portal forms, and I see the chamber on the other side, I jump through the portal, and drop down on the cold stone floor. I could feel the pepper-up potion having its toll, the second dose worsening the effects. Right before I could completely lose consciousness, I managed to whisper, Blinn, KY. And then, I start to black out once again. Only this time, I know I'm completely safe. Since I could see the tiny feet belonging to my lovely elf friend Blinky appear right in front of my face. I'm safe, that is what matters. It isn't over yet, but I'm safe. When I next wake, I immediately jump down, summoning my gun in one hand, and my wand in the other. Seeing something move, I point both my weapons at it, and stop just before I can fire on instinct. I keep staring at her, not believing in what I'm seeing, but then, my mind catches up to my memories, allowing me to realize where I am. Blinky, I whisper, looking at my faithful friend of a few years, and realizing that I was in my bedroom. In Av's manor, under Fidelius' charm. Which means no one else knows where I am. Looking down, I see that I was wearing nothing but a patient's robe, open on the back. I could feel that there was a small bandaged sticker stuck to my lower abdomen, near where my kidney is. This was my own invention, a filtration system for the body's digestive system. The stickers come in pairs, one to be placed on the kidney, and the other in the toilet, or in a chamber pot enchanted to destroy everything. This makes sure my waste doesn't stay in my body itself, while food is given in liquid forms. As Mason Sir, okay, I felt your pain, and anger, but you told me not to come for you even if you're dying. Blinky says, for the first time in a long time, looking as if she's Blinky the house elf once again. And not Blinky the elf, my faithful friend. I did not spend 3 years improving her English, and teaching her the value of her life, just to endanger it all thanks to some stupid mistakes. Sighing, I say, I'm sorry, Blinky, for worrying you. I was hurt, not too badly, but I was. Well, my physical hurt wasn't much, but the psychological hurt, that's a bit more difficult to quantify. For a few minutes, we both stay silent, as I think over what I'm going to do. What happened to you, sir? Who did this? Blinky asks, her soft voice breaking the silence. I turn towards Blinky, and explain to her about my situation, because if anyone else deserves to know, it's Blinky. She had been in a similar situation, when she was with her last master. She was completely helpless, forced to follow the orders of a wizard. On the other hand was I, captured by muggles, because of the manipulations of Gellert Grindelwald, drained of my blood every day, so they can experiment on it. And seeing them try to use my blood in a ritual. Something like this is horrifying enough to disgust even a pure being like Blinky, as evident by the tears in her eyes. My strength hasn't fully returned though, and 10 minutes of talking later, I start coughing, my breath still short. Blinky brings me a glass of water, from the table, and says, "Mason sir should rest. Your body is still not completely fine. I healed you as much as I could, referring to your books, but I'm not a healer, or a medi-witch. Ain't that the truth? I am definitely not fine. I'm still missing 10 kilograms of my previous weight." I drink the water, and follow her order of resting up. Laying down on the bed, I ask, "How long has it been, Blinky? And did you tell anyone?" Shaking her head, Blinky says, "I did not tell anyone. I didn't think you wanted me to. I thought of calling Ms. White, who is staying in your Islington house for now, but ultimately, I couldn't even do that, as she doesn't know the secret, and you weren't safe to be moved yet. And you came here 36 hours ago." I sigh, thankful that it hasn't been too long, but worry's still not over yet. I look at Blinky, and just stare for a moment. Blinky stares back, blinking in between. She has improved so much since the days of her enslavement. Her English is perfect, her clothes are clean, and she had even learned to replicate most wizarding spells and wards, with her own twist to them. Of course, I also learned from her. Snapping my fingers to cast spells is something I learned from her. More importantly, Blinky isn't anyone's servant anymore, nor anyone's slave. She's her own person, and she just stays with me because we haven't found a way to get rid of whatever bond she has with me. Heck, I haven't even found a way to feel out the bond yet. I smile at her, and say, "Blinky, I want you to do me a few favors, please. Until I can get off this bed without falling down 2 minutes later." "Anything, sir," Blinky says, enthusiastic to help. I frown, feeling a bit bad about this, but it's necessary. Until I can walk more than 5 steps without falling on my face, I need her help. I say, "I want you to bring me a few things. You can find them all in my potions lab, but if something is missing, then visit the chamber for it." Blinky mutely hands me a quill and parchment, and I roughly start writing the ingredients that I was going to need, along with explaining where she can find these things. And then, I sleep once again, my body desperately needing the rest. The next day, after a healthy dose of rest, nutrition mixes, water, and some apples to get me used to actually food, I get to work with everything Blinky brought to me. First things first, I need to get my health back, and I have the perfect ritual for that, which will have 2 benefits at once. I could use my healing spells, or potions to get my old strength back, but it will take time. A month at least, which I don't have. This ritual will heal me back up within a day or 2, at most. Thanks to the gifts it'll give me. There's a ritual, designed to be used with an animal's blood, bone, and flesh. Taking part in this ritual fuses the properties of the animal's magical gifts to your own blood. Over a course of 3 very painful hours. But in the end, the gifts are merged perfectly, allowing the wizard to use them as if they're his own, and not stolen. During the era of Merlin and King Arthur, this ritual was used to grant the strength of Realm to anyone that wants it, and most of the knights of the Round Table had gone through the ritual. Other than that, some had gotten the speed of a unicorn, resistance or strength of a giant, and even flight from some birds. Soon, however, this ritual disappeared from the wizarding world, and people began to drink a strength potion, made out of ram's blood. To get the same strength, albeit temporarily, you can only use this ritual twice in your lifetime, without any side effects. Any more, and your body starts to deform, your magic starts giving up. There was also the fact that you cannot take part in any ritual for 5 entire years after this one ritual, a period of time that allows your body to settle down with the new gifts. This is why I didn't go through with it when I first found out about it. Staying away from all rituals, even those that don't affect me, is not something I could do just yet. But now, there's a desperate need for it. Not the strength, no, but something else. I was going to go through the ram's ritual later, or use something else for strength. But I didn't have a strong enough need for strength as of now. I needed healing, and I had the blood, flesh, and bone, from someone who has an amazing healing gift. I really hope Victor doesn't mind me stealing his mutation, though. He ritual was modified for humans' gifts easily enough, within a few hours at most. Thank you, Room of Knowledge. In the ritual chamber of the Avs Manor, I take the ink I'd stolen from Hydra, already mixed with my blood. and start drawing the ritual diagram with a brush made of equal parts of the hair of thestrals and unicorns, bound to a bone of a hippogriff. A giant circle comes first, with the thickness of the line just centimeters, and the diameter of the circle at 7 meters. Then, inside the circle, I draw an equilateral triangle, each with a side of length 73 meters, again, the thickness of each line just 7 centimeters. The triangle divides the circle such that there are 3 equal parts of the circle that stay outside the triangle. In each of those areas I place a copper bowl, right in the middle. In those copper bowls, one place the blood, bone, and flesh of Victor, respectively. Surrounding each bowl, one write the runes denoting each ingredient, and their purpose in this ritual. The blood, bone, and flesh of Victor Creed will ensure that I get the full package deal, when it comes to his mutation. And there's a reason why I'm choosing Victor over James. His healing might be inferior to James's, but it is still good enough to keep him looking in his 30s till he was 150. His senses, strength, durability, are all definitely better than James's too. Which is why I'm choosing to take in his mutation, and not James's. Plus, James's 3 claws aren't exactly subtle, whereas Victor's nails definitely are. He can hide them if he wants to, just like James, but he just refuses not to. In between the bone and blood flesh and bone, I draw an identical runic scheme, the adaptation runes, to ensure that this ritual works with a human's gifts too. Then, I draw lines going from each ingredient to the adaptation runes next to it, on both sides, such that they form a hexagon. On the circumference of the circle, I place 6 beeswax candles, such that each of them are equal distance away from the next. 3 of the candles are placed on the vertices of the triangle, and 3 in between them. A few more runes are written inside the circle, and even the triangles. But I keep an area empty right at the center, for me to sit in. And then, once everything is complete, I light all the 6 candles, enter the ritual, and sit down with my legs crossed. I glance at everything once again, to ensure that everything is correct, and then, I snap my hands together in a praying pose. 5 seconds later, I slap my palms down on the ground, and activate the ritual. Immediately, the 3 ingredients float up into the air, on their own, as a non-existent wind blows around the room. The wind spins the ingredients in a clockwise circle, with me at the center, and starts speeding up. Once the ingredients reach a fast enough speed that they become almost a blur to me, I say, Damihi donum vias sanguinis, caro, et ossa. As soon as I say ossa, the flying ingredients slam into my body with full force, throwing me towards the back wall. The candles also burn out completely, and the ritual ink burns into thin air. I don't notice all that, however, as I walk, clenching my mouth to stop myself from yelling at the pain. I keep thrashing from place to place, my fists clenched, and me feet hurting from all the kicking I was doing. Meanwhile, my body starts going through some changes of its own. As the mutations start merging with my body, and I could feel all of it, even the pain that came with my body changing so much without my own doing. All the while, I'm helplessly trapped in my own body. The pain making it so I couldn't even expel my spirit from my body. The pain wouldn't even knock me unconscious, since I needed to pay my own personal price for the ritual, and the pain was it. Slowly, bit by bit, the damage done to my body during my stay at the Hydra base was being repaired, thanks to the slowly merging healing mutation. All the while, I keep on screaming, moving around thanks to the pain. Finally, after 3 hours of constant pain, of constant thrashing around, punching and kicking the wall involuntarily, I black out, once again, the ritual finally ending. Once I wake up, I can take care of the Hydra's summoning ritual, and my own revenge. No way I'm letting them off as easily, now that I'm on my way to healing completely. People will be furious that he didn't have any more actions of revenge, but remember, he was weakened, malnourished. It was only his magic, and the pepper-up potion, that kept him standing even for the small confrontation with Schmidt and Zola. Once again, I'm not that used to writing helpless MC, in any situation, so please forgive me for any logical mistakes. If there's something I can do to fix those mistakes, feel free to comment. Review or PM. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta. Small revenge. Yes, many of you have complained that Mason's capture came out of nowhere, and it did. I didn't explain it properly, and there's a reason. I couldn't do it. I couldn't write his capture and make it believable. Mason was lax in his vigilance, which is very unlike him. He believed that the Germans and the Italians will let them leave because of the deal they had with Dubois, but well, they lied. He still should have kept a better eye or mind out, but he didn't. His fault, entirely, and he knows it. As for Zola, as a character, killing him would have been a perfect revenge. But, as an author, too many changes means I can't write stuff properly later. There isn't anyone in Hydra as smart as Zola to replace his future actions. So, he had to live, for plot reasons. Hope this helps. If not, well, I'm not going to change much anyway. Read on. I growl when I smell someone approach my dining table, but then my mind catches up to my nose, and I realize that it's just Blinky, bringing another dish full of chicken. As I continue eating, I force my mind to calm down, and growl out, these animalistic instincts will take some getting used to. Even now, my voice sounds as if I was purposefully lowering the pitch, but I wasn't. It's just how it is right now. Ever since I woke up from my ritual a half an hour ago. It's been like this. I should have realized that when I asked for all parts of Victor's mutation, I was going to get all of it, good and bad. My body had healed up pretty good, thanks to my new healing factor. Although I was still not in top shape, I was still thinner, since my body didn't have any material to work with, which is why I was continuously eating food while Blinky brought me whatever food I felt the need to eat. Seriously, Blinky's a godsend right now. Any other person would have left me to growl by myself. Speaking of the growl, it was one of the many bad parts of the mutation. I could feel that I was more animalistic, not feral, but I was more aggressive. My senses were pretty much enhanced, allowing me to smell anyone coming towards me, and see in the dark. My mind just hasn't gotten used to those senses, or the additional aggression, meaning my aggressive side takes over way too frequently. There's definitely more, but I haven't encountered it yet. Swallowing another entire chicken leg, bone and all, I look at Blinky, who was sitting on the chair in front of me, looking on in amusement, and snarl out, "The fuck are you looking at?" Pausing, I use my occlumency to calm myself down, and say, "Sorry. Still getting used to this. Damn, my throat would have gotten hoarse with all this growling if I didn't have a healing factor." Blinky laughs a little, and says, "Mason sir, you worry too much. I'm not going to turn into a slave just because you ask me to prepare a few dozen dishes. I like cooking, and I trust you. You will gain control over your mind and instincts soon enough." I know. I smirk at that, my ego swelling a bit. Once again, I use my occlumency training to calm myself in a few seconds, and then turn back to my food. Almost an hour full of eating various chicken dishes later, I finally sigh, my stomach feeling full, and my body finally looking like it was before Hydra kept me prisoner. Hydra, the thought of the Nazi organization sends another growl through my throat, as the anger towards them comes to the forefront. And I'm not going to calm my mind this time. I want revenge, something that will suit the time I spent there. But first, I need to do a few things. Like observing the changes that I went through for once. Nothing had changed visibly about my body size. I wasn't suddenly a foot taller or anything like that. I did have a noticeable beard now, where before I would frequently shave it. But that's only because I haven't shaved it for so long. Conjuring a small mirror, I floated in front of my face, and use both my hands to open my mouth a little wider. A blink of my eyes zooms the image on the mirror until I can see my teeth clearly. My teeth were definitely sharper. I found that when I chewed through chicken bone as if it was meat. But it is just now that I register it. My canines didn't look different, but a single thought is all it takes to grow all four of them until they're almost twice their normal size. Same thing happens when I try to grow my finger and toenails. A single thought, clenched hands, and a highly dense nail forms out of the place where my usual, normal nails are. Just as an experiment, I use the nail on my own palm, and see it cut through easily, with barely any pressure from my side. So they're as sharp as they're strong. Good to know that at least they're under my control. My palm heals right before my eyes, leaving not even a single mark. The speed of healing amazes me, as it's faster than anything I've ever experienced before, save for the two mutant brothers. I was just a bit faster than Victor and James, though, when it comes to healing. This is most definitely a side effect of me having magic. My magic is already geared towards keeping me healthy before all else. It is what makes us wizards and some squibs more durable, and it is what allows us to play such a dangerous sport as Quidditch and not die every match. It also makes our healing 20% faster than a normal human's. Which isn't that fast practically, but it is pretty good. That, combined with my mutation, is what's making me a faster healer than the two brothers. Plus, their healing factor is also focusing a lot of its power on not letting them die of old age, so there's that. There's not much of a difference in my strength, at least not yet. Maybe it will come with time, or the more fights I have. But for now, I was still the same average British soldier in the 1st Infantry. I smirk, because I was anything but average. I am a wizard, one of the best wizards in Wizarding Britain. And I was trained by two of the oldest military men around. Victor Creed, and James Howlett. Speaking of, I really hope I don't encounter the two yet. My scent has changed, even I can smell it. And why I don't smell even remotely close to what Victor does, it won't take anyone long to figure out when I heal in front of their eyes by a lucky shot or something. I'll figure something out for my scent later. Shaking my head, I banish the nails back, and then do the same to the mirror still floating in front of me. Using my metamorph magic, I slim myself down a bit, and then turn to Blinky. I hesitate a little, and ask, "Can you prepare this ritual?" I would have, but the ritual I just went through last night prevents me from carrying out any ritual for 5 years. Blinky nods, and conjures a book with the snap of her fingers. Opening it, she asks, "It's this one, right? I'm going to need your blood for that." Without hesitation, I conjure a test tube, and cut my wrist to bleed into it. Filling it up, I conjure a rubber cork, and hand it to Blinky. She says, "It will be done within an hour, so you can do whatever you want. I suggest resting, or training your senses." I nod at her, thankful for her presence here, and wave her goodbye. I'll rest at night, it's still too far from even noon. But first, I'll have to train my senses. And I know just the place where I can do it. The Forbidden Forest. The most dangerous forest that I know of, thanks to the variety of dark creatures that call it home. The forest should give me enough control over my powers to at least control my own instincts. But first, with the wave of my hand, I summon a few things that I'm going to need for this impromptu camping trip, save a tent. I'm used to sleeping in the outside anyway. Once done, I store it all in my personal dimension, and stop in front of a blank wall. Summoning my time watch from the personal dimension, God, I have to think up another name for that. I summon a portal for 7 days into the past, in the forge itself. Entering it, I apparate on the outer edge of the Forbidden Forest, which is very much outside the wards of Hogwarts. Heck, it is outside the borders of even the Hogsmeade village, the forest was that big. Cracking my neck, I enter the forest proper, and take a deep breath. At first, every little smell assaults my nose. From the rabbit hiding behind the tree, to the deer that was drinking from a lake about 20 meters inside the forest. This time, I don't control my senses, and let them guide me. I cast a few spells around myself to hide my presence from everyone, even Hogwarts professors. And sit down on the ground, my back to a tree. Closing my eyes, I brace myself for 7 long days of meditation. Meditation will give me the calm I sorely need, while hunting Our food will give me the necessary experience with actually using my senses. I just hope that 7 days of training is enough, or I'm going to have to find another forest to train in, for however long it takes. Surprisingly enough, it just takes me 5 days to come to grips with my now enhanced senses. I could now smell scents from almost 50 meters away, and distinguish each smell perfectly. I can hear the twig breaking 100 meters away, and I could hear the soft footsteps of a thestral from as far as 20 meters away. And boy, thestrals are stealthy as shit. Their footsteps barely make any noise at all, when I don't enhance my senses. I could also see quite clearly in the dark, which was a benefit just as much as it is a curse. I'll create an artifact to block those extra senses whenever I want to. That should get me used to normalcy too, I think. Best part was my tongue. My taste buds have definitely gotten more sensitive. Good tastes make me ecstatic almost immediately, while bad tastes make me extra aggressive. I can use telepathy to control that, however, so that's alright. I'm just going to have to get used to it. My speed has increased though, from what I noticed. I could hunt a hare with my bare hands. My eyes and legs easily keeping up with the tiny little thing. It is what I lived on these days. With the point of my finger, I fire a single piercing charm at my prey's head, killing the hare immediately. Sometimes, though, magic is faster than running behind an animal. All in all, 5 days in, my mind was completely mine once again, with the aggression kept to the minimum. My mind arts training helped a lot in that, which I'm really thankful for. But I still stay 2 more days in the forest, my thoughts focused on my thirst for revenge. I wanted to be my perfect self before I began with the revenge plan. At the end of those 7 days, I wait until my past self left the house to go into the past, and apparate to my house. I know that Blinky must have just begun with the ritual she was going through just for my sake, so I leave her alone. Instead, I summon a few gemstones, which Blinky brought for me from the room of hidden things, and get to carving runes on it. Gather a few more things that I was going to need during this mission, and keep them in the nowhere. This works as a name for my personal dimension. It's beautiful, and a good joke whenever someone asks where I bring stuff out of. Nowhere. Hey, this is genius. Shaking my head, I sit down to finish drinking the nutrition mix potion that Blinky no doubt left for me, and meditate. I'm going to need to be extra calm and in control during this mission. I was not going to let my instincts get in the way of my revenge. I wasn't going to kill him, Schmidt, or even Zola. No, I wanted them to suffer. Schmidt's future was already very tortuous, and there were 2 infinity stones involved, which I knew nothing about. So, I wasn't going to kill him, just in case the space stone decided I made a better keeper for the soul stone. But Zola, he's fair game. He'll get his win, he'll get to his highest point, and then, I'll be there, ready to take his life. He'll see everything good about him crumble down before I kill him. Though, 3 hours later, I feel it happening. A wave of magic was emitted from somewhere inside this house, and it was damn fast. Blinky soon walks out of the ritual chamber, tiredness evident on her face, and gives me a thumbs up. She says, "The ritual was successful, sir. Your blood should start getting destroyed soon." The ritual I had Blinky do was the one to destroy every drop of my blood. Dry or wet, from anywhere that's not my own body. Doesn't matter what protection spells hid the blood, or where that blood was, the only blood of mine that exists right now is in my own body. I smile at Blinky, and say, "Thank you for this, Blinky." Really, soon, I feel a shiver go through my spine, and I instinctively understand, I was safe from the summoning ritual. Hydra didn't have my blood anymore. I didn't know I will actually feel it happen, but maybe it's because it's my blood. Blinky gives me a sad smile, and asks, "You're leaving again, aren't you? To go to war?" Shaking my head, I pat Blinky on the head, and get up. I say, "Yes, I'm going to go back out there, for war. I have unfinished business there, Blinky. With Hydra, with Grindelwald. I need to see this through." Blinky nods, more than a little upset, and latches onto my legs in a hug. Leaning down, I hug Blinky back, and say, "Don't worry, I'll always come back. I still need to find a way to free you completely, Blinky." With a pat on her shoulder, I say, "Take care, alright. And go travel sometimes, see the world." Blinky nods, and separates from the hug. With a smile, I reassure both myself and her, and then create a portal out of there, to Austria. Standing on top of a tree, on top of a hill, my newfound feral nature loving this, I look at the base where I was kept in for a couple months, drained of my blood for their own sick purposes. Using my telepathy, I scout the Hydra base, while my new senses keep me aware of my surroundings. There were about 500 people in there right now, including just 50 or so prisoners. There were scientists, sympathetic to their cause, as well as prisoners of Hydra, working on creating weapons. They weren't the Tesseract weapons though, since I had stolen all the batteries. But the normal ones, ballistic. The prisoners of war were being forced to do the heavy lifting for the scientists, under the threat of being gunned down. Unfortunately, Red Skull and Dr. Zola weren't in the base, and neither was the Tesseract. They had moved to some other base, taking the ink and Tesseract with them, and probably also the books that describe the ritual. Which means they're still trying for the damn summoning ritual. Pity, I wanted to destroy the ritual, and every trace of it. I'm going to have to find them for that, aren't I? Damn. With my nails digging into the bark, I settled down on the branch I was standing on. I'm going to stay here until midnight, which is when I'll begin my attack. I could, theoretically, attack now, in the middle of the evening. But if I do that, then I'll have to explain to the muggles how I managed to sneak into a base that has 450 guards, in broad daylight. I'm not going to tell them that I used magic to sneak in. Nor am I mentioning my new genetic addition. Better attack at midnight, when they're not expecting it, and when most of them are asleep. Around midnight, I jump down the tall tree I was resting on, and land on the ground 50 feet underneath me with a soft thud. No one was around me anyway, so I did not try to force myself to be too silent. But, my camping experience did train me to be more silent than my prey. And right now, that's what Hydra is, prey. I sniff my nose a few times, finding no one close, and move in the direction of the chain fence that protects the base. Approaching the fence, I cut into it with my goblin silver dagger, the highly sharp material making quick work of it, and then, I walk in. The base was big, with an area as large as Hogwarts Castle, probably a bit smaller. There were 8 watchtowers all around the base, with 3 guards in each of them. I approach the closest tower first, making sure not to make a sound as I walk, my senses not detecting anyone on the ground near me. My telepathy was also actively looking for any threats, but nothing came up, so I climbed the stairs to the tower without any issue, and slammed the door open, making the 3 guards jump. "Hello boys," I say, smiling wide at their startled faces. They point their guns at me, but before they can even press the trigger, I speed closer to them, slamming my standard issue knife in the chest of the middle man. "Gah," the man gasps, dropping the gun, and clutching at the knife. Leaving the knife, I punch the nose of the one on the left, while at the same time lay a left kick on the one on the right. The right one opens his mouth to scream, but I summon my knife from the first one's chest, and slam it into his throat, stopping it before it begins. I throw the knife at the head of the one I punched on the nose, killing him immediately. All this happened within 10 seconds, before anyone even notices. Cracking my neck, I smirk to myself, my inner animal loving this feeling. This time, I'm not even trying to suppress it. I need the killer instinct my feral self gives me, because wizard or not, going against 450 people is not an easy task. 10 minutes later, I take care of 2 more towers, and a total of 12 guards. Few of whom I found on the ground, patrolling. I had also planted my runic bombs on each of the towers, along with a few strategic places, as taught to me by Matthew. I'll definitely thank him for the lessons later. It is as I was climbing the 4th tower, that alarms sound, with the Hydra goons finally finding the dead bodies I had left behind. I click my tongue in annoyance, as the guards on the watchtowers immediately start spreading the lights around the grounds to look for me, and the guards from the inside run in various directions to look for me. I immediately speed up the stairs, getting bullets fired right at me in return, the people being already vigilant. I duck the first few bullets, but unfortunately, a lot more shots hit me, the Mac. Handgun fire too rapid to dodge without using magic. Arg, I gasp out, dropping down on the ground, bleeding from my wounds born out of multiple bullets tearing through my skin. I guess getting shot through still hurts, even if I do have an improved pain tolerance. The 4 men that fired at me all breathe a sigh of relief, seeing me drop down, and one of them says, "We killed the intruder." Probably through a radio, in German. How the hell did he manage to get this far without any of us knowing? Another one asks. Before they can continue the conversation, however, I cough, and start rising up. My wounds were healing right in front of their eyes, as I glare at the 4 Hydra Nazis standing right in front of me, staring at me, terrified out of their minds. One of them definitely shit his pants, much to my annoyance. "Hello, enhanced senses here," I run towards them when one of them starts raising his gun once again, and cut my nails through his throat. Before the first one can even drop down, I stab my knife into another one's chest, and kick the remaining two towards the wall of the tower. Summoning my gun, I quickly shoot all 4 of them dead. My cover was blown anyway. Dosen. Mean I'm going to show myself to them yet though. Planting the runic bomb and hiding it under the wood, I apparate towards the weapons cache. This time, I summon a runic bomb, as well as one of the Panzer Tesseract batteries I'd stolen during my escape. I plant the pair of highly dangerous materials together, knowing that this will be a marvelous explosion to see. I place another pair in the giant hall that they used for the ritual, and another one in the factory that they were using for building ballistic weapons. After apparating away from there, I apparate in the prison cells, which had 50 prisoners currently. Before they can even react to the soft crack, I throw my knife killing one soldier, and then start shooting at the others. All the while, most of the bullets they fired at me mysteriously missed. I ducked in between, knowing that all bullets missing would be suspicious for the prisoners, who were watching the fight intensely. Finally, within 3 minutes, I kill all 23 soldiers currently stationed within the prisons. And take a breath of relief. I look over at the prisoners, and observe all of them. There were 13 Frenchmen, 20 Britishers, 7 Canadians, and, well, this is interesting, 10 Indians, belonging to the British Indian Army. Each group was kept in different cells, probably to minimize the fightings, and I don't recognize any one of them. I look them over, and nod at each of them. My telepathy had taken care of removing my apparition from their memories, so I asked, "You lot all right?" The Canadians and the Britishers nod back, relieved that I'm a Britisher, the accent giving it away. Taking the keys from the body of one of the guards, I throw 2 of them at the Britisher and the Canadians and turn towards the Frenchman. This time, I ask in French, "You are all right, yes?" The Frenchman, who is most definitely the leader of the group, nods, and asks, "Who are you?" I tilt my head towards the Britishers, and say, "Sergeant Mason Avs, 4th British Infantry Division, of the British 1st Army." I throw the key to their own cell tower to them, and approach the Indian cell. This time, I first ask in Hindi, "Are you guys all right?" "Geez, kid, how many languages do ya speak, one of the older Canadians asks, which I ignore for now. The prisoners share a look, and one of them replies in Hindi, and says, "We're okay." "Who are you?" I smile, and say, "A friend, for now. I'm going to blow this base up, so, do you wanna come with us?" The people inside the Indian cell group together to start discussing, using 3 different languages. I recognize Marathi, Hindi, and even Tamil, which I take the time to understand, using my mutation. Finally, the 10 people agree to my offer, and start picking weapons off the dead bodies. All in all, amongst 50 people, we had 25 guns, including the pistols and machine guns the guards had as backup. Meanwhile, I have my pistol and my knife with me. For a while, we just stand there, not having an actual plan of escape. We could hear the shouts of the people above ground. "So, you got us out of the prisons, son. You have a plan of taking us out of here alive?" The Britisher from before asks, holding shotgun in front of his chest. Obviously, that was all bullshit. The bombs reacted to my own commands, and not on any timer. In 15 seconds, I am going to command the watchtower bombs to explode, which will distract them enough to get us out. The group of 50 people follow behind me, mutely. As soon as we get out of the prison gate, we see the soldiers running outside, with their tanks and their guns, to look for us. With a giddy grin on my face, I activate the tower bombs, immediately killing about 40 people that were inside, along with injuring 20 or so people that were closer, in an explosion equivalent to that of a few hand grenades tied together. Boom! Another explosion sounds, as one of the advanced panzers starts firing at the other tanks, my mind in control of the people inside it. I yell, "Come on! Fire at everyone! They're all your enemies!" and start running towards the exit, my rescuees right behind me. In between, we fire at the panicking soldiers that are trying to defend themselves from the rabid panzer, killing everyone that gets in our way. My nails take care of anyone that gets too close, while my telekinesis shield keeps my rescuees mostly safe from the crossfire. When we reach outside the base, 15 minutes later, we have almost 300 soldiers dead at the hands of 51 of us, with only 7 injured, none dead. I turn back to see the remaining soldiers having dealt with the rogue panzer. We're now gearing up for a chase, with their guns ready to fire, aiming to kill us. With a smile, I activate all the other bombs, even the ones that were stuck to the Tesseract batteries. Boom, boom, boom. Multiple simultaneous explosions sound, as fire bursts out all over the Hydra base. Only this time, the fire is blue in color, thanks to the Tesseract's energy. I knew that the Tesseract batteries were volatile and dangerous, but I didn't expect them to be this deadly. 7 bombs in total took care of turning the entire base to flames, leaving not a single survivor. My blood, even the one I leaked on the 4th tower, when I was shot, was all also gone, with not a single trace remaining. That was bloody brilliant, Sergeant Avs. The oldest Britisher says, patting me on the shoulder. I smile at him, turn towards the others, and say, this explosion is bound to gain attention, and not necessarily the good kind. We need to get away while we still have the chance. Should have left a few cars intact for the rescue, non. The Frenchman says, sounding none too pleased with walking for so long. I start walking towards where I know an Allied base is, and say, you have a decision to make, mate. Wait for the Nazis to get back, to see what the explosion was about, or start walking. Grumbling, the soldiers all follow after me, the Indians not knowing what we spoke, but you. Understanding that this place is too dangerous to stay in right now. Indians, this is certainly an unexpected encounter. I mean, I know many Indians volunteered to fight for Britain's cause, and many were forcefully drafted for the war. But I never thought I'd actually rescue a group of Indians from Hydra hands. From their memories, I know that this batch wasn't experimented with. Some of their comrades were, probably with my blood, and they all died, never to return. I'll just leave them in Allied hands, and then ask for a ride back to Africa. I have a report to complete soon, and see if my mission actually accomplished something. All in all, I'd say this was a good mission, and a better test for my new powers. My speed could do some working with, but my other powers are still alright. I'll just have to get used to the aggression, and the higher input of stimulus. 50 soldiers rescued, and 450 Nazis dead, a good mission, if I say so. Definitely something worth a medal or two. And this just brings me one step closer to being strong enough to survive the future. Which is my end goal, isn't it? To survive, to live a life away from all the troubles. A good reputation in the Muggle world will definitely not be something that'll get in the way of that. Yup, I'm awesome. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta. Strategic Scientific Reserve, the 30th of September 1943. A few days after my solo infiltration, rescue, and destruction mission, we had successfully gotten out of the danger zone, away from Nazi-occupied Austria. Getting 50 people, prisoners at that, out of hostile Austria, and into relatively safe Italy was no easy job. I'll tell you, the climate was cold, which meant food was scarce, and I had to use my telepathy a lot, so that my rescuees don't die of starvation. I would apparate away into greener territory, hunt some animals, bring them back, and use my telepathy to make them less suspicious. Telepathy also helped in keeping us away from anyone's sights, meaning no one saw such a big group travel across the border of Austria. These people were tired, but they were also hopeful for the escape, which, I had proved to them, was not a dream anymore. We didn't encounter any enemies. But that didn't mean that we encountered any friends either. It is on the 7th day of our walk that I hear them, the thoughts of some British soldiers, some 500 meters away from us. With barely any pause, I continue walking towards their direction, knowing that Italy is already occupied by the Allies. I'd gone away for almost 2 months, and the Allies took over an entire country. As we get into sights of a clearing occupied by what looks like a small scout camp, we stop. From within the forest itself, we spy over them for a while. We could see their uniforms marking them as British, all 10 of the ones outside at least, but just by looking no one can be sure. Other than I, but well, telepathy is not admissible as evidence. Hearing a rustle, I turned towards my right, to where GP Captain John Blunt was, our senior-most member, and asked, "What do you think, sir?" "Think they're actually British." John stands up, dusting his pants off, and says, "Only one way to find out." And before anyone can say anything, he walks out into the clearing with his hands raised, immediately getting guns pointed at his face. "For fuck's sake, there are more ways to find out." "Hold it," one of the British soldiers yells, stopping anyone from firing on instinct. Thankfully, John was wearing his military uniform, which was a bit worn off, but intact, and hence, they could tell that he at least looked a senior officer to them. The soldier, a captain from the looks of it, looks Colonel Blunt over, and says, "I'm going to have to ask you to identify yourself, sir." John looks at him, hands still raised, and says, "Group Captain John Harold Blunt, of the British Royal Air Force." "Identify yourself, soldier." The last part, he says as an order. Immediately, the soldiers all salute, their guns withdrawn. And the leader of this party says, "Captain Oliver James, sir. Of the 8th British Infantry Division. I'm afraid I need to take you into custody, until we can confirm your identity, GRP Captain." John waves his hands forward, signaling us to get out of hiding, and says, "I'm not alone, soldier." Once again, the party points their guns at us all, getting guns raised in return. John orders, "Stand down, soldiers. We just escaped from a Nazi base, where we were kept prisoners for months. I'd appreciate some thought before you take any actions." Captain Oliver James drops his gun, slowly, prompting all of us to do the same, and says, "I'm going to need a list of all of your names, ranks, and positions, so I can send it to HQ for confirmation, sir. Until then, we're gonna have to stay here." I understand why he isn't looking forward to a gunfight. He's outnumbered, and he knows it. If we're friends, we won't attack him. And if we're enemies, then they don't stand a chance anyway, or so his thought process is. Soon, we settle down in the camp, talking amongst ourselves, telling the tale of how we escaped from the base, while Captain James's group told us about the invasion of Italy. 2 days later, we get our identities confirmed as all Mia, or Kia in my case, and get shipped to the Italian HQ. Turns out, Captain Monet did escape from Sicily, and managed to reach Africa pretty safely. But, he thought that I'd died when I smashed into a boulder, thanks to the grenade that took me out. Thank you, magic and telekinesis, for saving my life. It was the information that he stole, and I helped bring back, that allowed the Allies to take over Italy so easily, even after Hydra had declared its independence from Nazi Germany about a month ago. I say I helped, but let's be honest. It was my rescue mission that made it possible in the first place. Now, don't thank me. Currently, I was standing in front of Colonel Gray, my commanding officer in the 4th Infantry Division, giving a brief summary of what all went down from the moment of my capture, till the escape with 50 other people. So let me get this straight. You not only escaped from hostile territory, after getting some chemicals pumped into your blood, but you also took out the entire base, by yourself, and then rescued 50 other soldiers, once again, by yourself. And I'm supposed to believe that? Colonel Gray asks, looking at me as if I think of him an idiot. Along with him, there were 2 other people, all of them old, and above my rank, looking at me the same way. I knew this was going to come into question, whether I liked it or not. There's no way any mundane, completely normal, person can escape custody, kill 450 people, and rescue 50 prisoners of war, all within a couple hours. Nodding, I say, I took advantage of the situation. Sir, I was trained as an infiltration specialist by Captain Creed, as you already know. I waited until the leader of the group went away, waited until they stopped feeding me chemicals, and then carried on with my tasks. I knew about the prisoners before, and I couldn't just leave them there, so I went to rescue them. I came across the munitions room by coincidence, and stole away a few bombs to use. You know the rest. One of the generals there leans forward, and asks, "You expect us to believe that you blew an entire Nazi base, a fortress, with a few bombs?" Turning towards Colonel Gray, he adds, "Are you sure he's not a nutter? He certainly speaks like one." I keep my voice respectful, and answer, first of all, it was a Hydra base, the now rogue Nazi science division. Their bombs and weapons are very much superior to ours, so much so, that a few bombs is all it took to do the job. Secondly, and with all due respect, sir, maybe ask some of your people to confirm my statements before declaring me an idiot. Before the general can tell me off, which he was definitely gearing up to do, another voice asks, did you just say Hydra? I look behind me, and freeze. There, standing was the Agent K himself, Colonel Chester Phillips, of the American Army. I stand at attention, and say, yes sir. We were all kept prisoners by Hydra. The colonel looks at me with a lot of critique, and says, no one's escaped from Hydra before. That set of explosions up on Lienz, that was you. I nod, and say, yes sir. We destroyed the base before leaving. The colonel just nods, and walks inside the tent to stand on one side, to wait for my briefing to be over. I once again turn towards the panel that was going to decide my fate today, just as Colonel Gray asks, even if we do believe that you managed to do all that you claim to do, without anyone's help, there's still the matter of why you were kept separate. Why were you the only person to survive being experimented on by this Hydra? There were originally over 30 prisoners in addition to the 50 that I rescued. All 30 of those had died in whatever experiments Zola put them through, using my blood and his version of super soldier serum. I wasn't going to tell them that I'm a wizard, or a mutant. I'm not an idiot. I know they'll ship me off to be experimented immediately if they even suspect I'm different. So, I'm going to shift the blame. I look down, a bit hesitant to say this, and say, you're going to think me crazy, sir. Now he thinks he's crazy. The general from before huffs out, and then orders. Answer the question, Sergeant. That's an order. I snap back into attention, and answer, they wanted to use me as a sacrifice in some sort of satanic ritual, sir. Quote ellipsis quote, quote ellipsis quote, quote ellipsis quote, quote dot dot. What kind of madness is this? The general yells, slamming his hands on the table. You seriously expect us to believe that a science division, rogue or not, believes in witchcraft? In magic? The second general adds, just staring at me. For fuck's sake, Sergeant. Don't play with us. Colonel Gray adds, rubbing his forehead, while I keep myself internally amused at their reactions. I speak a bit louder, and say, I'm being completely honest sir. I don't believe them myself, sir, but they spoke a lot about it. The chemicals they were injecting me with were supposed to make me stronger, a better sacrifice. Once again, the 3 people in front of me start yelling, telling me to go to hell, calling me all sorts of crazy, before something stops their tirade at once. I believe him, Colonel Phillips says, turning all of us silent, as we snap our necks towards him. When none of us say anything for a few seconds, he says, Hydra is led by a man named Johann Schmidt, and he definitely believes in the occult, in magic. That is why I was here today, to talk to you about sending some of your people my way. The general looks him up and down, and asks, and who are you, Colonel? Colonel Chester Phillips, head of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. We're a secret group of Allied soldiers formed by President Roosevelt, in partnership with your MI5, specifically to battle Hydra, before they were independent of the Third Reich. Colonel Phillips says, walking to stand forward, right beside me. I look him up and down, while he does the same. I turn around just in time for Colonel Gray to ask, and what do you mean? You believe him. You can't possibly believe in the occult. Colonel Phillips snorts, and says, damn right I don't, and I doubt the sergeant does either, but that doesn't mean the Red Skull doesn't. He believes in a lot of things, and he's willing to cross a lot of lines to prove them to himself, and to get himself on top of the world. Sacrificing a human is nothing new to him. Besides, it doesn't matter what we believe in, Hydra already has superior weapons to ours, that stump even our greatest scientists. Occult, or some deep science, we don't care, our job is to just get rid of them. When they all stay silent, not able to answer, he continues, and says, the SSR was formed to battle Hydra. Even if you don't believe they're dangerous, our superiors seem to think so, considering I'm actually here. And not making dinner for other, more deserving soldiers. Whether the Red Skull would have succeeded in summoning some demon or not, Who cares, we just need to stop him. And this soldier here has information that can help us do that. For a while, they stay silent, not saying anything. And then, General Pardon says, fine, take him off our hands then. You wanted our soldiers, you get him. Be crazy on your own selves, out there, and leave us normal folk alone. And then, with a stamp on a form, he transfers me over to the SSR, just like that. I turn towards Colonel Phillips, and say, guess I'm in your hands now. Thank you for believing me, sir. Colonel Phillips turns around, and starts walking outside. He says, I don't necessarily believe in your words, Sergeant. I'm going to confirm them myself just as soon as we're back at HQ. I just don't want to let go of a gold mine of information on Hydra, just because you were labeled crazy by the brass. Honestly, what were you thinking? Telling those idiots about a satanic ritual? I walk behind him, and say, well, forgive me if I didn't want to lie to my superiors. I don't believe in all that shite either. But I told them what I heard from my captors. Colonel Phillips just grunts, motioning towards a tent, and says, gather your things and be in this tent by 2100. We'll be leaving for London as soon as I get more men for the SSR. Nodding, I salute the colonel, and walk towards the shared tent I was given a bed in. There wasn't much of my stuff here anyway, just my new uniform, a couple new guns I was commissioned. Along with my handy knife that I had used in this last rescue mission. Well, I guess I won't be getting an award for this rescue mission. But, at least I wasn't arrested on suspect of being a spy, or crazy. Which is good. I would have hated to fake my death and escape into the wizarding world so soon. At exactly 8 o'clock at night, after having my dinner, I walked towards the big tent Colonel Phillips had mentioned before. Pushing the flap away, my bag held over my shoulder, I enter the tent, and stop, seeing a gun pointed at my head. Who are you? The woman holding the gun asks, in an American accent. I look from the tip of the small gun, to the woman in question, and damn that's a beautiful woman, and say, Sergeant Mason Aves, ma'am. Colonel Phillips asked me to come here. The woman drops her gun to her side, offers me her hand, and says, Sergeant Aves. Like the one who escaped from the Hydra base with 50 prisoners. Taking her hand, I leave a peck on it with a smile, and say, that's me. Glad to know you've heard of me, miss. She smiles at me, and I can't help but smile back, as she says, Private Lorraine Smith, secretary to Colonel Phillips. But you can call me Lorraine. Still holding her hand in my hand, I ask, how are you finding Italy, Lady Lorraine? Lorraine giggles at the lady, and says, it was dreadfully boring. Until now that is. Lionel Phillips was really impressed by your feats, you know. Your infiltration mission in Tunis, the rescue mission in Sicily, and now this. Rescue of 50 soldiers from a Hydra base. Really impressive. I smile at her, take a step forward, and ask, and what about you? Did I impress you, Lady Lorraine? Lorraine takes a step back with a smile, says, why don't you come and find out? And starts walking towards the back, through another tent flap that leads towards another room. Keeping my bag down, I gleefully follow after her. Like hell I'm losing the chance of sleeping with a Natalie Dormer look-alike. As soon as I walk inside, Lorraine places her hands around my neck, and kisses me hard. Grinning to myself, I return to kiss with equal fervor, my hands around her hips. Soon, the kiss starts getting hotter, and our clothes get dropped on the floor. Welp, cheers to losing my virginity at 24. A few days later, we have our first fight with Hydra, near the Austrian borders. Lines were drawn, sides claimed, and a firefight had ensued a couple months ago, which is why Colonel Phillips had come to Italy personally, asking for reinforcements. And I, for the first time since my capture at the hands of Hydra, was enjoying myself. Don't get me wrong, this war was anything but enjoyable. War means death, hunger, coldness, lack of sleep, and a lot of sickness, not just for you, but everyone around you. But, my animal side was the one enjoying it a bit too much. My instincts were getting worked so much, that I didn't even need to keep my telekinesis field active anymore. I'd just duck on instinct, and if need be, move away. At least that was the happy part of the war, me getting practice in using all my gifts, save for my magic. As for magic, I was using my night time to get to the Chamber of Secrets. So I can keep my magic in use. My time watch came in real handy during these trying times, and so did my time slower. But not all was happy. I had lost a lot of good acquaintances that I made during the war. I knew that I was going to see many of them die, just like I saw many of my other comrades die when I was in the 4th Infantry Division, but that didn't mean I was used to all this death. Hydra is a tough nut to crack, we all knew that. They had panzers large enough to make our tanks look like tricycles, their energy guns were enough for a one-hit kill, and many of their soldiers had some sort of armor that protected them from most regular ballistics. They also had flamethrowers mounted in their arms, which had a range of about 20 meters. All in all, it made Hydra into a dangerous enemy. Didn't matter that their numbers weren't as large as the other enemies. Currently, I was in the middle of an assault, where we were trying to push the line into Hydra territory. I had a Tommy gun in my left hand, which I was using to kill Hydra soldiers from afar, while my right hand had a German dagger, that I was using to cut into those closer to me. I duck under an energy blast that came from my right, letting it hit the Hydra goon that I was fighting. As he disintegrates into thin air, I shoot my gun at the one who fired the energy blast, and continue fighting the next Hydra soldier that I find. Even if they had better weapons, better panzers, I was still way better in terms of hand-to-hand combat. It is as I was running towards a group of Hydra soldiers, my weapons raised, that I see him. Just standing there, ignoring everything happening around the battlefield. But that wasn't what caught my eye, no. It was the fact that everyone around us was also ignoring him, as if they couldn't see him. Damn, a wizard, huh? But why is he here, in the middle of a battle? He then suddenly points his wand at a group of SSR soldiers, who were getting too close to pushing the line backwards. And casts a spell at the ground, blowing it up, and killing them immediately. Fuck, so that's why. He's here to make sure the line doesn't get pushed too far back. He's here to sabotage our attempts at defeating Hydra. And I'm the only other wizard here, great. Seeing him ready his wand for another interference, I make a split-second decision, and apparate directly in front of him. The man startles, and starts taking a step back, but I hold on to his hand, and apparate as far behind the allied soldiers. As soon as we appear out of the apparition tunnel, the wizard blasts me away with a wandless depulso. Which, while low-powered, does the job of throwing me away from him. I fly away from him, but land on my legs itself, about 10 meters away from him. Standing up, he looks at me still standing, and snarls. The avs. I take my wand out, holding it on my side, and ask, "You've heard of me?" The wizard says, "Of course, Gellert told me to keep an eye out for you. Ever since you and that freak friend of yours killed Victor, we have been looking for you." I look him over, and say, "Well, this is a good opportunity to gain some information about Grindelwald's movements." The wizard points his wand at me, and says, "You'll know all about them, avs, when I take you to Gellert himself." He casts a reducto curse at me, which I slap away with the shield charm, and say, "I would love to talk to you mate, but I'm afraid I'm being missed out there. So, Toodles, what do you?" The man begins speaking, and then suddenly drops down, unconscious. Turning a rock into a portkey. I throw it on the man's body, and send it to my Islington house. The Aurors will know what to do, since I know at least one of them always stays there nowadays. I wasn't going to waste time dueling people that I know I can defeat, when I could just enter his mind and knock him unconscious. I didn't even need to interrogate him, because I had my telepathy with me. I just needed some time to confirm a few things in his mind, and to learn of Grindelwald's plans. And now, I know some of them. Grindelwald is still banking on the summoning ritual to cause a wizard's death, and he had no lack of prisoners to do it. Hydra had moved the ritual on to a different base now, which I didn't know of as of this moment, and Grindelwald had sent his top lieutenants there to guard the base against wizards, ergo, me. Putting my wand away, I apparate back into the fray, and start firing bullets from behind a boulder, after using my telepathy to make everyone around me think that I was always there. Heck, I never even left. The next month went by just like that, fighting Hydra, and maintaining a constant war with them. We weren't Hydra's only enemy, not even close. They were also fighting the regular allied forces around the world, and even the Nazi German forces for their territories. We had lost a few battles, lost good soldiers, in this MNTH, and we had not gained a lot of ground inside Austria. Their weapons were just too superior to anything the Allies had. I did use my magic to subtly bring us an advantage, but my magic could only go so far. But we weren't losing hope, not at all. Italy wasn't won in a day. And neither would Austria. It'll take a long time to win the entire war, and Hydra is just another enemy in the war. And SSR is wonderful at combating Hydra. Howard Stark, a mad genius that he is just as good at building weapons from scratch as his future son. I've met him just once, when he graced us mere mortals with his presence, and I have to say, even How I have all his knowledge in my mind, and Zola's, and Schmidt's, I will still never be smart enough to hold even a candle to him. I have borrowed knowledge, while he's just that smart. Currently, I was in the hospital tent, patching up the soldiers as they were brought in from battle. This time, since the medics at this camp were in shortage, I was posted in the hospital tent. We had gotten in telephone that Hydra was moving a force of 100 soldiers through Azzano, a commune in a part of Italy that was currently in HYDRA's hands. The USA had sent their own battalion to fight this force, over 200 men from the 107th Infantry Division. Alas, it was a trap. The battle had happened 15 days ago, and we were still getting reports of wounded soldiers being found after Hydra went through them. By now, only 40 soldiers had been found. The rest considered missing, dead, or captured. Seeing another ambulance stop outside the tent, I run towards it to load it down. There were 7 soldiers seated, and 1 sleeping on a stretcher. The seated ones had various kinds of wounds, from burns to mangled arms, while the sleeping one had completely messed up his legs. Damn, that's not going to go well. I order a few corpsemen to pick the stretcher carefully, as I join the others in taking the other soldiers to some beds. I see Agent Peggy Carter, whom I had met a few times thanks to Phillips, looking at the soldiers with a lot of sympathy. And nod at her. I help one patient lay down on the bed, and start with the treatment. I might not be able to outright heal them using magical potions, or salves, without breaking the statute, but that doesn't mean that I can't ease their pain by using a pain relief potion. Meh, no one will know anyway. Using my telepathy to make sure no one's looking at me, I sum on the bottle of essence of Dittany from my pouch, and pour a single drop on the mangled legs of the soldier in front of me. Along with that, I summon a vial of Skelegro potion, and spell a single drop into his stomach. The single drop will be so much diluted that it won't suddenly fix anything, but it will make sure that the legs heal at least majorly. This won't fix it completely, but at least he'll be able to walk again. Taking their list of names, I walk through the heavy rain, towards the office tent of Colonel Phillips, and stop, hearing raised voices. Well, this is curious. Phillips never yells, so it must be pretty serious for him to raise his voice. They're 30 miles behind enemy lines, through some of the most fortified territory in all of Europe. The only way we're getting them back is by winning the war, Colonel Phillips says, almost shouting but not. He then sighs, a bit of sympathy showing, and says, "Look, Rogers, I'm sorry about your friend, but there's nothing we can do right now. Do you understand, Rogers? Well, goddamn, I'm finally meeting him, Steve fucking Rogers." As I enter through the open flap, I look at the man in question, and just stop, as he says, "I think I understand pretty well. Jesus Christ, this guy's good looking. I mean, I've seen him in his posters a few times, but that's nothing on the real thing. He's buffier than me after my ritual, he's as tall as Victor. And he's as confident as the most seasoned veterans. Which, considering he hasn't been in a single battle, says something. Good, then understand it's somewhere else, I got work to do." Phillips orders Steve Rogers, dismissing him. He waves me forward, as Steve starts walking out, and asks, "You two got something to say, then this is the perfect time to keep it to yourselves." I snort, as Peggy just huffs and walks out, hand him the list of names, and say, "You realize that he's not going to give up, right?" Phillips signs on the paper, and hands it back to a corporal waiting for it. He says, "Rogers might be headstrong, and also actually strong, but he's nothing but a dance monkey, and he belongs to Senator Brandt. I can't just send him on a rescue mission just because he asks for it. Brandt will have my job, and my hide, if a single hair gets off of Roger's head. I dryly look at the map hanging innocently behind Phillips, which showed exactly where many of HYDRA's closest bases were. And shake my head. Steve already knows exactly where his friend is kept, and if I know my lore right, he's going on a rescue mission tonight. Taking the list of names back from the corporal, I turn around to walk back towards the hospital tent. But nothing says I have to let him go alone, right? I mean, I have some experience in that department. Stopping right near the opening, I turn around to look at the colonel with a confident grin on my face, and say, Colonel Phillips, I might have a terrible, yet wonderful idea. What will go perfectly? Find out next chapter. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta. The Rescue Mission. Peggy Pav. Margaret Elizabeth Carter, or as she was more commonly known, Agent Peggy Carter. She was a spy in the Special Operations Executive, having been there after her brief stint as a code breaker at Bletchley Park, followed by her job at the MI5, and currently, the SSR. In her years of working espionage in the SOE, the MI5 and even in the SSR, she had seen a lot of men that thought they knew better than her. A lot of those men had asked her to bring her tea, snacks, even when she was a fully qualified agent, and had a doctorate to her name. Which can't be said about the majority of the male agents there. Stephen Grant Rogers was not one of those men, but he was certainly acting like it, and Peggy did want to lay a punch on his face. He wasn't condescending her, not purposefully at least, but he was ignoring all the obvious signs of his stupidity. Peggy had seen him talk with Colonel Phillips, seen him beg the colonel for a rescue mission, so that he can get his only friend back from behind enemy lines. And then, when the colonel refused, rightly so, she saw his face. His face then had reminded her of her own face. News of her brother's death had made her determined to sign up for field missions, not caring that she might die. And Steve Rogers was just as determined as her, in going on a suicide mission. Seeing him start packing his bags in a hurry, no doubt for a solo mission, Peggy follows after him as he gathers stuff, and says, "You heard the colonel, your friend is most likely dead. Which is why I need to hurry." Steve Rogers, the man with barely half a plan, says, picking a shield from the rack, and observing it for a second. Peggy asks, "The colonel must have a plan for rescue. He must be devising a strategy. If you jump in without a plan, you can mess it." "I can't wait, Peggy. By the time the colonel makes a move, it could be too late," Steve says, looking at her with a distraught look on his face. He then whispers, "I can't lose him, Peggy. I can't." Steve wipes his eyes, picks up his bag and shield, and starts walking outside the tent. "Steve," Peggy calls out, but Steve doesn't stop, making her follow after him towards a jeep. Turning around once near the jeep, Steve asks, "You said that I was meant for more than this. Do you still feel the same?" Peggy doesn't hesitate, and answers, "I do." "Then let me go, Peggy. Let me do this," Steve begs, his eyes so sad that it makes Peggy, someone who was used to emotional manipulation, stop and think. Ignoring the pang of hurt in her own heart, Peggy says, "Steve, please. Just stop and think for a minute. There's no way you can go in alone, with just that shield, and even hoe to rescue your friend. And what? You're going to drive 30 miles through Hydra territory. You'll be going in hostile territory, Steve. Alone." Steve pauses on his way towards the driver's seat, and says, "Then what do I do? Because there's no way I'm not leaving for Krausberg, Peggy." Peggy hesitates a little now, her mind going through all the possibilities, and people that can help in this idiotic mission. She didn't want to see Steve hurting so much, and she knew that there's a tiny bit of a chance that Steve's friend is still alive out there, a prisoner, but alive. Sighing, she says, "I'll come with you. I know a couple people that will also help without a question." "Are you sure? I can't ask you to do this, Peggy," Steve says, scrunching his eyes at her, in a way that Peggy finds really adorable. Ignoring his worried face, Peggy says, "I might not be working field right now, but I am a field agent. I have some experience in infiltrating Nazi bases, and one of the people I have in mind has experience in rescuing people from there. I'm sure he'll help." Steve Pav, Steve sighs, a bit relieved. He might not want anyone else to get into harm's way, but he knows that this is a war. If Peggy says she can do this, then she can. She might be a dame. But he knows firsthand how hard she punches. Gilmore Hodge can attest to that. He looks at the shield, debating the offered help for a second, and asks, who is he? And how sure are you that he'll help? Ahem. A third voice clears their throat, making Steve and Peggy jump, one with his fists raised in defense, and another with her gun pointed at the sudden voice. There, leaning right on the door of the jeep that Steve was hoping on stealing, was a soldier, a sergeant, as far as Steve could tell, just smiling at them in amusement. Jesus Christ, Sergeant, could you not do that? I could have bloody shot you. Peggy Whisper yells, putting her gun away, while the man just smiles at her, waving his hand at them as a hello. He says, I could, but where's the fun in that, love? Besides, I hear you were looking for me. Steve looks at the man warily, having not seen him walk towards the jeep, or even noticed anyone walk towards them at all. He then notices his face, and frowns, knowing that he's seen the man only recently. His memory having been enhanced by Erskine's formula, it doesn't take him long, before he says, you're the medic. You were in the colonel's tent before. The man bows his head theatrically, and says, guilty, Mr. Captain America. Sergeant Mason Avs, at your service. How did you? Steve begins, but trails off, not knowing what question to ask first. Sergeant Avs smiles, as if he knew exactly why Steve was so confused, and he definitely enjoyed it. Peggy says, I never said I was looking for you. Avs turns towards Peggy, and scoffs. He asks, shall I leave you two idiots alone then? I think Colonel Phillips might love to know that his British helper, and the senator's chorus girl are planning on deserting together. Still with that damn smile on his face, Avs turns around and starts walking in the direction of the colonel's tent, but Peggy races forward, and pulls him by his arm, taking him towards the tent they had just emptied. Steve follows after them, frowning at the wariness in his mind. There was something about this medic Avs that put Steve on edge, and it wasn't just the fact that Peggy was still holding on to his bicep. We need your help, Peggy says, dispensing all denial from before. Taking the cue, Steve begins to explain, there are at least 150 soldiers from the Allied armies held POW at a Hydra camp in Krausberg, one of them is my friend. Let me stop you there, mate. Avs says, interrupting Steve's explanation. He then says, I'm in. We'll leave in the dark of night, if Agent Carter here finds us a pilot. What, just like that? Steve asks, incredulously looking at the odd man in front of him. As the man just shrugs, he asks, and what about the colonel? Are you really going to risk a court-martial just because we asked? Snorting, Avs says, not bloody likely. I was already going to leave for the rescue mission, courtesy of Colonel Phillips himself. You're just going to be in add-on of sorts. Peggy snaps her neck towards Avs, shock evident in her eyes, reflecting the feelings that Steve himself was going through. So the colonel did have a plan, and he wasn't abandoning Bucky. She did make Steve feel a bit better about the colonel. Peggy asks, the colonel is sending you on the mission. Truly, I didn't think he would risk you of all people. What do you mean by that? You of all people, Steve interjects, before Avs can do more than nod at her question. Avs answers, I'm a combat medic, as well as an infiltration specialist. Medics are in short stock, since about a month or so. Steve observes the man for a few seconds, wondering what about this medic is different. He has to be different for Peggy to be this surprised. He turns towards Peggy, and asks, you trust him? Just because he was British. Steve wasn't going to trust him completely. If he's not trustworthy, then Steve would just leave for the mission as he had planned, alone. But, if Peggy trusts the guy, then there's no way Avs is anything but a good man. Peggy is a good judge of character, he knows that. Peggy nods, not without hesitation, and says, Mason is a good man, if a little over the top. Pausing, she adds, if you want to hope to rescue your friend successfully, then you're going to need Mason's help. Steve nods, and offers his hand to the man, who's just a little shorter than him. As Avs takes the hand and shakes it, Steve realizes that he's not as weak as other men. Heck, he's almost as strong as Steve himself is. and that just makes him respect Avs a bit more. "Welcome to the team, Sergeant Avs," Steve says, as the two shake their hands. Mason paw, first person. Smiling, I say, "Please, Mr. Rogers, call me Mason." Convincing Colonel Phillips was a hard thing to do, but not impossible. He knew we need all the soldiers we can get, as the Allied nations are not as focused on the war against Hydra as they are on the war against the Axis. But, even when he was ready to mount a rescue mission, he didn't want to send me, since I'm a medic, and hence, more valuable. Well, I had to use my telepathy to convince him then. And there's a reason I went through all this get an off-the-books mission assigned to me. Namely, Grindelwald. There's no way that Grindelwald doesn't have at least one wizard stationed at the Hydra base where the fucking Tesseract is kept. And that wizard might try to harm Steve Rogers, the man who is yet to become the icon that he's destined to be. I couldn't risk the wizard messing up the timeline by killing Steve Rogers, in order to keep their own goals intact. Smiling at me, a bit half-heartedly, Steve says, "Call me Steve." He then turns towards Peggy, now feeling a bit less helpless about the rescue mission, and asks, "Who's the second person you wanted to ask?" Peggy sighs, already dreading asking the ass of a man that is Howard Stark to fly them to Kreuzberg. I chuckle, knowing how much Howard loves to annoy Peggy with his flirting, as she says, "He's a civilian contractor. You might have heard of him, Howard Stark of Stark Industries." Oh, this is going to be glorious. A few hours later, after a light supper, we sit on the plane flown by Howard Stark. It was a small cargo plane, belonging to Howard himself. Peggy, Steve and I were looking at the map, trying to plan the actual mission, but without the building plans of the base, we won't be able to do much. I had already dressed in my stealth gear, with black clothes, a complete face mask already propped atop my head, ready to be pulled down. I had 2 pistols with me, a Tommy gun, a few rounds of ammo, and 2 knives. I could also summon my goblin silver daggers, that I had practiced with, from the nowhere, my personal dimension. You know, you two are going to be in a lot of when you go back, Steve notes, while just caressing the shield he had brought with him. Peggy snorts, and asks, "And you won't? Don't forget that only Mason here is actually supposed to be going there." Smiling a little, Steve says, "Yeah, but where I'm going, if anyone yells at me, I can just shoot at them." "Undoubtedly, they're going to shoot back," Peggy says, sounding concerned now. Patting his shield for emphasis, Steve says, "Well, this has got to be good for something, right?" Peggy breathes out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief at that, to which I dryly say, "Glad to know you worry about us, Agent Carter. Not that anyone asked me." Jumping a bit, Peggy mumbles, "I'd forgotten you were still here." "Ouch. Hurts. Right here," I say, laying down on the group of chairs, and holding my hand above my heart. "Hey Carter," Stark yells over the noise of the plane, making us turn to look towards him, at the cockpit. He asks, "If you're not in a hurry, can we stop by for some late-night fondue?" I snort, at the way he gestures with his eyebrows at fondue, much to Peggy's disgust. Ignoring the confused Steve, Peggy says, "Stark is the best civilian pilot we have. He'll get you there safely. Don't worry." Steve nods, staying silent. Peggy then hands us 2 transponders, to contact them whenever we need a ride out, and then we stay silent once again. "So, do you and Stark fondue?" Steve asks, suddenly speaking up. Boom. The plane shakes, saving us all from second-hand embarrassment, as Hydra starts firing at us. "Steady the bloody plane, Stark," Peggy yells, as all 3 of us drop down from the plane moving around so much. Controlling the plane through evasive maneuvers, Stark yells, "I'm trying, but it'll be hard to get through." Taking the parachute from under my seat, I strap it in, and see Steve do the same. As I start moving towards the hatch, putting my goggles on, Peggy yells, "Rogers, get back. We're taking you all the way in." "Gee, Peggy, you're really forgetting I'm here, aren't you? Where's the British solidarity?" Another missile blasts extremely close to us, making the plane lurch even more. Steve bangs his hand on the button to open the jump door. I stop right at the end, not able to hear the conversations for a few seconds. I take the time to check over my math, to calculate how long it'll take for us to get over with our freefall. But then, I see Steve approach me at the open door, and nod. Holding Steve by his parachute pack, I yell, "Count 37 seconds, and then pull the cord." Not before, not after, at the 37th second. Steve nods at me, now looking afraid, but I know he'll be alright. If an alternate Steve can do this without help, or experience, then he can definitely do it with some guidance. Turning towards Peggy, I salute her, and to her horror, throw Steve out of the plane. Before she can yell at me, I jump right after him. For the first few seconds, Steve is right in my sights, my enhanced sight not being bothered by the darkness. But then, we're forced to switch directions thanks to the missiles bursting close to us, and the bullets that keep firing at Stark's plane. As soon as I land on the ground, Steve nowhere close to me. I climb a tree, and sniff. I'm in hostile territory, a forest in HYDRA's control, and I need to first take stock. Expanding my mind, I use my telepathy to first see if I can catch any minds close to me. Not finding any, I sigh, relieved. It wasn't that I was afraid of the men, no. If there's people close to me, I'll be forced to kill them, and a single kill before time could jeopardize the entire mission. The person closest to me was a simple Hydra goon, about half a mile away from me. Using his mind as a piggyback, I go from one mind to another, each addition expanding my range of telepathy. Until finally, I find out what I'm looking for. Steve is about 7 miles away from me, due east, while the Hydra base is due northeast, 5 miles. There were about 500 minds within the base, including about 100 guards, and 50 scientists, and other Hydra personnel. Which means there were about 350 prisoners of war, all waiting to be rescued. Steve was walking towards the base, since it is where he knows I'll be too. But, knowing him, he won't wait for me to find him. Plus, he's closer to the base than I am. He'll definitely reach there before me. If I was a normal person, that is. Pulling my hand back, I throw an empty punch downwards, summoning the gateway to the mirror dimension. With a simple step off the branch I was standing on, I fall through the gateway, and enter the mirror dimension. Now free to do as I want. Now inside the mirror dimension, once again, I focus my magic inside my own body, and magically carve the runes that I need for achieving self-flight. As I float into the air, I take aim, and shoot towards the Hydra base. I fly through the air, the mirror dimension keeping me hidden from anyone that could have seen me, and I look at all the sentries posted around the base. Hidden in trees, bushes, in watchtowers, there were at least 50 additional people here. I'm lucky that I'm a wizard. I wonder how Steve will manage. Knowing him, with a shitload of luck. Within a couple minutes, I reach the Hydra base, way before Steve, and start with my job. First, using the advantage of invisibility given to me by the mirror dimension, I scout out the entire base. Find out where everything, and everyone is. Only after I know the actual plans of the building can I begin my assault. But, before I can do that, I need to do something else. In a clearing at the north side of the Hydra base, there stood 2 men, looking as relaxed as ever. None of the other people there even reacted to their presence, however. It was as if they couldn't even see these 2 men. Still in the mirror dimension, I observe them for a few seconds, and then, with the single wave of my hand, I bring them into the mirror dimension. For them, it looked like our surroundings just rippled for a microsecond. Other than that, nothing else changed for them. But that small ripple was enough to raise their guard. "Keep your eyes open," one of the men says, as the 2 stand back to back. Their wands out. Wizards, Grindelwald's men. From their minds, I understand their names were Stefan Kohler and Heinrich Kruger. I knew there was going to be at least one of his men here. Thanks to the presence of the Tesseract, but I did not expect 2 of his lieutenants to be present. Standing about 20 feet to their side, I become visible once again, immediately getting their wands pointed at me. I stay silent, as they observe me for a while, taking the time to go through their minds. Mason Avs, the traitor. Kruger snarls, finally recognizing my face. I knew Grindelwald knew about me, since he did make my capture happen. And I also captured or killed 2 of his wizards. I look at Kruger, and ask, how am I the traitor, when I was never a part of your idiotic crusade? Kruger takes a step forward in anger, but Kohler stops him, as he says, "You are a wizard, who fights in Muggle wars. Of course you're a traitor to our kind. Even after seeing all the destruct these filthy people have wrought upon this land, you still support their war." Frowning, I say, "I don't support anything. I just don't agree with the type of shit the Nazis do. Besides, you're ones to talk. Doesn't Grindelwald support the Nazi cause? He might not support them now, but he also backed Hydra too, didn't he? I guess Grindelwald is the biggest traitor of them all then." "You dare," Kohler yells, sending a dark red curse at me. With the wave of my hand, I break a piece of earth from beneath me, and use it to block the curse. The piece of land breaks into multiple pieces, that I send flying towards the two men. They block it with a simple shield, but don't retaliate. Kruger says, "You still have time, Avs. Join us, and enjoy the fruits of our campaign. Oppose us still, and sooner or later, you will die at our hands." Smiling, I say, "It's funny how you two think you actually have a chance of defeating me." My mind then catches something in the mind of Kohler, and I freeze. Controlling my anger, I ask, well, what is this? Why were you there when my family's home burned down?" "Ah, te Avs, yes. Of course you're one of them," Kohler says, relishing in having something over me. He says, "Gellert thought you were all dead, but evidently not. Did your family manage to hide you away?" "Oh, that's not possible. The fire happened 40 years ago. You're too young for." One of your parents were hidden away." "Smart man, Harrison Avs. He was just stupid enough to refuse our cause. That's it. These people killed my family, because they refused to join Grindelwald. I don't like my grandfather much. Heck, I barely know anything about the others, but this is a slight against me. I can't let this go. My animal nature won't let it go." Pointing my wand towards the two, I fire an explosive hex at them. It flies towards them, looking like an orange bolt of light, and hits a shield charm erected by Kruger. Kohler and Kruger fire two spells simultaneously, to which I just raise my left hand, conjuring a shield charm, stopping the two spells. My right hand, meanwhile, casts a spell on the ground beneath me, transfiguring it into 10 snakes. I hiss, "Bind their legs." And then, I focus back onto the barrage of spells hitting on my shield, just in time to see a dark cutting curse hidden underneath the cover of stunners and reductos. Spinning around, I let the curse deflect off of the shield, which breaks in return, and shoot a rapid fire of expulsos and bombardas, breaking the shields they erect. One of my spells lands on the ground, and it explodes, sending the two flying into the air. Kruger, however, is anything but helpless, and fires an exploding hex on the ground right in front of my shield, sending me flying as well. I land on my feet, my body naturally making it happen. And then, I disappear, turning invisible. "Stay on guard, he must be close," Kruger yells, once again back to back with Kohler. From in front of Kruger, the more dangerous of the two, I become visible once again, only this time, on all 4 limbs, and definitely not human. I growl, as soon as I turn visible, and start running towards Kruger, my fangs extended. This was my first animagus form. A white tiger. Kruger widens his eyes, and raises his wand to fire spells at me, but before he can get a single spell out, I speed forward, and jump on top of his body, my teeth sinking into his shoulder, and my claws slamming into his body. "Arg!" Kruger yells, from the pain of my bite. The force of my jump, as well as the hit, together with the transfigured snakes rising out of the ground, and holding on to his legs at that exact moment, sends Kruger tumbling backwards, on his ass, taking Kohler down with him. The snakes take the moment to come out of the earth completely, and bind the two Nazi wizards completely, making it so they can't even move. Turning back into a human, I spell the blood off my body, and my mouth, and with 2 consecutive spells, stun the 2 fallen, bound men into unconsciousness. "Bullig," I say, shuddering to myself. Becoming a white tiger animagus, as well as my new feral mutation, did not make it so I liked the taste of human blood. It's awful, and I'm just glad that I didn't puke. Bending down, I put my hand on Kruger's head, and have a fast, deeper peek through his mind. 5 seconds later, I do the same to Kohler. Damn. This is bad, real bad. Grindelwald is more dangerous than I thought, and his army more vast. I didn't know where he was based right now. Either he was using a Fidelius charm, or both Kruger and Kohler didn't know it. Or both. What I did find out is what the ritual Grindelwald is going through is, and why he targeted my family, the Avs. The vinculum sanguinis, the bond of blood, is a very dark ritual. The mention of which I had found in only two places. One, the Room of Knowledge, and the other, the Avs Vault. Grindelwald must have somehow found out about it, probably because of his scrying abilities. And targeted my family for it. He tried recruiting them, and when it failed, he tortured them until they surrendered the ritual. And then, he killed them anyway, because they knew about his purpose for the ritual. The bond of blood, sacrifice a single being, and gain the complete life force of it. Animal, plant, human, wizard, hag, elf, mutant, it didn't matter. Anyone sacrificed becomes a life force battery for the ritual master. And Grindelwald was using the ritual to absorb not just life force and magic, but also mutations. He had absorbed 3 mutants by now, that Kohler knew of. But none of these two knew what their abilities were. Which means I don't know what abilities Grindelwald has right now. For now, I'll just assume that he's dangerous, even more so than a normal super wizard. Binding the wound on Kruger's shoulder, and healing the scratches on his face, I cast Somnus, and send the 2 criminals to my Islington home. Somnus will make sure that they don't wake for at least 6 hours. Which will mean the Aurors will have enough time to secure them. My side quest done, I start running towards the Hydra base, still inside the mirror dimension. Time to get back to the main quest, the rescue mission. The first target of my infiltration was the weapons cache. Already being inside the mirror dimension, it doesn't take me much effort to enter the room which holds the weapons. Exiting the mirror dimension with the help of my portal ring, I look around. Taking a few of their guns, the energy rifles, I place them on my back. Along with that, I take a few of the energy pistols and place them on my body too. And then, I leave for the prisons, this time outside the mirror dimension. I'm not going to risk being seen needlessly, however, and so, with the tap of my wand, I turn invisible with the help of the disillusionment charm. By now, Steve had reached the base too, and was currently just beginning his infiltration. Which means I need to rescue the soldiers before he's found out. And he will. This isn't a movie, this is a real war. And his blue, red and white shield is anything but discreet. The base was definitely bigger than the last one I infiltrated, since it is a factory. They were building bomber planes, big ones at that, and I was going to make sure to steal away a few of those Tesseract batteries that were going to power those planes. But for now, I'll focus on the prisons. The prisons were made of 2 floors, one for the prisoners, and the other for the guards to patrol. The lower floor had no guards at all, since the guards were all on the upper floor. Right above the prisons, turning visible behind a pillar, I look over the prisons, and frown. The number of guards was too low, at just 14, for over 350 prisoners. Either they're very confident, or they're a trap for us prospective rescuers. But, I also couldn't feel anyone else close to us, and none of the prisoners were spies. I know, I checked. Well, whatever it is, I'll deal with it. As soon as one group of 4 Hydra goons walk closer to me, I come out of hiding. Throwing both my knives, I hit 2 of the soldiers in their necks, and while the other 2 were distracted, I grab them by the necks too. And pull them both behind the pillar, my nails taking care of killing them. Peeking from behind the pillar, I see that the other groups hadn't noticed me killing them yet. But the prisoners from underneath the 2 bodies had. Seeing a few of them look at me wide-eyed, I put my finger on my mouth, and silently say, "Shush." The prisoners nod, so I move on to the other Hydra soldiers. "Hey, what's that?" someone says, making me click my tongue. Someone noticed the bodies, which had to happen sooner or later. Quickly running towards the voice, on top of a narrow platform. I kick the startled Hydra goon in his chest, and towards his partner. The strength of my kick throws them both off the platform, and onto the lower floor, their heads hitting the ground with a loud crack. "We got an escape," another Hydra goon yells, as he fires his gun at me. I duck, letting a few bullets pass by harmlessly, and summon my daggers from the nowhere, waiting for the gunfire to be over. Click. The sound of the magazine emptying cues me in, and I immediately get up, leaping over the platform, and onto the top of a prison cell. I throw my 2 daggers with both hands, straight rough the vest of the 2 soldiers and into their chest. Smelling another group of soldiers approaching me from behind, I flip to the side, and finally take out my guns. 5 shots is all it takes to take care of the remaining 5 soldiers, with not even a scratch on my body. Sighing, I approach one of the dead guards, and search him for keys. Not finding any, I move on to the next guard, and do the same. "Who are you supposed to be?" a distinctly American accented voice asks, from underneath me. Looking down, I see a group of American soldiers looking up at me, a bit wary. Finding the keys on the belt of the soldier, I throw them through the bars, down at the prisoners, and say, "I'm your bloody knight in shining armor, mate. Get everyone out, we're about to take you home." The guy who caught the keys, a white guy with an impressive mustache, moves towards the lock, and mumbles, "It had to be a fucking Brit, didn't it? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get everyone out." I search the pockets of the other soldiers, and find a few more sets of keys. Taking them, I check over the serial numbers, and throw them down the appropriate prison cells, and there were a lot. 350 people is not a small number. Okay, fellas, listen up. My name's Mason Avs, I'm a sergeant in the British Army, part of the Allied Special Division of SSR. I begin, once all the soldiers are out of their cells. Some of them were holding weapons that they either got from me, or from the now dead Hydra soldiers. Hearing a bang, I turn around towards the door, my gun at the ready, and stop, seeing Steve Rogers standing there. His all-American shield held in front of him. "You sure took your time," I say, looking him over. I'm honestly surprised he wasn't caught, but well, he is a super soldier. "And who the fuck is that?" the same mustached man asks. I say, "That's Steve Rogers, he's with me. Thank God, an American." He mumbles, and stays silent after getting a few looks in return. "I'm looking for a friend of mine. James Buchanan Barnes. He was a part of the 107th. Steve says, jumping down the platform. One of the men answers, "There's an isolation ward, where the crackpots do something to the men. None of them have ever returned." Steve turns towards me, and asks, "You got this?" I need to find him. I sigh, and say, "Yeah, go. Find your friend. We're going to go out, and through the northwest exit. See you in 10. Steve nods, and jumps up, running out the way he came. Now, I begin, once again, to lay down the escape plan. "Wait, Mason Avs," another voice interrupts, this time in a British accent, making me scowl and turn towards the voice. The person comes forward from the group, and asks, "You were in Stockwell's orphanage, right?" I look at the who said that, and blink, recognizing the face somewhat. Timmy Roth. Holy shit, mate, how've you been? He's the guy who helped me awaken my telepathy. Granted he did it by hitting me with a cricket ball, but still. Wow, what a damn coincidence. Ah, Timothy. Actually, I hated the name Timmy. Timothy says, with a small shrug. Small world, innit? Hey, why don't we have a drink once we're out of here, Catch up and all that. I say, smiling at him. Turning towards the crowd once again, I say, "Now, here's the plan. The exit's through that door right there, and then 800 yards until the tree line. There's barely 150 guards out there. But they have their weapons. Don't get hit by their blue energy weapons, it's not good for your health. They're certain death. And don't get hit by bullets, because, well, I'm the only medic we have currently. And I don't have any supplies. Any questions?" The American from before cocks the shotgun he had stolen from a dead Hydra soldier, and asks, "When do we start?" Smirking, I say, "We already have." And right at that moment, I activate the runic bomb that I had hidden away in the weapons cache, blowing the entire building up thanks to the volatile batteries stored there. Boom. The explosions sound, sending tremors through the ground, and through our bones. Holding me own brand new energy rifle in one hand, and my dagger in the other, I turn towards the door, and yell, "Let's go. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta. Mission accomplished." Silence. Silence was all that the Hydra soldiers could hear at that moment, at around 9 p.m., 2nd of November, 1943. No one could have told them that it was the calm before the storm. "Let's go," a loud voice yells, as a door opens into the factory's assembly room. This was the room where the different parts were being brought together to be assembled into bomber planes, jet ships, and panzers. At once, everyone turned towards the voice, at first curious about the noise, and then terrified. There, moving towards the other end of the hall, were the former prisoners of war, and they were killing everyone in their way. Some turned around to flee, and were immediately shot in their backs by either bullets, or the energy blasts of their own weapons. The remaining soldiers put up a defense, but were quickly run over by the exceedingly large numbers of the prisoners. Looking at the prisoners having their fill of revenge, I smile, and join the attacking force, shooting anyone wearing black clothes with the amazing energy gun I had in my hand. This was definitely one of the better weapons, as it could fire 5 energy shots per second, as opposed to a single shot per second of the energy pistol, and the 1 shot per 3 seconds of the rifle. Within a minute at most, we take care of all the Hydra soldiers, and turn towards the outer door. Some of our men having already left. Through the open door, I could hear screams, gunfire, and blasts happening from behind the door, as I run towards it. As soon as I walk out the gate, a dozen other people a few steps behind me, I am forced to duck, since one of the Hydra soldiers was holding a flamethrower, and was firing it at the door itself. Thankfully, I was far enough ahead of the others for them to get a warning, and they immediately opened fire at the flamethrower, causing it to explode and take the man down. With a thumbs up at the people behind me, I run towards where I could hear more Hydra thoughts than allied. I jump over a jeep's hood, my leap clearing the jeep easily, and land on top of a Hydra soldier. Stabbing him in the head with my nails, I force his dying body to fall down, and turn towards the next victim. He fires his energy weapon at me, and I throw the body of his own ally at it. The body disintegrates into dark blue smoke, shocking the Hydra soldier. Taking the opportunity, I fire my own energy weapon at his head. The only thing left behind is his own energy pistol, which he had dropped in shock. I pocket the gun, and seeing a group of 5 former prisoners about to get overwhelmed by 9 Hydra soldiers, I run towards them. The Hydra group was in front of a line of trucks, standing out in the open, while the Allied group was hiding behind a few cars in the back. And I was right behind the Hydra group. With 4 clean shots, I disintegrate the 4 most dangerous men there, who had some sort of body suit that was bulletproof, and flamethrowers in their hands. The remaining 5 soldiers turn to look towards me, but I'm already right near them, my enhanced speed and stealth meaning they don't even see or hear me coming. Taking my dagger out, I cut into the neck of the closest soldier. And before the first one even registers the cut, I throw the dagger at the head of another soldier. Leaning to the right, I dodge an energy blast, and without even looking, shoot my newly acquired Hydra pistol at the man. The last 2 get riddled by bullets fired by the trapped soldiers, whom I had just rescued from certain death. Pointing at the tree line in the distance, I say, "Run towards that direction, people. Take weapons off of your enemies if you want, they're no use to dead people, and we're no use to anyone dead." And with that, I keep on attacking any Hydra soldier that I find, while only using physical force and energy weapons. My own SSR assigned guns had long since been discarded, having been deemed inferior to the energy weapons that I now have. Hearing a blast go off, I turn towards it, and see the factory start blowing up. Ruunn. Someone yells, as everyone, Hydra and Allied, starts running away from the base. All of 15 minutes after beginning our escape, we had gotten half a mile away from the now destroyed base, and stopped to rest. Everyone here knows that once we start walking now, we'll only get to stop once we're safely home. Approaching Steve, who had returned sometime during our walk, I ask, "Please tell me you still have your transponder, Rogers." "Mine got shot sometime during our escape." "Actually, it wasn't shot. It blew up when I had a full-on wizarding duel while wearing it around my hip." Moronic of me, to be honest. Shaking his head, but somehow still smiling, Steve says, "Nah, busted it when I was rescuing Bucky here." It is then that I notice the shorter man staring wide-eyed at Steve, wearing a helmet, a machine gun, and a vest. James Buchanan Barnes was rescued successfully, which is a good thing, but he wasn't all right. Outwardly, Bucky was still in shock, and it was evident on his face itself. He was weakened from whatever tortures Zola put him through, and his body was shaking every few seconds. He didn't even have enough nutritional value in his body. Then there's his mind. It is chaotic, is one word for it. He was constantly repeating his name, serial number, and his posting inside his head, along with saying, "Steve's all right. He's just bigger now. Steve's all right. He's just bigger now." Offering him my hand, I smile at his distracted face, and say, "Nice to finally meet you, Sergeant Barnes." "Bucky," Steve softly says, shaking Bucky lightly by the shoulder, startling him back into attention. As Bucky looks at me, a bit confused, Steve loses his concerned look behind a facade of calmness, as he adds, "This is Sergeant Mason Avs. He's the one who rescued these soldiers. If it wasn't for them giving the guards some hell, I would never have gotten to you." Well, to be fair, I barely did anything for Bucky's rescue. Steve infiltrated the base by himself, found Bucky by himself, and fought with Red Skull by himself. Fucker still escaped though, and so did a burnt-up Zola. Good to know that the gift I gave him is still there, covering half his face in burn scars. Steve's memories are weirdly detailed, almost as good as mine. It must be something about the serum that enhanced his brain so much. Sighing, I say, "Well, let's get this show on the road then. We've had enough rest for now." Nodding, Steve looks at the crowd, and asks, "How do we get them moving?" I shrug, and say, "How about we ask them nicely?" Turning around, I shout, "Gather around, you twats. Gather around. I need to say something." I wait for the 275-odd surviving men to create a crowd around me, Steve, and Bucky, who had gone back to reliving his trauma. Man, I gotta do something for his mind. It'll fuck him up, otherwise. Once they're all gathered within half a minute, I loudly start speaking, and say, "As much as I'd love to give you men some rest, we can't. This base just blew up off the face of the earth, and this means the other Hydra people, those near to this base, will come looking for it. Sooner or later, someone will come here. We cannot take the risk of staying here." Seeing a few realization-filled faces, now turning either angry or afraid, I add, "We got your asses out of this prison. And I promise you that Steve and I will do everything in our hands to get you back home. I'm a medic, so if you think you're injured, come to me. But we need to start walking within 10 minutes. To make sure that Hydra doesn't see us moving. Any questions?" 15 hours of constant walking later, we finally come within sights of the SSR base camp. I had seen a few sentries posted on trees. That had taken the time to inform the base of our arrival. So, by the time that we reached the main entrance, a crowd had already gathered to welcome us back. "Look, it's Captain America. It's Captain America. Holy shit, that's Captain America. Yes, because he's the only one that everyone here knows of. I'm renowned, but not that much. Only the higher-ups know my track record, and the others know me as just another medic. Meh, I'll be famous soon enough anyway." Turning towards Duggan, I say, "Can you have them park the Panzers somewhere safe? Away from everyone's sights. I doubt the Colonel will want it be known that we have 3 of those." Duggan nods, and goes towards the back, where 3 of the Hydra Panzers were following us back to back, with James Morita, a Japanese-American soldier. Along with a few of his other mates were driving them. The rest of us keep walking forward, with me and Steve leading the group from the front, Bucky right beside Steve, with a machine gun on him. Now looking a little less worried about his sanity, and Timmy, Roth was right behind me, an energy rifle in his own hands. Tim and I had caught up on our lives after we had separated. He had been adopted at the age of 14. Right after I had awakened my telepathy thanks to him, and I hadn't seen the man since then. Turns out, he went through some mechanical engineering training under his adopted father, who owned a garage in London. For years, he helped his dad out at the garage, and when war broke out, he signed up for the RAF, as a pararescue. He was captured in Italy, during a Hydra attack on an RAF base some 4 months ago, and he has been forced to work there for this time. Poor sod. Still surrounded by the whispering crowd, I see many of the rescued soldiers go around, meeting those that they knew. And some that they didn't know. In times of war, solidarity is something that everyone is in much need of, and being allies is good enough to call them friends. Smiling at the tearful reunions happen all around. I turn towards a parting crowd, while still walking, and stop, seeing Colonel Phillips, Agent Peggy Carter, and a corporal appear from the direction of his office tent. Saluting him, and before he can scold me for taking Rogers, I say, "Mission successful, sir." Just as you asked, Captain Steve Rogers and I managed to infiltrate and rescue these brave men from their capture, sir. Phillips looks at me, his disapproval plain on his face, and he mumbles, "We'll talk later, you can count on that, son." I salute him, once again, knowing that I'm not going to face any punishment. The mission was off the books, but it was completely SSR sanctioned, except for the part where Steve participated. Steve, after a few seconds of just staring at Peggy, takes the moment I salute to say, "Some of these men need medical attention, Colonel." Sergeant Avs patched them up as well as he could, but we didn't have too many bandages or other supplies. Colonel Phillips nods, and motions a corporal to call for the medic corps. Turning back towards me and Steve, he says, "Freshen up, briefing's in 30 minutes. I'd like to know how your mission went, before we present the detailed report to the brass. In London, tomorrow." Turning towards Peggy, he says, "Faith, I'd like to see you during the briefing too, Carter." He then turns towards the gathered crowd, sees them enjoying the happy rescue, and says, "Please make sure the men have enough food and water. They've already been through a lot, let's make their welcome as warm as possible." Seeing Peggy and Steve approach one another, and just start staring with their weird sexual tension thrumming between them, I hold Bucky by the shoulders, and moving him away from the embarrassment, I say, "Okay, buddy. Let's get you to a bed. After whatever hell Zola put you through, you need it more than anyone else." Bucky glances at Steve for a second, as he was still staring at Peggy's eyes, and asks, "Is he stupid? Why isn't he making a move?" I snort, and say, "You should have seen them in the plane. He's more awkward than a lovesick virgin teenager." I stop in my steps, and slowly ask, "He's not a virgin, right?" Bucky scoffs, and says, "Yeah, no, I took him to a place, when we were 19. The girls there taught him a lot of stuff, from what I heard him gushing about." Girls. Plural. Didn't expect this from Mr. Innocence over there. Stopping in his spot, Bucky says, "I'm going to give him a push." 5 quid says he still won't make a move. I say, knowing how deep their sexual tension runs. Bucky smiles over at me, and says, "I'll take that action, even if I don't know how much a quid is." And then, he looks over at the crowd, and yells, "Hey! Let's give it up for Sergeant Avs, and Captain America." Thank God, he didn't call me Sergeant Britain, or something stupid. Woo-hoo, yeah, woo. Everyone starts yelling, as most of them clap at Steve, surrounding him and Peggy, while some approach me with bats on their back. But despite a lot of pushing around by people, Peggy and Steve don't even hug. To be honest, Bucky's plan was a bit stupid. He had hoped that being praised so much would give Steve enough confidence to go for the kiss. Or give Peggy the push to finally kiss him. Alas, this is Steve Rogers we're talking about. As much as I love the guy, he's not one to make the first move like this. Bucky says, all right, you win this one." Steve's slower than I thought. As we continue walking towards the tent I was going to give him, he asks, "How much is a quid, by the way?" Quid is just another term for pound, mate. And I have no idea how much that is in terms of your American dollars. I answer, after a second or so of thinking. Once Bucky is all settled in, close to Steve's tent, which he had used for the USO show, and once he's gone to sleep, I leave the room to go to my own tent. I only have 20 more minutes, before I'm to give a briefing about this rescue mission to Colonel Phillips. And probably a few more higher-ups of the Allied nations. Bucky Barnes. His head was healing, a little bit. All the mental torture that Zola put him through, not to forget the physical torture, had taken a toll on him. Heck, I had to use my telepathy, and a dreamless sleep potion, to force Bucky into sleep. It was that bad. Zola hadn't just been torturing him, no. Ola was already trying to brainwash Bucky into being a weapon for Hydra. For weeks, Zola tried to force Bucky to convert, using hypnosis, electric shocks, and even a few drugs that he had. And Bucky went through all of it without once giving in. His friendship with Steve was what still kept his focus, which I have to give him credit for. It isn't easy, resisting torture, hypnosis, and drugs. It isn't easy, saying no every time Zola offered to grant him a good position in the Hydra army. There's nothing that can heal psychological wounds, not even with magic. And erasing memories of trauma is ill-advised, since it can actually cause harm to the mind, instead of healing it. But what I can do is train a mind to look on the bright side, while still not being too chipper. I used my telepathy a bit, on our way to this base. And while I was putting him to sleep, to help his mind do just that, I put a subtle instruction in his mind to slowly push the bad memories to the back. They'll still be there, even decades from now, but they just won't be the focus of his thoughts. I was trying to condition his mind to focus more on the happy thoughts, not turn him into a happy psychopath. Hopefully, this small thing helps him in the long run. London. Allied Headquarters, the 4th of November 1943. And the last base was here, in Strasbourg, 40 miles away from the Maginot Line. Steve says, marking the positions of the Hydra bases that he had seen with a red marker pen. I only got a quick look. He adds, seeing Peggy's impressed look. We were in London, in an underground bunker, giving a detailed report about our mission. This was a big blow that we caused against Hydra, and the Allied nations were excited for this. We rescued 250 soldiers from imprisonment, destroyed a factory, and forced the Red Skull to flee. This was a win, as far as everyone was concerned. We were sitting around an oval table, with Steve and I at one end, and a panel of 3 generals on the other. 2 of those generals were British, with General Anderson one of them, while the third one was an American. We were also being heard by the nation leaders of France, Britain, as well as the United States over the radio. And they had asked a few questions during our initial briefing of the mission. Before the corporal can take the map from him, I take it, and mark 3 more points on the map in a green-colored ink, and then 2 more in black ink. And say, these green ones are other factories. They are building something big in these factories, planes, I'm guessing. And the black ones are research centers. From what I found out from a very much legal and voluntary questioning, it contains some Nazi prisoners. Jews, that Hydra uses to experiment on. Well, the information was legit, I had seen the map while doing my first reconnaissance from the mirror dimension. But the rest, well, I hadn't tortured anyone. Why torture when I don't need to do that, since I have telepathy? The soldier I did it to did feel some pain though. I made sure of that. As the corporal now takes the updated map away, Colonel Phillips asks, what are they experimenting? Is it related to whatever was being done to Barnes? The corporal then starts pinpointing the locations on the map on the bigger map that was the oval table. For better visibility, but he doesn't color code them like I did. Waste of effort. I shrug, and answer, could be. The Hydra soldier only told me that much before I had to kill him. He was making too much noise. Talking. I'm guessing it's Dr. Erskine's formula, as well as some other stuff. One of the American generals present for this meeting, a General Lewis, scoffs, and says, we can ignore them for now, then. There's no way Hydra replicates Erskine's work, when the smartest scientists in the United States can't. And we have the blood samples of the only successful experiment. I frown, because this is the worst mistake someone can make in a war. If the good guys can't achieve it, then the bad guys definitely won't. This is definitely something that no war general should do. Plus, he just called Steve Rogers an experiment, right on his face. Seeing both Colonel Phillips and Peggy Carter jump in to argue with the general, I stand up from my chair, and say, with all due respect, General, you don't know Hydra, and you underestimate them. Don't dismiss Zola's genius just because he's the enemy. He's just as innovative as Dr. Erskine, and almost as smart. I know that, I've been inside his head, I have an entire shelf in my mind's library dedicated to his knowledge. Zola's a fucking genius, And I cannot understand half the stuff he knows, even with Stark's memories to help me. Before the general can say anything, Colonel Phillips says, he's right. Arnim Zola is as smart as he is dedicated to Hydra. I've fought his weapons, and I have seen the results of his experiments in Sergeant Barnes. We'll put it on our agenda too. Good work, Avs. Rogers. General Lewis nods, not agreeing. But not having a choice. Colonel Phillips is completely in charge of fighting Hydra, and he answers directly to the President of the USA. He says, very well, this concludes our meeting for the day then. Dismissed. A click sounds over the room's speakers, informing us that the President and the Prime Minister had stopped listening to the meeting. Peggy nods at me, when I look at her, telling me that the room was actually secure. The General then turns towards us, and asks, well, Captain America. Captain Avs, what are your plans now? I share a glance with Steve, both of us asking each other an unspoken question. Nodding to each other, I turn towards the General, and say, we'll be keeping the fight going, of course. If Colonel Phillips has a place for us in the SSR, that is. The Colonel says, we can decide that later. Generals, I'm assuming you have more important things to do. Please, allow me to show you out. Rogers, Avs, wait here. I'll be back within a minute. As soon as the Colonel walks out with the 3 generals following behind, I chuckle, loving how Colonel Phillips dismissed the curiosity of even his superiors. This guy's a certified badass. I don't like that guy. Steve says, frowning at the now closed door. Patting his shoulder, I say, no one does, mate. No one does. He's a general. Hey, weren't you two supposed to be in DC in like 10 hours? Stark says, walking into the room as if he owned it, with the Tesseract battery cartridge from a pistol in his hands. He keeps it on the table, sits down, and adds, I definitely heard something about a couple medals for valor. Or something. Steve smiles softly, and says, I'm officially off the publicity circuit. I don't much care about a medal. Shrugging, when Stark turns towards me expectantly, I say, well, American awards, that too from an attention whore of a senator, do not mean much for me. The Colonel walks into the room, tosses a medal at Steve, and says, you just ember. Asked Senator Brandt in front of a dozen reporters and 10 members of the Parliament. You deserve a medal just for that. I chuckle, and looking at the battery, I ask, you figure it out yet, Stark? Yes, please Stark, tell me you found out what this is. The Colonel adds, sitting down on the chair. Now, the only ones in the room were members of the SSR. Except for the Colonel, Steve, Peggy, Stark, and I. There were only 7 soldiers of lower ranks, mostly technical officers and all that. Stark waves at the cartridge vaguely, and says, other than the fact that Rogers believes it to be the most powerful explosive. And Avs here believes it to be an unstable power source, nothing much. I'm leaning more towards Avs's explanation, however. As the Colonel turns towards me, I shrug, and say, Zola liked to talk. When he thought I was a helpless prisoner. They were creating the blue batteries out of something, what I don't know. Stark takes it in his hand, plays around with it for a few seconds, and says, judging by how this tiny cell was present in a pistol, and the fact that every different weapon uses different cells, I agree with Avs's statement. These are definitely batteries, of the volatile kind, and Arnim Zola uses them to power the weapons that he designed. Steve then adds, Bucky. Sergeant Barnes said that they shipped the bombs. Batteries, those glowing blue thingies out for another factory. I don't think it's on this map, though. And he doesn't know where it is. Shaking my head, I say, neither do I. It could be one of them, or it could be some base hidden from the soldier I interrogated. Colonel Phillips looks down at the map on the table, for a minute or two, just thinking, while we all stay silent. All right, Stark, see if you can get the power source out in the open. But do it in a contained environment, and start with the smaller ones. I don't want you to blow up a building, because you mess up for once. Colonel Phillips says, looking up at Stark. Howard Stark nods, picks up the battery, and walks out. The Colonel then waves a hand, calling someone from behind us, and says, Agent Carter, coordinate with MI6, I want every allied eyeball looking for the main Hydra base. Wherever Johann Schmidt fled off to. What about us? I ask. The colonel takes the file that a female aide brings him, and says, "We are going to light a fire under Johann Schmidt's ass. Are you two in? It's your map, think you can wipe Hydra off of it?" Frontlines. Steve turns to look at the map, and says, "I'm in, I want Hydra gone as much as everyone else does. But we can't do it alone. We're going to need a team." The colonel smiles, and says, "Well, I'll put together a team of our best men for you to lead, Captain Avs." "Excuse me," I ask, because what the fuck? I can't lead the Howling Commandos. That's like, the one thing that turned Steve into the leader of the Avengers that he is supposed to be. And wasn't the Howling Commandos supposed to be an American-led squad? Colonel Phillips raises his eyebrows at me, and says, "You're an experienced fighter, who has been on the front lines doing one thing or the other for almost a year. You've personally dealt with more Hydra soldiers and bases than anyone in the world. This was your second time mounting a rescue mission in hostile territory. Comparatively, Steve Rogers is just a super soldier, and he's not even a real captain." Okay, all great points. But counterpoint, I'm a normal man as far as he knows, and Steve's a super soldier, with a far better tactical mind thanks to the procedure. He can literally think up plans better than me, despite me being a literal telepath. I open my mouth to say just that, when Phillips raises his hand and says, "I'm not done yet, soldier." He turns towards Steve, not even a little bit sympathetic, and says, "No offense, Rogers, you're a great soldier, but not many people would listen to your orders, doesn't matter what team we build up. Save, I think, for your friend Barnes. You just have one mission under your belt, son, and I can't in good conscience let you lead a team of soldiers with leagues more experience, just because you're a super soldier." Steve just smiles and says, "None taken, Colonel. I joined the army to be a soldier, and I never expected to do even that, even after becoming this. I'm happy with you allowing me to join this team. If I'm still allowed, that is." The colonel scoffs, and says, "I've learned my lesson. I'm not going to stop you from going to war, because God knows you'll seek it out." He then turns towards me, as I had stayed silent watching the two decide my fate, and says, "Now, I'll meet you in 2 days with a team ready for you." And with that, he starts walking towards the door, leaving me with Steve and his aide. Snapping my mouth close, having no idea when I actually opened it, I call out, "Colonel Phillips." When he stops and turns around, I say, "If I'm being forced to lead this team, I'm doing it on my terms. With a team I build. And I already have a few candidates ready to be asked, sir." The colonel looks at me, just stares at me for a second, and then smiles. He says, "Knew you had it in you, Avs. Get your team here tomorrow morning, sharp at 8. We'll discuss our future then." As the colonel leaves, leaving me with a bit of worried look on my face, Steve slaps my upper back, and says, "Buck up, soldier. You're a team leader now. Guess the rank of captain will really come to use." And then he leaves, leaving me just staring in space. Damn, team leader, in 1 year, and that too for the fucking Howling Commandos. Wonder what ripples this sends out. You know, we have to stop meeting like this. The aide of the colonel from before says, snapping me out of my worries for the future. I look up at her face, and blink. "Lorraine, bloody hell, I'm so sorry, I didn't even notice you," I say, horrified at having ignored Lorraine, the woman I lost my virginity to. Her statement popping back in my mind. I rub the back of my head, and say, "Well, it seems I do love rescuing people from prisons. I just hope this doesn't become a habit for when the war's over." Lorraine smirks that damned beautiful smirk at me, and says, "Well, if you ever need a partner for more prison breaks, I'd love to join the business. And thank you. I've been practicing some stealth, learning how to go unnoticed by people. Glad to know my work's been paying off." Oh, damn, she's actually good, then. Her body language was the thing that made me dismiss her as just another SSR soldier, and it isn't easy, learning such body language. I chuckle, a bit nervously, and say, "Still, I shouldn't have ignored you. Allow me to apologize over a drink." Smiling, Lorraine hugs the file in her hands to her chest, and says, "I wouldn't say no to a drink. When, and where would you suggest?" Thinking a bit, and remember that I need to talk to the team I have in mind, I say, how about whenever you get off duty? As I told the colonel, I need to talk to a few people, ask them if they're willing to join this team. Nodding, Lorraine offers her hand, and says, I'll be free at 9. I'll wait for you here itself. Deal. Taking her hand, I stare at her right in the eyes, lay a kiss on her hand and hold the fingers gently in both hands. I say, deal, Miss Smith. See you in 2 hours. So, let me get this straight. You want us to go back out there? Right after our escape, Timothy, dum-dum, Duggan asks, a mug of beer in front of him, and a cigar in his hand. James, Jim, Morita, the only Japanese American from amongst the rescued soldiers adds. Away from the safety of our drinks, and warm bed, after so long of sleeping on floors. After we barely got out of there alive. Gabe, Jones adds his own 2 cents. Looking at me as if I had grown another head. I just smile, already having explained everything. Sounds rather fun, actually. My fellow Brit, James Montgomery Fullsworth says, casually sipping his beer. Thereby giving his affirmative answer. I turn towards Jacques, Frenchy, Dernier, who excitedly blabbers in rapid French, we'll get to kill the bastards that captured our division. Will I get to blow shit up? I chuckle, and answer, you can blow as much shit as you want, Jacques. But only if it belongs to Nazis, or Hydra. Gabe Jones laughs lightly, and says, let's just hope he doesn't blow us up if we get taken prisoners again. He then looks the other non-French speaking people look at us, and gesturing to himself and Jacques, he says, we're in. I smile at him, and turn towards the last person that I asked. Timmy, Roth. He sighs, and says, mate, I so wanted to go home and retire from the army. But if a fraction of the things we heard Hydra talk about are true, then there's no way in hell I'm backing down. I'm joining your bloody team. Dum-Dum finishes his mug of beer, and says, I'll join, but you have to do 2 things for us. First, coin us some badass name. I ain't working in a team called Spec Ops Squad 3 or shit like that. And second, I ask, already knowing the name of this team. Slamming the empty bottle on the table, Duggan lets out a burp, and says, open up a tab. Chuckling, I say, sure thing, Duggan. Sure thing. I'll tell you the name tomorrow. Remember, people, we have to meet the colonel at 8 tomorrow morning, so don't stay up too late. What, that easy? Duggan says, seeing me agree for the tab opening so soon. Chuckling, I take the empty glasses from the men, and say, I can buy the entire bar, mate. Then, I loudly say, a round of beers for everyone here. On my tab. Now that's what I'm talking about. Duggan yells, seeing everyone cheer at my proclamation. I go towards the bar, where Steve was sitting with his best mate, Bucky, and ask, so, what about you, Barnes? Ready to go back to war and kill the twats that did all this to you? Bucky turns towards, his eyes looking still a bit haunted, and says, I knew a kid in Brooklyn, once. He never knew when to give up, even when everyone kicked him down. If he trusts you enough to follow your lead, then so will I. I'm in, Captain, I'm in. Smiling, I pat the pair on their backs, and leave them to their private talks. I then approach one of the bartenders, just as he asks me, where are they even putting all this stuff? Chuckling, I say, hey, I'm just as surprised at this as you. So, how much do I owe you? That's 5 pence per pint, and your group has taken a total of 22 pints. Including the 48 pints you just bought for everyone here, that makes the total £3, 50 pence. I really hope you got the cash, mate. The bartender says, doing the calculations on a piece of paper. Shrugging, I take out my wallet, and remove £5 notes. Handing them to him, I say, use the remaining 50p to give anyone a drink if they look like they need it, yeah. And keep the rest for yourself. You deserve it, after all the shite you'll no doubt experience tonight. Handing him another 30p, I say, you know what, enjoy a round yourselves. You and your mates deserve it. Taking the mug he was preparing for me as I was taking the cash out, I say, cheers. And then, I leave the bar. My new team already ready. I leave them to enjoy this night, because God knows they've been through some shite. I might be leading this team, but I'm not an invader to their freedom. Besides, I have a date with a wonderful, and totally bombshell of a lady. Lorraine Smith. Damn, I'm stealing everything from Steve, aren't I? Hope he never finds out about his actual fate, before my birth here. Why is he changing something so significant while already worrying about the changes his birth is already causing? Etc. etc. I know, this is a bit uncharacteristic. But, there's no logical way an inexperienced soldier will be given leadership over an actual experienced one. They're the same rank, but Steve got his directly when he was cast as Captain America the Dance Monkey. Steve is still the Dance Monkey, the mascot of America, and the person who helped Mason rescue 275 soldiers. He's just sharing the spotlight here, with Mason, beginning only from now. Wonder how this will change things in the future. Anyway, thanks for your support. Ta-ta. Howling Commandos. The 4th of November 1943. Daily Prophet. Wizard genius in the Muggle army. Surprises everyone, and becomes an international Muggle hero. London. We all remember how shocked we all were, when it was announced that one of our own wizards was going to take part in the Muggle side of this war. The Ministry of Magic had announced it almost a year ago. That Mason Avs, a wizard genius, the first person to graduate Hogwarts 2 years early, ever since the establishment of the Ministry was conscripted for the Muggle World War. The Ministry of Magic had told us then, that they had decided to allow him that, since there were too many people who knew about Mason Avs in the Muggle world to obliviate. But, there had also been reassurances that young Mr. Avs wouldn't use magic unless it is in his own life's defense, or against a wizard, and away from the sights of any Muggles. And he has kept his word, diligently. He fought as a Muggle for almost the entire time, and only used magic when he encountered other wizards, belonging to Gellert Grindelwald's wizard army. He also captured 4 of Grindelwald's dark wizards, one of them even his lieutenant, Stefan Kohler, just 2 days ago, and had them transferred to the Auror department. These arrests have helped our own Wizarding World War effort extremely, thanks to the information our Aurors and Unspeakables managed to extract from the dark wizards. And this, in turn, has already turned Mason Avs into a small hero in our own world, comparable to the likes of Madame Persephone Crickerly, whose team is Mr. Avs's contact in the Auror department. From bringing back important information from hostile territory, to helping the Muggles take over an important line in the warfront, Mason Avs has had an eventful 1 year in the Muggle War. He even mounted a few rescue missions in the past year, solo, in the first of which he rescued an important soldier in the French Air Force. Getting captured in return, the French Air Force soldier that he helped escape, did manage to escape, and took some information that helped the Muggle Allied army win a long battle. Hen Avs escaped from the Nazi group that had taken him prisoner. He also facilitated the escape of a group of 50 soldiers of various nations, destroying the camp in the attempt. Refer to PG number 4 for the full recap. And now, in a surprising turn of events, Mr. Mason Avs, now Captain Mason Avs, of the British Royal Army, and the Allied Nations Agency of Strategic Scientific Reserve, has become an international hero in the Muggle world, and the Wizarding world too. On the 2nd of November, then Sergeant Mason Avs was assigned a mission to infiltrate a Nazi base, to rescue over 350 captured prisoners of war. He did so, with the help of a Captain Steve Rogers, and rescued the 350 men, but not before fighting, and arresting 2 more of Grindelwald's dark wizards. Yesterday, on the 3rd of November, Avs escorted the rescued group of some 280 people to the SSR base he had left from, the rest having died during the rescue attempt, or of their injuries. And now, after having his deeds made well known, the British Muggle royal family announced an award ceremony for him, where he, and the so-called super soldier, Captain America, were going to be given medals for their courage. The American Muggle government, similarly, declared a medal each to. Our contact in the Muggle Prime Minister's office had this to say: not one of them came to the ceremony we had organized for them. The PM did speak to the 2 of them, over radios. And so did the Muggle President of the USA. Turns out, they had some secret meeting with the government leaders. The head of the DMLE, former Auror Shafiq, in the press conference he held yesterday, Said that he completely agreed with the actions of Captain Avs, and that he deserves every bit of praise he gets. When asked about possible breaches in the Statute of Secrecy, the head of the DMLE said, "We don't know if Captain Avs used magic, but if he did, he made sure to obliviate any muggles who saw it, of it. We can tell you for sure, that the Statute of Secrecy was not broken by Captain Avs from the moment he began his training, to this day. It is however, possible, that Captain Avs used magic to get inside the base undetected. But, since he and this Captain America were separated, it doesn't matter, he broke no laws. Whatever the means, the newly promoted Captain Mason Avs, or as a few of the enthusiastic Muggle children are calling him, Captain Britain, has rescued at least 330 people. And given a considerable advantage to the Muggle side of the war. And we, at the Daily Prophet, can say this for sure. Magic, or Muggle, Captain Mason Avs, or Captain Britain, if the name sticks, is a certified hero to the people of our nation. For more details about the rescue mission, refer to PG number 4. For more details about the life of Captain Mason Avs, refer to PG number 4. For more details about the Muggle World War II, and the super soldier Captain America, refer to PG number 5. For more details about the Wizarding World War against Dark Lord Grindelwald, refer to PG number 5. Walking inside the underground headquarters of the Allied forces, I wait in the small room I was given. It had just a chair, a desk, a few books, a small cot, and the newspapers. D just gotten around to buying the papers for the last 2 days, knowing that my mission was being broadcasted everywhere. Pulling the chair forward, I sit with my back to the door, and my legs on the desk. I had just left the bar from 2 buildings away, where the newly formed Howling Commandos were enjoying their first day of actual freedom from their imprisonment. Since there were still a few minutes till Lorraine got off her duties, I passed the time by reading all the papers I had bought. I had even swung by the Diagon Alley, on the way here, and bought a copy of the Daily Prophet, to see if they had something to say about me. Not necessarily expecting it to be nice. The Daily Express, front page. The People, front page. The Daily Mirror, front page. The News of the World, front page. Heck, even the magical newspaper, the Daily Prophet, had done a large article on my mission, calling me a hero. And literally all of them calling me the Captain Britain to the States Captain America. Bloody children named me a superhero. I guess I am a hero, aren't I? I might not be goody two-shoes, but I am a hero to the people, as of now. Could change anytime, the minds of the public are really fickle. Hey, Captain Britain, almost ironic, really, it's the one name I hated the most amongst all the aliases I had imagined in my mind. I really hope the name doesn't stick. It's bad enough that I'm stealing Steve's position from him. I don't want to steal his literal name. As I read the honestly flattering articles inside the Daily Prophet, I feel the mind of Lorraine Smith start walking towards me, and at the same time smell her scent walking closer. Folding the Wizarding newspaper neatly, I put it inside my jacket's inside pocket. Taking my watch out of my trousers pocket, I see that it is about 9:10 p.m. I pick the Daily Mirror from the table, and start reading it, my back still to the door. Can't exactly read the magical newspaper in front of a Muggle. There are protection spells to hide wizarding stuff from the papers. But Lorraine is an intelligence officer. Her not recognizing the paper is bound to raise suspicions in her mind, which could lead to the statute breaking. It is as I was halfway through the article. The door to my room opens, silently, and Lorraine walks in, also staying silent. If I didn't know she was coming, and I wasn't me, I probably wouldn't have heard, or smelled, or felt her walk towards me. Captain Britain, honestly Lorraine, couldn't they come up with something better? I say, without even turning back, or pulling my legs off the table. Lorraine chuckles, after I hear her heartbeat get louder for a few seconds, as she walks and sits down on my bed, and she says, "Well, you were named by literal children. They're your fans, you know." "How did you know?" Keeping the paper down, I turn my neck to look at her, and say, "You're still learning stealth, my dear, I have already embraced it. You don't infiltrate multiple enemy bases, and only get caught once, and still escape by being ignorant of your surroundings." Lorraine narrows her eyes at me, and says, "I meant, how did you know it was me?" I could have been anyone, even an assassin. And you had your back to me the entire time. Smiling wide, I say, I have my ways. Lorraine pouts a little, and leans back, loosening her tie. She says, you promised me a drink, Captain Brishan. I hope you haven't forgotten. Nope, I haven't. Where would you like to go? The rowdy bar where most of our rescuees are, or my home a half an hour away, where I have a small collection of bottles stored away. I say, as I get up, and offer my left elbow to her. Lorraine twists her right arm around mine, smiles at me, her expression being as seductive as ever, and says, wherever you want, and then she leans towards my ear. And whispers, Captain Britain. Shivering a little, I turn my head away to hide the red creeping up on my face, damn my horny side and say, my house it is, then. The Colonel probably already knows where it is, so I'll just leave him a note informing him of us going there. As I turn away to go write the note, Lorraine pulls me back, and starts walking towards the door, as she says, nope, no need. I already guessed you'll be taking me home tonight. For a drink, of course. And informed him that I'll be there. Seeing her smirk, and not hearing her heart skip any beat, I obediently follow beside her. I say, as my lady wishes. Lorraine giggles a little, and pulls my arm just a little bit closer to her body, as we start walking outside the base. My mutation was evolving, I'd noticed. At first, I could just hear prey moving around the forest, or smell it. But now, I could hear the heartbeat to the clearest detail, for anyone less than 30 feet around me. This means I know when anyone's lying, without even using telepathy. But, in Lorraine's case, I'd already used telepathy before I even slept with her. I wasn't going to sleep with a hiding assassin, or a spy. She didn't have any ill intention the first time we slept, just lust, and a lack of sex for a few months. I was just the lucky bastard who flirted with her when she was sexually frustrated. And now, I'm going on a date with her, after she had gotten even more sexy, somehow. Lucky me. Yeah, they purposefully boasted the numbers when they leaked the news. Rescuing 500 men is far more impressive than rescuing 280. Doesn't matter that what you did was already impressive, Lorraine says, as we sit in the taxi, on the way towards Islington. Nodding, I say, I sort of realized that every newspaper gave the same number, 500. I also noticed that the British newspapers are implying that Steve was just a hanger-on, and the American newspapers are reporting that I was the hanger-on. Seriously, propaganda at its finest. Quote, chuckling, Lorraine says, you read the Washington Post, I'm guessing. But, to be fair, Steve was the actual hanger-on, as far as I know. Sure, he brought back the locations of other factories. And the bomb, but you were the one to rescue all those people first, even without his help, and you also led them in a fight against Hydra. Seriously, the British newspapers aren't exactly lying. I look away, feeling a little bit guilty. I don't like the fact that I basically took Steve's first big accomplishments away from him, and I'm doing it again. I'll need to give him some bigger missions to lead later, if I find any suitable for him. Lorraine entangles her fingers with mine, and pulls a little, bringing my attention back to her. Smiling, she says, don't be upset about your accomplishments. Captain, you both are an important part of the SSR, doesn't matter what the people think. Pressing her hand softly, I say, yeah, I know. Without Steve there, I probably would have gotten in well enough. But I wouldn't have gotten all these people out of there safely. Red Skull only fled, because Steve was there with us. The 280 people that survived only did so, because Steve was there. I doubt the number would have been over 200 otherwise, if we had even managed to escape. Steve was a far more important part of our mission that day than anyone realizes. Heck, Steve could probably have carried that mission alone too, and brought back over 200 men, alive and well. Lorraine suddenly pulls me down by my collar, kisses my lips softly, which definitely manages to shut me up. As our lips separate for a breath, she whispers, less depressive thoughts, more kissing. Chuckling, I rest my forehead on hers, and whisper back, I won't say no to that, usually, but we're there, my home. And sure enough, the taxi stops right outside my house, at number 1 Malvern Terrace, Islington. After we get out of the taxi, and after I pay the fare, Lorraine stares at my house for a few seconds and asks, "You live there? Do you stay alone?" I hold Lorraine's hand, smiling a little at the feeling, and say, "Usually, yes. One of my school friends drops in, from time to time. But I don't think she's here right now." "Oh," Lorraine asks, and then says, "A female friend has the keys to your house, and permission to live here whenever she wants. Do I need to feel threatened? I feel like I should." Lorraine says, as we start walking forward. Chuckling, I say, "Hardly. Darla's like my little sister. She's one of the first friends I made, in school, and we stuck throughout our education. Even after we went separate ways. After she went through some troubles, I offered her a spare room in my home, and then, after she got back on her own feet, she still stayed in touch. She uses my house as a getaway from all the troubles of her job and relationships. Well, not much in the way of relationships. Her and Anna were still going strong. But I can't just say Darla and her team visits every day to see if I have dropped a body off, and that Darla stays here 3 days a week. Thankfully, today was not one of those days. Taking Lorraine towards the kitchen, I open up the alcohol cabinet and ask, "I have scotch, whiskey, vodka, wine, and beer. What would you like to drink?" Sitting down at the dining table, Lorraine looks over the bottles and says, "The whiskey, please." I haven't tried it yet. I obediently pull the bottle of single malt whiskey out of the cabinet and get 2 glasses for the both of us. Pouring it, I hand 1 glass over to Lorraine and start slowly sipping it. Enjoying Lorraine get a feel for whiskey. As she scrunches her eyes after the first sip, I ask, "Well, how is it?" "This is good. I'm glad I tried it, Mason," Lorraine says, drinking the rest of the glass in 1 gulp. Chuckling, I say, "You're well." I don't get to finish my sentence, thanks to Lorraine getting up and leaning forward, giving me a good enough view under her shirt. I shamelessly stare at it and continue my previous sentence. "Come," whispering it softly. Lorraine giggles, and leaning a bit more forward, pecks me on my lips. Separating, she says, "You know, I'm not looking for anything serious. I'm just 23, not yet ready to settle down." Getting up, I pick Lorraine over the dining table and settle her down on the spot in front of my chair, making her laugh a little. Holding both my hands on her hips, I say, "Lorraine, don't worry. I'm not looking for anything too serious either. Now, less thinking, more kissing." Smiling, Lorraine drops down from the table into my lap and starts kissing me, now with a lot more heat behind it. As she starts taking off my shirt, I allow it and start working on her own army shirt's buttons. Once my shirt is off, I get up off the chair, helping her take her own shirt off completely. Picking her up, as we continue kissing, I place her around my front, her legs locking around me and my hands holding her by her butt. And then, I start walking towards my bedroom, her skirt getting thrown down on the way. All the while we keep kissing each other everywhere on our faces and necks. Soon, we reach the bedroom, with neither of us wearing anything on our upper bodies and my hands groping her. As soon as I get the door open, I lay us both down on the bed, sideways, and keep kissing her. Pausing from the kiss after about a minute of just that, and groping, Lorraine looks at me with a flushed face, her eyes twinkling from the excitement, and starts taking my pants off. "Oh, damn," I whisper, as soon as she starts working her way down my chest. Life is damn good, and I have no regrets. The next day, a bit before 8, Lorraine and I walk inside the Allied HQ, and into the section given to the SSR. Before Lorraine can separate from me, to go towards Colonel Phillips's office, since she was his assistant, I pull her towards me, and kiss her once again, my right hand on her butt. "Really?" Lorraine asks, smirking up at me. She says, "Didn't we have a conversation just yesterday, about how we're not looking for anything serious?" Smirking back, I give her a press, and say, "What can I say? I can't just not worship a beautiful bird like you. And just because we're not going to settle down yet, doesn't mean we can't have some fun." Shaking her head, Lorraine rises on her toes, and kisses me back, just as hotly. Her own hands now on my behind. Grinning, she says, "It's a good thing you're good looking, Mason." Your flirting doesn't exactly speak a lot about you. Now, Stark and the Colonel are waiting for you. Best not make them wait too much. And then, she leaves me there, swinging her butt just a little bit more. A hand lands on my shoulder, as Duggan walks to stand beside me. He says, "Now we know where our squad leader disappeared off to yesterday. That's a wild woman, isn't she?" Grinning in answer, I just shake him off, not actually saying anything. She's a wild one, all right. Walking towards the room where I was told to come with the team, I ask, "Anyone else here yet? Or are they still hungover from yesterday's binge?" Laughing loudly, Duggan says, "Rogers and James are waiting in their rooms, I think. The rest are all nursing headaches, having slept in the bar itself yesterday. And you didn't. I remember you drinking 4 pints before I left. God knows the song didn't help you lot." Stop, I say, as we come in sights of Steve, wearing his captain's uniform, kissing a female private, a brunette, with a lot of fervor. Hearing the sound of footsteps, I turn back, just in time to see Peggy stop in shock. "Ah, he's fucked," I whisper, only loud enough for Duggan to hear. Duggan, the helpful man that he is, coughs loudly, making the pair stop kissing. Steve jumps away from the woman, making me sigh internally. Since it wasn't actually Lorraine, and seeing Peggy, he says, "Peggy. I can explain." I slap my face, feeling embarrassed by just being a spectator. That's literally the worst words to say when your love interest catches you kissing someone else. Peggy turns towards me, and says, "Howard is ready for you, Captain Avs, Captain Rogers. Unless one of you has a more important matter to attend to." Quote, and then, she walks away towards Howard's lab, with Steve following after her, asking for forgiveness. Duggan starts pulling a cigar out of his pocket, and says, "Gods, this team is fucked. 5 members hungover, 1 depressed, 1 a trigger-happy asshole me, and the 2 captains are lovesick puppies." I snort, not bothering with the lovesick comment, and say, "Yeah. And the trigger-happy arsehole is the only voice of reason in our team. Best not keep Stark waiting. You coming?" Shaking his head, he drags a puff out of the cigar, and says, "Nah, I'll gather the others. You and Rogers take care of the official business, leave the grunt work for your underlings." Gods, he really is an asshole. Shaking my head, I walk through the open door, and into the large hall that Stark calls his lab. "You still don't know a bloody thing about women." I hear Peggy whisper from a few dozen meters inside the hall, and see Steve staring at her wistfully. Approaching him, I ask, "What did you do? And I'm not talking about the mess out there. Why did you assume I did something?" Steve asks, feeling insulted, judging by his face. Scoffing, I say, "When a woman's angry at you, and you don't think you did something, you definitely did something." Steve pauses, thinking it over, and then asks, "What's a late-night fondue?" Groaning, I whisper, "For fuck's sake, Rogers. Tell me you did not bring Stark up." 2 days after you heard the comment. Walking out of his personal office, Stark joins us, and adds, "Fondue is just bread and cheese, my friend. It's a food. I wasn't asking her to my bed." He then starts walking again, and mumbles, "Lord knows she's rejected my proposals enough times." I chuckle, and follow after him. I ask, "You figure out how to use those batteries in anything yet?" Stark waves his hand, and says, "Except for weapons, yes. Those motorbikes, and the car you see around you run on a few of those batteries you brought back. Had to destroy a couple dozen guns. But the Colonel was surprisingly alright with it." I look at the engineers working on the bikes, feeling impressed. Stark figured out how to use Tesseract energy to power motorcycles. And I don't think he just replaced the batteries. "What about fuel, petrol?" I ask, feeling curious. Smirking wide, Stark asks, "What about it? These are the first bikes to not need any sort of fuel." "Well, I've had to still use the fuel tank, filled with water, to keep the engine cool, but that's it. No gas, no petrol." "That's impressive," Steve says, joining me in admiring the bikes. Turning around, Stark then leads us towards a long table, and says, "Yup, sure is. Unfortunately, I don't know how to create more of those batteries, and I can't even split the charge already inside. The bigger batteries inside of the Panzers. So, we're stuck with 4 of those bikes. If they get destroyed, that's it. Pointing at the table, he says, but, we have other stuff. The first thing on the list was a mesh armor. I touch it in curiosity, feeling the strength behind it with just a single touch. It is definitely knife resistant, but not completely. I should be able to pierce it with my nails. And so should Steve with a single knife. Carbon polymer. Knife resistant, bullet resistant. Should stop your average German bayonet. But, Hydra won't attack you with a pocket knife. Stark explains, and then starts walking forward. I hang back, and ask, is it possible to make our entire team a uniform lined with this? While it won't stop everything, it should help us shrug off minor rounds and knives. Stark looks back, and shrugs. He says, sure, have your team come by later to decide on their designs. He then pats the dented steel shield, with the American flag on it, and asks, Rogers. I hear you're rather attached to this. It's more useful than you realize. Steve says, as we follow after Stark. Stark walks behind the table, and says, yeah, the Colonel hoped you'd still want a shield. Says it'll boost morale amongst the allies. Stark motions towards a rack of shields, each one looking bulkier than the others, and pointing towards one, he says, this one's fun. It's been fitted with electrical relays that allow you to absorb the energy blasts from Hydra weapons. It should do that, since it worked during the trials. What's that? Steve says, pointing towards a shield kept at the bottom of the table. No, don't pick that, it's just a prototype. Stark says, trying to stop Steve from taking the shield. Steve spins the shield around itself, and says, whoa, this is light. What's it made out of? Quote, sighing, Stark answers, vibranium. It's stronger than steel, and a third the weight. It is completely vibration absorbent, as far as we know. Why isn't it standard issue, then? Steve asks, mounting the shield on his left arm, and posing with it. Stark answers, that's the only vibranium we have. It is the rarest metal on Earth, and probably the strongest too. Can I see it? I ask, holding my hand out. Steve looks reluctant to part with it, but hands it over almost immediately. Taking the shield in my hand, I knock on the front a couple times, hearing the sound go off. That's odd. Being vibration absorbent, the shield shouldn't make a sound from the front. I ask, is it an alloy? Stark shrugs, and says, probably. I melted the vibranium we had, got ready to pour it inside the cast. And then, I got distracted by the lovely Miss Carter, and dropped some of my other stuff in. One of the other SSR scientists says that he also dropped something in the mixture as he tripped when walking by. For all we know, it contains a few chemicals, my protective glasses, Dr. McLean's ink pen, and my pure gold watch. So, don't lose it. Putting it on my left hand, I raise it in front of me. And tell Steve, punch it. Use your full strength, if you can. Steve furrows his eyes in concern, and asks, you're sure? I don't want to hurt you. Rolling my eyes, I ask, don't be a pussy, Steve. Hit it. Unless you think you can punch harder than a 7.2mm bullet, fired from 10 feet in front of it, punch away. Stark says, leaning on the table to watch the show. Steve frowns once more, and says, if you're sure. Pulling his right arm back, Steve punches with as much force as he can muster, his hand moving at speeds definitely too fast for Stark to see. And hits the vibranium alloy shield with a loud gong. I grunt, feeling a lot of the force transfer over to my arm, and to my body, as I get pushed a half a foot backwards. As Steve pulls his hand back, I straighten up, look at the completely unharmed shield in astonishment, and turning towards an astonished Stark, I say, he definitely punches harder than a 7.2mm bullet. Mate. Throwing the shield at Steve, I say, the metal is as good as Stark says, but you won't be an immovable object with it. If your body can't handle the force, you'll still feel it, as you just saw. Really? So it's bulletproof? Steve asks, putting the shield on his hand again. I see Stark make a face, as he says, that's an oversimplified explanation. That's a completely vibration-absorbent metallic shield, that could shield your body from bullets, mortar shells, and even punches. So yes, it is bulletproof. Steve hefts it, and turning towards me, he says, my turn. Punch. Shrugging, I lean backwards, my hand pulled back, and taking a step forward to build momentum, punch at the shield, dead center. Once again, a loud gong sounds, as Steve pulls his hand back a little to absorb the force that managed to leak. Other than that, he was completely fine. Looking at my hand, which was hurting a little, I say, yeah, I think Steve should have this shield. It's not for me. I am not going to take this shield away from him. It's not my style anyway. I'm more of a daggers, or guns kind of guy. Or my fists, or my nails. Literally anything but a shield. I shrug when Steve looks at me, the question right on his face, and say, hey. You're the super soldier. I'm just a regular guy who trained his ass off. Steve smiles, and says, yeah, I think I like this shield. Red Skull definitely hits as hard as me, probably just a bit harder. And this should give me a small advantage. Hearing the sound of heels once again, I look beyond Steve, and see Peggy walking towards us, her anger definitely not abated, judging by the icy look she's sporting. She looks at us, and asks, what's all this ruckus about, then? Steve shows her his new shield, and says, Peggy, look. What do you think? Peggy looks over at an adjoining table, picks up a gun. Almost immediately, Stark ducks down, and I hide behind the larger body of Steve, as Peggy fires 3 bullets at Steve, without stopping. I hear a few soft gongs go off, as the bullets hit the shield. And then a few clinks, as the bullets fall on the ground, now flattened. Goddamn it, woman. A little concern for a fellow Brit. I think it works, Peggy says, and then walks away from where she came in. Patting Steve on the shoulder, as all 3 of us watch at the retreating Peggy, I say, well, you're the luckiest unlucky guy, mate. About my uniform, I had some ideas, Steve says, and hands Stark a piece of paper. Whatever you want, sport. Howard says, still staring at Peggy. I look at Steve, having peeked at the sketch he made, and ask, the American G. Overment still intent on making you their mascot, EH. Nodding, Steve says, I don't mind. If wearing a colorful uniform boosts people's morale, then I'll do anything. Shaking my head, I say, the only way I'm wearing the Great Britain's flag is if it can fit under my palm. I'm not wearing eye-catching clothes, I'm not a bloody super soldier. Yeah, there's no way I'm wearing Britain's flag like Steve does USA's. Or Puerto Rico, more like. After we leave the lab, and start walking towards our rooms to have our first team meeting, Steve glances at me from time to time. Finally, after the 5th time of him doing so, I get annoyed. And ask, what is it? Steve stops walking, prompting me to do the same, and says, you're holding back. Excuse me, I ask, honestly impressed at him, but hiding it behind confusion. Steve frowns, and says, I'm not stupid, Mason. You're stronger than a normal man, I know that. I realized that the first day I met you, and when I saw you fight Hydra that day. Today, you could have handled my punch without even moving back a little, and you could have punched at least 4 times harder than you actually did. Why are you hiding your strength like this? I stare at Steve, contemplating. He is smarter than I gave him credit for, that's for sure. And I can't just obliviate him, or take his memories away. He's a good man, for starters, and my friend. If I can't trust my teammates with my capabilities, then what sort of team leader am I? Besides, he'll just come to the same conclusion again someday, if I change his memories today. And I'm not evil enough to do this to Steve, a friend of mine. Tilting my head, I say, let's go to the team, there's something I want to show you all. And then, I walk into the room where the team was, Duggan having G. Athered them all in a small meeting room. As soon as I walk in, and after confirming that everyone here were just members of my team, I say, gentlemen, I have a revelation to make. Almost immediately, everyone stops talking. As they turn towards me, as Steve sits down next to Bucky, looking as serious as before. Raising my hand into a fist, I punch it towards the wall, causing it to crack a little. And creating a small dent into the wall. As one, all of the members of my team jumps up, with some astonishment and some fear mixed in. I look at Steve, and say, I am stronger than normal people, very strong. I can probably take Steve Rogers over there, and win most of the fights we have. Wow, that's good for the war, but how? Duggan asks, ever the sensible one. I did say he's the only voice of reason here. Shrugging, I sit down on a chair, folding my arms, and say, I used to be a normally strong person before my capture. Either this strength was always inside me, and Red Skull S and Zola's tortures awakened it, or something, or they put something in me to give me this strength. I was an experiment for them, not a person. This strength is how I managed to escape Hydra, and how I rescued the other soldiers. That's a lie, but that's the cover I'm going with. If, and this is a big if, I someday meet Victor again, he's sure to know that something has changed about me, even if I don't give out any scent anymore. He's damn perceptive, I know. Why are you telling us now? Bucky asks, his eyes once again becoming haunted. My mention of the 2 Hydra leaders probably took him back. I sigh, and say, Steve said something out there, which made me realize. We're a team, and we're going to be fighting for our lives out there now onwards. I'm being trusted by you lot to lead you, trusted with your lives. I wanted you all to know this, so that you know that I have your back. So that we don't have any secrets anymore. Duggan stands up, and walks towards me. Putting his hand on my shoulder, he says, this changes nothing, Avs. You're still our captain, except now, you're just stronger. The other people nod, making me smile, as Steve says, I'm sorry, Mason, for putting you on the spot. You're strong, and I know of only one thing that can make it possible. It just made me wary. Shaking my head, I say, you're a good man, Steve. You were curious about why I held back, and why I'm stronger. That's normal. Can I ask why you hid it? Gabe asks, looking at me in curiosity. I snort, and say, America created one super soldier and took a lot of his blood away. So they can figure out how to replicate him, and they tried to shut him off in a laboratory. I am queasy about giving my blood, thanks to Zola, and I'm not about to hide away in a lab. I'd prefer if this stays in this room. In our team, almost in a joking tone, Timmy asks, sure thing, mate. Any more secrets you want to share? Thinking for a few seconds, I say, I can also do this. And then, I hold my right hand out, in a claw shape, and slowly extend the nails until they're an inch long each. My nails are made of bone, denser than normal bone however, and are very sharp. So sharp, that I can definitely stab my hand into steel sheets, and even concrete. Dragging my index finger's nail on the table, I make it carve out the name of our team on it, thankful for the war we are already going through. Thanks to it, the only thought after seeing my super strength in all their minds, was, glad that he's actually on our side. Not one member of my team doubted my loyalty to the Allies, to the SSR, to the team. And I already love that about them. Howling Commandos, Steve asks, amused, looking at the name carved on the table. I just shrug, smiling wide. He chuckles, and says, could have been worse. It could have been the super secret squad of badass. As we all look confused at the weird-ass name, Bucky groans loudly, and says, I told you that name in confidence, Steve. For a second, there's no sound. And then, ha 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 ha, we all laugh at Bucky, the atmosphere now once again normal. Super strong, or not, I'm loving this team, and I'm proud of getting to lead it. The Howling Commandos, Dum Dum Duggan, Timmy Roth, James Fullsworth, Jim Morita, Bucky Barnes, Jacques Dernier, Gabe Jones, Steve Rogers, and I, Mason Avs. 9 members of the Howling Commandos, 1 leader, me, Captain Mason Avs, 1 deputy, Captain Steve Rogers, and both of us were known amongst the team to be super soldiers. I am definitely not going to make it known to the outside world, however. I'd prefer to be a normal human outside, even if my friends know it to be otherwise. Can't say it'll stay secret, however. I smile, as we start planning our attacks on the factories and Hydra bases that we know of. This is what I hope we stay like this, throughout the war. But, knowing my luck, it probably won't. Hope this is the right decision, speaking as an author. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta, summons. Knocking on the door to Colonel Phillips's office, I wait. Just a few hours after the meeting I had with my team, where I revealed my mutation to them all, I had received a message from a corporal, informing me that the colonel had called me to his office. We, the Howling Commandos, had spent the last 3 hours just making plans for our first attack and designating positions. I was the team leader, medic, and also one of the direct assault members. I was also sharing the role of squad translator with Gabe Jones, who can speak 7 languages. Steve Rogers, Captain America, was the game maker. Since his mind is actually pretty good for it, the serum enhanced everything about him, even his mind, turning him into an amazing strategist. Bucky Barnes is our sniper, since that was his speciality in the 107th too. Jacques Dernier was our demolitions expert, and he damn near begged for the position. James Fullsworth, Timmy Roth, Jim Morita, are the ones who don't exactly have a fixed position. They will be part of the frontal attacks, along with Steve, Duggan, and me, while Dernier blows shit up, and Bucky grants us cover fire. As for the last one, Dum Dum Duggan, who was the most experienced soldier of us all, was responsible with keeping our young blood in check. If a plan is too stupid, or risky, then he's the one that can stop it from happening. He has veto powers to call a plan dumb right to our faces. And I know he won't hesitate to do that. On paper, Steve was the deputy of the Howling Commandos, and I was the leader. While that is also correct in actuality, we take Dugan's voice just as seriously as one of our own. Along with that, we were planning an attack on the Hydra factories, deciding which one to attack first, when I received the message. The door opens, bringing me away from the last few hours, and I see Lorraine on the other side of it. Smiling at her, I enter the office, and snap a salute at Colonel Phillips, who was sitting at the table, with his fingers crossed in front of his face, looking serious, more than usual. He stares at me for a second, and says, "Close the door on your way out, Private Smith. The captain and I need to have a discussion." Lorraine follows the order immediately, and walks out, leaving just the colonel and I in the room. For a few seconds, we just stare at each other, with me being a little bit uncomfortable in the silence. He states, "You're a wizard," starting off with the elephant in the room. He didn't even ask it, as if he already knew. Well, I shouldn't be surprised. He is a squib, and I knew that since day one. Really surprised me when I found out. But the fact that he knows I'm a wizard really came out of the blue. As far as I know, from the first and only stroll I had through his mind, see. Olonel Chester Phillips does not stay in contact with his wizarding relatives. He has completely separated himself from that world, going so far as to not even keep up to date with the Wizarding World War. And no, I haven't made it a habit of using telepathy on those I'm actually close to. I give them that much privacy. The first one is just so I can satisfy my curiosity once and for all, and to make sure I don't get caught off guard by a spy or an assassin. I look at him, a bit confused, and ask, "Are you all right, Colonel?" A wizard, really? I can't just outright say it, even if I know the C. Olonel isn't planning anything against me. I was in an agreement with the ministry not to. Cut the bullshit, Avs. The colonel says, standing up from his chair, looking a bit angry. Taking a newspaper out of the drawer, he throws it at my chest, as I catch it on reflex, and says, "I'm a damn squib, you don't have to hide the secret when with me." Yeah, the thing is, I made a deal with the ministry, that I won't do just that. Even if someone says they know of the wizarding world, I am to keep silent about it. Doesn't matter who asks it. I take the newspaper, looking at the title, and ask, "The Magical Post." "Really, sir, I was having a very serious discussion with my new squad, planning our eventual battles against Hydra. And you brought me here to talk about wizards and fake newspapers. Don't you think this is you taking the Hobbit way too seriously? Holy shit, this lad in the image just moved." Colonel Phillips clenches his teeth, as if he's just refraining from hitting me and Vizab. Lee takes a few seconds to calm himself down. Damn, he's really pissed, isn't he? Read the headline, "Soldier," he says, after having calmed himself down. Opening the paper, holding it in my pinched fingers as if I'm wary of it. I start reading, now showing amusement on my face openly. It was basically an edited copy of the article written in the Daily Prophet. My history, my missions, etc. As I keep reading, fairly curious about the American newspaper, He says, "Don't lie to me, soldier. I know that you're forbidden from telling anyone about the wizarding world, but I am the one no mage you can actually tell it to. I'm what you wizards call a squib, a non-magical born to magicals. Well, either I can keep the denial going, holding true to my condition at being allowed to war, while being presented by a pretty good proof in the form of the magical American newspaper, or I can just say, fuck it. Very well, I am a wizard. What of it? I say, keeping the newspaper down, and subtly waving my hand. The wave of my hand checks for any eavesdropping instruments, magical or mundane, and then for any human eavesdroppers. Then, not finding any recording instruments, or any eavesdropping going on, with another wave. I make it so not a single sound will leave this room for a while, giving us the privacy I want. The colonel slams his hand on the table, and says, I needed to know that as soon as you joined, AVS. The SSR is my organization, and I needed to know that a wand-waving, memory-erasing wizard is here, on my team. I frown, not liking the accusations. Hey, I'm a telepath, but I never use telepathy for anything but my own knowledge-based gain. And if it is bound to harm someone not completely guilty, I don't do it. I just give him a look, that I learned after observing Steve for a few minutes, showing my disapproval. And say, please be careful what you say, Colonel. You might not like me, but I am still a captain in the British Army, and the leader of the Howling Commandos, your own anti-Hydra squad. Sighing, the colonel rubs his head, and says, I don't hate you, son. I hate not knowing stuff. I won't get into why you aren't using your magic mumbo-jumbo to grant us an advantage in this war. That debate is as old as war as a concept. What I want to know is how the wizards got accurate data about the mission, when even our own newspapers, and anything short of official reports, tell exaggerated tales. I want to know if my base is infiltrated, or if you're leaking our data. I shake my head, and say, I haven't given any information to anyone, not even my wizard friends. And I haven't seen a single wizard on base. If there's been an infiltration, it isn't here. The colonel stays silent, not entirely believing me. I could understand his thoughts on the matter. I get it, I really do. This is a war, and if good wizards can get such confidential information so easily, then what about dark wizards? Allies of Grindelwald, or wizard allies of Hydra? I lean forward on my chair, and ask him. Do you trust me any less, Colonel Phillips? He shakes his head, and mumbles, you're a good soldier, AVS, better than almost anyone save Rogers, which is definitely related to your magic, in hindsight. I just needed to be sure. Then believe me when I say this, if any wizard, good or bad, takes a single step inside this base, I will know it immediately. Heck, if a wizard flies in, even when turned into an animal, I'll know it. A wizard casts a single spell inside the base, or towards the base, I'll know it. No matter where I am, I will know it, and you can be damn sure that I'll be there to confront them. I say, looking at the colonel right in his eyes. And I wasn't lying. There were runic wards placed all over the Allied HQ, mostly focused around the archives and the SSR area. And focused on detecting magic. Any magic that doesn't belong to me is flagged by it. Doesn't matter if the magic is of a sorcerer, wizard, demon, god, elf, magical creature, artifact, spell, hex, wand, staff, etc. If it's magic, and if it's not mine, I will be informed as soon as it appears. And since I have the time turner, I can be here before the thing animal person even gets here. Of course, stronger magic users definitely have ways to get around those protections, but I have already made contingencies in that case. The point is, not a single magic user will be able to get here without my knowledge. And knowledge is something I pride myself on. The colonel looks at me, once again, only this time with a small smile, and says, I knew there was a reason I trusted you to rescue the soldiers that day. You actually care about the mission, don't you? Leaning back, I look at the picture hanging on the wall, and say, Muggles. No mace, are defenseless against magicals, I know that. And the current Dark Lord wants to rule over the entire world, Muggle and magical combined. The drafting was just a lucky coincidence. I was going to take part in the war either way. Because I couldn't leave you all completely defenseless. As I see Phillips open his mouth, no doubt to praise me, I say, but, I don't use magic against Muggle threats, which includes Hydra. Magic against magicals, and Muggle weapons against Muggles. Excluding the one time I used magic against Hydra when I had to escape capture. But well, it was before I had made this rule up. And excluding legilimency, telepathy of course. My thirst for knowledge definitely trumps this rule. And of course, emergencies. Okay, I have many exceptions to this rule. Not that I'm going to tell him that. The colonel stands up, and salutes me. As one does in lower-ranked soldier, his demeanor totally different from just a few minutes ago. He says, I completely understand your concerns, Captain. And don't worry, I won't even mention magic to anyone not magical, or already in the know. I know the rules, and I know the consequences, being a squib myself. Don't want to forget the magical world yet. I smile, and salute back at him. He then pulls something else out of his drawer, and says, there was another reason I called you here. You've been sent a letter from Buckingham Palace. A black coat from MI6 came in today morning. To personally deliver it, said something about a meeting with you. Taking the invitation letter from him, the seal still intact, I hide it inside a pocket, not smelling anything dangerous off of it, and say, thank you, Colonel, just. Maybe next time, try a bit light-hearted approach. The colonel scowls at me, and says, they don't pay me to be polite, son. They pay me to be authoritative. Now, get out and get to work. We leave for Italy in 3 days, and I want a plan of attack for the first factory ready in 2 days. And with that, I walk out of the room, winking at Lorraine as I pass her. Getting a smile in return, and go towards my room. Captain Mason Avs, British Armed Forces, you have been cordially invited to the Buckingham Palace for a meeting with His Royal Highness King Albert Frederick Arthur George, of House Windsor. Well, damn, this is huge, but I wonder why the king wants to meet now. Probably because I'm in England now, where before I was almost always on the front lines. A car was going to come pick me up tomorrow, for the meeting, and I was to be ready in my formal captain's uniform. Well, the new one at least. After I was transferred to the SSR, from the British Armed Forces. I was given a new formal uniform which showed my alignment to the UK, as well as the SSR. This is obviously going to be a meeting discussing my future in the army. As well as my wizarding identity. Really not that hard to figure out. The colonel gets a newspaper from Wizarding America, and I get a royal summoning, on the same day. Definitely connected, and I don't even need to be a genius to know that. Well, looks like I'm meeting the royals now. Should I tell anyone in the wizarding world? Nah, I'll just tell them if the meeting goes bad. Not like I expect it to. But better be prepared for anything. The next day, at exactly 8, a black Daimler car stops in front of me. In the driver's seat, was a black-suited man, wearing goggles. I can also SME. That he has 3 guns hidden on his body, and 4 in the car, along with a total of 5 knives, which have definitely seen blood. An agent then, an assassin more like. I don't hear a change in his heartbeat, however. So either he doesn't consider me a threat, or he isn't here to kill me. He doesn't even look at me, but taking the cue, I open the back door, and sit down behind the driving agent, seeing a glass window separating us. Probably the toughest they have access to. I wasn't carrying any weapon, save my wand, since this was a meeting with the king himself. It is literally illegal to take weapons anywhere near the Buckingham Palace. But, I doubt I'll need them. If the time comes, I can just use my mind, my magic, or my mutation to take care of the situation. Or summon any desirable weapon from the nowhere. After a 20-minute drive, we reach the palace gates, and after 10 minutes of searching my body, I am led inside, another agent accompanying me. Captain Avs. The agent says, offer. In his hand as soon as I'm free from the checking. My name is Special Agent Watson of the MI5. I'm here to take you to the king. Nodding at him, and shaking his hand, I say, Captain Mason Avs, of the SSR. Pleased to meet you, Agent Watson. As we walk towards wherever he's taking me, I go inside his mind, just as I did with the driver. The driver didn't know anything important about this meeting. He just knew he had to drop me here, and that I'm dangerous. This Agent Watson, however, is a lot more senior than the driver, and apparently, he knows a lot more about this meeting. Seems my guess was correct. They want to discuss something about the wizarding world. Going deeper, I momentarily stop, barely control my anger, my feral side not liking what I find in his head. So that's how it is, huh? This meeting won't be a simple one after all. Are you all right? Agent Watson asks, seeing me stop. Nodding, I smile at him, the anger hidden away for now, and say, I apologize, this painting here really fascinated me. Van Dyke, if I'm not wrong. The agent looks at the painting I pointed out, and it was beautiful, which is fortunate. He says, I wouldn't know, Captain. I'm not much of an art enthusiast. Shall we move on? Smiling at him, I say, sorry for that. I'll be sure not to be distracted anymore. As we reach a giant door, after many more flights of stairs, and open doors, SSING many a palace guard and black suit on our way, no doubt leading towards the king's throne room. Agent Watson stops me right before the door, and says, I'm afraid no weapons are allowed beyond this door. I look at him, a confused expression on my face, and say, but I'm not wearing my weapons on me. I knew about the no weapons rule before, and so, I left all my weapons at the HQ itself. Agent Watson smiles, and says, I'm not talking about your guns and knives, Captain. He goes towards a cabinet left conveniently near the door, and opens it up. Taking a long wooden box out of it, he says, please place your wand inside the box. I assure you that you will get it back as soon as you leave this room. Raising my eyebrow, I look at him warily, not immediately surrendering the wand. Sighing, Agent Watson pulls his sleeve back, and shows me a wand holster strapped to his left arm. He says, I'm a wizard myself, Captain Avs, just like you. I assure you, I will personally hand you the wand after this meeting. You just aren't allowed to carry it inside. Frowning, and with a lot of visible reluctance, I take my wand out, and hand it to him. He carefully opens the box, and places my wand inside. As soon as he closes the box, it glows once, showing me the runes for the enchantment, and then dims back down. The enchantments prevent anyone from summoning the wand to them, and the only way to open the box is through a specific pattern of knocks known only to Agent Watson, and now to me. Which is why, I didn't give him my own wand. I gave him one of the wands I'd found in the Slytherin castle, another acacia wand. 13 inches long, fairly similar in looks to my own, just in case they know what my wand is. Meanwhile, my wand sits comfortably inside the nowhere. Agent Watson aces the box inside the cabinet once again, and I see it glow once too. The runes on them tell me that the enchantments on the cabinet are the same as the ones on the box, along with a simple but effective additional ward. If I try to summon the wand, or if Agent Watson triggers the enchantments, the cabinet will burn the entire box, destroying the contents within too. Smiling, he says, there, your wand is safe now. Only I can open the cabinet, or the box, so you don't have to worry about anyone stealing it. Nodding, I say, glad to know there's at least one wizard here, to have my back if anything goes wrong. He wants me to trust him, completely. The sole wizard amongst the group of muggles. And so, I'll make it seem as if he's succeeding. And then, he opens the door directly, showing to me for the first time the throne room of the Buckingham Palace. Walking inside, I look at the hall, marveling at the sheer elegance the room brought forth. It isn't as big as I'd expected, and the platform that contained the thrones was just a couple steps high. And sitting on those two thrones were the current king and queen of the United Kingdom. King George V, and his wife, Queen Elizabeth. Their daughter, Princess Elizabeth, was nowhere to be seen, but there were other people there. A total of 4 people, 2 on each side of the red carpet that led to the monarchs, sat in soft chairs, looking completely relaxed. There didn't seem to be a chair for either me or Agent Watson. Then there were the guards, a total of 20 guards, including the Royal Palace guards, black suits, and 7 wizards. Surrounded the room on all sides. As I reach halfway towards the throne, Agent Watson motions me to stop, and both of us bow to the king and queen. Rise, the king says, in a barely audible voice. I do so, and look at him. The king was a soldier, that much I knew, and it is apparent on his self. He definitely looks like he can take care of himself. The queen, meanwhile, was just starting to gain some weight. her age making it so. Agent Watson clears his throat, and says, "May I present to you, His Royal Majesty King George VI, and his wife, Her Royal Highness Queen Elizabeth." The two in question nod at me, and I bow back. Agent Watson then points at the person closest to the king, on their right, and says, "Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Sir Winston Churchill." The Chief of the MI6, Major General Sir Stuart Menzies. The Director General of the MI5, Sir David Petrie. And lastly, Lieutenant General Adam Rivers, of the MIS. I nod at each person, showing proper respect, whenever Watson says their names. My anger at what they had planned for me, was currently hidden away deep inside me. Outwardly, I look confused, and ask, "I don't think I've heard of the MIS. Is it a new branch?" Rivers smiles, and says, "We're a top-secret branch, Captain Avs." The king clears his throat, making us all turn to him, purposefully straightening up a little. He says, "Captain Mason Avs. Or Captain Britain, whichever you prefer. You might be wondering why we have brought you here. First of all, congratulations on the rescue mission. We read the reports, and we have to say, you exceeded all our expectations." Bowing my head, I say, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I just did what any British citizen is wont to do. In any case, you rescued 281 soldiers from Hydra hands, saving them from a fate that we don't know of. And while Captain America did help you, we know that you were the one that actually rescued the soldiers, while Rogers went to find his friend." "Admirable," the king says, while the others stay silent. I nod, and say, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The king then says, "This is why we want you to work for us, for the royal family. You will be working under the banner of MIS, the Magical Intelligence Services, which is an organization under the MI5. We already have 27 wizards working for us, and you've already met Agent Watson, so you won't be totally alone there. You may speak up, if you have any questions." As he paused, allowing me to think, I asked, "What is the purpose of the MIS, Your Majesty? And why is it that you're asking me, a pretty famous face, to work in a covert organization?" The king smiles, and motions towards Rivers, who says, "The MIS was created to help the Ministry of Magic safeguard the statute of secrecy from our end. We make sure that no wizarding artifacts or objects enter the Muggle world, and that the wizarding threats don't harm us Muggles. Like that current Dark Lord, Grindelwald. We have already killed dozens of his soldiers when they tried attacking various places in the Muggle world, to cause chaos. His sales pitch was good, that's for sure. I wonder how many people they actually swindled by showing themselves to be the good guys." His mind tells me the answer, and I internally chuckle, the answer is far too many. Turning towards the king, I ask, "What about SSR then? I do need to lead a team starting today, to defeat Hydra. I cannot do that by being in the MIS. The king and Rivers share a brief look, as the king says, "You may keep your current job, Captain. But, I want you to officially join MIS today itself, and give us reports about any of the wizards you find during those raids. After the war is over, you will have to move away from the public sites, and join MIS permanently." Shaking my head, I say, "I'm afraid I'm going to have to decline, then. I appreciate the offer, but I am actually happy just working for the SSR, and on the front lines. I might be good at it, but I don't like to do spy work." "That wasn't an offer, soldier. That was an order. You're still a soldier of the British Armed Forces, just on loan to the SSR. And don't forget, your wizarding world comes under the British monarchy." The PM says, speaking up for the first time. I turn towards him, and say, "No offense meant, Minister Churchill, but I am not going to become a spy. After the war is over, I am going to become a healer, and work at St. Mungo's. And no offer is going to change my mind on that. You don't have an option, Captain Britain," the king says, bringing my attention back to him, as I feel a wand tip on the back of my head. At the same time that the other wizards point their own wands at me, and the guards point their guns. Well, this was fast. I wondered how long it'd take them to resort to threats. I freeze, not moving, as the king continues speaking. He says, "You're a good soldier, very well-rounded. And you're being limited in the SSR. A wizard has no place in the front lines of a regular person's war. You However, do have a place in the dark side of it. Imagine it, Captain, a wizard assassin, who can go unnoticed anywhere, someone who can kill people with just 2 words. Someone who's actually had experience in infiltrating enemy territories, and someone who can fight like us normal people, while also being a strong enough wizard to threaten the lieutenants of the Dark Lord Grindelwald. Now, you will join us, willingly, or you will be forced to. Just do it, Captain. I'm a wizard, and I'm actually happy working in the MIS. You'll be making an actual difference here, you know. We also have good medical insurance. Agent Watson says, while still holding a wand to my head. What should I do? I can't kill them all, and definitely not the 6 highly important people here. There are too many people who know I'm having this meeting, and it will take too long for me to track everyone they told it to. Well, I do need to get out of here, without hurting them. So, Theatrix it is. I say, you know. This would have actually worked on me about a decade ago, the making a difference speech. Feeling the wand push a bit forward, I snap my fingers, casting an area-wide Petrificus Totalis spell. Freezing everyone right in their places, unable to even move their mouths. Turning around, I see Agent Watson moving his eyes rapidly, stuck in his body, his wand still raised, now pointed at my forehead. Raising my hand, I catch the wand in my 2 fingers, and pull it out of his hands. How are you doing that? Your wand is locked, the king says, moving his neck around, looking at all the trapped soldiers. Even the 5 wizards inside the room, including Watson, were completely useless in stopping me. I'd left him able to move his neck, just because he's a king. Royals should get better treatment, no. Smirking at the king, I drop Watson's wand on the ground, and say, a wand does not make a wizard, Georgie old boy. It just makes magic spells possible. There are still a lot of things that aren't strictly spells, that I can use without the need for a wand. These wizards that you have in your MIS are barely more competent than an average Auror. And besides, I'm Captain Mason fucking Avs. Sooner or later, I always find a way to escape capture. Guards, guards, the king yells, still not able to move more than his head. Chuckling, I say, you think they can hear you? Your guards can't hear anything inside this room. The wizard guards of yours cast spells to prevent eavesdropping, by your own orders of course. Turning serious, I say, now, I might be an orphan. But I have learned a lot about the wizarding world, and that includes its laws. I know we're autonomous, working inside our own lands, so don't try and say you're the ruler of the wizards too. What do you want? King George asks, cheerful from fright, being completely at my mercy. Now he knows how the wizards he recruited feel. I glare at him, and say, you're the one who brought me here, you absolute dimwit. Pausing, I say, what I want, is to kill you, and every person here. Seeing him start tearing up even more, I relish a little, and continue, fortunately for you, I can't do that. Not yet at least. Now, I would have threatened you more, but well, I have a planning session to get to. Please, don't kill us. The king begs, pleading with just his eyes. I stop my hand, as I was raising it to my forehead. And say, I will kill you, George. For all that your Ms. did under the banner of keeping peace, keeping the statute, I'm going to kill you. But not yet. Assassination, torture, mind control, stealing. Forceful unbreakable vows. Every single thing you did, you'll pay for it. Alas, you won't remember this conversation enough to be on guard. And then, I raise my hand to my forehead. And a second later, cancel the Petrificus Totalis charm. As they all get back to their senses, Watson's wand back in his holster, they immediately forget that they were frozen at all. King George wipes his eyes. And says, a beautiful tale of your mission, Captain Avs. Truly. Now, what about your answer? 5 minutes later, I leave the Buckingham Palace, my spare wand back in my possession. And after fooling all the people that were inside the throne room, I changed all their memories to show that I agreed to their condition, and took the vows. But, the king told me not to give reports until I come here personally, which I won't, not yet. In return, the king personally knighted me, that I kneeled for only in their memories, in honor of all the great deeds I did, and am going to do, in this war. Well, he offered the knighthood of his own accord, who am I to refuse? Ms. Another organization to look out for. Outwardly, it's Mission Intelligence Services, a sub-branch of the MI5. That's just focused on data analysis. But, for those in the know, it is the Magical Intelligence Services, an intelligence agency specifically created to keep an eye on the wizarding world. Created during the reign of King George V, Ms. was formed when a group of dark wizards caused a lot of mayhem during the World War I. They killed over 100 muggles, and burned down a lot of food godowns. At first, MIS was tasked with recruiting disgruntled squibs that the British wizarding family had discarded. They kept an eye on the squibs throughout their life, and recruited any that looked promising. By recruiting, I mean manipulated into turning their family secrets over to the Ms. They were trained intensely, paid well, and had good lives all around. They were actually appreciated, just as long as they spied on the wizarding world for them. This, in return, made them completely loyal to the Ms. They gave the muggles access to the prominent wizarding surnames, so the Ms can keep an eye on any that pops up out in the muggle world. Even I was amongst the list, but since I was a wizard, and hence under the surveillance by Aurors, they didn't approach me before. But that's not that important. After squibs, Ms turned their eye towards the muggleborns who had left the wizarding world back. Claims of the wizarding world being under the rule of the monarchy was enough for them to talk. And to promise loyalty to them. And they already have 27 scorned muggleborn wizards in the Ms, as of this moment. Thank you, purebloods. This was on the wizarding world itself, though. They scorn a lot of people, and then cry when those people complain. But, I can't sympathize with the muggleborns either. I'm basically a muggle raised, and I did my own research about the wizarding law. As soon as I had gotten access to the library. Everyone knows what the muggle world has done to the wizarding world in the past. Countless attacks, burnings, witch hunts, putting one wizarding group against another. Half the reasons for the establishment of the ICW, and the statute, can be laid at the hands of the muggles and the church. And these recruited wizards, scorned or not, basically turned traitor against their own kind. They informed the muggles about goblin contracts, vows, oaths, different spells, rituals, and all, and then got trapped in those contracts themselves. They bloody took unbreakable vows to always serve the royal family. 27 wizards, working for the muggles, spying on the wizarding world for them. Betrayal. I know wizards aren't completely innocent. They dark lords that create problems for them. We have dark wizards, most of them free, who love hunting muggles as a sport. But the rest, most of the wizards just want to live their own lives. Other than the dark wizards, everyone literally wants to live their own lives, not wanting any troubles. Even when Muggle Britain was out there, colonizing everything, Wizarding Britain left the wizarding countries alone. Not wanting to put the effort into invasions. And Muggles, meanwhile, sought us out, repeatedly, to ask us to solve their problems. And when we refused to solve all their problems, well, witches gonna burn. And the 27 wizards vowed their loyalty to the ones that did all that. Ms. and the Dom. Both of these organizations are looking to harm the wizarding world, or take over it, and I won't let them. Not yet, but as soon as the war is over, I'm going to start working on taking care of the two organizations. But now, I have missions to get to. In that story, Helena takes over the Ms, bit by bit. Using her telepathy to not mess things up, and turns it into an actual statute-protecting organization. I might do something similar here, or I might not. Depends on my mood. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta. The Howling Commandos. Just a clarification, which I've been forgetting about writing for so long lol. Mason only used Victor's blood, flesh, and bones in his ritual. I know I wrote James's blood at one point. And I had thought that I had fixed it, apparently not everywhere. I'm fixing it now, don't worry. Once again, Mason only used Victor's blood, flesh, bones, and he only got his mutation. As for his healing factor being slower than James's, that is true. I'd originally written it that way itself, and made Mason's thoughts reflect it. I have no idea why I changed it. Probably to make it reflect the comics or something, but I'm changing it back. Victor. Thank you. Now read on. What are we doing here again? Steve asks, holding his new vibranium shield, as we stand in a boxing ring, still in London. We were going to begin with our attacks on Hydra soon, but until we get the green light from the higher-ups, we're stuck at the Italian base. Facing Steve, holding two of my longer knives in my hand. I say, you're currently stronger than me, there's no doubt there. You punch harder than me, when you want to, and your kicks have a good strength in them too. I'm sorry, Steve says, looking confused, and then asks, but didn't you tell the team that you're stronger than me? Pointing my right knife at him, I say, I said I would win most of the fights we have. It's not the same. I'm strong, and I will grow stronger with age, but right now, you're definitely stronger. But that's not the point. The point is, you don't know how to use that strength. If you fight the Red Skull as you are now, you will lose. Steve nods, admitting his lack in this regard, and says, I've been trying to control it, limit my strength so I don't break anyone's bones unintentionally. But I'm still working on that. I look at Steve, internally say, fuck it, and run towards him, my knives extended. Within a few seconds, I reach him, and swipe at his head. Steve blocks the knife with his shield, and as his sight is blocked, I knee him in the gut, sending Steve skidding backwards. As he looks up at me, betrayal and shock apparent in his expressions, I say, you need experience to become better at controlling your strength. Your strength may have been enhanced, but your actual fighting skills are still close to nil. You're basically an untrained person, with just damn good instincts, strength, and flexibility. You need to train your body to be an actual fighter. Nodding, Steve stands up, and this time attacks me with his shield, punching with his left hand at my head. The edge of the shield speeding towards me. I lean to the side to let the shield pass, and as Steve punches with his right hand, I turn around, catching Steve's punch, and throwing him away in a judo throw. Thankfully, other than us, no one else was here to witness my show of strength, not even Peggy Carter. She was with the Colonel and Stark, going over the Hydra intel, while our team was going over the new uniforms they had just gotten. I wait for Steve to stand up, and ask, that the best you got? Because you might as well quit now. Standing up, Steve glared at me, and says, I can do this all day. I wave my knife towards him, in a, come on, gesture, and say, well, show me then. Steve runs towards me, and jumps up, his right leg extended in a high kick. I barrel roll under his kick, and immediately turn around. My knives primed to attack his back. But Steve was already ready, and the shield stops my knives in their spot. Turning around, he lets the knife go towards the side, and punches at my head. I lean backwards, letting the punch go harmlessly, but then, Steve ignores my head, and holds onto my left hand, with his right. I punch at his elbow with my right hand, and Steve dodges by moving his arm to his left. As my hand starts retreating, Steve catches it with his left hand, and locks our arms together in a battle of strength. I try to use my strength to separate our arms, and he uses his superior strength to hold them together. My legs still free, I kick at the side of his knee with my right leg, making him drop down. He headbutts my stomach, barely missing my groin, making me drop down on my own knees, our hands still locked in a battle of strength. He then surprises me, and headbutts my face as soon as I'm down, making me lose my strength and drop down backwards. My nose definitely broken. Thankfully Steve takes the time to take a few steps back, probably afraid of having hurt me. Getting up, I take my hands away from my nose, I chuckle. As my nose starts healing, right in front of Steve's surprised eyes, I say, now, that's what I'm talking about. Let's continue, shall we? I am strong, Steve is stronger. But I am also faster than him, with better instincts, and better fighting experience. This was a freebie, to show him that I'm not afraid of his hits, that his hits won't actually harm me. And now, I can begin with actually making him a better fighter. Someone who doesn't depend on his strength and shield for everything. Maybe this way, I won't have to worry about him dying in this war. That was weird to watch. Is this also part of your gift? Steve asks, looking at the blood drop down on the ground harmlessly, as my wound heals. This reminds me to take care of securing my blood. I'll do it tonight. I shrug, and say, For all I know, yes. Now that you know you won't kill me, can we get serious? Steve nods, and attacks with his right hand. Let's start training Captain America. December 1943, France. Black trousers, black shirt, and a gray carbon polymer chest protector. There was also a black helmet that Stark himself made, guaranteed to stop most handgun bullets. The trousers and shirt were plain, but the Saint armor had an image of the British flag painted on the right side of it, while the helmet had the image of the SSR symbol, wings, painted on both sides. That was my uniform for the Howling Commandos. To denote me being the team leader, the colonel had asked Stark to add the symbol of the SSR as a light watermark on the front and back of my chest armor, and only mine. On my tactical pants, and inside the chest armor, there were many throwing knives held by holders, since Stark knew that I like throwing knives. On two sides of my hip were two handguns, while on my back was the Bren light machine gun. There were many magazines inside the chest armor. All in all, the uniform protected me pretty well. Why do you even need that much armor? Don't you heal quickly? Steve had asked yesterday, when I had first worn the uniform as a trial. I had told him then, and I say this now again, I might not stay injured, but every injury still hurts the same. I made the error in getting shot on purpose once, and only the adrenaline had stopped me from breaking down into tears then. It fucking hurts, and I don't look forward to getting shot at again. Steve still had the red, white, and blue uniform, only made to be more durable than the one he used in the USO. The entire uniform of his was lined with carbon polymer. He also has the vibranium shield, now painted in red, white, and blue, the American colors. The others had chosen their own colors, depending on their own preferences, but even their armors were designed to protect them, while also not slowing them down any. Currently, we were all approaching the first Hydra factory on our list, after 3 days of complete planning, and we had tried to compensate for everything. This factory was the smallest, and it was the only one still standing in France. The only reason France hadn't taken care of it, is that they didn't know it existed. We had gotten the green light from France to carry out the attack against the base. The factory was where they assembled guns, rifles, and bombs for Hydra to use, sending them over by trains. Looking at it, I turned my head around to look at Barnes, who was about 100 meters away from me, sitting on top of a tree branch. Beside me were Steve, Duggan, and Fullsworth, waiting for the go order. Dernier, Jones, and Timmy were at the back of the factory, waiting for us to provide them the distraction. They were going to rescue any prisoners they find, if there are any, extract any information they can get their hands on, and plant bombs to blow the factory up. Raising my hand upwards, I signal Bucky to start the attack. And start walking towards the base, my machine gun in my hand, the rest of the team right behind me. Steve was holding a handgun in his right hand, while his left held his shield. Duggan had a shotgun in his hands, while Fullsworth also held a machine gun. It doesn't take us long to gain Hydra's attention, as I see a man point his gun at me. He dies almost immediately, courtesy of Bucky's bullet. But this catches the attention of the others. Immediately, we start running towards the factory, not minding the gunfire raining down near us. My telekinesis was taking care of it all, as my team and I were busy taking care of the ground forces. As soon as we enter through the gates of the factory, dead bodies already littering the ground, I turn around to the left, Fullsworth with me. While Steve goes towards the right with Duggan, I see 3 soldiers on the ground, hiding behind barriers, while 2 point their guns at us from the windows of the factory. Ellsworth hoots one of the window soldiers in the face, killing him immediately, while I fire at the hiding soldiers as soon as they appear out of hiding, killing them all. Within a couple minutes, the grounds of the base is cleared. With only the factory remaining now. Meeting at the door, I turn towards Steve, and say, "Do the honors, Captain America." Chuckling, Steve says, "As you wish, Captain Avalon." For the public, despite not being a super strong super soldier, I was still a good enough soldier to lead a team and command the only known super soldier in the world. This was enough for them to start naming me a superhero too. Captain Britain, which was my favored nickname by the public, not me, turned into Sir Captain Britain as soon as the news of my knighthood got out. Thankfully, it didn't stick. It however didn't take long for the British newspapers to come up with the names Captain Avalon, the Howling Knight, Captain Knight, and many other names for me. And as much as I loved the name Captain Knight, it wasn't in my hands. The public chose the name Captain Avalon, after a lot of propaganda by the British government, since calling me Captain Britain would have been too arrogant, and would have totally copied the USA. They literally took Captain Avs, and turned the last word to Avalon, to make me seem a bit more. But, oh well, it could have been worse. Pulling his leg back, Steve kicks the door down, and immediately puts his shield up, to block a few bullets fired at him. Walking inside the room, I point my gun at a soldier at the top floor, and shoot. Switching my aim as soon as I confirm the hit, I move on to the next person, trusting my team to carry their own tasks. Jim and Fullsworth were tasked with the balconies, and the upper floor, while Steve and Duggan were tasked with the ground floor. As I aim towards a person that I see aiming his own Hydra energy rifle at Steve's back, his head explodes, thanks to a bullet hitting him in the back of his head. CKY Barnes was tasked with killing as many people as he can, while keeping an eye on our backs. Soon, Dernier, Timmy, and Jones join us 5 in killing Hydra soldiers, and without saying anything, we keep killing them all. We don't enjoy killing, none of us do, but this is a war, and none of us is going to hesitate in killing right now. 25 minutes after beginning our attack, Dernier yells, "Now! Retreat!" There were still more than a few dozen soldiers still alive, firing at us from their hidden locations. But they won't be alive for long. Taking Jacques' cue, the team starts running back out the door we had just broken in. While Steve and I stay at the back, giving cover fire, Bucky doing the same from the trees. As soon as we reach the tree line, some of the Hydra soldiers following after us, the factory explodes. Dernier having planted bombs to ensure it. Boom. The explosion is massive enough, that even from behind the trees, we're forced to cover our faces to protect our eyes. It also sends the Hydra soldiers that had followed after us flying towards us, dropping them harshly on the ground, still alive but definitely injured. Taking a few breaths to gather myself, I say, "Check them, see if anyone's alive. Steve, call for the ride. Let's go home and celebrate, boys, our first mission's a success." One factory in France, in December of 1943. One factory, and a couple of Nazi bases in Belgium. In January of 1944. This is what we have accomplished in these 2 months, and there's a lot more to come. The SSR was still based in London, and we would go there after every attack, to plan the next move. Which is where we were right now. In the conference room, with the map of the war on the big table in front of us, were all of the 8 Howling Commandos, Agent Peggy Carter, Colonel Phillips, Private Lorraine Smith, a few corporals, as well as Howard Stark. There in front of us, marked, were the Hydra and Nazi bases still remaining, but all of us had our attention on 4 marks in particular, all of them in Poland. 2 of those marks were marked with the Nazi symbol, a slanted swastika, while the other 2 were marked with the Hydra symbol, an octopus. I really find it weird how the symbol of Hydra is a damned octopus, but not the point. The point is, the 2 Hydra bases were very close to each of the Nazi concentration camps, within a few miles in fact. Which means, we can't afford to hit them one at a time, since the other camp will know it immediately. I can't allow that, it's too risky, attacking with half our strengths. The colonel says, arguing against the idea I just put forth. Sighing, I say, we don't have a choice. If we attack the Hydra factory first, then the Nazi camp will know, and call for aerial backup before we even begin our attack on them. And they might also threaten the prisoners. If we attack the Nazis first, Hydra will have more time to prepare. We need to attack them both at the same time. The Nazis aren't our responsibility, son. Just because Hydra plans on taking over the bases within a month doesn't mean it makes us our job to liberate it. The colonel says, with what looks like regret on his face. Steve, ever the passionate, stands up, and says, "We joined this war to defeat the Nazis, Colonel. Our primary target may have been switched to Hydra, but it doesn't make Nazi any less our responsibility." Nodding, I say, "Tim, Fullsworth. Jim and I will attack the Nazi camp, in a rescue mission, and Steve, Bucky, Duggan and Jones will attack and destroy the Hydra camp." We'll do the same for the second set later, when we have planned for them enough. The colonel stares at us, and sighs. He says, I wonder when I became so soft. Fine, plan your attacks, give me a briefing and then leave. I want both the Nazis and Hydra gone. And then, he leaves, taking Peggy and Lorraine with him. Looking at Steve, I nod, and say, you'll lead your team. Ask Stark for the factory's blueprints, and start with planning. Steve nods, and takes his team outside. Now alone with my half of the team, excluding the corporals working there, I say, let's go somewhere private to plan, shall we? An infiltration mission is not something we can just describe out in the open. The team nods, and we go towards the private rooms, where we can plan in peace. At sharp 11 p.m., 2 days later, our team succeeds in our mission, rescuing more than 100 Jews and over 30 sympathizers from the concentration camp. As soon as every prisoner is out of the camp, I blow it up to Kingdom Come, so that Hydra doesn't take over it anyway. Meanwhile, a few miles away, we see a fire burning, the Hydra camp destroyed by Steve and his half of the team. And just like that, our first split team missions were done. A few days later, we take care of the other pair of Nazi and Hydra bases, before the Nazis can plan too much for a defense. And so, at the end of February, we cleanse Poland of any Hydra presence, while also liberating over 400 Jewish prisoners and 100 rebels. All in a few days of work. Are you seriously recording us right now? I ask, annoyed at the SSR publicity crew, filming us tired soldiers, the rescued people, the burnt ground and even the destroyed Nazi camp. Corpses of the Nazi soldier covering the ground. A corporal turns towards me, apologetic, and says, I'm sorry, sir. Colonel's orders. I sigh, and let the men do whatever they want. The higher-ups probably need proof that we're doing something. Plus, seeing Captain America and Captain Avalon doing a good job in the army is bound to increase recruitment rate and the sale of war bonds. Fucking politics. But, Steve is probably also acing a camera right now, in the base a few miles over. Just imagining him messing something up, however unintentionally, makes me chuckle. Tim walks over to me, as we see the corporals nurse the prisoners, and asks, you aren't going there. Aren't you a doctor? Snorting, I say, I was a medical student, and I worked as a combat medic, during battles. These corporals have more experience than me, and I'll just turn into an annoyance for them if I go. Besides, I'm really second-guessing my doctor dream Northwest. I mean, it wasn't mine in the first place. It was Child Mason's, but still, when we became one, I had all but embraced his dream, wanting to honor him, and our mother, that way. But now, after seeing so many injured people, so many different types of wounds, and so many illnesses, well, I'm really not sure about it anymore. I'm tired of seeing injured people. But well, this is not the time to decide, not after a battle at least. Or not after I was just shot. I absently rub my shoulder, the phantom pains irritating me just a bit. I'd bandaged the wound, despite it not being there anymore. It was a lucky shot, since usually I bend the bullets with my telekinesis field anyway. This man was just too close to me, that I couldn't move it too much without my team getting suspicious. Seeing the plane landing, ready to extract us and the prisoners, I pat Tim on the shoulder, and say, come on, let's get out of here. I need a warm bath right now. Tim chuckles, and supports me as we walk towards the smaller plane. Fullsworth and Jim discussing something ahead of us. As we sit down in the plane, along with a dozen other soldiers, I look at all of them, since these men had also taken part in the attack, and say, you did good, soldiers. Today's round's on me. Most of the men just nod, while Jim just raises his hand to acknowledge it, too tired to even cheer. Well, they deserve the silence, and so do I. For over a year, our team moved around Europe, liberating as many Hydra bases as we can find. The ones we had gotten info about during the rescue mission were already destroyed in the first few months itself. Including them, we had destroyed a total of 17 Hydra bases, and 7 concentration camps, after rescuing all the prisoners. And all of us had improved a lot, becoming closer as the days went. Steve and Bucky were becoming famous in America as the superhero and sidekick duo, which Bucky was really annoyed about. While I was becoming known as a superhero in Britain, the name Captain Avalon becoming a name everyone now knows me by. I was the first British superhero, someone who was leading the Howling Commandos into liberating the world of Nazis. Right now, a day after our latest raid in destroying a well-defended Hydra base in Austria, we were waiting for our next target. And this one was pretty well defended. The Howling Commandos had to lead an entire company of 150 soldiers against this base. There were big panzers, smaller tanks, and heavy artillery, not counting the 300 men defending the factory. But we had won, losing a few good men in the process. Alas, this is war, and death is inevitable. I had already seen far too many of our men die, and my eidetic memory means I remember all of their faces and their names. I really just want this war to be over, despite how eager I was to join it in the beginning. Seeing Lorraine going over some papers, I smile, a bit melancholic. Our affair was over now, both of us too busy with our duties to do anything save for talk infrequently. Besides, I never wanted to pursue her seriously. She's a muggle, and highly unlikely to ever be immortal. Body enhancement rituals don't work on muggles the same, and the ritual that I did was of the same type. But well, at least we had fun in this short while. You're going to have to split up again, President's orders. The Colonel says, as soon as he walks inside the conference room. I look at him, already dreading the answer, and ask, what's the mission? The Colonel slides a file over at me, and says, we have intel that Hitler is going after a weapon of the gods, some occult weapon that could make anyone into a god. We don't rightly believe it, but even the president can't take the risk of letting something like that go into Hitler's hands, and he doesn't trust the regular soldiers to do it successfully. I raise my eyebrow, after briefly reading the file, and ask, the king agreed to this. Sending just me and Timmy to Norway. The mission was legit, that much I know. At least, it's legit as far as the colonel is concerned. Don't know about the weapon though, least of all what it actually is. A weapon of gods, on Earth, not impossible, but highly unlikely at Hitler will find something like that, not without help. Fuck, damn you Grindelwald. The colonel nods, and says, the higher-ups have already talked it out, don't worry about it. The only reason just the two of you are being sent is that you're best suited for it. Avs for infiltration, and Roth for being lookout. Besides, Roger's mission is something just as important. Sliding another file towards Steve, he says, we have found Arnim Zola. Snap. I close my file as I was reading it, and scowl angrily at the colonel. I say, if Zola is found, then I need to be there. That bastard took my blood. I might have destroyed all of it, but that doesn't mean it's even. Heck, even the burned face I gave him doesn't mean it's even. Snorting, the colonel says, and that's exactly why you aren't going, son. You've already burned his face. If you see him next, I doubt you'll leave him alive, and we need him alive. No, your mission is in Norway. Now, pack, and rest up. You leave in 3 hours, all of you. Fuck. This smells like a manipulation, from very high up. Steve and I being sent on different missions is not rare, we've already done independent missions before, but this happening right when Zola is found. This is weird. I look at Bucky, hiding my sadness at his fate from my face, as we start walking towards our rooms. I just realized. This is the mission that he gets captured in. The one where he starts becoming the Winter Soldier. Seeing Steve and Bucky talk animatedly, with Bucky describing all he'll do to Zola when he's caught, I frown, thinking. Should I interfere? Or I unleash something far worse if I do so? Sighing, I let them leave, not saying anything. Despite all that is fated to happen to him, Bucky becomes happy, not too soon, but he will be. There's no guarantee that by saving him now, I don't condemn him to a fat hundreds of times worse than this one. I'm a really bad friend. Maybe I really should have stuck to the wizarding side of the war. But well, I have a mission of my own to focus on, one with a possibly divine weapon, or just a magical weapon. Wonder what Grindelwald's side goal is this time. Many people will condemn me for trying to keep canon intact, and yes, I'm doing it like that. I can give many excuses on Mason's behalf, on why he isn't acting on his knowledge, but I won't. Because this is my decision. Too many changes now, in the past, means that I won't be able to predict the consequences happening in the future. As a writer, I will get frustrated with all the ripples I'll create by changing something, and I don't want that. I'm not that good of an author to write those changes without crying myself to sleep. So, canon, yay. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta, trap. Sorry for being late, I was very busy for the last 2 days. For those who like it, I've uploaded a plot bunny collection on FFN, and currently have 4 plot bunnies up. Interested authors can adopt any of those stories freely, just send me a link. Read on. Tim and I lay prone near a few trees, covered by ghillie suits, looking down at the small town that is our target. Asgardstrand. Asgardstrand is a very small town, almost a village in fact, about 10 kilometers away from Tønsberg, Norway. It is a port town at the east coast of Norway, and is one of the many places where Nazi presence is very high. There were almost 300 soldiers down there, right now, to guard a town of just 350 Norwegians. The rebels were all probably already dead, or imprisoned somewhere else. Tim and I came to Norway last night, with a stealth plane especially designed by Stark dropping us off. He flew the camouflaged, almost silent plane, without turning the lights on at all, and had us parachute down here, 3 miles outside of Asgardstrand. That was last night, at 11 p.m., local time. After that, we had to walk, and sometimes crawl towards the village, moving silently in the darkness of the night, which took us almost 8 hours. And now, for the last 3 hours, we have been sitting there, silently observing the digging going on, after eating our rations, also silently. I was continuously using my telepathy to make sure that we weren't found by anyone. The ghillie suits themselves were well made, no doubt there, and they were built by using the data about the flora here that we had. But, this is a war, and I doubt the Nazis are any less vigilant, just because they rule Norway. Even without the telepathic field of, nothing's wrong here, we had stayed completely still for the last 3 hours, watching over the village, and the giant hole being dug right in the middle of it. Knowing that no one's around us, thanks to my telepathy, I whisper to him, I don't think the dig's done yet. They haven't found whatever weapon they're looking for, but judging by the excitement on the general's face, they're definitely close. From my right, Tim says, they look excited, all right. You're going in. Nodding, I say, I'll cover you while you get into position, after that, I'll go in. Tim nods back, both of us still looking at the dig, and says, I'll find a tree to hide on top of, ready to back you up, if anything goes wrong. Tim was going to be my lookout, while I infiltrate the town as a Nazi soldier. The thoughts that I could hear didn't seem to hint that it was anything but an honest dig, to find the divine weapon, ordered by Adolf Hitler himself. But, I still wasn't going to let my guard down. I guess he must be trying to find something to combat Hydra, as well as us howling commandos. And a weapon that can turn him into a god is not something he'll ignore. Since we were hidden very well, Tim gets up, still wearing the ghillie suit, and starts walking backwards. I see through my binoculars, to see if someone has seen him. Finding one such soldier, in a watch tower, looking in my direction, I enter his mind, and find him about to raise an alarm, since he had actually seen Tim. Immediately, I control his mind, and forcefully calm him down. What's wrong? His companion asks him, having seen him momentarily startle. Directly controlling him, I answer through his mouth, sounding fascinated, and say, I just saw an amazing pair of birds. The other soldier slaps the one I possessed on the back of his head, and says, pay attention, damn it, don't just look at birds. The Führer wants this mission to go without any issues. Changing his memories to reflect the birds, and his fascination at them, I retreat back to my own mind. This is the first time I've actually directly controlled anyone, and I don't know how I feel about it. It's everything my morals condemn. Since it's too damn similar to the Imperious curse. I've possessed people, sure, and even ridden the back of their minds. I've also copied the entire memory bank of almost a dozen people. But actually controlling them, nah, this is the first time I did it. But well, I needed to do this, or our mission would have failed. Seeing Tim settle down in his position, on top of a thick branch of a tree. Hidden within the leaves, a single sniper rifle extended out of it, I nod and start crawling backwards. Time to become a Nazi, and infiltrate the village. Getting out of the ghillie suit. Once outside the view of the town of Asgardstrand, I wear the set of a lower-ranked Nazi soldier that we had liberated for this exact purpose, and start walking. Within 5 minutes, I once more reach the tree line. And look at the town, the digging still going on with the help of cranes, and the imprisoned Norwegians. The Nazi soldiers were all surrounding the hole being dug, their guns pointed inside. And some of them pointing outside to guard them. Taking my wand out, I tap it on top of my head, and whisper, Illusio, immediately feeling as if someone cracked an egg on top of my head. My disillusionment charm was now good enough, that I was completely invisible. Not even running around would allow anyone to see me. Now invisible, I use my telepathy and connect to Tim's mind, making his mind. And just his mind see me clearly. And then, I walk out, confidently, towards the town. No one stops me, on account of me being invisible, but for Tim, it must look as if I was just that good at infiltration. Sure enough, I feel a lot of awe in his mind, at how I pass a pair of gun-toting Nazis, without even getting a single glance from them. As soon as I reach the hole, however, I stop, and frown. I could feel every mind in this town, thanks to my telepathy, now being in the very center. But something was wrong. The minds that I could hear the thoughts of were normal, nothing about them said anything regards to me. Or Tim, or even the weapon, whatever it is. But 10 of these minds were different. I could feel them, but I couldn't hear a single thought from them. Just like when I felt the minds of the Flamels, but couldn't hear their thoughts. This is wrong, something definitely feels wrong. 10 minds inaccessible to me, even with the Phoenix's training. 1, I can excuse, even 2, since a telepath. Or even a sorcerer can train to completely block offensive telepathy. But 10, it was as if. This is a trap. And I walked right into it. Feeling the hair on the back of my neck stand up, I immediately duck. And see something fly over my head. Something small, with a blue light that was blinking. I blink at it, seeing the item fall into the hole almost in slow motion. I immediately bring my hands forward, casting my strongest and quickest shield spell, and then, boom MMMM. The shield charm breaks, the force of the magical explosion too much for it to handle. Pain, burning, melting skin, blackness, unknown paw, third person. Behind Captain Avalon, the brave Sir Mason Avs, stood a building, 3 stories tall. On the terrace of the building, stood 7 men, seemingly Nazis, with guns in their arms. They were all looking over the ground around the hole, waiting for something. He's here, one of them suddenly says, pointing down, in a German accent. Another one removes a wand from his sleeve. Pointing it at his own eyes, he casts a spell, Percipio, allowing him to see through any illusion, even invisibility. Smirking confidently, his spell showing him exactly where the invisible Captain Avalon was standing, the man keeps his wand back inside his sleeves, and throws a small item at him, using the wandless banishing charm to speed it up. Amazingly enough, the captain dodges the item by ducking down, letting it sail over his head harmlessly. ... or so he thinks. The man doesn't lose his smirk, however, raises both his hands up, and summons a Geon telekinetic shield around him and his companions. The transparent shield raises, and completely surrounds the 7 people, just in time to protect them all from the inevitable explosion, the highly say energy shield protecting them all from the explosion, the flames, as well as the shockwave that was emitted from it. The shield crackles, but holds, keeping those inside it safe from the explosion. Alas, the brave Sir Captain Avalon was too close to the explosion, and was immediately thrown towards the building to his back by the shockwave, his shield destroyed by the magical bomb, but not before. The flames massive enough to burn all his hair, and his face off completely hit him point blank. The man bends down, to see the captain slam into the building they were standing on top of, making the building shake some more. The explosion also kills over 200 of the Nazis and Norwegians that were inside, or close to the digging site. The shockwave, meanwhile travels even further, sending many People flying away from their positions, most of them landing harshly, and killing many Asgardstrand residents from broken necks. All over Asgardstrand, glass windows break, walls fall, and buildings crack, thanks to the massive explosion. And the shockwave. Outside the town, the lone man sitting atop a tree, looking through the scope of a sniper rifle, also falls prey to the shockwave and drops down on the ground, breaking both his legs and an arm, and immediately blacks out from the pain. The man who had raised the telekinetic shield drop it, immediately feeling the warmth of the air, thanks to the explosion, and turns to his companions. To the first German wizard, he says, "Hilbert, go find the muggles that came with him. They should be somewhere around the town. William, the weapon should be out by now. Thanks to our explosive help. Find it, and bring it here." Gellert asked us to bring it directly to him. Shaw, the man, named William begins, as the man named Hilbert apparates away to find Captain Avs's companions, but is forced to stop by the telekinetic force field of the leader snapping his mouth shut and holding him still. Glaring at William, he says, "I will take it to him myself, William. But first, we need to take care of the other pests that are after it and subdue Captain Avs. We aren't the only ones here to survive the explosion. It seems the good captain is recovering faster than we anticipated. No wonder Gellert wants him alive," a woman says, from her position, looking down at the fallen man. Glaring at William once more, for good measure, he says, "His regeneration is second only to the ferals that Victor failed to capture. Let's go and secure Captain Avs. We need to escape with the weapon, and Avs, before the others catch on." Nodding, Will, I am apparates a way to extract the weapon they had come here for, and the team leader says, "Don't let your guard down, no matter what. We all know what his gifts are, and what he's capable of. He's a dangerous enemy, even with the 7 of us fighting together. So, stick to the plan." He glares at them all, one by one, and menacingly whispers, "If this mission fails, if Avs gets away, I will flay you all alive, giving you a very painful deaths, and then create inferi out of your corpses to fight in the war." Knowing he's entirely serious, the remaining 4 people nod, and then, as one, they all apparate down. Seeing Captain Avs start standing up, already healed up nicely, everyone thinks you had to give a threatening speech and give him time to heal, didn't you? But not one of them says it out loud, afraid of his anger. When I wake up, after the explosion knocked me out, with the help of the wall I slammed into, I first feel nothing but pain. Everywhere on the front of my body hurt, as it had faced the full brunt of the explosion. But my back wasn't entirely unhurt. I had slammed pretty hard into the building wall, and a lot of my bones had cracked. Not for the first time, I then the fact that I had taken Victor's healing factor into myself, and have developed some minor pain tolerance over all these months of injuries. So, very slowly, the pain dulls, and I start healing once again. My skin itching with every inch that heals. Putting my hand on my head, I rub it, and look around. The explosion had taken out most of the people here, and the crane was completely gone, disintegrated. I'm lucky to be alive, and it's only because I have the healing factor of Victor Creed himself. If I didn't, I would have surely died. I should know, whoever did it used my own runic bomb. They did it exactly the way I did it, making a runic bomb powered by the highly volatile energy of the Tesseract. And I know exactly who did it, who brought me here to be caught in an ambush. As I start standing up, I feel the space in front of me twist, and barely a moment later, 5 people apparate in, their wands already pointed right at my face. I look at each of them, recognizing a few faces as famous soldiers of Gellert Grindelwald, and one as someone unexpected. Ignoring him, at first, I turn towards Vinda Rosier, and raspily ask, "Gellert really wants me dead, doesn't he? Is he afraid of little old me? My body was yet to heal completely, the injury's too much for it to heal immediately. The backlash of the broken shield spell had also messed with my magic control a bit, so I need to stall until my control returns." Vinda smirks, and says, "You're just a small thorn at his side, Captain Avalon. That is what they call you, right? The champion of Avalon, the knight of Avalon, Captain Britain. How does it feel, knowing that you work for Muggles, the ones who forced us into hiding?" You aren't the champion of Avalon, you're the champion of Muggles, Captain Avs. And you'll die a champion of Muggles. Now, Vinda, let's not taunt him too much. The unexpected man says, putting a hand on Vinda's shoulder. Surprisingly enough, Vinda listens, and stops angrily taunting me. Well, my magic might be shot, but my mind is still intact. Expanding my telepathy, and making it subtle, I try to enter their minds, and immediately slam into a wall. It'll take me literal hours to get through, if I keep trying like this. So durable their mental shields are. Captain Avs, your mind is useless against us, no matter your strength. The man says, making me realize that they actually know about my attack. I look at the man, chuckle, and say, you got me all figured out, Charles. Charles Henry Potter, the son of Henry Potter II, the younger brother of Fleemont Potter by 3 years, and Elaine Rosier. Vinda, Rosier's cousin, a very distant cousin. But most importantly, he's Monty's nephew, and he's working for Grindelwald. I doubt Monty knows that. Heck, the last Monty knew, Charles was studying for his mastery in defense against the dark arts. Obviously, he didn't just learn defense. Well, of course, you were a thorn in Gellert's side, and he doesn't like thorns much, you see. So, say goodnight, Captain Avs, Charles says, and with a wave of his wand, sends a stupefy at my head, the other 4 doing the same from their own positions from around me. At the same time, 5 bright red stupefy spells speed towards me, 1 going towards my head, 2 towards my legs, and 2 towards my chest and back. They were completely surrounding me, leaving me nowhere to dodge. So, I don't just dodge. Summoning my new magical shield artifact, one I enchanted after studying Steve's vibranium shield, I spin around, and slap Charles's stupefy with it, straight at the wizard behind me. The ones approaching my legs are avoided by just stepping around them, and the last 2 I send upwards, hitting them with the shield. But then, I'm suddenly hit with a tremendous amount of pain, and drop down. The shield falling in the ground. Crucio. Vinda yells once again, pointing her wand at me. I clench my fists, my nails enlarged and digging into my palms, the pain of the sea. Rusciatus curse hitting every nerve at the same time. Pain. For a few seconds, pain is all I feel, even after my mutation tries to heal my hurt. And then, as suddenly as it came, it stops. I feel a hand touch my chin, and raise it up, making me look at the nephew of my pseudo-uncle. Breathing hard, I look at Charles, too tired, and too hurt to even move a finger. My body was making my pain go away. But since this happened because of a curse, it wasn't happening fast enough. Thankfully, my magic control was back now, but I need to be of a clear enough mind to cast spells. Which is taking a lot more time than I'm comfortable with. Smiling at me, and my hurt, Charles says, you see, Gellert tasked us with your capture, and if not possible, then death. In preparation, he taught us everything about you, so that we can finish his task for him. Your mental arts, your mystic arts, your metamorph magic, your physical talents, and even your animalistic gift. We even know how you duel. There isn't a skill of yours that we don't know of, and we have prepared for all of it. Crack. The sound of apparition sounds, as I keep focusing my magic internally, to help speed up my healing. Looking to my right, I see another wizard. This one a German from the looks of it, holding something in his hands. Looking down, I notice the groggy figure of Timothy Roth, my orphanage mate, and my teammate. He was injured. Gravely. His arm was turned the wrong way, and both of his legs were broken. If he's not looked at soon enough, he will die, and it'll all be my fault. I brought him into the Howling Commandos. I brought him to this mission. I brought attention to myself, by targeting Grindelwald's wizards. If I'd just left them alone, then maybe Grindelwald wouldn't have set this trap for me. I'm sorry, Timmy. Because of me, you got captured, I say in my mind, sadness coloring my face. Is this how the Nazis felt when I was about to kill them? Is this how Zola felt when I scared him shitless? Is this how Hydra feels whenever they see one of us Howling Commandos approach? Hopeless. Mr. Roth, I presume, was he the only Muggle there, Hilbert? Charles asks, looking at the German, who I assume is named Hilbert. I slowly move my hand, to cast a spell, but immediately clench my fists in pain, twisting my body from the nerves hurting again from another cruciatus curse. Please stay still, Captain Avs. We're having a discussion here. Vinda says, being the one who cast the curse. Huff. Huff. Huff, I breathe, the pain dulling all my senses. I couldn't even smell anything. He nerves too scrambled to make sense of anything it catches. Thankfully, my normal senses still work, allowing me to hear the conversation. The man named Hilbert says, yes, he was unconscious when I found him. He fell at least 2 stories, and broke an arm and both legs. Shall I kill him? Charles immediately yells, no, startling the wizard. He then calmly says, Gellert insisted we keep the muggles alive, for some reason. Whatever it may be, Gellert has his reasons. We will take both of them to Nirnangard, where he can decide what is to be done to them both. Not so fast, wizards. Another voice drawls, making me turn towards the voice, my body once more healed by now. Thankfully, even Vinda was distracted by the newcomer, and didn't hit me with the cruciatus again. There, floating above the hole that had just exploded, was the general of the Nazi group, the one I had seen before. As far as I had seen before, this general was right on the edge of the hole. So, he should have been hit by the explosion as hard as me. And I'm different, which means, this general is different too. I hadn't tried listening to his thoughts before, but now, I couldn't even if I tried. Even his mind was completely silent to me. Floating right beside him, on one side, was the body of a wizard, probably one of Charles's group. While on the other side, was an old wooden box, about 7 feet long, and 1 foot wide. The weapon, Charles snarls, looking at the box, making me look at it in turn. He points his arm at it, and tries summoning the box. But, the flying man simply raises his own hand in turn, stopping the telekinetic pull that Charles just tried with his own telekinesis. Seeing them distracted, I move my left hand towards my right, and activate the time slower, and switch the dial to 10. Immediately slowing the time down all around me. I myself was experiencing time moving 10 times faster than the others. This allows me to heal faster, without the stress of getting hurt again and again. Guess they don't know about the time slower. I see a cruciatus curse appearing towards me in slow motion, from the wand of the one named Hilbert, and I stand up, limping away from the spell leisurely, and walk towards Hilbert. Summoning my claws, this time voluntarily, I move to stab his neck. But, the hair at the back of my neck stand up, once again, and I quickly spin away, seeing a SP. Ike made of the earth itself speed towards my previous location, stabbing into Hilbert's chest. Looking at Charles, I see his expression slowly morph into horror, seeing his attack kill his own companion. Before I can move towards Tim to send him somewhere else, I see another spike made of earth near Tim's neck, and see Charles's mouth move very slowly. His words may have been slurred, thanks to the time slower. But I understand his threat clear enough. Move, and I kill him. Even with the time slower on full blast, I won't be able to save him without Tim's neck being cut, or at least nicked. And there's the other 4 wizards. And the unknown man still. I turn off the time slower, and stand still with my arms raised. The wizards were all divided, 3 of them pointing their wands at me, including Charles Potter. And the other 2 with their wands pointed at the Nazi general, who was staring right at me. Time manipulation. Fascinating. I've met a few time travelers myself, in my long life. But it is the first time I'm seeing someone manipulate the flow of time for themselves. The general says, as he starts floating back down on the ground. He then turns to the wizards, and says, carry on, I won't interfere. I'm actually curious about where your battle will go. And then, he just sits down on the box, throwing the body of the other wizard away, to watch us. Charles frowns at him, and immediately casts the killing curse at the man. The man, who I think is a Muggle mutant, negligently waves his hand, telekinetically moving the earth itself to defend him. As the killing curse slams into the raised earth, the man twitches his hand and sends it flying towards Charles. Charles waves his right hand at it, sending the piece of earth away. The man says, please, Mr. Wizard. I might be, as you say, a Muggle. But I am far from defenseless. Aren't you wondering how I defeated this companion of yours without you even knowing? Charles stops his wand, as he had moved to attack the man again, and asks, "Who are you?" All the while, now Vinda stands with her wand pointed at me, along with 2 other wizards. Vinda stood 20 meters away from me, while one of the 2 wizards was just 5 meters behind me. And the second was to my left, 15 meters. The man smiles, and says, "I'm the Nosferatu, Mr. Wizard. I'm sure your leader has heard about me." I don't focus on the conversation however, despite listening to it. My focus was on the spike near Tim's neck. Seeing the spike of earth stable, and seeing Charles distracted by his anger at this Nosferatu, I make a move once again, desp. Array to at least get Tim away from here. With the wave of my hand, I send Tim's body skidding away from the spike, and the wizards, and with another wave, send 2 giant birds made of flame towards Vinda, and the wizard to my left. Meanwhile, I spin around, letting a bone-breaking curse pass from right in front of my face, towards Vinda, and kick my right leg at the wizard's chest. Surprisingly enough, the wizard catches my full-powered kick, without any consequences, and throws a punch at my knee to break it. I throw a knife at his hand, stabbing into his wrist, and stopping his punch, but my leg is still stuck in his arms. Focusing on my toes, I grow the nails on both my legs, just like the ones on my fingers, and spin, my right leg still held by the wizard. My left leg moves towards his neck, and is about to stab him. When a very strong telekinetic blast hits my body, sending me crashing into the ground. And it is telekinesis. I've experienced Rowena use it often enough that I can't mistake it for anything else. Looking up, I see Charles with his left hand pointed at me, breathing hard. So, he's a telekinetic, the other wizard is strong. Looking slightly to the left, I see Vind. A rosier pointing her left arm at the firebird in front of her, dousing it with water that she conjured out of thin air. She can control water, hydrokinesis. There was another wizard right next to Charles. With his wand pointed at the general, and his hand at me, a single white bone partly extended out of it, and I had no doubt that he can banish it at me if he wants to. So a discount Kimimaro, or is it like Kagaya? As for the last wizard, he was not there, my firebird having killed him, and turned him to ash. Whatever gifts he had, were completely useless in defending him from my firebird. Behind me, was the unconscious form of Timmy Roth. I need to get out of this quickly, so that I can heal Timmy. If I don't give him medical attention within 10 minutes, his injuries are sure to kill him. Oh, wizards with mutations, now this is a surprise. In all my years of experimenting on both of your races, I've never seen a person with both magic and mutation. But you're not all natural, are you? You, Captain Avs, you're perfectly natural, that much I know. But you people, your gifts, they're forced. Ah, rituals. Never was a fan of them myself, since I have no inclination towards the mystic arts, but well, to each his. Or her own, the general says, sitting quite relaxed to my left, right next to the hole, on top of the wooden box that contains the weapon I'm actually here for. Now in front of all 4 remaining wizards, I glare at them hatefully. They tried to attack me, they want to kidnap me, also they can bring me to Gellert Grindelwald. Worst of all, they threaten Timmy's life. And they think they can defeat me. Just 7 of them. They might be enhanced by rituals, using mutants as sacrifice to gain their gifts, but what they don't know, is that they haven't ever seen my full power, no one has. 1 telekinetic, 1 hydrokinetic, 1 super strong wizard, and lastly, a wizard with dead bone pulse. With a snap, I move my hands to my side, and summon my nail claws. Vinda summons some sort of water directly from underground, and throws the water she had collected at me, in a highly dense single beam.